Grasping Evil Chapter 517 to Chapter 545. Revered Snow and Yunquang glanced at each other and sighed. Although King Jin had broken through to the divine transformation realm with a secret technique, his divine abilities were not to be underestimated. It seemed like no one could stop the unification of Great Jin. Another 3 days passed. Almost all the sects of the 11 countries had gathered in Linshui City. There were hundreds of them. There was a floating jade platform in the sky above Linshui City. There were 4 levels of seats around the jade platform. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators were seated there. Among the 11 countries that King Jin had ordered to submit to, 3 of them were mid-grade cultivation countries while the remaining 8 were low-grade cultivation countries. On the lowest level, cultivators from Yu, Song, Jing, and Wei were seated. On the second floor, there were cultivators from the Xiong country, Wu country, and Huang country. On the third level, there were 3 balls of light. Each of them had divine transformation qi. They were King Jin, Revered Snow, and Yunquang. The fourth level was empty. Some well-informed people had heard that the fourth level was prepared by King Jin for a few big shots of Rain World. King Jin had forced all the sects of the 11 countries to submit to him. Most of the sects dared not disobey King Jin's tyrannical power. Only Yu country had the highest number of sects that refused to submit. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that King Jin would be the first to attack Yu country in today's assembly. This old man has received news that King Jin is going to massacre the sects of Yu country that refuse to submit in Linshui City. Sigh, the cultivators of Yu country are really ignorant. How dare they go against a spirit-severing cultivator? A gold core realm cultivator from Qin country sighed. Qin country was located to the south of Yu country. It was also a low-grade cultivation country. Yu country is just a low-grade cultivation country. Although there is a nascent soul realm cultivator and a 4th revolution pill master in the country, they still can't resist the might of a divine transformation realm cultivator. To a low-grade cultivation country like us, a divine transformation realm cultivator is a legend. Killing a nascent soul realm cultivator is as easy as killing a bug. I'm afraid that Yu country is going to be annihilated. A cultivator from Xiao country said in a low voice. Xiao country was a low-grade cultivation country located to the north of Great Jin. It's not the first time that the cultivators of Yu country are ignorant. Back then, old ancestor Xianxia of the Fire Cloud sect had broken through to the nascent soul realm and returned to Yu country. He was favored by a nascent soul realm divine messenger of the Rain Palace, who wanted to support Xianxia to unify all the sects in Yu country and upgrade Yu country to a middle-rank cultivation country. However, Xianxia directly rejected the goodwill of that divine messenger and angered that divine messenger, causing Yu country to be unable to be promoted to a mid-grade cultivation country until now. A cultivator of Jing country recounted the past. Speaking of Yu. Look, why isn't old ancestor Xianxia of Yu country here? Even great master Shui Qing isn't here. Eh? That person in the seats of Yu country's 7 apricot city seems a little familiar. This old man seems to have seen him somewhere before. A gold core realm cultivator who had participated in the demon extermination in Great Jin looked at the seats of 7 apricot city suspiciously. There was a white-robed young man sitting there, holding a paper umbrella and surrounded by a few beautiful women. Before the golden core cultivator could examine it carefully, 3 loud and clear streaks of light whistled through the sky. Chi. 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 While countless cultivators were discussing among themselves, 3 old men suddenly soared into the sky from afar and landed on the jade platform that was suspended in the air. They glanced at the hundreds of thousands of cultivators indifferently. Each of them had an air of arrogance about them. However, when they looked in the direction of King Jin on the 3rd floor, they suddenly cupped their fists and bowed respectfully. Old ancestor Su Feinan of Xiong country, old ancestor Tianji Laoren of Wu country and old ancestor Wang Huang of Huang country greet King Jin. The 3 of us are willing to lead the sects of Xiong country, Wu country and Huang country to submit to Great Jin. From today onwards, we are King Jin's subordinates. We are willing to host today's assembly on behalf of King Jin. King Jin nodded lightly. He wasn't surprised by the appearance of the 3 old men and agreed to let them host today's assembly. All of a sudden, the sects of the low-grade cultivation countries turned pale with fright because they recognized the identity of the 3 old men. The old ancestor of Xiong country, Su Feinan, was a notorious devil. Xiong country was originally a country of devil cultivators and Su Feinan was known for his cruelty. He unified the Xiong country with his nascent soul realm cultivation and killed countless people. People called him the butcher of heaven and earth. He was the leader of 100 sects of Xiong country. He actually led the Xiong country to submit to Great Jin, the old ancestor of Wu country. Tianji Laoren was an expert in the art of divination. Although he was only in the nascent soul realm, he made friends with many great cultivators with the help of the art of divination. Almost no one in Wu country dared to offend him. His submission to Great Jin almost meant that the entire Wu country was submitting. The old ancestor of Huang country, Wang Huang, was also a nascent soul realm expert. His body refining technique had been cultivated to the peak of the silver bone realm and he could even fight against a great cultivator. This person spent hundreds of years of effort to unify the Huang country. Now, he actually abandoned his country and submitted to Great Jin. It was really unbelievable. Without a doubt, the three mid-grade cultivation countries, Xiong country, Wu country, and Huang country, had already submitted to Great Jin secretly. There was only one reason why the three old ancestors bowed to King Jin in public, to pressure those low-grade cultivation countries. Even these mid-grade cultivation countries had submitted to Great Jin. If the other low-grade cultivation countries dared to not submit, they would be ignorant of the situation, and the consequence of being ignorant of the situation was death. Su Feinan, Tianji Laoren, and Wang Huang stood proudly on the jade platform that was suspended in the air. Their cold gazes swept across the hundreds of thousands of cultivators. Their tyrannical aura caused the cultivators from the low-grade cultivation countries to keep quiet out of fear. Among the three of them, Su Feinan carried a huge black sword on his back. He sneered and took a step forward. Then, he looked around at the crowd and said, "The assembly for the merger of the countries will now begin. My King Jin has a grand plan that no country dares to disobey. I'm full of admiration for him. Today, my king intends to invite fellow Taoists from all the sects to join Great Jin and work together to achieve the great Tao of cultivation. What do you think? Are you willing to submit to Great Jin?" Su Feinan asked coldly. He didn't say much and went straight to the point, causing many cultivators from the sects to lower their heads and sigh. Even three mid-grade cultivation countries had submitted to Great Jin. How could they, the cultivators from the low-grade cultivation countries, dare not to submit? However, they were a little unwilling to immediately agree to submit to Great Jin. For a moment, many sects were still hesitating. They wanted to see how the other low-grade cultivation countries would decide. Therefore, they didn't answer Su Feinan's question immediately. Su Feinan sneered in his heart. He understood that these sects from the low-grade cultivation countries wanted to wait and see. He didn't say anything else. There was no need for him to waste his breath on these people. Under such circumstances, he only needed to make an example out of a small number of people. Then, the rest would know the pros and cons and wouldn't dare to disobey him. Su Feinan's eyes flashed with ferocity. His gaze swept across the seats of the sects from Yu country. Before the assembly, King Jin had secretly instructed them to use Yu country to establish their prestige. To establish their prestige, they needed to kill a lot of people. Of course, they couldn't dirty King Jin's hands. Otherwise, they might need him, Su Feinan, to kill to establish his prestige. I heard that there are many sects in Yu country that are dissatisfied with my lord, King Jin. Fire Cloud Sect, Sinister Sparrow Sect, Seven Apricot City, Great Void Sect, Purple Light Sect. If I'm not mistaken, these are the sects that are unwilling to submit. Humph. A bunch of ignorant fools. I might have to teach you a lesson. Su Feinan suddenly performed a sword art. His eyes flashed with red light. His body was surrounded by a frightening evil chi, making him look like an insufferably ferocious devil. The huge black sword behind him soared into the sky and turned into hundreds and thousands of sword shadows. The ferocious sword light swept across thousands of miles of the sky, then, he pointed at the seats of Yu country. Black sword light slashed down like raindrops. Each sword light was powerful enough to kill a harmonious spirit realm expert. Tens of thousands of sword lights slashed down at the same time. Indistinctly, there was a kind of heaven and earth aura contained in the sword lights, making the might of the sword unstoppable. Even a peak nascent soul realm old monster might not be able to withstand this attack. Single sword of the universe. This was the strongest sword technique that made Su Feinin famous. It was unknown how many famous old monsters had died under this sword. Su Feinin's sudden attack had shocked countless people. No one expected that Su Feinin would suddenly kill people. He simply ignored the laws of the rain world. He was truly a brutal and ferocious devil. His attack was indiscriminately attacking the sects of Yu country. It was obvious that he was prepared to slaughter every single one of the tens of thousands of Yu country cultivators in this assembly. Although many people heard that King Jin wanted to give Yu country a warning, they didn't know that he would use such a direct killing method. This was the consequence of not submitting to King Jin. Those who didn't submit would die. What an overbearing King Jin! Each of the cultivators kept quiet out of fear and closed their eyes. They didn't dare to watch the deaths of the Yu country's cultivators. They only wished to submit to Great Jin immediately to save their lives and avoid repeating the mistakes of Yu country. On the seats of the third floor, Revered Snow closed his eyes indifferently. There's no need to watch anymore. This Su Feinin has already made his move. None of the Yu country's cultivators who came to Linshui City will survive. After this massacre, no one will dare to refuse to submit to Great Jin. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the seats of Yu country in disbelief. Yun Kuang stood up abruptly. His face was also filled with astonishment. However, there was also a hint of confusion in his astonishment. It was as if he had recognized the identity of the person who came, but he was still uncertain. King Jin's eyes were filled with astonishment. His expression gradually turned gloomy. As for Su Feinin, who tried to kill the Yu country's cultivators, he was stunned on the spot. He couldn't believe the scene in front of him. Under the heavy rain of swords, a white-robed young man suddenly walked out from the seats of Yu country. He held a blood-red umbrella and stood quietly in front of the Yu country's cultivators. He stood there. No one knew who he was. No one could sense any magical power or aura from his body. The Yu country's cultivators were initially afraid of the sword lights that filled the sky. However, after the white-robed young man transmitted his voice, all the sects of Yu country were shocked and overjoyed. None of them were afraid of Su Feinin anymore. None of them tried to escape from the sword lights. The white-robed young man looked at the sword lights that filled the sky. His eyes were filled with coldness. He held the blood-red umbrella and stood in the heavy rain of swords. Suddenly, he shook the blood umbrella. Circles of light red halos spread out and the sword lights that filled the sky disappeared in an instant. No one knew where the halos went. Heavenly abode treasure. Countless cultivators exclaimed in surprise. They treated the blood umbrella as a legendary heavenly abode treasure. Impossible. Even a grand cultivator might not be able to block my single sword of the universe. What kind of treasure is that? It can actually absorb all my sword lights. Who are you? There is certainly no one like you in Yu country. Are you trying to stand up for Yu country and become Great Jin's enemy? Just as Su Feinin was about to say some harsh words, he felt a chill down his spine when he met the white-robed young man's ice-cold eyes. He had killed countless people in his life and his evil chi was terrifying. When facing nascent soul realm cultivators who were at the same level as him, the evil chi that he emitted could disturb their minds. However, when facing the white-robed young man in front of him, Su Feinin's evil chi actually showed signs of losing control. There was only one explanation for this. This white-robed young man was a devil lord who was even more ferocious than him and had killed more people. His devil might was countless times more terrifying than his. I just want to stand up for Yu country. What are you going to do about it? Ning Fan said indifferently. He was the white-robed young man. Since you want to stand up for Yu country, I will kill you on behalf of King Jin. Su Feinin calmed himself down. He was unwilling to believe that the weak-looking young man in front of him was a devil lord who was more ferocious than him. Illusion. The feeling of losing control of his evil chi just now must be an illusion. As for the blood umbrella which Ning Fan used to absorb all of his sword lights, it must be some kind of heavenly dwelling treasure which absorbed all of his sword lights with its power. This person is definitely not a divine transformation realm cultivator. He might not even be a nascent soul realm cultivator. I've heard of most of the nascent soul realm and divine transformation realm cultivators in the southeastern region of the Rain World. There is definitely no such person among them. The reason why he could absorb all of my sword lights is because of that blood umbrella. What a heavenly dwelling treasure. Even though this treasure is miraculous, this person's cultivation base is not high. Thus, there's nothing to be afraid of. If I kill him, I will be able to obtain the blood umbrella. It's also a wonderful thing. Su Feinen patted his storage pouch and took out another 13 flying swords which shone brightly. Each of them was at the peak nascent soul realm and had been sharpened with the blood of wild beasts. Each of them gave out a ferocious and primitive chi. The 13 desolate swords of the universe. Someone recognized Su Feinen's magic treasures and was astonished. Rumor had it that Su Feinen had used these 13 flying swords to kill a few peak nascent soul realm cultivators. They were really not to be underestimated. After summoning all of his flying swords, Su Feinen consecutively displayed 13 different types of flying sword techniques, causing the flying swords to turn into 13 sword shadows. Each of the sword shadows had the shadow of a wild beast attached to it. The 13 sword shadows shot towards Ningfan. The destructive power of each sword shadow was comparable to an attack from a peak nascent soul realm cultivator. No one except a divine transformation realm cultivator could withstand this technique. Su Feinen had already revealed his killing intent. His intention to kill Ningfan and seize his treasures was obvious. Looking at the terrifying shadows of wild beasts on the flying swords, each of the cultivators from a low-grade cultivation country was filled with fear. Is this Su Feinen's trump card? A single magic technique is enough to kill tens of thousands of harmonious spirit realm cultivators. It's enough to subdue a country. No one except a divine transformation realm cultivator would be able to fight against it. This white-robed young man's blood umbrella magic treasure isn't weak. However, it's definitely not a match for Su Feinen. After all, Su Feinen is a nascent soul realm old monster whose name shakes a country. Besides, he has even used the 13 desolate swords of the universe. Some cultivators firmly believed that Ningfan would definitely lose. However, just as their voices fell, all of them became mute at the next moment. At the moment when the numerous flying swords and sword shadows slashed down, Ningfan casually shook the blood umbrella and kept the 13 flying swords and beast shadows away. His expression was still as cold as ever. Impossible. You have actually taken away my 13 desolate swords. Apart from feeling astonished, Su Feinen also felt a strong sense of fear. The destructive power of the blood umbrella seemed to be far beyond his imagination. Ningfan, however, did not even look at Su Feinen. He just kept the blood umbrella and pointed at Su Feinen. Circles of faint red spirit wheels spread out and sucked Su Feinen into the blood umbrella without hesitation. Step by step, he walked up the jade platform and shook the blood umbrella towards the ground expressionlessly. A pool of pus and blood fell to the ground. The scene was extremely terrifying. All of a sudden, the entire Lin Shui city fell into dead silence. The chi in that pool of pus and blood clearly belonged to Su Feinen. Su Feinen was turned into a pool of pus and blood by Ningfan's casual swing of the umbrella. How could this be possible? Su Feinen is actually dead. He was actually killed by this man in just a single strike. How is this possible? He is a great devil lord whose name is Heaven and Earth Butcher. Who is this man? Who exactly is he? Since he could kill Su Feinen and possess such a terrifying blood umbrella, he definitely can't be a nobody. It was unknown who shouted first. At the next moment, all the cultivators looked at Ningfan as if they were looking at a ghost. Their eyes were filled with deep fear as they tried to guess Ningfan's identity. How dare you? How dare you kill someone in Lin Shui City in front of 3 divine transformation realm experts? Do you want to become the enemy of Great Jin? Do you want to become the enemy of the Rain Palace? Tianji Laoren and Wang Huang mustered up their aura force and shouted at Ningfan in unison. Ningfan turned his head indifferently and just glanced at the two of them. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Tianji Laoren and Wang Huang immediately felt as if they had suffered a heavy blow. Both of them coughed out blood and took 100 steps back, almost falling to the ground. They were actually unable to resist Ningfan's gaze at all. How cold was that gaze? It was as if he could turn Lin Shui City into a sea of blood and a devil abyss as long as he wills it. This man. Who exactly is he? It's him. It's that son of a tiger and a wolf in the past. King Jin suddenly rose to his feet. His eyes were filled with disbelief. It's really him. Yunquang also recognized Ning Fan. He let out a hearty laugh, feeling the joy of reuniting with an old friend. How could it be him? 40 years ago, he was just a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. What is his current cultivation base? Is he at the nascent soul realm or has he broken through to the divine transformation realm? Revered Snow could not figure out Ning Fan's current cultivation base. On the last seats of Wu country, a third-rate cultivation clan was also participating in this assembly. It was the Ning clan of Hai Ning. On the seats of the Ning clan, Ning Qingqing, who was dressed in green robes, stared at Ning Fan's back in a daze. Her eyes were filled with joy but also sadness. She muttered to herself. It's him. He is the mortal young man who saved me in the past. Ning Fan, the reason why the sects of Yu country were not afraid of Su Feinin was exactly because of Ning Fan's existence. Since he is here, he will never let Great Jin succeed in merging their countries. No one can annex Yu country, since he is here, even King Jin would not be able to resist him. I am Ning Fan, the Lord of 7 Apricot City and also a cultivator of Yu country. Today, with me here, no one can annex Yu country. Ning Fan's voice was not loud but it carried an aura force that could not be ignored. It shook heaven and earth. As for what he said, it stunned all the cultivators in Lin Shui City. Ning Fan? This name sounds so familiar. It's just like Marquis White Robe, whose name shook the entire Rain world. However, everyone firmly believed that this Ning Fan was not the Ning Fan they knew. The white-robed young man in front of them claimed to be the young lord of 7 Apricot City and a cultivator of Yu country. How could he be the legendary Marquis White Robe who was unrivaled among Void Inquiry stage experts? It was impossible for the two of them to be the same person. I don't care who you are and I don't care what your purpose is in coming to Lin Shui City. You killed my subordinate, Su Feinin, and tried to stop me from merging my countries. Just these 2 points alone are enough for me to kill you today. Tianji, Wang Huang, activate the treasure destruction formation and capture this man alive or dead. Yes. Tianji Laoren and Wang Huang each took out a formation disc and activated the grand formation. Layers of formation light suddenly rose in the entire Lin Shui City. As soon as the formation light rose, all the magic treasures below the void treasure grade in the entire city were sealed by the formation light and could no longer be activated. This is a low-grade mortal void grand formation, the treasure destruction formation. All the magic treasures within the formation light can't be used as long as their grade is below the mortal void grade. With this formation, even if this man has the heavenly dwelling blood umbrella, he won't be able to use it to kill anyone. There's nothing to be afraid of. Wang Huang sneered. His body emitted layers of silver light and he dashed towards Ning Fan like a cannonball. From Wang Huang's point of view, the reason why Ning Fan could kill Su Feinin instantly was all because of the power of the blood umbrella. As for Ning Fan, who injured him and Tianji with just a glance, he must have relied on some kind of evil magic technique. After all, Wang Huang did not believe that there was actually someone in this world who could injure a nascent soul realm cultivator with just a glance. He firmly believed that once he seals the blood umbrella and keeps his guard up against Ning Fan's evil magic technique, Ning Fan would no longer have to be afraid of him. However, Wang Huang did not know that the grade of the blood umbrella was so high that this treasure destruction grand formation could not seal it at all. What he did not know was that his physical body, which was merely at the peak silver bone realm, was nothing to Ning Fan. Wang Huang's fist light turned into a dazzling silver color. A single punch from him could force a peak nascent soul realm cultivator to retreat. He was very confident in his physical body and firmly believed that he could kill Ning Fan with a single punch. Ning Fan did not even look at Wang Huang. He raised his palm and casually slapped it. An unimaginably strong force rushed towards Wang Huang, turning him into a pile of minced meat. Dead silence. The entire Lin Shui City fell into a dead silence once again. This time, Ning Fan did not use the blood umbrella at all. He just casually slapped Wang Huang to death. How strong is this man's physical body exactly? He could actually kill Wang Huang with just a casual slap. Could he be a legendary Jade Life body cultivator? Jade Life realm. That's an existence comparable to the divine transformation realm. Is this young man actually at the same level as a divine transformation realm cultivator? Exclamations of shock drowned the entire Lin Shui city. Ning Fan did not even look at Wang Huang's corpse. Instead, he turned his head to look at Tianji Laoren and said coldly, "Tianji, do you know who I am?" "And no. I don't know you." Tianji Laoren trembled when Ning Fan's gaze landed on him. "You can use divination to find out who I am and see if there is a blood feud between us," Ning Fan said coldly. "Divination?" When Tianji Laoren heard Ning Fan's words, his hands trembled. He pinched his fingers and divined Ning Fan's identity. However, as soon as he divined the heavenly secret that was related to Ning Fan, he immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood. He was already severely injured and his cultivation base was about to drop. All of a sudden, Tianji Laoren's face turned pale with fright. He could even divine the heavenly secret of a divine transformation realm cultivator. However, he actually could not divine Ning Fan's heavenly secret. There was only one explanation for this. Ning Fan's cultivation base was even higher than that of a divine transformation realm cultivator. From that glimpse of heavenly secrets, Tianji Laoren saw the scenes of bloody battles that Ning Fan had gone through. Tens of millions of cultivators and ferocious beasts were turned into skeletons under Ning Fan's feet, one after another. The Gold Core Realm and Nascent Soul Realm cultivators were killed by Ning Fan like ants. One after another, the legendary Divine Transformation Realm and Void Refinement Realm experts lost their lives in his hands. Ning Fan was actually an expert at such a high level. As for his true identity, it turned out to be Marquis White Robe, who possessed the strongest devil might in the Rain World. The Scarlet Heaven Palace Master was invincible in the world. Once he appeared, the world would be shrouded in white mourning garments. Old man Tianji could not believe that the white-robed young man standing in front of him was Marquis White Robe, who could strike fear into countless Void Refinement Realm experts. This heavenly secret was not a crucial secret. Ning Fan had purposely let Tianji Laoren see it. Otherwise, Tianji Laoren would certainly not be able to deduce any part of Ning Fan's heavenly secret. By only seeing this bit of heavenly secrets, the Elder of Heavenly Secrets was almost paralyzed from fright. From that heavenly secret, he even saw the deep hatred between him and Ning Fan. During the war between Yu Country and Devil Country, the Heavenly Dao sect invaded Yu Country and caused countless cultivators of Yu Country to die. Even Ning Fan almost lost his life. The reason why the Heavenly Dao sect invaded Yu Country was to take Ning Fan's life. As for Ning Fan's information, it was Tianji Laoren who sold it to them. This old man was muddle-headed in the past and offended. Tianji Laoren didn't dare to utter the 3 words Marquis White Robe no matter what. Even if he climbed on the big tree of Great Jin, he was absolutely not Marquis White Robe's opponent. Becoming enemies with Marquis White Robe would only result in death. Bang! Tianji Laoren suddenly knelt down in front of Ning Fan. His face turned pale and he kept begging. In a state of panic, Tianji Laoren was so flustered that he blurted out a lot of bad things about King Jin, hoping to please Ning Fan. This scene once again shocked all the cultivators in Lin Shui City. Even the king's face turned ashen. What exactly did Tianji Laoren foresee to make him kneel down in fright? How dare you? What did you do to Tianji? Why did he kneel before you? Why did he talk nonsense? King Jin was enraged. He raised his hand and performed a hand seal to cast a magic technique at Ning Fan from a great distance away. Layers of black ocean waves suddenly appeared in the sky. It was actually the technique that made King Jin famous. Tyrannical technique, 10 tokens. In the past, this technique had made Ning Fan suffer greatly. But now, 40 years have passed. Do you think you can still suppress me? Break! Ning Fan lifted his hand and pointed at King Jin. An unimaginable force from his finger pressed against King Jin's chest, causing him to be severely injured and on the verge of death. The layers of tyrannical waves were shattered. King Jin spurted out blood and fell to the ground. He was severely injured and on the verge of death. This scene made countless cultivators in Lin Shui City fall into silence. No one would believe that a divine transformation realm cultivator who only existed in the legends was almost killed by Ning Fan with just a finger. King Jin lay on the ground like a dead dog. His immortal veins were all broken and he could not move at all. He stared at Ning Fan with unwillingness and fear. Even his bones were trembling. Ning Fan's finger was too terrifying. Even if King Jin cultivates for another 10,000 years, he certainly would not be able to withstand Ning Fan's casual finger. How can you be so strong? This is impossible. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Tianji, tell me. Who is he? Who exactly is he? He is. Before Tianji Laoren could speak, the angry voice of an elderly man suddenly resounded in the sky. How dare you? With me here, how can I allow a mad devil like you to kill the innocent and ruin the unification of Great Jin? A massive silver boat suddenly arrived at Linshui City. On the bow of the boat stood a majestic old man. His aura force was at the void inquiry stage. His aura force was so strong that even the surrounding space began to tremble. Oh my god. What level is this old monster? He can actually make the surrounding space tremble with just his aura. Could he be a legendary void refinement realm old monster? Some cultivators in Linshui City exclaimed. It's Marquis Wu Mu. He's the sect master of the martial sect, Marquis Wu Mu. Revered Snow recognized Marquis Wu Mu's identity. Marquis Wu Mu enjoyed the admiring gazes of the crowd and felt rather pleased with himself. He was not concerned about the unification of Great Jin. He just came out to relax. After all, he had come to participate in the assembly. Naturally, he could not just watch King Jin get injured. Even though he looked down on King Jin, he had to maintain his dignity. Nominally, since he had come to participate in the assembly, he had the obligation to help King Jin maintain the order of the assembly. Young man, who are you? How dare you injure someone in front of me? Are you tired of living? Marquis Wu Mu narrowed his eyes. He did not even bother to look at Ning Fan's appearance. In Marquis Wu Mu's point of view, most of the participants of the assembly were ants from low-grade and mid-grade cultivation countries. Who would be worthy of his attention? Oh? Marquis Wu Mu of the martial sect, huh? Are you sure you want to attack me? Ning Fan looked at Marquis Wu Mu with a cold smile. A wave of world-shaking baleful qi dyed the vast sky within hundreds of thousands of li * 500 m per li, read, Marquis Wu Mu was originally indifferent. However, when he was startled by the baleful qi, he immediately regained his senses and carefully looked at Ning Fan. It would have been better if he did not look at Ning Fan. Once he did, Marquis Wu Mu was so scared that he nearly peed his pants. He wished he could slap himself. What did I do just now? I actually spoke so harshly to a devil lord that I should never offend. Marquis Wu Mu nearly fell off the silver boat. His pathetic actions made countless cultivators dumbfounded. What he said after that made them even more dumbfounded. Be fellow Daoist, you must be joking. Even if I have the courage to do so, I wouldn't dare to offend fellow Daoist. Hee. I was just joking just now. Fellow Daoist, please don't be calculated with me. I don't want to get involved in the assembly of the Great Jin at all. I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave first. Chi as soon as Marquis Wu Mu saw Ning Fan's appearance, he was actually scared away. Impossible. Marquis Wu Mu is a void refinement realm expert. How could he be scared away by this man? I don't believe it. This is fake. I don't believe it. King Jin was completely terrified. At this moment, he did not dare to think about Ning Fan's identity at all. He could not imagine what kind of identity and what kind of ferocious reputation could actually scare away the sect master of the martial sect. Everything is real. He is Marquis White Robe. He is Marquis White Robe. Tianji Laoren smiled in despair. The entire Linshui city fell into dead silence. Even the cultivators of Yu country were quiet. The Lord of Seven Apricot City was actually Marquis White Robe who had shaken the entire Rain world? How could this be possible? I can't die. I can't die. This isn't real. All of this is fake. King Jin suddenly behaved as if he had gone mad. He could not believe that a harmonious spirit realm junior 40 years ago had actually become the invincible Marquis White Robe 40 years later. Meeting Ning Fan's cold eyes, King Jin was terrified. He could tell that Ning Fan would definitely kill him today. He would certainly kill him. He had sent people to injure Ning Fan's subordinates. He had plotted against Ning Fan in the past. He must die for sure. However, How could he be willing to accept his death? King Jin suddenly raised his head and shouted at the sky. Palace Lord, save me. Vice Palace Lord, save me. I'm useful to the sixth prince. I'm of great use to him. You can't let him kill me. I know that you are here. You must be here. Sigh. Above the vast sky, a sigh suddenly resounded. Then, two old men who looked exactly the same appeared. However, one of them was dressed in white and the other was dressed in black. The two old men stared at Ning Fan coldly and threatened him. Both of us are here. You can't hurt King Jin. This person is still of great use to the sixth prince. If he dies, you can't afford to offend the sixth prince. The Palace Lord of the Serene Heaven Palace, Fangxing, the Vice Palace Lord of the Serene Heaven Palace, Fangxi, both of them were void-pierce stage cultivators. As soon as they appeared, layers of void seas suddenly appeared. If you insist on killing King Jin, you have to get past us first. Otherwise, we won't be able to give the sixth prince an explanation. 8,000 updates, to be continued. The two old men, Fangxing and Fangxi, stood on the ocean of void respectively. Their auras were like divine beings. King Jin was barely breathing. He raised his head to look at the two old men. His face was filled with excitement as if he had just survived a disaster. Palace Masters, please save me. I'm still of great use to the sixth prince. You can't just leave me in the lurch. Shut up. Deputy Palace Master Fangxi snorted coldly. His magic power, as dark as ink, pressed down on King Jin and interweaved into numerous black fishing lines, piercing into King Jin's limbs and bones, leaving numerous tiny bloody holes on his body. The black fishing lines had some kind of ability. They extracted traces of strange black chi from King Jin's body and actually suppressed his critical injuries. The Palace Master Fangxing, on the other hand, was expressionless. He reached out his hand and clawed at King Jin from afar. Traces of white magic power immediately interweaved into a mysterious and huge fishing net. Fangxing shook the fishing net and spread it in King Jin's direction. Then, he pulled King Jin away from his original spot from 10,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, away. When he looked again, King Jin had already appeared in the huge net out of nowhere. He was pulled to Fangxing's side and casually tossed to the few clusters of immortal clouds behind him along with the net. Marquis White Robe. Since you want to take King Jin's life, fight with us first. The two of them stared at Ning Fan coldly. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. Fangxi's fishing line was very strange. He could not see through its specific ability. Fangxing's attack was extremely fast. The fishing net was also very strange. If it wasn't for Ning Fan's incredible eyesight, he would not have been able to see how Fangxing controlled the fishing net to take King Jin away. In just a short while, Ning Fan was convinced that the Palace Master and Vice Palace Master of the Serene Heaven Palace were not easy to deal with. They were extremely strong opponents. At the same time, Ning Fan was a little suspicious about their intentions. They didn't seem to come to save King Jin. Instead, they seemed to have other intentions. On the surface, they seemed to want to protect King Jin and fight against Ning Fan. However, their words and actions were somewhat contradictory. They had obviously saved King Jin, but they just casually left him aside. It didn't make sense, if what the two of them said was true, that King Jin was of great use to the sixth prince and was so important that he had to be saved. Their first task after rescuing King Jin should be to bring him away from here. Their top priority was to protect King Jin's life instead of staying here and entangling with Ning Fan endlessly, putting King Jin in danger. What did he mean by, if you want to take King Jin's life, you must fight with us first? Their words seemed to be hinting to Ning Fan that if he defeats the two of them, he would be able to kill King Jin at will. If he wants to kill King Jin, he would have to fight both of them. It seemed like the two of them wanted to use King Jin as bait to lure Ning Fan into a battle with them. Is the reason why these two people showed up because they came for me? Ning Fan's eyes narrowed as he vaguely had a guess. He did not immediately fight with the two. Instead, he took a few steps back and looked on coldly. Since this person is of great use to the sixth prince, I will give him face and not kill him. You guys can take him away. Ning Fan intentionally pointed at King Jin and said. air, Fangxing and Fangxi were stunned. Obviously, they did not expect that Ning Fan would actually give up on killing King Jin. This was completely different from the information they received about Ning Fan's character. Logically speaking, after being threatened by the two of them several times, Ning Fan should have fought them without caring about anything. Why did he choose to give up? If Ning Fan doesn't fight them, wouldn't their plan fail to be completed? Just like what Ning Fan had guessed, the reason why the two of them showed up at this place was not to save King Jin. Instead, it was because they were ordered by the sixth prince, Yun Yomu, to find something to test Ning Fan. Indeed, the reason why the Serene Heaven Palace supported Jin and nurtured King Jin was because King Jin was of some use to the sixth prince. However, that was just a minor use that was dispensable. It was definitely not as important as this time to test Ning Fan. The sixth prince ordered Fangxing and Fangxi to fight Ning Fan and to test him during the battle. For the sake of this plan, it did not matter even if they had to abandon King Jin. What Fangxing and Fangxi did not know was that Ning Fan had already suspected them of having ulterior motives. Seeing that Ning Fan had given up on killing King Jin, the two of them no longer had any reason to fight him. Fangxi let out a cold humph and took a step forward, blocking Ning Fan's path of retreat. His aura force turned into a gigantic black mountain, pressing down on Ning Fan's head. Marquis White Robe, why are you in such a hurry to leave? This old man is the Vice Palace Master of the Serene Heaven Palace, Fangxi. I've long heard of your remarkable abilities, Marquis White Robe. Today, I've specially come to ask for your guidance. Fellow Daoist, by fleeing without a fight, are you afraid of this old man? Fangxi had clearly saved King Jin, but he insisted on fighting Ning Fan. As expected, he had ulterior motives. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed. The reason why he pretended to say that he would let King Jin go was just to test the motives of the two palace lords. At this moment, he was completely sure that Fangxing and Fangxi had made an appearance here because they were plotting against him. Saving King Jin was just an excuse. Since Fangxi wanted to fight, Ning Fan would not hesitate to do so. He wanted to see what exactly Fangxi was planning. Since you want to fight, then make your move. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. His aura force soared to the sky like an ancient sword hanging in the heavens, shattering Fangxi's black mountain into countless pieces. Fangxi was indeed very strong. However, to the current Ning Fan, he might not necessarily be invincible. Fangxi's eyes widened slightly. He did not expect that his aura force would be easily broken by Ning Fan. His initial underestimation towards Ning Fan was completely dispelled. He also realized that Ning Fan was a strong opponent. Thus, he no longer held back. He soared into the sky and took out a treasure. Tai E5 Element Scrolls. Fangxi did not hold back. As soon as he attacked, he took out 5 ancient scrolls. They were the magic treasures of an ancient cultivator that he had found in a secret place. Each of the 5 scrolls had different drawings that represented the 5 elements. The 5 scrolls unfurled in the wind. A vast power of the 5 elements burst out from the scrolls, turning into 5 extreme mountains of 5 colors. The colors were gold, green, blue, red and yellow respectively. All of them pressed down on Ning Fan's head. Each of the extreme mountains was 10,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang, tall. Their magic power was vast enough to suppress a void inquiry stage cultivator. When the 5 mountains combined into one, they could even suppress an ordinary void pierce stage cultivator. All of the cultivators in Lin Shui City were shocked by Fangxi's terrifying magic treasures. If the 5 extreme mountains fall, the entire area within 100,000 li * 500 m per li of Lin Shui City would be razed to the ground. Not even a single blade of grass would be left. Ji He, Lan Mei and Bai Lu were also sitting on the seats of Yu Country. Each of them was looking at Ning Fan with worry in their eyes. Ning Fan looked at the cultivators around him and sighed softly. There were many cultivators here who were his old acquaintances. Besides, there were also the women he loved. No matter what, it was impossible for him to avoid Fangxi's attack. The only thing he could do was to fight against him. He must not let the 5 extreme mountains fall and hurt those beautiful women. Yellow Dragon 7 tokens. Ning Fan flew into the sky. All of a sudden, he took out 7 layers of the Yellow Dragon token and summoned 7 layers of yellow skies. Using his great magic power, he lifted the 7 layers of yellow skies and rose against the sky, colliding with the 5 extreme mountains. The 5 extreme mountains crumbled one after another. 5 layers of the 7 layers of yellow skies were also destroyed. The impact of the collision was earth-shattering. The city walls of Linshui City were destroyed one after another. Even the mountain ranges of Song Country had collapsed due to the collision. Even though the Yellow Dragon's 7 tokens managed to block the 5 extreme mountains, Ning Fan did not feel relaxed at all. All of a sudden, his eyes flashed with surprise. Black fishing lines that were as dense as raindrops shot out from each of the 5 broken extreme mountains. They easily pierced through the remaining 2 layers of yellow skies. Under the attack of the black fishing lines, the Yellow Dragon's 7 tokens suddenly turned into dust as if they were decaying. What kind of ability does this black fishing line actually have? It's so strange that it can corrode magic treasures. Ning Fan did not mind losing the Yellow Dragon's 7 tokens. After all, he had as many magic treasures as he wanted. However, Feng Xi's black fishing line ability really made Ning Fan feel a little fearful. Even though Ning Fan's physical body was strong, his physical body would probably rot if he was hit by the black fishing line. Even a 2-star divine weapon might not be able to withstand the corrosive power of the fishing line. The surprise in Ning Fan's eyes did not escape Feng Xi's observation. Humph. The famous Marquis White Robe is just SOSO. Even though Feng Xi spoke ruthlessly, his heart was filled with disappointment. This young man doesn't seem to recognize my fishing line ability. That surprised expression of his doesn't seem fake. Could it be that it's just a coincidence that he knows the mutual death technique of the Shedding Orchid sect? Could it be that this young man hasn't obtained the inheritance of the Shedding Orchid sect and doesn't know the whereabouts of the immemorial fisherman's Mino? Feng Xi shook his head slightly. No matter what, he still needed to test him again. He pointed at the Tai 5 elemental scrolls again and activated the second transformation of this treasure. This Tai 5 elemental scrolls was a magic treasure of an ancient cultivator. Because it was severely damaged, its destructive power was only equivalent to a high-grade mortal void magic treasure. However, its ability was definitely not to be underestimated. The transformation of this treasure was divided into 3 stages. They were the 5 mountains, 5 seas, and 5 dragons. Previously, when Feng Xi used this treasure to unleash the attack of the 5 extreme mountains, it was the attack of the 5 mountains. What he was going to display now was the attack of the 5 seas. G. As Feng Xi pointed with his finger, the 5 scrolls each released the power of the 5 elements, turning into a 5-colored sea. The wave swept across the sky and drowned Ning Fan in an instant. Ning Fan stood in the middle of the waves, enduring the 5 types of attacks from the 5-colored waves. The coldness of water, the scorching heat of fire, the devouring power of wood, the crushing power of earth, the slashing power of metal. In just an instant, Ning Fan's body was already covered with many wounds. Blood kept flowing out. Without hesitation, Ning Fan summoned his primordial lightning armor and used the Black Star technique to heal his wounds. Finally, he managed to withstand the attack of the 5-colored waves. He stepped on the waves, ignoring the attacks of the waves. His essence chi flowed through his arms. It was as if he had the power to overturn mountains and overturn seas. Then, he used both of his hands to tear the waves apart. His primordial lightning armor isn't weak at all. It actually withstood the second attack of the Tai 5 elemental scrolls? But so what? With the power of his current lightning armor, it won't be able to withstand the decaying power of the immemorial fishing lines. Even though what I have learned is just the incomplete technique of the immemorial fishing lines, even an absolute void stage cultivator might not be able to withstand it. Feng Xi's magic power flowed out rapidly. He suddenly performed a hand seal and countless black fishing lines emerged from the scattered 5-colored waves, piercing towards Ning Fan. Without hesitation, Ning Fan summoned his 8 black burning wings. While retreating rapidly, he took out a few mortal void magic treasures and threw them at the fishing lines, using them to wear down the power of the fishing lines. As soon as the few mortal void magic treasures came into contact with the fishing lines, they were all pierced and turned into rotten pieces. Even though Ning Fan had retreated extremely quickly, his primordial lightning armor was still damaged by the black fishing lines. Once again, Ning Fan had a clear understanding of the destructive power of the black fishing lines. Unless his cultivation base breaks through to the absolute void stage, it will be very difficult for him to withstand the attack of these fishing lines head-on. As expected, he doesn't recognize the immemorial fishing lines technique. Fine. I'll use the third attack to test him one last time. Xianxia activated the Tai 5 elemental scrolls for the last time. The power of the 5 elements on the 5 scrolls turned into 5 gigantic dragons that soared in the sky: Flame Dragon, Ice Dragon, Earth Dragon, Wood Dragon and Lightning Dragon. Each of the gigantic dragons was 6,000 zhang * 33 m per zhang long. Each of them had the strength of an unrivaled Void Inquiry stage expert. Even a Void Pierce stage expert would find it hard to withstand the joint attack of the 5 dragons. More importantly, Xianxia would also sneak attack Ning Fan with the terrifying black fishing lines during his attacks. From Xianxia's point of view, Ning Fan would definitely not be able to withstand this attack. Xianxia did not have the intention to kill Ning Fan. After all, Ning Fan was useful to the Rain Sovereign. Without the Rain Sovereign's order, no one would dare to touch him. This attack would at most injure Ning Fan a little. Xianxia's initial purpose was just to test Ning Fan. He did not harbor any hostility towards him. There's no need to watch anymore. This young man is definitely not a match for me. After this round of attacks ends, let's bring King Jin back to the Serene Heaven Palace and report to the 6th Prince. Xianxia transmitted his voice to Fangxing with a confident tone of victory. As he pointed his finger, the 5 gigantic dragons let out deafening dragon roars and spat out 5-colored dragon light. As soon as the 5-colored dragon light is unleashed, Ning Fan would at least be severely injured. Ning Fan did not dodge or evade. Facing the 5 gigantic dragons, he just closed his eyes and thought quickly. It was not difficult to break the joint attack of the 5 dragons. It was as easy as breaking the 5 mountains and 5 seas. The difficult part was how to deal with the black fishing line that was hidden within the 5 dragons' attack. That black fishing line looks a little familiar to me. It's just like the white Dao line that I saw when I sent Ninggu to his reincarnation. That white line is the Dao line of life, while this black line is similar to the Dao line of life. However, its power is the opposite. Could it be the Dao line of death? No. It's not the real Dao line of death. Even though the black fishing line that Xianxia used looks similar to the Dao line of death, it doesn't look like it. There is no Dao power in his fishing line. It's just a deliberate imitation. I can't be wrong. This black fishing line must be an imitation of the Dao line of death. In that case, the white fishing net that Fangxing used just now should be a divine ability that imitates the Dao line of life. Little Yuer said that the Dao line of life and death is a divine ability that only Life Immortal Realm experts can master. Since these two people can imitate the divine ability of Life Immortal Realm experts, it's no wonder that the black fishing line is so difficult to deal with. Ning Fan opened his eyes and raised his palm. He looked at the traces of white Dao line on his palm and fell into deep thought. Xianxia can only imitate the Dao line of death. I, on the other hand, can see the Dao line of life. By using life to subdue death, perhaps I can break the divine ability of that black fishing line. Ning Fan stared at the 5 enormous dragons that were whistling in the sky. All of a sudden, he activated his Fuli demon blood and performed a hand seal to perform a technique. 5 gigantic black tombstones appeared in the sky one after another. Each of the tombstones was surrounded by the shadows of black dragons. 5 burial dragon technique. The 5-colored enormous dragons that Xianxia summoned belonged to the 5 elements. However, the 5 burial dragon technique specialized in breaking the 5 elements. When the 5 dragons die, the black dragons live. When the 5 elements die, the 5 graves live. Ning Fan changed his hand seal and the 5 tombstones suddenly smashed towards the 5 enormous dragons, causing them to spurt out blood and fall from the sky. What was even more frightening was that the 5 tombstones suddenly produced the sealing power of the black dragons, sealing all the power of the 5 elements that the 5 enormous dragons possessed into the tombstones. The 5 tombstones continued to smash down and countless black shadows of the tombstones landed on the Tai 5 elemental scrolls. The 5 scrolls that were floating in the sky were all shattered by the tombstones. All of them were destroyed. My Tai 5 elemental scrolls. Xianxia's face was filled with astonishment. He did not expect Ning Fan to be able to destroy his supreme treasure. Before the first round of astonishment could fade away, the second round of astonishment struck him even more violently. As the 5 dragons were sealed, the countless black fishing lines that Feng Si had hidden in the 5 dragons broke out from the tombstones and pierced towards Ning Fan with unstoppable force like raindrops. This time, Ning Fan no longer dodged the attack of the black fishing lines. He raised his palm and imitated Feng Si's black fishing lines. He drew out countless white fishing lines and scattered them in the sky, colliding with the black fishing lines. *ZZZ**. There was no earth-shattering sound. There was only a strange sizzling sound. The fishing lines of 2 different colors strangely cancelled each other out. Feng Si's black fishing line technique was broken in a direct confrontation. How is this possible? Feng Si stared at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He was very sure that the white fishing lines that Ning Fan drew out had absolutely nothing to do with the immemorial fisherman's Mino painting. It was just a magic technique that Ning Fan learned on the spot. What he could not believe was that the white fishing lines that Ning Fan drew out contained an extremely terrifying existence of Dao power. He had absolutely no idea what the white fishing lines were condensed from. With Feng Si's current cultivation base, how could he possibly know that the white fishing lines that Ning Fan drew out were the Dao line of life? Just as Feng Si was lost in thought, Ning Fan flapped his 8 black burning wings and attacked him forcefully. Ning Fan channeled all of his magic power and essence qi into his palm and sent out 108 layers of palm imprints towards Feng Si. Ning Fan was becoming more and more skillful in displaying the execution devil palm. With his current cultivation base, he actually gave Feng Si a feeling that he could not withstand it. Not good. It's not easy to withstand this palm attack. Feng Si stared at the gigantic palm imprint of the execution devil palm and his eyes widened in astonishment. His strongest ability was undoubtedly the immemorial fishing line technique. However, it was cancelled out by Ning Fan's Dao line of life. It was impossible for him to reform the fishing lines within a short period of time. As for his strongest magic treasure, the Tai 5 elemental scrolls, it was destroyed by Ning Fan's 5 graves dragon burial technique. With Feng Si's other magical treasures and divine abilities, none of them were strong enough to resist the execution demon palm. In a panic, Feng Si summoned a small green shield and placed it in front of him. He then immediately turned into a ray of light and retreated in an attempt to dodge the demonic palm. The small green shield was a mid-grade mortal void defensive magic treasure. However, it was turned into ashes by the execution devil palm in just an instant. Feng Si's escape light was not fast enough, but the speed of the palm print was even faster. At this moment, Feng Si no longer had the calmness he had when he was controlling the fishing line. All he wanted to do was to dodge the demonic palm attack, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to do so. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out in the sky. Feng Si's eyes were filled with shock as he vomited blood and fell from the sky. He, the dignified vice palace lord of the Serene Heaven Palace and a dignified void pierce stage cultivator, had actually lost to Ning Fan. Looking at Feng Si who was falling from the sky like a kite with a broken string, Ning Fan did not chase after him. Instead, he immediately consumed a pill to recover his magic power and coldly stared at a certain direction in the sky. You've been waiting for a long time. Are you still not going to show yourself? Pa. 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 Suddenly, a series of applause rang out in the empty sky. A young man wearing black embroidered robes suddenly appeared. This young man's long hair was tied to one side. There was a deep scar on his face that was so deep that his bones could be seen. Both of his eyes were squinted all the time, carrying an unfathomable smile. Although this person was smiling, he gave Ning Fan a cold feeling that came from the depths of his bones. This person is very dangerous. Heh. Marquis White Robe has great skills. You were obviously just at the Void Glimpse stage, but you managed to defeat Feng Si who is at the Void Pierce stage by relying on your ancient devil abilities. It really surprised me. The young man with the scar was still smiling. Be careful. This person is a cultivator at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Moreover, his body contains both life and death qi. It is clearly a sign that he has comprehended the Dao line of life and death. This person cannot be underestimated. Luo Yu reminded Ning Fan in the profounding world. Ning Fan, of course, knew that the young man with the scar was not to be underestimated. After all, he could feel an extremely strong sense of danger from this person. Since this person would appear in this place, Ning Fan had already vaguely guessed his identity. Scarlet Heaven Palace Lord Ning Fan greets the Poison Cloud Prince. The Poison Cloud Prince's name was Yunyomu. He was ranked 6th among the 7 princes. He was the prince who was in charge of the Serene Heaven Palace. Ning Fan's mind raced as he secretly pondered about the purpose of Yunyomu's visit. From Feng Xi's various actions, Ning Fan could guess that Feng Xi was under Yunyomu's order to test him. Ning Fan had no idea what exactly they were testing him for. However, seeing that Yunyomu did not seem to be hostile towards him, Ning Fan guessed that they probably did not get what they wanted from him. Just as Ning Fan was pondering, Yunyomu suddenly opened his eyes. His dark green pupils flashed with a cold light like that of a poisonous snake. He took out an ancient painting and spread it in front of Ning Fan. Have you seen this before? His tone did not allow anyone to lie. Ning Fan did not expect that Yunyomu would behave in such a strange manner. However, his expression did not change at all. Instead, he indifferently glanced at the painting. Without a doubt, it was a painting that had just been created not long ago. The ink had yet to dry. In the painting, there was a fisherman wearing a black straw raincoat. He was holding a black fishing rod and fishing line. Beside him was a white fishing net. He was sitting in the middle of a boat and fishing alone in the cold river. I've never seen it before. There was no need for Ning Fan to lie. His expression naturally did not show any signs of falsehood. Is that so? It turns out to be a misunderstanding. I apologize for my rudeness. Yunyomu narrowed his eyes again and revealed a harmless smile. All of a sudden, he drew a dark green sword from his waist and slashed at Feng Xi and King Jin with lightning speed. The sword that he slashed at King Jin directly turned him into a pile of meat paste. Even his primordial spirit died before it could escape. As for the sword that he slashed at Feng Xi, it chopped off his left arm. 6th Prince, what do you mean by this? Ning Fan asked expressionlessly. Marquis White Robe is the Palace Lord of the Scarlet Heaven Palace while Feng Xi is just the Vice Palace Lord of the Serene Heaven Palace. Today, Feng Xi attacked Marquis White Robe and it can be considered as an offense against his superior. Therefore, I decided to punish him a little as a form of compensation to Marquis White Robe. I hope that Marquis White Robe won't hold a grudge against me just because of Feng Xi's small mistake. Yunyomu seemed to always be smiling with his eyes squinted. Of course, I can also give you other forms of compensation. As long as Marquis White Robe requests it and I can do it, I will never refuse. Ning Fan remained silent. He stared at Yunyomu as if he wanted to see through his true intentions. This person's actions were completely random. No one could figure out what he was thinking. Just as Ning Fan was pondering about Yunyomu's intentions, Luo Yu who was in the profoundine world fell into deep shock after seeing the painting. The immemorial fisherman's Mino painting. There's no mistaking it. The painting that Yunyomu is holding is an imitation of the immemorial fisherman's Mino painting. The immemorial fisherman's Mino painting. It's one of the 4 ancient paintings that are rumored to contain the Tao path of life and death. Ning Fan, the painting that Yunyomu showed you is an imitation. The original painting that he imitates is called the immemorial fisherman's Mino painting. It is one of the 4 ancient paintings. The great Tao is hidden in the painting and it is something that countless true immortals dream of obtaining. The reason why Yunyomu sent people to probe you is because he suspects that you know the whereabouts of the 4 ancient maps. Luo Yu's reminder sounded in Ning Fan's mind. Ning Fan's heart was filled with astonishment but he did not show it on his face. The immemorial fisherman's Mino painting? 4 ancient diagrams? This was the first time he heard of the archaic fisherman's picture. Even though he didn't know what it was, since it could cause so many immortals to desire it, it must be a treasure. If Yunyomu suspected that Ning Fan knew the whereabouts of the map, it would make sense for him to send someone to probe Ning Fan. However, why did Yunyomu think that Ning Fan might know the whereabouts of this map? He could not figure it out. However, Ning Fan was certain that he had absolutely nothing to do with this painting. Even if Yunyomu really wants this painting, there was no need for him to look for him. Looking at Ning Fan's calm expression from beginning to end, Yunyomu thought to himself, could it be that this young man really does not know the whereabouts of the immemorial fisherman's woven straw painting? Yunyomu had once obtained an imitation of the primordial fisherman's Mino from an ancient cultivator's ruin. It also contained the incomplete copies of the primordial fishing line and the creation fishing net. With these two incomplete techniques, Yunyomu even managed to comprehend the Tao line of life and death. Moreover, he managed to cultivate some of the life and death qi in his body. His combat strength was no small matter. He could even put up a fight against a cultivator at the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. If Yunyomu's comprehension of the life and death qi improved a little, he would have a high chance of breaking through life and death and ascending to become an immortal. Therefore, Yunyomu placed his attention on the primordial fisherman's Mino. He searched through the ancient ruins and finally found a clue in one of the ancient cultivator ruins. According to rumors, the founder of the Shedding Orchid sect had once obtained the immemorial fisherman's Mino painting, but it was lost in the end, and its whereabouts were unknown. The Shedding Orchid sect used to be a sect in the Rain world, but it had already fallen countless years ago. Its ruins were in the immortal Burning Valley. Yunyomu entered the immortal Burning Valley several times, but he did not find any clues about the immemorial fisherman's straw painting. During the Battle of 100 Sects, Ning Fan had displayed the mutual death technique in the Giant Devil clan. According to Yunyomu's investigation, this technique was exactly the technique that the Shedding Orchid sect had been famous for a period of time. Yunyomu naturally suspected that Ning Fan had obtained the Tao inheritance of the Shedding Orchid sect. He suspected that Ning Fan knew the whereabouts of the immemorial fisherman's woven cowhide painting. However, after several attempts, Yunyomu could not help but believe that Ning Fan had never heard of the immemorial fisherman's Mino before. Since Ning Fan did not know the whereabouts of the map, there was no need for Yunyomu to target Ning Fan and become his enemy. Marquis White Robe seems to have some complaints against me. But you don't have to worry. I don't have any enmity towards you, only goodwill. Haha, this prince and old man Chu are in charge of the Serene Heaven Palace together, and this prince has heard of Marquis White Robe's fame from old man Chu more than once. Now that I've seen it for myself, it's really extraordinary. With Marquis White Robe's innate talent, I'm afraid it's highly possible for him to break through to the void fragmentation realm in the future. Yunyomu narrowed his eyes with a faint smile. Is that so? Ning Fan did not comment on Yunyomu's words. Yunyomu seemed easygoing on the surface, but he was cold and cruel on the inside. From how he casually killed King Jin and cut off Feng Xi's arm, Ning Fan could tell that he was a ruthless and cold-blooded person. Among the 7 princes of the Rain Palace, the eldest prince, Yun Tianjue, guarded the Great Heaven Palace. People called him the white-robed sword god, but he was not the biological son of the Rain Sovereign. The second prince, Yun Xiaoxiang, guarded the vast Heaven Palace and called himself the Imperial Cloud Prince. The third prince, Yun Bushu, guarded the profound Heaven Palace and called himself the Idle Cloud Prince. He was the only prince who had a friendly relationship with Yun Tianjue. Just like Yun Tianjue, he was not the biological son of the Rain Sovereign. The fourth prince used to guard the Yang Heaven Palace. However, he was killed by Yun Tianjue with a single sword strike in the end. Since then, the Yang Heaven had no master. The fifth prince guarded the Vermilion Heaven Palace. His name was Yun Zhongyan and he called himself the Flaming Cloud Prince. The sixth prince, Yun Yomu, called himself the Poison Cloud Prince and guarded the Serene Heaven Palace together with Chu Chang'an. The seventh prince, Yun Jinghong, called himself the Rainbow Cloud Prince. He guarded the Scarlet Heaven Palace that Ning Fan was in. Other than the 7 great palaces that were guarded by the 7 princes, the remaining 2 great palaces, the Completion Heaven Palace and the Changing Heaven Palace, were guarded by Yun Daoku and the other 4 great void fragmentation realm experts. The Rain Sovereign, the 7th prince and the 4 great void fragmentation realm experts. They were the strongest combat power in the Rain Immortal world. Ning Fan's thoughts raced. Yunyomu's cultivation base might not be the highest among the princes. However, just based on the life and death qi in his body alone, he was definitely a dangerous person. Feng Xi's black fishing line technique was definitely taught to him by Yunyomu. Since Feng Xi was already so powerful, Yunyomu must be even more terrifying. I have not been strict enough with my subordinates. I have actually offended Marquis White Robe. I'm willing to give Marquis White Robe some compensation. Yunyomu paused for a moment and waved his hand to take out an exquisite storage pouch. He then passed it to Ning Fan and said with a smile. I'll give these little toys to Marquis White Robe as a little compensation for me. Farewell. Yunyomu narrowed his eyes and flicked his sleeve. A vast magic power swept up Fangxing and Fangxi, and they vanished without a trace as they swaggered off. Phew. That terrifying fellow has finally left. Jihe patted her chest. She was very worried that Yunyomu would hurt Ning Fan. Seeing that Yunyomu had left, she naturally heaved a sigh of relief. The entire Linshui city was dead silent. No one dared to speak casually. Only the sounds of saliva being swallowed could be heard. The city lord of Yu Country's 7 Apricot City was actually Marquis White Robe, who was famous in the Rain World. With Ning Fan around, who would dare to provoke Yu Country in the future? Even the Vice Palace Lord of the Serene Heaven Palace was defeated by Ning Fan. Even the sect master of the martial sect was scared away by Ning Fan. Even the 6th Prince of the Rain Palace had to smile at Ning Fan. This was the aura of Marquis White Robe. Now that King Jin was dead, Great Jin was destined to be doomed. Tianji Laoren even knelt on the ground. His old face was filled with fear. He had plotted against Ning Fan in the past. He still did not know what kind of consequences he would face. On the seats of Wu Country, the 3 gold core realm old ancestors of the Ning family of Hai Ning looked at Ning Fan in disbelief. Many years ago, the 3 ancestors of the Ning family had the same dream at the same time. In the dream, a mortal young man named Ning Fan had crushed the earth vein of Hai Ning with a single step. After having the strange dream that year, the 3 ancestors of the Ning family had investigated everywhere, but they could not find any information about the young man in the dream. Gradually, they forgot about the strange dream. Today, the 3 ancestors of the Ning family finally knew that the young man in the dream that year was actually Marquis White Robe, who was famous in the Rain World. Impossible. Even though my Ning family isn't a benevolent family, we have never done any evil deeds. Why would we provoke such a terrifying person? Young Master Tian, Ning Tian, was the person with the highest innate potential in the Ning family. After being nurtured meticulously by the Ning family, he had already become a mid-harmonious spirit realm cultivator after just over 40 years. Looking at Ning Fan's unreachable back, he felt a bone-chilling coldness. He recognized Ning Fan. He recognized that this person was a mortal whom he had bullied in the past. He was the one who sold Ning Fan to the all-pleasure sect. The mortal young man whom I bullied in the past has actually become a void refinement realm old monster. I'm dead meat. I'm dead meat. Miss Qing, Ning Qingqing, sighed continuously. She was also a talented descendant of the Ning family. Now, she was already a late harmonious spirit realm female cultivator. She owed Ning Fan a favor of saving her life. In the past, when she was bathing in the pond of Ningbai Mountain, she was almost defiled by a group of villains. If it wasn't for Ning Fan who shouted and reminded her, she would certainly not be able to escape from the calamity. She was saved, but Ning Fan offended the villains because of that and got himself in trouble. In the past, she did not know that Ning Fan was her benefactor. She also did not know that Ning Tian had sold him to Wu Country. When she accidentally saved Ning Fan from Ning Tian, she did not even know that the mortal young man was her benefactor. When she found out the truth, she could no longer find Ning Fan and could not repay his kindness in the past. When she finally found Ning Fan, he had already gotten rid of his mortal body. Moreover, he stood proudly at the peak of the Rain World in a way that she could never imagine. He was so strong that she could only look up to him. Ning Fan. I no longer have the chance to repay your kindness in this life, am I right? She smiled bitterly. Now that Ning Fan had become Marquis White Robe, why would he need a harmonious spirit realm junior to repay his kindness? Back then, she was the heaven and he was the earth. Now, she was the earth and he was the heaven. Ning Fan landed on the jade platform that was floating in the air. His eyes scanned across the surroundings. His gaze swept past Tianji Laoren and the Ning clan of Hai Ning. All of a sudden, he felt a little dispirited. Old man Tianji and Ning Tian had a grudge against him, so they had to die. However, the Ning family of Haining and the cultivators of the Wu kingdom were not guilty. The enmity of the past had already faded, and he did not want to kill more people in Wu country. Now, looking back on the mortal world, he had once left his footprints in the mountains and rivers of Wu country. The Ning family of Haining had adopted him as an orphan and raised him up. He was not in a hurry to look at the storage bag Yunyomu had given him. Instead, he slowly walked over to the Elder of Heavenly Secrets and coldly said, "Kill yourself." "No, no. I know I was wrong. I was muddle-headed back then, that's why I sold Senior's information to Tiandao sect. I know I was wrong. Senior, please give me a chance and spare my life. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. If you don't want to kill yourself, then I will send you off." Ning Fan's expression was cold. He pointed a finger at Old Man Tianji's forehead. Old Man Tianji's body shuddered and his expression froze forever. His nascent soul was crushed and his corpse fell limply to the ground. "I'm not a kind person. I will definitely take revenge if I have a grudge and return kindness if I have one. That's all. You made a huge mistake in the past and caused the death of countless cultivators of Yu country. You even nearly killed Jiha. Now that I'm going to kill you, this grudge can go back to ashes and dust to dust." Ning Fan did not even look at Old Man Tianji's corpse. His coldness made countless cultivators tremble. He slowly walked towards the seats of Wu country and the Ning family of Haining. Every step he took made the cultivators of Wu country extremely nervous. The third ancestor of the Ning family was even more terrified. "Is Marquis White Robe trying to destroy my Ning family? Are we going to die?" The third ancestor did not even have the courage to run away. "Ning Fan. Spare me. I was muddle-headed in the past and that's why I harmed you. I was muddle-headed in the past." Ning Tian suddenly rushed out of the seats of the Ning family and knelt down in front of Ning Fan. He kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. Countless cultivators of the Ning family were stunned. It turned out that Ning Tian was the one who provoked Ning Fan. It turned out that Ning Tian was the one who caused a huge disaster for the Ning family. Ning Fan's expression was still cold. He slowly uttered a few words. "Ning Tian, you made a huge mistake to me and Ninggu in the past. You must pay with your life. It's impossible for me to spare you. Since you won't spare me, I will fight you to the death." Ning Tian's eyes suddenly flashed with madness. He shot out a mid-grade flying sword from his long sleeve and pierced it at Ning Fan's dantian. Ning Fan did not even look at that mid-grade flying sword. When it was 3 inches away from Ning Fan's body, it was directly burned into ashes by Ning Fan's vast magic power. Even if the current Ning Fan stands still, Ning Tian would definitely not be able to hurt him. This was the difference between their cultivation bases. "Impossible. I don't believe it. 40 years ago, you were just a mortal. How could you become so strong? I don't believe it. I, Ning Tian, am the favored child of heaven. Who do you think you are? Why does heaven favor you so much?" Ah. Ning Fan did not give Ning Tian the chance to continue shouting. With a point of his index finger, Ning Tian turned into ashes and disappeared. With that, the grudges of Wu country were settled. "Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, are you the 3 ancestors of the Ning family?" Ning Fan's tone was extremely indifferent as he looked at Hai Ning's seat. "Yes. We are the 3 ancestors of the Ning family." The 3 ancestors of the Ning family were horrified. They immediately cupped their fists and bowed to Ning Fan while trembling. They did not know how Ning Fan would deal with the Ning family after killing Ning Tian. "Is Ning Dania dead?" Ning Fan suddenly asked an irrelevant question. Who is Ning Daniu? I don't know him." The 3 ancestors of the Ning family trembled even harder. They did not know if they would anger Ning Fan if they did not give Ning Fan a satisfactory answer. "He's dead. Your adoptive father is already dead. He died at the end of his lifespan." Suddenly, a lady in green robes walked out from the seats of the Ning family. It was Ning Qingqing. "Is he also dead?" Ning Fan closed his eyes and felt a little disappointed. Ning Daniu was immortal. He was one of the slaves adopted by the Ning family of Hai Ning. He was the adoptive father of Ning Fan and Ning Gu. Ning Daniu did not treat Ning Fan well and treated him harshly. However, he did raise Ning Fan. Ning Fan more or less felt a little disappointed now that he was dead. He looked at the lady in green robes in front of him and felt a little surprised. Ning Daniu was just a lowly mortal servant in the Ning family of Hai Ning. The cultivators of the Ning family should not pay attention to a mortal. Even though he had asked the 3 ancestors of the Ning family about this, he had never expected any answer. He did not expect that this lady in green robes could actually answer his question. So it's you, Miss Jing. Ning Fan flipped through his memories and gradually remembered who this lady in green robes was. That year, he was just a mortal young man who went to the Ning Bai Peak to gather herbs. That year, he saw a young lady in green robes in trouble. He called out to help her and led a group of villains away. That year, he offended young Master Tian of the Ning family and got himself killed. When he was in danger, it was that young lady in green robes who saved him. The grudges of the past replayed in his mind. He suddenly felt a little tired. Why you want to destroy the Ning family? Ning Fan. Ning Qingqing bit her lips and asked. The one who betrayed me is Ning Tian alone. It has nothing to do with the Ning family. Besides, I have promised a friend in the Demon Sinister Forest that I will help her take care of the Ning family. I won't destroy Hai Ning. You can rest assured about this. Ning Fan turned around and left Hai Ning's seat, returning to the floating jade platform. His eyes were indifferent. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. The king of Jin is already dead. Great Jin will no longer merge with other countries. The one who will be merging will be Mayu country. I hereby announce that from today onwards, the territories of the 11 countries present here will all be merged into Mayu country. My cultivation base is at the Void Refinement Realm. With my presence, Yu country can be upgraded to a Void Grade Cultivation country at any time. As long as those who pledge allegiance to Yu country don't have the intention to betray me, I won't let them down. If they have other thoughts, don't blame me for being merciless. Ning Fan did not have the intention to negotiate with the 11 countries. His words were orders. He believed that none of the cultivation countries would dare to disobey his orders. After annexing all the countries, the territory of Yu country would expand by 100 times. Ning Fan was determined to expand his force within Yu country. He wanted to build a great force that could protect Yu country and resist the Rain Palace. The reason why he wanted to build this force was not to conquer the world but to protect the beautiful figures of those women. Only then could he step into the sea of blood of cultivation alone without any worries. He would never give anyone the chance to gather the forces of over 100 sects to coerce his friends and family. If I have time in the future, I will go back to the Ning family in Hai Ning to have a look. I also miss the mountains and rivers there. Ning Fan said indifferently to Hai Ning's seat. Then, he turned around and returned to the seats of the cultivators of Yu country. Let's go home. He smiled gently at Ji He and the other women. 10 days later, a piece of shocking news spread across the southeastern continent of the Rain World. Yu country had annexed 11 cultivation countries including Great Jin and officially upgraded to a Void Grade Cultivation country, becoming the 19th Void Grade Cultivation country in the Rain World. The person who was in charge of Yu country was the Lord of 7 Apricot City, Marquis White Robe, Ning Fan. The situation in the southeastern continent of the Rain World instantly changed because of the strong rise of Yu country. To be continued. Yu country had annexed 11 cultivation countries, including the Great Jin country, and was officially promoted to a Void Level Cultivation country, becoming the 19th Void Level Cultivation country in the Rain Immortal World. 7 Apricot City also rapidly rose overnight and became one of the peak powers of the Rain Immortal World. On a certain wasteland in the state of Yu, a huge island suddenly fell. On the island there was only one sect of female cultivators. It was called the Bai Yao sect, and it had submitted to 7 Apricot City. 7 Apricot City had many more experts, and each and every one of them were beautiful women. Su Yan, Yu Lingkong, Ming Ke, Su Qiuling. Those women who were brought back by Ning Fan were staying in 7 Apricot City. The name of Yu State's 7 Apricot City suddenly spread like wildfire. Not only was Marquis White Robe guarding the place, but there were also several Void Refinement Realm female cultivators guarding the place. Brother Fan. Where did you catch so many women from? They are so powerful and beautiful, and there are so many of them. Not only are there legendary Divine Transformation Realm cultivators, there are even legendary Void Refinement Realm cultivators. Jiha was a little jealous. Her insignificant cultivation level could be seen in Yu State, but in front of a true expert, it was completely insignificant. Isn't it good to have more people? From today onwards, I am the 7 Apricot City Lord, you are the Vice City Lord, and they are 7 Apricot City's guest officials and elders. With them here, 7 Apricot City will not be in too much danger. This place is our home, we must protect it well. Ning Fan patted Jihe's small head and laughed while shaking his head. It's good to have a lot of people. Jihe pouted. No woman would like her husband to bring a bunch of women home. However, when he thought about it again, he realized that there was actually a servant girl among the women Ning Fan brought back. Her name was Mu Xiaohuan. At first, Jihe was a little unhappy, but when she saw Mu Xiaohuan, she was happy from the bottom of her heart. Mu Xiaohuan and Jihe got along well. Ning Fan actually found such a good companion for Jihe. This really made Jihe extremely happy. She liked Mu Xiaohuan very much, just like how she liked Si Wuxia in the past. There was no need for any reason. She treated the little foodie Mu Xiaohuan as her own sister and was inseparable from her all day long. Seeing that you brought back a little sister for me, I'll let you off this time. Don't do it again. Jihe snorted softly. She turned her back to him, but she pursed her lips and snickered. She wasn't really angry. Silly girl, hurry and sleep. Ning Fan apologetically smiled and coaxed Jihe to sleep. He walked out of the courtyard and stood in the snowy night with the moon and stars. He came back with a tyrannical cultivation. He leveled up the Yu country and made 7 Apricot City develop and expand. But all of this was still not enough. It's not enough. The current power of 7 Apricot City is still not big enough. 7 Apricot City must have a void fragmentation realm expert. If we can bring out the little sable Meiji from the demon sinister forest, we can make 7 Apricot City have the first void fragmentation expert. If we can bring the old tree spirit Ming Luo out of the dark sparrow's grave, 7 Apricot City will have its second void fragmentation expert. If that's the case, I have to return to the demon sinister forest and the dark sparrow's grave to see if I can bring the two void fragmentation experts out. If I succeed, not only can these two people help me protect 7 Apricot City, they can even become a great help in the battle against Moksha Sovereign in the future. Moreover, one of Weiliang's 3 souls, Ning Honghong and Bone Emperor, are still in the forest. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He did not forget about the void fragmentation realm White Bone Sovereign. The old tree spirit Ming Luo was the king of the dark sparrow's grave. There would not be any danger. Bone Emperor was in the demon sinister forest, but he did not know if the little sable, Ning Honghong and Mu Xiaoliang were safe or not. Now that Ning Fan had found Mu Weiliang's corpse, the remnant soul in the demon sinister forest could only be wronged and changed her name to Mu Xiaoliang. Su Yan and Yu Lingkong will handle the matter of the merger of Yu country. I don't have to worry about it. Tomorrow morning, I will return to the Sinister Sparrow sect and go to the demon sinister forest. Ning Fan said to Luo Yu in his mind. Don't worry. With elder sister's help, a mere Bone Emperor is nothing to worry about. Luo Yu chuckled and suddenly asked. Oh yeah, what is Yunyomu's purpose in giving you these things? I don't know. Ning Fan frowned and took out the storage pouch that Yunyomu gave him. There was nothing else inside except for 2 yellowed old jade slips. Each of them recorded an incomplete magic technique. Death technique, immemorial fishing line technique. Life technique, fishing net technique of fortune. By using both the life and death techniques at the same time, I can cultivate a trace of life and death chi. Ning Fan kept the jade slips and stood in the wind and snow. Shadows of his fingers danced in the air. While changing his hand seals, he would sometimes pull out pitch-black fishing lines and sometimes white lines, condensing them into a huge net. The surrounding plum trees would sometimes wither and sometimes bloom with winter plum blossoms again. The scene was rather strange. As he was performing the 2 techniques alternately, traces of life and death chi were condensing in his dantian. The formation of the life and death chi was extremely slow. However, as each trace of life and death chi was formed, Ning Fan faintly realized that his aura had undergone some sublimation and transformation. He seemed to feel more ethereal and less murderous. If he continues to cultivate the life and death techniques, he would probably completely become a senior expert with the demeanor of an immortal when he reaches the end of his cultivation. Life and death chi, huh? Ning Fan pondered. Asterisk hehe asterisk I didn't expect Yunyomu to give you such a secret technique that can actually allow you to cultivate the life and death chi. The life and death chi is a good thing. With your innate potential, if you cultivate these two techniques for 100,000 years and cultivate enough life and death chi, your chances of becoming an immortal will increase by at least 30%. The magic techniques that Yunyomu gave you are really not bad. Luoyu giggled. 100,000 years of cultivation can only increase my chances of becoming an immortal by 30%. Where would I have 100,000 years to cultivate these two magic techniques? Ning Fan shook his head with a bitter smile. He had no idea why Yunyomu would give him these two magic techniques. Helping him become an immortal? Impossible. Is there some ulterior motive? Maybe, or could it be that Yunyomu was just bored and gave him some random things to tease him, giving him the hope of becoming an immortal and then telling him that he would actually need 100,000 years of cultivation to increase his chances of becoming an immortal by 30%? Would Yunyomu be that bored? Ning Fan stood still for a whole night, but he still could not figure out Yunyomu's intentions. When the sun rose, he informed he and the other women of his whereabouts. Then, he left 7 Apricot City and descended into the Sinister Sparrow sect, heading towards the Demon Sinister Forest. Ignoring the formation outside the Demon Sinister Forest, Ning Fan's body was surrounded by golden-purple mist and he directly stepped into the Sinister Forest. The scenery was the same as it was in the past, but the people there were no longer the same. Ning Fan still remembered the old saying that the more evil a mountain was, the more immortal secrets it would hide. As he walked deeper into the forest from the first region, his mind was filled with the memories of the past. In the past, when he entered the Demon Sinister Forest, he was just a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. Now that he entered the forest again, his cultivation base was no longer the same as before. In the past, he stopped at the 3rd region, but now, he could even explore the 7th region, be it the vein opening realm ghosts or the harmonious spirit realm ghosts. All of them shivered in fear when they sensed Ning Fan's ferocious chi from afar. Ning Fan directly passed through the first 2 regions and entered the 3rd region without encountering any obstacles. In the 3rd region, he was just about to spread his spirit sense to see if Mu Xiaoliang and Ning Honghong were still in the Red Clan of the 3rd region. At this moment, the faint sounds of fighting and fleeing could be heard from afar. The ground was shaking violently. A giant white skeleton laughed coldly. He flattened the forests and chased after dozens of Gold Core Realm ghosts. How dare a mere Gold Core Realm ghost clan follow Princess May and rebel against me? You are really courting death. Today, I will kill all of you. Let's see who can save you. This giant white skeleton was one of Bone Sovereign's white skeletal clones. It had a cultivation base of peak Gold Core Realm. Help us. The dozens of Gold Core Realm ghosts were running away while crying for help. Each time the giant white skeleton raised his palm, he would kill a Gold Core Realm ghost in midair. While laughing, he swallowed the ghosts into his stomach one after another. While the giant was laughing loudly and the ghosts were running for their lives, a white-robed young man suddenly appeared in front of him. The giant was startled. He did not see how the young man appeared. He only felt that the young man looked very familiar, but he could not recall who he was. As soon as the ghosts saw the young man and sensed his extraordinary aura, they immediately called for help in a desperate situation. Friend, please save us. We are ghost cultivators from the Red Clan. We are being chased by Bone Sovereign's clones. Red Clan. Isn't that Ning Honghong's and Mu Xiaoliang's ghost clans? Ning Fan pondered for a moment. Then, he took a step forward and stood in front of the giant white skeleton, protecting the ghosts behind him. Bone Sovereign, it's been many years. You are still alive. Ning Fan said indifferently. It's you. The giant white skeleton retracted his cold smile and his hair stood up in anger. The giant white skeleton remembered. The white-robed young man in front of him was his enemy. He was the sinner who destroyed his true soul clone and caused his cultivation base to fall. That year, he turned into Wan Yao and snuck out of the Demon Sinister Forest. That year, Ning Fan killed Wan Yao and severely injured Bone Sovereign's true body. Ning Fan. That year, you killed my true soul clone and caused my cultivation base to fall. Until now, I have yet to return to my previous level. Today, I will definitely kill you to vent my anger. The giant white skeleton raised his hand and threw a punch at Ning Fan. It was filled with towering anger. The power of his punch was almost comparable to the attack of an ordinary nascent soul realm cultivator. The ground within 1000 li * 500 m per li immediately trembled violently. Ning Fan also raised his hand and threw a punch. His punch was not as powerful as the giant's punch. It was just a casual punch. However, with just a single punch, the bamboo forest within tens of thousands of li * 500 m per li was directly razed to the ground. Countless mountains and rivers were flattened. The entire third region was plunged into a violent earthquake. The giant white skeleton stared at Ning Fan's extremely terrifying fistlight in disbelief. He was so shocked that he could not understand what was going on. Then, he was directly turned into ashes. Even until his death, his clone could not understand why a harmonious spirit realm young man 40 years ago could possess such terrifying abilities 40 years later. My cultivation base is no longer the harmonious spirit realm I was in the past. You can no longer chase after me with just a clone. Ning Fan withdrew his fist and stood still. His eyes were indifferent. Behind him, all the ghosts of the Red Clan were dumbfounded. Since when did such a powerful expert appear in the third region? He could flatten mountains and rivers within tens of thousands of li * 500 m per li, and kill Bone Sovereign's gold core realm clone with a single punch. Could it be that this white-robed young man is actually a nascent soul realm ghost king? However, even a nascent soul realm ghost king does not seem to have such terrifying abilities like Ning Fan. What exactly is Ning Fan's cultivation base? I'm looking for Ning Honghong and Mu Weiliang. Are they still in the Red Clan? Ning Fan asked in an irrefutable manner. All of the ghosts were afraid of Ning Fan's might. Thus, they immediately told him everything they knew without holding anything back. After listening to their answers, Ning Fan's eyes gradually revealed a solemn expression. Honghong disappeared? Why did she disappear? Does her disappearance have anything to do with Hong Yi? Meiji brought Mu Xiaoliang to the 6th region. Now, she is in the Yellow Spring Demon City in the 6th region. Is she safe and sound? Ning Fan muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with a hint of worry. He then asked about the situation in the 6th region. I heard that Bone Sovereign has sent an army of white skeletons to besiege the Yellow Spring City where Meiji is currently in the 6th region. 3 months ago, Meiji was severely injured in a battle with Bone Sovereign. Until now, she has yet to recover from her injuries. No one knows whether she is still alive or not. Without her guarding the city, the Yellow Spring City is in a precarious situation. It could be breached at any time. One of the Gold Core Realm ghosts answered. Meiji is injured? Then, is Mu Xiaoliang alright? Ning Fan's eyes turned serious. Without any hesitation, he patted his storage pouch and took out the ancient golden sword. Then, he stepped on the ancient sword. After tossing out countless immortal jades, he pushed the escaping light of the ancient sword to its limit and flew away at full speed. Since Meiji was severely injured and the Yellow Spring City was besieged, Mu Xiaoliang would naturally be in danger. She was one of Weiliang's 3 souls. Ning Fan would never let her get hurt no matter what. Standing on the tip of the sword, Ning Fan stepped on the pure golden sword light. His baleful chi was terrifying and he directly dashed into the 4th region at a terrifying speed that was comparable to a void fragmentation realm expert. All of a sudden, all the nascent soul realm ghost kings in the 4th region trembled in fear. All of them could feel an irresistible baleful chi from Ning Fan's body. None of them dared to stop Ning Fan's sword light. Who is this man? He actually has such a terrifying baleful chi. Even Bone Sovereign might not have such a terrifying baleful chi. Oh my god. He actually entered the 5th region. Isn't he afraid of death? There are divine transformation realm ghosts in the 5th region. I heard that all the divine transformation realm ghosts in the 5th region have become Bone Sovereign's subordinates. They will attack anyone who enters the region. If this man enters the 5th region rashly, I'm afraid he will die right away. Just as Ning Fan's sword light broke into the 5th region, thousands of divine transformation realm ghosts roared and flew into the sky. They locked their killing intent on Ning Fan and released magic attacks one after another. According to Bone Sovereign's order, all those who trespass the 5th region will die. Bone Sovereign's order, huh? Ning Fan kept his golden sword light and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes were flashing with pure black sword sense and sword light. His sea of consciousness moved and a vast sword sense swept across 200,000 li *, 500 m per li, shattering the attacks of all the Divine Transformation Realm ghosts. All the Divine Transformation Realm ghosts were enveloped by the sword sense. Not only did it contain the immortal trapping sword intent, but it also contained a trace of immortal slaughtering sword chi. Now that the power of the sword sense was fully unleashed, even a mid-Divine Transformation Realm ghost would not be able to escape death. Each of the Divine Transformation Realm ghosts screamed in agony. They were minced into minced meat by the sword sense. Blood immediately flowed like a river within 200,000 li *, 500 m per li. Those Divine Transformation Realm ghosts who did not die under the sword sense panicked and fled in all directions. They were extremely afraid of Ning Fan and none of them dared to fight him at all. Ning Fan raised the blood umbrella mercilessly. Stepping on the golden sword light, he kept each of the fleeing ghosts into the blood umbrella. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, all the ghosts either turned into minced meat or turned into pus and blood in the blood umbrella. Only the sense beads were left behind. Divine Transformation Realm sense beads. Even Ning Fan, who was at the Void Refinement Realm, could slightly improve his spirit sense. Ning Fan had obtained a total of 4,120 Divine Transformation Realm sense beads. All the ghosts were dead. The 5th region was as quiet as the dead. Next, I'll head to the 6th region. Ning Fan stepped on the ancient golden sword and vanished in an instant. In the 6th region, outside a demon city named Yellow Spring City, dark clouds loomed over the city. It was surrounded by ghost soldiers wearing bone armors. Their killing intent was overwhelming. The sky above the demon city was guarded by a high-grade mortal void realm formation light. If it wasn't because the formation light was still intact, the Yellow Spring City would have long been flattened. In the Yellow Spring City, more than half of Meiji's subordinates had died. There were less than 3,000 ghost cultivators who were at the nascent soul realm and above, while there were only tens of thousands of gold core realm ghost cultivators left. Most of them were already injured. The one guarding the city was a void glimpse stage-old man. He was the commander of Meiji's subordinates. His name was Yu Hai. Originally, there were 2 other Void Inquiry stage-old men guarding the city. However, both of them were severely injured and unconscious. There was no way for them to continue fighting. Mei Chen, come out obediently and accept your death. If you do that, I can still keep your corpse in one piece. 2 Void Inquiry stage ice giants led 1,000,000 gold core realm ghosts and challenged them outside the formation light. In front of the 2 Void Inquiry stage giants were 4 Void Glimpse stage white bone puppets. Each of them had strong chi, but their eyes were empty. They kept casting magic techniques to attack the formation light. Under the attacks of the 4 white bone puppets, the Yellow Spring City was already in a precarious situation. The formation light was covered with cracks and it could shatter at any time. This is troublesome. There aren't many immortal jade left in the city. I'm afraid this formation light won't last much longer. Until now, Lord Meiji has yet to stabilize her injuries. Her magic power is still in a scattered state and she can't fight the enemies. If the formation light shatters now, the Yellow Spring City will certainly be destroyed. Lord Meiji will also die in the hands of the enemies. Commander Mu, what do you think we should do? Should we lead Lord Meiji out of the encirclement and give up on the Yellow Spring City before the city is breached? The Void Glimpse stage-old man called Yu Hai asked a white-robed female ghost beside him. The white-robed female ghost had delicate features. Even though she was just at the Gold Core realm, she was someone that Meiji thought highly of. She treated her like a sister. Even Commander Yu Hai did not dare to neglect her. We can't. Elder sister Mei Chen's injuries won't allow her to withstand any turbulence. If we run away, her injuries will certainly worsen. If we continue to defend the Yellow Spring City, we might still have a chance to suppress her injuries and recover her magic power. If we don't have enough immortal jade, we will use the 100,000 sense beads in the treasure vault to fill up the formation eye. Even though elder sister Mei Chen and I have collected those sense beads for him, he hasn't returned for so many years. Perhaps he won't return for the rest of his life. He probably won't be able to use these sense beads anymore. Let's continue to defend the city with these sense beads. Sigh. That's the only way. Commander Yuhai sighed. He had witnessed how the 100,000 sense beads were found with his own eyes. Each of the sense beads was at least at the nascent soul realm. There were also divine transformation realm sense beads and void refinement realm sense beads. If a human cultivator were to consume these sense beads, his spirit sense would be raised to an extremely terrifying realm. For more than 40 years, Mei Chen and Mu Xiaoliang had killed countless ghosts and searched through the first 6 regions of the demon sinister forest to collect these 100,000 sense beads. Now, in order to defend the city, they would probably have to use up these 100,000 sense beads. Mei Chen and Mu Xiaoliang's 40 years of hard work would probably go down the drain. Pass down my order. Quickly take out the 100,000 sense beads from the treasure vault to fill up the formation eye. No mistakes. Wait, what's that? Just as Commander Yuhai gave the order, his expression suddenly changed. Outside the Yellow Spring Demon City, a white-robed young man had appeared out of nowhere. He was standing proudly outside the formation light while stepping on a dazzling golden ancient sword, completely ignoring the ferocious might of the millions of ghost soldiers outside the city. Even through the layers of formation light, Commander Yuhai could still feel an irresistible baleful chi and devil might from the young man. His eyes were filled with shock. Who is this? Could he be the reinforcements of Bone Sovereign? If that's the case, my Yellow Springs Demon City will be in danger today. Ning Fan stepped on the ancient sword. His ears were filled with the roars of the 1 million ghost soldiers. However, his heart calmed down a little when he saw that Mu Xiaoliang was safe and sound. Little Black doesn't seem to be here. Has his injury not healed yet? You don't look well. Haven't you had a good rest recently? Do you need my help to exterminate these 1 million ghostly soldiers? With his back facing Mu Xiaoliang, Ning Fan asked with concern. The Blackie he mentioned was naturally the netherworld mink Meiji. Under the heavens, only Ning Fan dared to call Princess Mei as Little Black. His tone was so calm, as if annihilating the million ghost soldiers was something that could be done in the blink of an eye. Mu Xiaoliang blushed. She was still as shy as before. Just by looking at Ning Fan's back, she felt as if her heart was about to leap out of her throat. Her cheeks were burning hot and she found it hard to breathe. He came back, he actually came back. Mu Xiaoliang had a lot to say, but she didn't know where to start. Suddenly, tears welled up in her eyes. You're ignoring me? Fine, I'll kill these ghosts first, then I'll talk to you. What's your name? Ning Fan turned his head indifferently and looked at Commander Yuhai. I'm Yuhai. I'm Lord Meiji's subordinate. You are. Commander Yuhai could see the close relationship between Ning Fan and Mu Xiaoliang. He guessed that Ning Fan was a friend and not an enemy. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. You don't have to fill the formation eye with sense beads anymore. Sense beads are good stuff. Don't waste them. Take these immortal jades. Ning Fan casually tossed a storage pouch that was filled with immortal jades. Yuhai scanned the storage pouch with his spirit sense and immediately turned pale with fright. There were actually billions of immortal jades inside. Who are you exactly? Why did you help my Yellow Spring Demon City? Yuhai asked with gratitude. The only reply he got was a ray of pure golden sword light that dashed towards the 1 million devil soldiers outside the city. Looking at the white-robed young man who suddenly appeared and gave them the immortal jades, the 2 ice giants were enraged. Who are you? How dare you go against us and help the Yellow Spring Demon City? Aren't you afraid of Lord Bone Sovereign's punishment? The reply to the 2 giants was still the sound of a sword piercing through the air. Ning Fan stepped on the tip of the sword. He held a ball of black flames in his palm and hurled it into the sky. All of a sudden, the black flames turned into hundreds of gigantic fire vortexes. Each of the vortexes had a gigantic black fire dragon flying out from it. This was the dragon vortex fire technique recorded in the black demon art. It was a divine ability that Ning Fan often used when he was at the harmonious spirit realm. With his current cultivation base, even a void inquiry stage expert would find it hard to withstand the destructive power of this technique. Hundreds of gigantic black fire dragons descended from the sky and rushed into the 1 million ghost soldiers. Tens of thousands of ghost soldiers were burned to ashes by the fire dragons. The expressions of the 2 ice giants changed when they saw the terrifying black flames. This person isn't easy to deal with. Where are the white bone puppets? Kill him. The 4 white bone puppets rushed towards Ning Fan with cold expressions. 4 void glimpse stage spiritual puppets, huh? I can give them to Jihad to protect myself. Life imprisoning finger. Ning Fan pointed his finger at the 4 white bone puppets. Black crescent moon marks suddenly appeared on the left side of the 4 white bone puppets. Ning Fan flicked his sleeve again and activated his memory power. All of the 4 spiritual puppets had their spiritual intelligence wiped out and turned into 4 white bone puppets. Ning Fan then kept them into his storage pouch. All of a sudden, the entire Yellow Spring Demon City was in an uproar. Ning Fan was just too strong. He took away 4 void glimpse stage spiritual puppets just by raising his hand. Those were void glimpse stage spiritual puppets. Hundreds of black dragons swept across the land. Countless ghost soldiers fell one after another. The 2 ice giants' faces turned pale with fright. Who exactly are you? Do you really want to become Lord Bone Sovereign's enemy? So what if I become his enemy? Ning Fan stepped on the tip of the sword and his body turned into a ray of golden light, dashing towards the 2 ice giants. He raised both of his fists and punched them. His essence chi swept across the surroundings, pieces of space shattered like glass. The 2 ice giants could not withstand the force of Ning Fan's punch at all. Both of them turned into countless ice shards and died instantly. Instant kill. Commander Yu Hai was so shocked that he could not close his mouth. Those 2 ice giants were at the Void Inquiry stage. They were the Ghost Ice Twin Demons who were under Bone Sovereign's command. Previously, they had defeated 2 Void Inquiry stage experts of the Yellow Spring Demon City consecutively. How could they be killed by Ning Fan so easily? Ning Fan kept his ancient sword and walked through the millions of ghost soldiers with the blood umbrella. Every time he opened the blood umbrella, countless ghost soldiers would be sucked away, turning into pus and blood and dying. Those who resisted, those who fled, those who begged for mercy. All of the ghost soldiers had the same ending in the end, death. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Ning Fan stepped on the millions of corpses and collected the sense beads that littered the ground. Then, he slowly walked towards the Yellow Spring Demon City. If one were to use a word to describe this battle, it would be sweeping away everything. No one could stop Ning Fan's footsteps. The formation light of the Yellow Spring Demon City faded away. However, there was no longer a need for the formation light to defend itself because the battle had already ended. Who exactly is this person? He is just one person, but he actually killed millions of ghost soldiers of Bone Sovereign. Commander Mu, do you know this expert? Who exactly is he? Each of the ghost cultivators who were guarding the city looked at Mu Xiaoliang, waiting for her answer. He's a stinky man. All of a sudden, a mature and beautiful lady with a pale complexion appeared beside Mu Xiaoliang and answered for her. She was Mei Ji, who had yet to recover from her severe injuries. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. It had only been 40 years and the young man who was only at the harmonious spirit realm in the past had actually cultivated to such a level. My little black really doesn't learn to be obedient. Why did he come out and run around when his injuries haven't even recovered? Do you really need to punish him to make him obedient? Ning Fan turned into a ray of light and ascended the city wall and teased Mei Ji. Who's your little black? Mei Ji wished she could strangle Ning Fan to death. However, her limbs were weak and she could only stare at Ning Fan with resentment. You still know to come back. If you came back a little later, you could have helped me collect my corpse. Her tone was rather resentful. Ning Fan looked at Mei Ji with a playful expression. Could it be that she missed him a lot? When he used his spirit sense to check her condition, he realized that she was severely injured. His face darkened. How did you get so badly injured? To be continued. Mei Chen's injuries were very serious. It was so serious that her cultivation base had fallen. The sky above the Yellow Spring Demon City was filled with a thin ghost mist. The air was heavy and a faint smell of blood came from the battlefield outside the city. Mei Chen was wearing a luxurious black mink coat. Her appearance was as beautiful as before. However, her face was unusually pale due to her serious injuries. Ning Fan sighed. Ignoring Mei Chen's resistance, he grabbed her wrist and held it in his palm. Then, he inserted his medicine soul into her wrist to carefully examine her injuries. Stinky man. It has been more than 40 years but you are still so shameless. How dare you disrespect me in front of so many people? Mei Chen cursed but she did not break free from Ning Fan's grip. All the cultivators in the city were dumbfounded. In their memories, Mei Chen hated men the most. She would never allow any man to touch her body. Today, however, she actually allowed Ning Fan to hold her wrist. It was simply unbelievable. Mu Xiaoliang's cheeks turned red. She was still very thin-skinned. She would blush whenever she sees a man and a woman holding hands. After a long time, Ning Fan withdrew his medicine soul. However, he did not let go of Mei Chen's wrist. His eyes carried a hint of reproach and he asked with concern. Tell me. Why did you suffer such serious injuries? If I'm not wrong, you have already recovered your third heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivation base during the 40 years that I was away. However, because of the serious injuries you suffered this time, your cultivation base has fallen to the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. In fact, you are only a hair's breadth away from the void fragmentation realm. Your injuries are very serious. Even I can't help you heal them. TSK. The reason why I got injured has nothing to do with you. I don't need you to heal me at all. Mei Chan's expression changed slightly. She casually retorted and withdrew her hand without leaving a trace. The reason why elder sister Mei Chen got injured is because Mu Xiaoliang wanted to tell Ning Fan the reason but she was glared at by Mei Chen. Don't tell the stinky man. Otherwise, our sisterly relationship will end here. Then I won't tell you. Mu Xiaoliang was afraid that Mei Chen would end their relationship. She immediately covered her mouth and did not dare to say anything else. Ning Fan was not a person who liked to get to the bottom of things. However, since he wanted to treat Mei Chen's injuries, he naturally needed to understand the cause of her injuries. Looking at the silly Mu Xiaoliang, Ning Fan revealed a harmless smile. Little Black just didn't allow you to listen to me but he didn't say that you can't watch it. If you imprint the cause of Little Black's injury on the jade slip, I'll see it with my eyes, so it won't count as listening. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Mu Xiaoliang lightly slapped her forehead and stuck out her tongue, and then she withdrew a jade slip and recorded the sequence of events within it. She was still as silly as she was in the past. Ning Fan received the jade slip and scanned it with his spirit sense. He already knew the reason why Mei Chen was injured. Mei Chen wanted to stop him, but it was too late. She snorted softly, turned around, and fled into the city. Ning Fan kept the jade slip and looked at Mei Chen's back as she left. His eyes flashed with a hint of complicated emotions. Of course, Mei Chen's injuries were caused by Bone Sovereign. However, the reason why she suffered such severe injuries was because of Ning Fan. In the past, Ning Fan had destroyed Bone Sovereign's true soul, causing his cultivation base to fall to the third heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Ever since Mei Chen undid the seal in her body, her cultivation base had also recovered to the third heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Mei Chen stayed in the 6th region while Bone Sovereign occupied the 7th region. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Thus, they lived in harmony. Unexpectedly, Bone Sovereign hated Ning Fan to the core. After spending many years of effort, he condensed another true soul, attempting to sneak out of the demon sinister forest and head to the rain world to take revenge on Ning Fan. When Mei Chen learned about this, she sneaked into the 7th region alone and fought against Bone Sovereign without caring about anything else. She forcefully destroyed his true soul. The reason why she did that was because she did not want Bone Sovereign to hurt Ning Fan. Bone Sovereign's true soul was destroyed for the 2nd time. His cultivation base fell sharply again to the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, which made him furious. Mei Chen, on the other hand, suffered even more serious injuries. Her cultivation base fell even further, almost falling to the void fragmentation realm. In this battle, both Mei Chen and Bone Sovereign suffered heavy injuries. While Mei Chen was recuperating, Bone Sovereign sent out an army of ghost soldiers, intending to kill her in the Yellow Spring Demon City to vent his hatred. Little Black was actually injured because of me. Ning Fan's heart could not help but be touched. His determination to heal Mei Chen's injuries became even more determined. And Ning Fan, can you heal elder sister Mei Chen's injuries? Please. Mu Xiaoliang placed her hands on her chest. Her clear eyes were filled with pleading. Ning Fan could not help but laugh and patted Mu Xiaoliang's head. He was defeated by her pure eyes. Don't worry. Little Black is my demon pet. How can I not care about her life and death? Let's go. Bring me to her room. I will help her heal her injuries. As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, he directly held Mu Xiaoliang's soft waist and flew towards the demon city in a ray of traveling light. Commander Yu Hai and the other cultivators of the Yellow Spring City did not stop Ning Fan. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that Ning Fan and Mei Chen had an ambiguous relationship. The Yellow Spring City was Mei Chen's territory. Naturally, Ning Fan could come and go as he pleased without anyone stopping him. However, many ghost cultivators looked at Ning Fan with admiration. This young Master Ning is really amazing. He actually dared to hold Lady Mei's hand in public and she did not resist at all. What exactly is the relationship between him and Lady Mei? Could it be that they are Dao companions? Oh my god. If this person is Lady Mei's Dao companion, he can be considered as the second lord of our Yellow Spring City. Being able to win Lady Mei's favor, this young Master Ning's charm really shouldn't be underestimated. Young Master Ning called Lady Mei Chen Little Black, but she actually did not fight him to the death. It seems that the relationship between Lady Mei and young Master Ning is really good. Ning Fan passed through layers of ghost mist and stopped in front of the most heavily guarded resting palace in the Yellow Spring City. Then, he landed on the ground. Ning Fan completely ignored the rays of formation light. His finger was surrounded by golden-purple mist and he pointed at the formation light. The formation light immediately split into two, revealing a passage. Ning Fan put Mu Xiaoliang down and the two of them walked into the resting palace side by side. In the resting palace, Mei Chen had just returned. After walking around for a while, her face became even paler. Her injuries were aggravated and she could barely maintain her human form. She was about to turn into the demon form of a yellow spring sable. Just as she sat on the edge of the bed, Ning Fan had already entered the resting palace before she could sit properly. It made her slightly displeased. Stinky man, who allowed you to enter my resting palace, cough. She felt a sharp pain in her chest and coughed a few times. Traces of red blood seeped out from the corner of her lips. You are my demon pet. Your resting palace is naturally my resting palace. I can enter whenever I want. Do I still need anyone's permission? Ning Fan teased her, but his eyes were filled with a hint of pity. Pa. Who is your demon pet? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will, cough. Mei Chen retorted again, aggravating her injuries and causing her to cough out blood again. While she was speaking, Ning Fan and Mu Xiaoliang had already walked to the front of the bed. Ning Fan, quickly save Sister Mei Chen. Mu Xiaoliang said anxiously. Don't worry. Ning Fan ignored Mei Chen's murderous eyes and smiled faintly. All of a sudden, he stretched out his hand and used his plucking finger on her. In the past, Ning Fan was still at the harmonious spirit realm. He could not completely subdue Mei Chen with his plucking finger. Now, Ning Fan was already a void refinement realm cultivator while Mei Chen was severely injured. She could not resist at all when he used his finger on her. Her entire body went numb and she fell to the bed behind her. Shameless! How dare you use a bewitching technique on me when I am severely injured? You are the most shameless man I have ever seen in my life. What are you trying to do to me? Stop. Don't take off my clothes. Don't touch me. Don't touch me here. Mei Chen scolded with a red face. She could only watch Ning Fan taking off her clothes. However, her entire body went numb and she could not resist at all. Ning Fan took off Mei Chen's clothes, leaving nothing behind. Then, he carried her up and placed her flat on the bed. Mei Chen's body was as smooth and clean as a porcelain sculpture. There was not a single wound on her body. However, Ning Fan knew that her injuries were not external wounds. Instead, they were injuries to her demon soul. In her dantian, her demon soul had been completely dispersed in her immortal veins. There was no way for her to reform. The only way to stabilize Mei Chen's injuries was to condense the scattered monster soul power again. Even if her injuries are stabilized, her cultivation base had already dropped to the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, she risked her life to fight against Bone Sovereign for Ning Fan. Her injuries were too severe. Even the Black Star technique and Sixth Revolution pills might not be able to heal her. In order to completely heal her injuries and restore her cultivation base, she would need at least a high-grade 7th Revolution healing pill. Ning Fan did not have such a high-grade healing pill with him. Thus, he could not help Mei Chen recover from her injuries. At most, he could only help her suppress her injuries. His palms activated traces of black starlight and caressed Mei Chen's smooth and tender body. When their skin touched, Ning Fan silently chanted the yin-yang transformation. His heart was as firm as a boulder. However, Mei Chen was panting from Ning Fan's touch. "Stinky man. Stop touching me. Really, I can't touch you anymore. I can't hold it anymore, hurry. Stop. Stop, N. After an unknown period of time, the power of the yin-plucking finger gradually drowned Mei Chen's rationality. She no longer said anything. She just let out a moan with seductive eyes. Ning Fan's palms moved along the route of her immortal veins, guiding the demon soul power back to her dantian. When his hand accidentally touched the softness between Mei Chen's thighs, she could no longer endure it. A wave of warmth overflowed from her body, her delicate body trembled uncontrollably as if she was electrocuted. However, she regained her consciousness after releasing her body. She felt so ashamed that she wanted to die, the second time. This was the second time she released her body because of Ning Fan's touch. Last time, she was in the body of a small sable. It was fine if her body was released. This time, she was in the body of a human. Mei Chen wished that she could find a piece of tofu and knock herself to death after Ning Fan saw such an erotic scene. "How dare you play with me like this? I'm going to kill you." Mei Chen pulled a thin blanket to cover her body. She raised her hand and slapped Ning Fan in the face. She was extremely embarrassed. When she slapped Ning Fan, she suddenly realized that the demon soul power that was drifting in her immortal veins had been forced back to her dantian by Ning Fan. Her demon soul had been reformed. Even though her demon soul was still weak, her injuries had already been stabilized. Ning Fan's massage technique was very brilliant. However, what was even more brilliant was that black starlight divine ability. It was exactly that black starlight that helped Mei Chen's demon soul to reform in an extremely short period of time. Ning Fan naturally would not allow himself to be slapped by Mei Chen. He grabbed Mei Chen's wrist and pulled her up from the bed. Then, he pulled her into his arms and gave her a slap on her perky buttocks. ****, the crisp sound of the slap made Mei Chen feel so ashamed and resentful that she wanted to die. This time, before she could retaliate, Ning Fan's domineering words had already entered her ears. "Little Black, I'm going to punish you severely the next time you let yourself suffer such serious injuries. Remember, you're my demon pet. You can't get hurt so easily." Ning Fan fed Mei Chen a 6th Revolution healing pill and used his yin-plucking finger on her, making her feel sleepy. He placed her back on the bed and covered her with a thin blanket. Then, he told Mu Xiaoliang in an indifferent tone. "Weiliang, take care of Little Black and rest for a while. I have some matters to attend to. I'm going to leave Yellow Spring City first." "Oh." Mu Xiaoliang nodded her head and answered. She did not ask where Ning Fan was going. "Where are you going? Are you going to fight Bone Sovereign? You can't. Even if Bone Sovereign is severely injured now, you're definitely not his match." Mei Chen wanted to ask but her body was too weak to speak. Mu Xiaoliang did not know what Ning Fan meant, but how could Mei Chen not know? Mei Chen knew that Ning Fan was leaving Yellow Spring City to head to the 7th region to fight Bone Sovereign. Mei Chen could tell that Ning Fan's current cultivation base was just at the void glimpse stage. As for Bone Sovereign, even if he was severely injured and his cultivation base had dropped, he was still a first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivator. Ning Fan would never be Bone Sovereign's match no matter what. If he goes to the 7th region, he would only be courting death. "Don't go. Don't go." Mei Chen wanted to stop Ning Fan, but the yin-plucking finger's power gradually flowed through her entire body. Her consciousness gradually dimmed and she fell into a deep sleep. Ning Fan did not turn his head back. He just walked out of the sleeping quarters, out of the formation light and out of the Yellow Spring Demon City. He summoned the ancient golden sword and leaped into the air, standing on the tip of the ancient sword. After spending the immortal jade, the ancient sword immediately turned into a ray of pure golden light and dashed towards the 7th region at full speed. All the ghost cultivators in the entire Yellow Spring Demon City were stunned. All of them could see that Ning Fan was heading towards the 7th region. What is young Master Ning trying to do? Could it be that he is going to the 7th region to fight Bone Sovereign? Young Master Ning is very strong. He can eliminate 1 million ghost soldiers all by himself. However, he is definitely not a void fragmentation realm cultivator. This won't escape my eyes. He isn't a void fragmentation realm cultivator. How can he be Bone Sovereign's match? If he goes to the 7th region rashly, he will be courting death. Ning Fan turned a deaf ear to the discussions of the crowd. Currently, he had enough strength to kill and injure Bone Sovereign. He looked at the large patch of black mist that he could see from afar. As long as he passes through that black mist, he would be able to enter the 7th region. From the 7th region, Ning Fan sensed countless powerful qi. There were Divine Transformation Realm qi and Void Refinement Realm qi. There was also a Void Fragmentation Realm qi which was dispirited and listless. It was none other than Bone Sovereign. Bone Sovereign, fight me. Ning Fan had yet to enter the 7th region, but his voice traveled far under the influence of the baleful qi and devil might. In a white bone ghost city in the 7th region, countless ghost soldiers turned to look at Ning Fan after hearing his voice. Who is so audacious to come to the 7th region and provoke Bone Sovereign? At the center of the ghost city, Bone Sovereign was recuperating in a giant white bone palace. As soon as he heard Ning Fan's voice, Bone Sovereign's eyes immediately turned bloodshot. He gritted his teeth in hatred. It's him. Just now, I was still wondering why the Gold Core Realm clone that I sent to the 3rd region would die, why the life plates of the Ghost and Ice Baleful duo would shatter, and why the 4 white bone puppets would lose their Void Refinement Realm qi. It seems like everything is his doing. Ning Fan. You are just an ant. How dare you come to the 7th region and provoke me? You are just seeking death. Asterisk rumble asterisk asterisk rumble asterisk asterisk rumble asterisk. Outside the white bone ghost city, layers of formation light were forcefully shattered by someone. Groups of ghost soldiers were turned into ashes. Bone Sovereign turned into a ray of light and flew out of the main hall in a flash. He stood in the sky and stared at the cold and indifferent young man who broke into the 7th region alone. I'm not going to ask you why you are here. I just want to tell you that since you have entered the 7th region today, don't even think about leaving this place alive. Where are the 5 million ghost soldiers? Kill this sinner for me. As soon as Bone Sovereign gave his order, nearly 5 million white bone ghost soldiers immediately rushed towards Ning Fan like a tidal wave. Each of them had at least a Gold Core Realm cultivation base. Bone Sovereign stared at Ning Fan coldly. In front of him were 12 Void Refinement Realm experts and 5,000 Divine Transformation Realm experts. From Bone Sovereign's point of view, he could eliminate Ning Fan just by relying on his overwhelming numbers. There was no need for him to kill Ning Fan personally. 40 years ago, Ning Fan was just a harmonious spirit realm ant. 40 years later, no matter how powerful Ning Fan's abilities were, Bone Sovereign did not put him in his eyes at all. He can't resist my 5 million ghost soldiers. Bone Sovereign sneered confidently. At the next moment, the smile on his face stiffened and turned into an expression of disbelief. He saw Ning Fan facing the 5 million ghost soldiers alone without showing any fear. He just raised his hand indifferently and bit off his little finger. His little finger healed itself in an instant. The broken finger, on the other hand, fell to the ground and turned into 6 million Gold Core Realm devil soldiers with surging devil qi. Then, they fought against Bone Sovereign's ghost soldiers, the ancient devil Dao, turning broken bones into soldiers. Ning Fan had secretly learned this technique from Immortal Emperor Mo Zhong. It was the most authentic ancient devil ability. Even though Bone Sovereign also knew this technique, he definitely could not summon 6 million devil soldiers with it. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Even I can only summon 100,000 Gold Core Realm devil soldiers at the cost of my broken bones. This young man can actually summon 6 million devil soldiers in one go. How is this possible? It has only been 40 years. How could this young man's abilities become so strong? Bone Sovereign's eyes were filled with astonishment. 40 years ago, Bone Sovereign had transformed into Wang Yao and was defeated by Ning Fan. 40 years later, Ning Fan already had the strength to enter the 7th region and challenge Bone Sovereign. This was the first battle between the two of them after 40 years. 6 million devil soldiers and 5 million ghost soldiers fought a bloody battle on the wasteland. In just a short period of time, both sides had suffered countless casualties. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood piled up on the wasteland. Fresh blood dyed the land of the 7th region, which spanned tens of thousands of li * 500 m per li, red. Gradually, the ghost army of Bone Sovereign began to show signs of losing. To be continued. Ning Fan stood on the ancient sword. On the ground beneath his feet, countless devil and ghost soldiers were either dead or injured. Fresh blood dyed the ground red, murderous aura covered the sky, and earth-shaking battle cries resounded from all directions. The wasteland that covers 10,000 li * 500 m per li, was filled with corpses and skeletons. The momentum of the ghost soldiers under the Bone Sovereign formation gradually weakened. At the end of the day, they were 1 million weaker than Ning Fan. Bone Sovereign's face turned ashen when he saw the ghost soldiers bowing to him. The current Bone Sovereign was dressed in a grey robe and still had the body of a teenager. His appearance was vaguely similar to Wang Yao in the past, but it was completely different from his initial appearance. His eyes flashed with a ferocious red light. He already understood that the ghost army would not be able to take down Ning Fan. 40 years ago, Ning Fan was just a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. 40 years later, he actually became a void refinement realm cultivator. Even though Bone Sovereign was unwilling to accept it, he had to admit that Ning Fan's innate talent in cultivation was incomparable to him. However, he could not allow a void refinement realm ant to bully him no matter what. Not bad. To a void fragmentation realm expert like him, void refinement realm cultivators were just ants. 2 hours later, all of the 5 million ghost soldiers were dead while there were still around 2 million devil soldiers left. The stench of blood spread across the entire 7th region. As Ning Fan released the magic technique, the remaining devil weapons turned into ashes and dissipated. Ning Fan quietly looked at Bone Sovereign. He had won the first battle of the devil weapons. Where are the 5,000 soul transformation stage cultivators? Form the 7 light bone sacrificing array. Bone Sovereign was enraged. 5,000 divine transformation realm ghosts got into formation. All of a sudden, the 5,000 divine transformation realm cultivators turned into rays of light that moved in the sky and on the ground, surrounding Ning Fan from 7 directions. All the semi-god realm warriors cast a spell at the same time. A white bone formation appeared under everyone's feet. Beams of white light connected all the diagrams into one, and a huge shadow of a white bone profound tortoise appeared in each of the 7 directions. With the 7 white-boned profound tortoises as the 7 corners, the array lights connected with each other, forming a huge heptagram array. Just by standing in the middle of the formation light, Ning Fan could already feel the yin qi corroding his bones. His magic power felt like it was about to turn into ice. His body stiffened and he could not move at all. This 7-pointed bone sacrifice array was very powerful. Its power was close to that of an immortal void realm array. Even if a great void cultivator was trapped in the formation light, he wouldn't be able to escape easily. Once he was frozen into ice by the formation light, even his primordial spirit would perish. There was no way he could survive. The light of the 7-pointed star formation rotated violently. In an instant, Ning Fan's long hair and blood were frozen. Even his sea of consciousness began to freeze. When the 7-pointed star rotated for the second time, Ning Fan's sea of consciousness was completely frozen, making it difficult for him to think. Ning Fan seemed to be able to see the bumpy path of cultivation that he had been on. Then, his thoughts began to blur and even his consciousness was about to freeze. Illusions appeared before his eyes. It was as if he was in a world of ice, and he was the only one left in this world. He was going to freeze to death here, alone and helpless. Each time the 7-pointed star rotated, Ning Fan's life force would diminish a little. 40 years of slaughter, 500 years of loneliness, all the warm and sorrowful memories were gradually buried in this ice river world. No. Ning Fan suddenly opened his eyes and stared coldly at the 7-pointed star formation light. This formation was indeed powerful. It could freeze his body, his cultivation base and his memories, but not even the heavenly Tao could freeze his undying will. the heavens could collapse, the earth could be overturned, the Tao could vanish and life could be extinguished. Only his undying will would never be extinguished. Void ignition. Ning Fan's 10 fingers moved rapidly. His black hair danced wildly in the air. All of a sudden, a gigantic diagram of black flames appeared beneath his feet. Countless rings of black void flames ignited in all directions, incinerating the traces of cold ice. The sea of flames surged. Ning Fan's life force was depleting rapidly. The black flames around his body suddenly turned into millions of black fiery butterflies. At this moment, the 7-pointed bone sacrifice formation stopped rotating. At this moment, all the cold chi in heaven and earth vanished into thin air. The 5,000 divine transformation realm guards coughed out blood. They stared at the millions of black butterflies in disbelief. They felt an indescribable fear in their hearts. The 12 void refinement realm guards turned pale with fright. They felt that their primordial spirits were about to be ignited by the void flames from the technique of the black butterflies. Bone Sovereign's eyes widened in anger. He stared at the black butterflies in disbelief. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and said with hatred, "This is an immortal technique? No. It's not an immortal technique. However, it is infinitely close to the grade of an immortal technique. How is this possible? Immortal technique. It was a powerful technique that could only be displayed by immortals who had ascended to become immortals. Bone Sovereign could not see through the specific grade of this technique. However, he could feel a sense of danger from it. As Ning Fan changed his hand seal, the millions of black butterflies were burning with black flames. Their wings were burning and condensed into a gigantic black fiery butterfly. The wings of the butterfly seemed to be able to cover the entire sky. Its body was burning with void flames. It wanted to kill its enemies even if it had to burn its wings. The gigantic butterfly aimed its wings at the 7 white-boned profound tortoises and suddenly flapped its wings. Just by flapping its wings for the first time, Ning Fan had already consumed more than half of his magic power and essence chi. Rings of black flames spread out and turned the 7 white-boned profound tortoises into ashes. The second flap. The gigantic butterfly aimed its wings at the 5,000 divine transformation realm cultivators. With just a flap of its wings, all of them were burned into ashes by the rings of fire before they could even react. The countless layers of formation light of the 7-pointed bone sacrifice formation collapsed one after another. At this moment, the gigantic butterfly aimed at Bone Sovereign's direction and flapped its wings for the 3rd time. All of a sudden, Bone Sovereign's expression changed greatly. He turned into a ray of gray traveling light and directly soared into the sky, avoiding the attack range of the gigantic butterfly. However, none of the 12 void refinement realm guards in front of him managed to escape. Among them, there were 6 void glimpse stage experts, 4 void inquiry stage experts and 2 void pierce stage experts. However, under the 3rd flap of the butterfly's wings, none of them managed to escape. All of them were turned into ashes and dissipated. Ning Fan's magic power and essence chi were all depleted. Moreover, he was injured by the backlash of this void ignition immortal technique. He could not flap the 4th time no matter what. Otherwise, he himself would also turn into ashes. The 3rd flap was already his limit. Activating the life-killing technique, he absorbed all the blood chi within the 10,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, of the battlefield into his stomach, turning them into traces of essence chi. In an instant, his essence chi had recovered to its peak. As long as the sea of blood in this battlefield does not disappear, his essence chi would not disappear. This was the scariest part of the ancient devil ability, the life-killing technique. All the ghosts in the entire 7th region were slaughtered by Ning Fan alone. Bone Sovereign was the only one left alive. Bone Sovereign's eyes were filled with shock and doubt as he stared at Ning Fan. He could not believe that Ning Fan's ability could reach such a terrifying extent after 40 years. He could burn all of his subordinates with just a single flame technique. If it wasn't for his fast speed in escaping, he would have suffered some injuries from the 3rd flap. He did not want to admit it, but he had to admit that the current Ning Fan was qualified for him to take him seriously. Good. Very good. Your void ignition butterfly flame technique is indeed powerful. I'm afraid even an absolute void stage cultivator might not be able to withstand your 3rd flap of void flames. However, it's still not enough if you want to fight me with this technique. I'm severely injured. My cultivation base has fallen from the 5th heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm to the 1st heavenly layer. However, unless you display this technique for more than the 5th flap, you definitely won't be able to kill me with this technique. I suppose this is already your strongest ability. Now, you can die. White Bone Dao, Dance of the Early Fern. Bone Sovereign sneered and suddenly performed a hand seal. Countless white bone spikes shot out from the countless mountains and rivers in the 7th region. Each of the white bone spikes was tens of thousands of zhang *3. 33 m per zhang long. They were as sharp as blades and as large as mountains. The bone spikes pierced through the ground, piercing through the tall mountains from the bottom. The ground of the entire 7th region cracked and shook violently. Even the ghosts in the first few regions could feel the terrifying waves of magic techniques in the 7th region. Chi Chi bone spikes that were as dense as raindrops pierced the sky. All of a sudden, countless bone spikes that were hanging upside down appeared in the sky and pierced down from the sky. They were like 2 iron sieves that were filled with sharp spikes, pressing down on Ning Fan from 2 different directions. Ning Fan had no way to retreat at all. The entire 7th region was within Bone Sovereign's attack range. Even if he had an absolute void stage cultivation base, he would certainly not be able to withstand a single attack from Bone Sovereign. After all, it was a true void fragmentation realm attack. You're dead meat. Bone Sovereign's cold laughter reverberated across the 7th region like thunder and reached the 6th region. Ning Fan's hair stood on end. At the critical moment, he suddenly patted his storage pouch and took out a palm-sized fiery red puppet. That might not be the case. That puppet expanded in the wind and instantly turned into a 10,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, giant. Ning Fan kept the ancient golden sword and stood on the giant's shoulder. The giant's eyes were empty, but they were filled with respect towards Ning Fan. As Ning Fan gave the order, he suddenly stomped on the ground and punched the heavens, flattening all the bone spikes in the area. Even if these bone spikes could kill an absolute void stage cultivator, they certainly could not kill this flame giant. However, this flame giant was the void fragmentation realm puppet that Ning Fan had subdued in the past. It was the Dao Guardian, Giant Jihua. When Bone Sovereign's magic technique was broken, his injuries worsened. He took several steps back in the sky. Each step he took would shatter the space, and he would cough out a mouthful of blood every time he took a step back. His eyes were flashing with blood-red light. He glared at Ning Fan with a look of disbelief. A void fragmentation realm puppet. This is absolutely impossible. Why does a void refinement realm ant like you have a void fragmentation realm puppet to protect you? You don't need to know. Jihua, kill him. As Ning Fan gave the order, Giant Jihua took a step forward and pointed a finger at Bone Sovereign. Seeing that the situation was not good for him, Bone Sovereign hurriedly transformed into a 10,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, tall white bone giant. He opened his mouth and roared, producing circles of white bone sound waves that attacked Giant Jihua. White Bone Dao, Bone Devil Sound. In the past, Bone Sovereign's clone, Wang Yao, had used this technique to kill countless cultivators of Yu country. When Bone Sovereign used this technique with his void fragmentation realm true body, its destructive power was even more extraordinary. However, in Giant Jihua's eyes, this technique was not worth mentioning at all. The giant's finger did not slow down at all. The vast sky within 200,000 li * 500 m per li, was completely sealed by the fiery red heavenly tribulation clouds. The sky seemed to be burning. The entire 7th region seemed to have turned into a steamer. The circles of bone devil sound waves were crushed by Giant Jihua's finger. My name is Jihua. Under my master's order, I'm going to send you a tribulation. The heavenly Tao will be the cauldron and you will be the pill. Refine. All of a sudden, flames that seemed to be real yet illusory descended from the sky, enveloping the giant that Bone Sovereign had transformed into. It then turned into a gigantic flaming pill cauldron, trapping Bone Sovereign. As the sea of flames rose from the pill cauldron, Bone Sovereign immediately let out a shrill scream. He could not believe that Ning Fan not only possessed a void fragmentation realm puppet but also had extraordinary combat power. It could actually use the flames of the heavenly tribulation as a means of attack. This is absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. Bone Sovereign was enraged. The red light in his eyes gradually became brighter. He was Bone Sovereign. He wanted to destroy this tribulation cauldron. To be continued. The cauldron that giant Jihua had summoned was the fire of heavenly tribulation, so its power was nothing to scoff at. Every wisp of flame contained ancient runes. Even Bone King would find it hard to escape from the cauldron. At the moment of life and death, a blood-red thunderbolt shot out from Bone Sovereign's right eye. This blood-red thunderbolt was the force of the extreme realm. It was comprehended by Bone Sovereign from the heavenly tribulation and contained the might of the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation lightning clashed with the heavenly tribulation fire, causing the pill furnace to shatter. The remaining red lightning of the pinnacle realm instantly struck giant Jihua, severely injuring him. Boom! As the pill furnace was destroyed, Bone Sovereign finally broke out of it and escaped. However, he was severely injured and his cultivation base dropped again. Now, he was only left with the cultivation base of the Void Peer stage. He had already reverted to his original form, but he was unable to maintain his giant form. He had already transformed back into the appearance of a grey-clothed youth. Giant Jihua was injured by the Bone Monarch's G realm, and his puppet body was almost half destroyed. This was enough to show how powerful the Bone Monarch's attack was. Giant Jihua's cultivation base was at the first heavenly layer of the Void Fragmentation realm. Moreover, it was rare for him to find a worthy opponent among those at the same level. However, Bone Sovereign was once an expert at the fifth heavenly layer of the Void Fragmentation realm. Even if his cultivation base had fallen to the same level as the giant, his strength was still slightly stronger than the giant. After being struck by the Bone King, the giant could no longer fight unless it recovered. However, Bone Emperor's eyes were still filled with an indelible shock. I understand now. This Void Fragmentation realm puppet is the Tao Guardian who controls the heavenly tribulation. You're a madman. You actually captured a Tao Guardian to use as a puppet. You've completely offended the Nine Realms' first ring of heavenly Tao. Ning Fan did not pay attention to Bone Sovereign. He just glanced at giant Jihua, who was severely injured, and sighed softly. Bone Sovereign was not an ordinary cultivator. At his peak, he was merely an expert at the fifth heavenly layer of the Void Fragmentation realm, which was comparable to Moksha Sovereign. It was already impressive that giant Jihua was able to knock Bone Sovereign's cultivation level down. Since he couldn't use it now, he decided to wait until he recovered before using it. There was no need for giant Jihua to deal with Bone Sovereign, who had fallen to the Void Peer stage. Ning Fan alone was enough to deal with him. With a flick of his sleeve, the giant turned into a doll and was kept in his storage pouch. Ning Fan summoned his 8 black burning wings and touched his glabella. Then, he took out the Separation Slayer sword. With a flash of light, he dashed straight at Bone Emperor. His sword was extremely simple. Strength. The sword light slashed at the Bone Emperor's head with a tremendous force that could push mountains and fill the seas. Bone Emperor raised his fist and punched at the sword light with the same mountain-shattering force. The fist ray and the sword ray collided and both shattered. However, the moment Ning Fan's sword light shattered, countless hidden black fishing lines suddenly shot out from it. This scene was similar to what Feng Si had done on the other day, hiding the fishing line in a spell. The black fishing line had an aura that made one's heart palpitate. How would Bone Sovereign dare to underestimate it? He immediately retreated 10,000 miles away, but his right arm was still pierced by the fishing line. In the blink of an eye, the vitality of his entire right arm flowed away, and the aura of death overflowed as it suddenly turned into ashes and scattered. Bone Sovereign let out a blood-curdling scream as he lost his right arm. He clutched his broken arm and stared at Ning Fan in fear. He did not expect that Ning Fan would also know this strange fishing line technique that could corrode everything apart from the void ignition technique. As a void fragmentation realm sovereign expert, he was extremely proud and arrogant. However, he had to admit that he was definitely not Ning Fan's match in his current severely injured state. If he is slightly careless, he, a dignified fifth heavenly layer void fragmentation realm expert, would lose his life in Ning Fan's hands today. Extreme Realm. Bone Sovereign's right eye shot out a blood-red tribulation lightning which turned into millions of blood-red lightning bolts and struck at Ning Fan. Ning Fan suddenly took a step towards the sky and a massive Tai Su lightning diagram appeared beneath his feet. It absorbed 70% of Bone Sovereign's tribulation lightning into the lightning diagram. At the same time, he spread out his sword sense and destroyed the remaining 30% of the Tribulation Lightning. If Bone Sovereign uses the Tribulation Lightning of the Extreme Realm when he was at his peak, Ningfan certainly would not be able to withstand it. However, when Bone Sovereign, who was at the Void Pure stage, used the Extreme Realm, he was not afraid at all. Even though Ningfan had broken Bone Sovereign's Extreme Realm attack, he did not let his guard down at all. Thus, he also hid Bone Sovereign's trump card behind the Extreme Realm attack. After the Extreme Realm attack, there was a treasure which launched a sneak attack at Ningfan. It was a golden brush that was surrounded by flames and frost. The golden brush swung in the air and drew a golden rune in the sky. It was also surrounded by flames and frost. Ningfan did not know what kind of brush it was nor what kind of rune it was. That golden rune expanded to 10,000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, in size and pressed down on Ningfan's head. The aura force of this golden rune alone made Ningfan's magic power stagnate, making it hard for him to breathe. His entire body felt like it was nailed to the sky and he could not move at all. Ningfan forcefully lifted his Separation Slayer sword and pushed its power to its limit. Then, he thrust it at the golden rune above his head. Under the tremendous force, the golden rune was shattered, but Ningfan's longsword was knocked out of his hand. The bones in one of his arms were nearly shattered. Just a single golden rune was actually infinitely close to the destructive power of an absolute void stage attack. This golden brush looks a little familiar. I seem to have heard of it somewhere before. In the Profounding world, Luoyu pondered. She was ready to lend Ningfan a helping hand at any time when he is in danger. I don't know what this golden brush is, but I know what the flames and frost on it are. Among the heavenly frost and earthly flames, they are the earth-blazing flame and mending heaven heart that are ranked first. Ningfan's eyes revealed a solemn expression. This is the immortal brush that I picked up at the entrance of the 8th region. Each of its strokes can produce a golden rune. The power of these runes is unfathomable. With your cultivation base, how many runes can you block? Bone Sovereign pointed at the golden brush in the sky. The golden brush drew 2 strokes in the sky and instantly turned into 2 golden runes. The 2 golden runes were already equivalent to an attack from an ordinary absolute void stage cultivator. The 2 golden runes grew to 10,000 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, in size and suddenly came crashing down. If Ningfan tries to block the golden runes again this time, all the bones in his body would certainly be shattered. Rumble * the golden runes came crashing down on Ningfan's head. Pieces of the ground and the sky were shattered. The place where Ningfan was standing was blasted into ruins. Bone Sovereign looked at Ningfan, who no longer existed, and sneered. With your insignificant cultivation base, you're actually worthy of being my enemy? You're just seeking your own death. Is that so? Countless black shadows suddenly dispersed in the vast sky and condensed into a black-haired young man in black robes. There was a demonic mark on the left side of his face, but the corner of his lips was bleeding. At the critical moment, Ningfan summoned his primordial lightning armor and revealed his incarnation. The primordial lightning armor was shattered by the golden runes. Even though Ningfan used his incarnation to block the attack of the 2 golden runes, he still suffered serious injuries. Humph. I didn't expect you to escape my killing blow by destroying your incarnation. However, even though you weren't killed by the 2 golden runes, you won't be able to withstand the attack of 3 golden runes. With my Void Pure stage magic power, I can only use the golden brush to form 3 golden runes at most. Even an ordinary absolute void stage cultivator would find it hard to withstand the combined attack of 3 golden runes. Next, you will die for sure. Bone Sovereign burst into laughter. He pointed at the sky and tried to activate the golden brush to draw 3 golden runes again. However, at the next moment, Bone Sovereign's face turned pale. To his horror, he realized that the golden brush had lost its effect and could not be activated. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the golden brush in the sky. To his surprise, he realized that the flames and ice which were originally revolving around the golden brush had vanished into thin air. Because of the disappearance of the flames, the golden brush actually lost its power and could no longer be activated. As for Bone Sovereign, his life was intertwined with the golden brush. Now that the flames of the golden brush were taken away, his injuries became even more serious. His cultivation base fell from the Void Pure stage, leaving him with only a Void Inquiry stage cultivation base. Are you looking for this earth-blazing flame? The black-robed Ning Fan raised his hand expressionlessly. He was holding a ball of blazing golden flames. When he destroyed his incarnation just now, he had already secretly used the fire-plucking technique to seize the earth-blazing flame from the golden brush. Now that the golden brush had lost its power, it would be impossible for it to draw 3 golden runes. Ning Fan looked at Bone Sovereign indifferently. His expression was cold and emotionless. He and Bone Sovereign had a few grudges against each other. Today, however, everything would be resolved. You who only have a void inquiry stage cultivation base is nothing in my eyes. You can die now. With a single step, Ning Fan vanished without a trace. Bone Sovereign's hair stood on end and a sense of danger rose within him. I will die. I will die. He wanted to keep the golden brush and flee. However, he realized that countless strange bloodlines suddenly appeared on his body, freezing him in the sky and making him unable to move. Ning Fan's cold figure suddenly appeared behind him. He held a ball of black fishing line in his hand and threw it at Bone Sovereign's back. No matter how strong Bone Sovereign's physical body was, which was comparable to a body refinement cultivator at the first heavenly layer of the Nirvana realm, his body was still easily pierced by the fishing line. His entire body was rapidly decaying under the entanglement of death chi. Bone Sovereign's eyes flashed with hatred. He knew that he could not escape today no matter what. The only thing he could do was to die. He had once died in the hands of the Sword Ancestor. After that, he revived in the body of a ghost in this demon-sinister forest. He had cultivated diligently for many years and attained the void fragmentation realm again. However, he died in Ning Fan's hands before he could attain the Great Tao. He was unwilling to accept this. He regretted even more that he had offended this young man in the past and became enemies with him. However, it was too late for him to regret now. I am Bone Sovereign. Even if I have to die, I will never die in the hands of a junior like you. The only one who can kill me is myself. His eyes widened in anger. He activated his primordial spirit and was about to self-detonate. He wanted to detonate himself. He wanted to kill Ning Fan with his own life. It was difficult to avoid the self-detonation of a void fragmentation realm expert even if one hid in the space of the heavenly dwelling. Bone Sovereign revealed a maniacal smile. He wanted to perish together with Ning Fan. Die. With a loud bang, Bone Sovereign's primordial spirit self-detonated and died. However, the force of his self-detonation turned into a terrifying wave that flattened the entire 7th region. After a long time, Ning Fan appeared above the ruins of the 7th region with a sway of his body. Unfortunately, Bone Sovereign could not kill him with his explosion. At the moment when Bone Sovereign self-detonated, Ning Fan directly entered the profoundine world to avoid the destructive force of his self-detonation. Ning Fan stood on top of the ruins for a long time. His eyes scanned across the boundless ruins, the corpses that were so badly mutilated that they could not be identified, the ashes on the ground, the sense beads, the broken treasures and the golden brush that Bone Sovereign left behind. For a long time, Ning Fan remained silent. He closed his eyes and felt a little lonely inside. He had incurred several grudges with Bone Sovereign. Putting aside Bone Sovereign's personality, he was indeed an extremely difficult opponent to deal with. As for him, he would rather commit suicide than die in Ning Fan's hands. He could be considered as a man with backbone. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have become enemies with me. Once you become enemies with me, either you or I will die in this battle of cultivation. Don't provoke me in your next life. Ning Fan flicked his sleeves and kept the spoils of war on the ground before leaving quietly. When he returned to the Yellow Spring Demon City, the entire city was dumbfounded. Bone Sovereign was dead. He died in Ning Fan's hands. There were no survivors in the 7th region. Just looking at the ruins that stretched for 1 million li * 500 m per li, was enough to make the ghost cultivators of the city tremble with fear. What kind of terrifying battle had actually taken place in the 7th region? You actually killed Bone Sovereign? Mu Xiaoyang covered her small mouth with her hand and stood there in a daze. She could not regain her senses for a long time. The sovereign king of the demon sinister forest had actually died in Ning Fan's hands. This was just too unbelievable. Mu Xiaoyang looked at Mei Chen, who was sleeping on the bed. Even though she was unconscious, her eyebrows were filled with worry. She was probably worried about Ning Fan. If she wakes up and finds out that Ning Fan had massacred the entire 7th region and killed Bone Sovereign, how surprised would she be? Let her sleep for a while more. I also need to have a good rest. Ning Fan revealed a tired smile. His arm bones were still aching and his immortal veins were still swollen. Ning Fan's injuries in this battle were definitely not light. This time, he had no idea how long he would have to recuperate. To be continued. Mei Chen was still unconscious while Ning Fan went into the Yuanya world and entered the dark golden pagoda. Inside the 7th-floored pagoda, Ning Fan waved his hand and summoned 99 natal black stars, bathing them in the starlight that filled the sky. Then, he took out a 6th revolution medicine and swallowed it. He closed his eyes and began to heal himself. Ning Fan sat inside the dark golden pagoda for 3 years. Only then did he manage to fully recover from his injuries. Only half a month had passed in the outside world. Slowly heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia opened his eyes. His black pupils were as deep as the abyss, devoid of any emotion. When he recalled killing the Bone Sovereign half a month ago, it felt like a dream. Bone Sovereign is a formidable enemy. He's also the first void fragmentation expert that I've killed, but he definitely won't be the last one. Although void fragmentation experts are strong and have reached the first step of cultivation, they can still be killed. Han Yetian, I am walking towards you step by step. Ning Fan closed his eyes and inspected his own body. He realized that his baleful qi had become much heavier. Even though Moksha Sovereign had committed suicide, the cause of his death was because he fought with Ning Fan. Therefore, Ning Fan was more or less tainted with some baleful qi. Ning Fan seemed to have understood something. He suddenly remembered a saying in the mortal world. I didn't kill Boren, but Boren died because of me. After killing someone, one would be tainted with baleful qi. This contained the principle of karma. Karma, huh? If I can sever my karma, I can kill people without being tainted by baleful qi. The reason why I was attacked by Giant Jihua the last time I broke through to the Void Glimpse stage was because I have committed too many killings in my life and was tainted by too much baleful qi. Above the 4 heavens, those true immortals and immortal emperors probably couldn't avoid fighting. They destroyed planets and killed billions of people. The number of people they killed must be countless times more than me. However, they were not troubled by the heavenly Tao. I'm sure many of them have the means to sever karma and avoid the baleful aura. Ning Fan said to himself. He was only thinking about these things and had no intention of erasing the baleful aura. This ominous aura came from the killings he had committed. However, he had never regretted the killings he had committed, so there was naturally no need to hide it. I have walked my own path. That is my path. There is no need to regret it. He gathered his thoughts and began to rummage through his storage bag. There were many spoils of war inside. 5 million gold core realm sense beads, 5,000 divine transformation realm sense beads, 12 void refinement realm sense beads and 1/5 heavenly layer void fragmentation realm sense beads. There were countless damaged and undamaged magical treasures, and countless worn-out storage bags filled with spirit herbs that had been growing in the 7th region for countless years. Ning Fan gave them a rough glance and made a rough estimation. Among this batch of spiritual herbs, there were nearly 50 tufts of 100,000 years old spiritual herbs, 3,000 tufts of 50,000 years old spiritual herbs, 70,000 tufts of 10,000 years old spiritual herbs and countless thousand years old spiritual herbs. These spiritual herbs were more than enough for Ning Fan to squander freely. What Ning Fan cared about the most was the spoils of war that he had seized from Bone Sovereign. Other than the golden brush, Ning Fan had also seized Bone Sovereign's storage pouch. There were a lot of good things in Bone Sovereign's storage pouch. There was even a low-grade 7th revolution healing pill. Ning Fan pondered for a moment and decided to leave this pill for Mei Chen. Although Mei Chen would need to take at least a high-grade 7th revolution medicine to heal her injuries, this low-grade medicinal pill would still help her heal a little. Other than this pill, there were also many other pills in Bone Sovereign's storage pouch. Among them, there were actually 4 first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm ghost sense beads. Ning Fan guessed that these 4 void fragmentation realm ghost beads must have been obtained by Bone Sovereign when he unified the 7th region in the past. It was imaginable what kind of terrifying massacre Bone Sovereign had committed in the 7th region in the past. He had even killed 4 void fragmentation realm ghosts. After keeping the spiritual herbs and the sense beads, Ningfan's eyes fell upon the golden brush and the earth brilliant flame. The earth brilliant flame was originally attached to the golden brush while Bone Sovereign had picked it up at the entrance of the 8th region by chance. The number 1 Heavenly Frost Cold Chi and the number 1 Earth Vein Demonic Flame were actually attached to this golden brush. What exactly is the origin of this golden brush? It was a golden brush that was once used by an immortal. The grade of its magic treasure was not high. However, after pouring cold chi and spiritual fire into it, it could unleash its power and draw golden talismans with immeasurable power to attack the enemy. It was indeed extraordinary. Little Yu'er, do you remember the origin of this golden brush? Let me think about it carefully. In the profounding world, Luo Yu fell into deep thought, which was rare for her. She rummaged through the memories in her mind, trying to recall where she had heard about this golden brush before. However, she could not recall it at the moment. When her eyes fixed on the earth brilliant flame and the heaven mending heart, she suddenly remembered. Heavenly Frost Cold Chi and Earth Vein Demonic Flame. Yes. This is one of the talisman brushes of the Golden Talisman Palace. Golden Talisman Palace? It was Ningfan's first time hearing about the name of the Golden Talisman Palace. The Golden Talisman Palace is an ancient force located in the southern heaven immortal world. It was annihilated tens of millions of years ago. That's why I couldn't recall it at that moment. It was only when I saw the heavenly frost earth flame that I recalled it. Luo Yu paused for a moment as if she was trying her best to recall. Then, she continued. The Golden Talisman Palace is a talisman cultivation sect. Their disciples are experts in crafting and drawing talismans. Each of them has a golden brush as a magical treasure. The golden brush is not only a tool for crafting talismans but also a token of identity for the disciples of the Golden Talisman Palace. If you don't have a golden brush with you, you won't be able to enter the remains of the Golden Talisman Palace. Look at this golden brush. Is there a name and position on it? Upon hearing her words, Ningfan carefully studied the golden brush. At the end of the brush, he saw an ancient inscription. Golden Talisman Palace Warehouse Deacon. Zhuojia. Ningfan read aloud. Hee, little brother, you're really lucky. Although the Golden Talisman Palace has been destroyed, there are still 108 vaults in the ruins that are in a sealed state. If little brother ascends to the southern heaven celestial realm one day and goes to the ruins of the Golden Talisman Palace, you can use this golden brush to retrieve the treasures that Zhuojia guarded in the past. That's a treasure that was guarded by an immortal. I'm sure there's a lot of good stuff in there, Luo Yu said with a chuckle. Apart from being a talisman drawing magic treasure, this golden brush also has such a use? If that's the case, if I have the chance to go to the southern heaven immortal world, I must make a trip to this Golden Talisman Palace. Ningfan nodded. If you want to go to the Golden Talisman Palace, it's best if you have the cultivation base of a true immortal. The waters of the Golden Talisman Palace are a little deep. If your cultivation base is too low, you might die in the ruins. Do you know why the Golden Talisman Palace was destroyed all those years ago? Luo Yu withdrew her teasing smile and spoke with a serious expression. Why? The founding ancestor of the Golden Talisman Palace is the painter of the second of the 4 ancient diagrams. The Golden Talisman Palace was destroyed because it involved the secrets of the 4 ancient diagrams. The 4 ancient diagrams again? Ningfan was surprised. The 4 ancient diagrams are specially made ancient diagrams. They contain the Great Tao. The first ancient diagram is called the Immemorial Fisherman's Mino painting. It contains the Great Tao of life and death. With your cultivation base, if you obtain the Immemorial Fisherman's Mino painting and comprehend the Tao of life and death within it, it will be a piece of cake for you to break through life and death and ascend to immortality. The second ancient diagram is called the Golden Sky Black Map. It contains the Great Tao of Yin and Yang. It can help a true immortal to break through the illusions of Yin and Yang, comprehend the truth of the Tao and obtain the opportunity to become an immortal emperor. Of course, you're a cultivator of the Yin-Yang transformation. If you obtain the Golden Sky Black Map, I'm sure it will be greatly beneficial to your cultivation of the Yin-Yang transformation. Luo Yu sighed softly. In the past, she had also searched for the Golden Sky Black Map. If she could obtain this map, she would not have to settle for the second best and choose to cultivate the yin-yang transformation for revenge. If I obtain the immemorial fisherman's Mino painting, I can ascend to immortality? If I obtain the golden sky black map, I can become an immortal emperor? Ning Fan's heart trembled slightly. The immemorial fisherman's Mino painting was one thing, but the golden sky black map was definitely something that countless true immortals would fight for desperately just for the opportunity to become an immortal emperor. It was no wonder that the golden talisman palace was destroyed by someone. A man's wealth was his own ruin. Moreover, the whereabouts of the golden sky black map was currently unknown. Presumably, many true immortals who are searching for maps would lock their sights on the remains of the golden talisman palace. The golden pen in Ning Fan's hand could open one of the 108 vaults of the golden talisman palace. If some true immortals find out that he has a golden pen, would they try to snatch it from him? In other words, unless it's absolutely necessary, I shouldn't show this golden pen to others casually? Ning Fan asked. Just keep this pen for now. This pen can be used to draw golden talismans. It is indeed a powerful magic treasure. However, it's related to the secrets of the 4 ancient diagrams. It's best not to use it casually. Luo Yu reminded him. I understand. I'll keep this golden pen for now. As for the golden talisman palace, I'll go there when I have the chance. If I don't have a sufficient cultivation base, I don't want to go to the remains of the golden talisman palace and court death. Ning Fan extracted the cold chi from the golden pen and kept it away. Looking at the dancing golden spirit flames and black cold chi in front of him, the corner of Ning Fan's lips curled into a smile. After devouring these 2 balls of cold chi and spirit flames, I'll have gathered all 24 types of heavenly cold earth flames. The yin-yang devil fire that I'll create after fusing them should be comparable to a high-grade 7th grade immortal void flame. It will be greatly beneficial to both pill refinement and magic techniques. Ning Fan calmed his mind and started refining the last 2 types of heavenly cold earth flames. As he refined the earth brilliant flame and heaven repairing heart bit by bit, the left half of Ning Fan's body seemed to be burning. Raging golden flames rose while the right half of his body seemed to be frozen, turning into a black ice sculpture. Another 6 months passed by on the 7th floor of the pagoda. Ning Fan suddenly opened his eyes. Be it the golden flames or the black ice, all of them had been absorbed into his body. He suddenly stood up and raised his hand. An extremely terrifying black flame was dancing in the center of his palm. This black flame was obviously the fusion of countless low-grade spirit flames and cold chi. However, its destructive power was comparable to a high-grade 7th grade immortal void flame. One should know that even if a pill sovereign possessed a quarter of the pure yang flame, it would only be equivalent to a mid-grade 7th grade immortal void flame. Since Ning Fan had fused all of the heavenly cold earth flames, the grade of his flames was even higher than the pill sovereign's. Come down. It's time to repair the puppet. Ning Fan kept the black flames into his body. Then, he patted his storage pouch and took out a fiery red puppet that was riddled with holes. Looking at the grave injuries of the puppet, Ning Fan could not help but smile bitterly. Bone Sovereign was really strong. Even though his cultivation base had fallen to the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, he could still destroy half of giant Jihua with a single strike. If Bone Sovereign was at his peak, he would probably not be much weaker than Moksha Sovereign. Luckily, this puppet isn't completely destroyed. There's still a possibility of repairing it. However, the amount of immortal jade needed to repair a void fragmentation realm puppet is not a small amount. Ning Fan had given the Yellow Spring Demon City billions of immortal jade to guard the city. He did not have much immortal jade left. However, he still had the Dao crystal, which was equivalent to tens of billions of immortal jade. It was more than enough to repair the void fragmentation realm puppet. Let's begin. He summoned the puppet. It immediately grew in the wind and turned into a 10,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, giant. Ning Fan surrounded the giant's body and began to set up a grand formation on the ground to repair the puppet. Presumably, it would take a lot of time to repair the puppet. Ning Fan had spent nearly 4 years in the Dark Golden Pagoda. However, only half a month had passed in the outside world. During this time, Mei Chen had already woken up. She was wearing a thin robe and sitting at the head of the bed, staring blankly at the drizzling rain outside the window. She still remembered how shocked she was when she woke up half a month ago and heard the news of Bone Sovereign's death. This stinky man. Even though he is a little shameless, he risked his life for me and the Yellow Spring Demon City. Sigh. Why does he treat me so well? He's just a void glimpse stage cultivator, but he risked his life to fight a void fragmentation realm expert. Isn't he afraid? Today, Mei Chen's injuries had completely stabilized. Her cultivation base had recovered to the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. However, in order to recover her third heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivation base, she must consume a high-grade 7th revolution pill. Mu Xiaoliang was accompanying Mei Chen at her side. When she heard Mei Chen's sigh, she immediately supported her cheeks with one of her hands and showed a fascinated and touched expression. Elder sister Mei Chen, Ning Fan is really good to us. How can we repay him? That's right. How can we repay him? Don't tell me that I really have to be his demon pet to repay him? When Mei Chen thought of that, she immediately felt a chill down her spine. Pooh. I'd rather die than be his demon pet. Just as Mei Chen was mumbling to herself, a teasing voice suddenly resounded. Little Black, you're being naughty again. If you don't want to be my demon pet, who do you want to be? If you become someone else's demon pet, I'm going to get angry. Ning Fan, who was dressed in white robes, walked into the house with a smile on his face. After he left the Yuanya world, he had already brought all the sense beads in the Yellow Spring Demon City with him. As soon as she saw Ning Fan, Mu Xiaoliang's face immediately turned red while Mei Chen's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. I won't be your demon pet even if I die. Do you hate me that much? Ning Fan continued to tease her. Of course. You're too shameless. Mei Chen said straightforwardly. Is that so? It turns out that you don't want to be my demon pet. This is giving me a headache. I thought of a way to bring you and Weiliang out of the demon sinister forest to see the outside world. However, you don't want to be my demon pet. If that's the case, I can't bring you away. Ning Fan intentionally sighed. What? You actually have a way to bring the ghosts and demons out of the demon sinister forest? How is this possible? Mei Chen's heart skipped a beat. The demon sinister forest was the land of 9 Yin. It belonged to the Yin world where ghosts and spirits lived. The ghosts and spirits in the Yin world couldn't go to the Yang world. Otherwise, they would turn into ashes and perish. Even if they were brought out of the heavenly dwelling, they could only live in the heavenly dwelling. They were not allowed to leave the heavenly dwelling. Even if Bone Sovereign wanted to leave the demon sinister forest, he would need to spend a lot of effort to condense a true soul clone. Ning Fan actually had a way to bring the ghosts and spirits out of the demon sinister forest. This was really unbelievable. If it was someone else, Mei Chen would certainly not believe it. However, Ning Fan never lied. If he said he had a way, he must have a way. Mei Chen really wanted to leave the demon sinister forest. She wanted to see the outside world more than those ghosts and spirits. She was the only demon in the demon sinister forest, the Yellow Spring Sable. She cultivated by devouring ghosts and spirits. Unlike the other ghosts and spirits who had died once, they had seen the colorful world outside. Mei Chen had never left the demon sinister forest in her entire life. She really wanted to go out and have a look. However, when she heard Ning Fan's half-threatening and half-tempting tone, she felt extremely displeased. Obviously, Ning Fan wanted to bring her out of the demon sinister forest as a condition to make her submit to him and become his demon pet. This made her very unhappy. She didn't like being threatened. Mei Chen gritted her teeth and stared at Ning Fan angrily. Are you threatening me? If I don't become your demon pet, you will never bring me out of the demon sinister forest, right? You're shameless. Ning Fan sighed and shook his head. He was just joking with Mei Chen. I'm just joking. I've obtained an ancient pill recipe. It's a low-grade 6th revolution pill. It's called True Yang Pill. It's specially made for ghosts like you. Once you consume it, your body will condense some Yang Qi. Even if you leave the demon sinister forest, you won't turn into ashes. Of course, I'll be happy if you become my demon pet. If you don't want to, I won't force you. For the sake of our friendship, I will concoct this pill for you no matter what. However, if I bring you out of the demon's sinister forest, I hope you can promise me one thing. That is to protect my family. In exchange, I will find a way to find a high-grade 7th revolution healing pill for you. It will help you completely recover from your injuries and restore your 3rd heavenly layer void fragmentation cultivation base. I'll go to the 7th region to have a look. You should have a good rest. Ning Fan sighed slightly. He turned and left the room, walking into the rain. Mei Chen's expression froze. Her heart suddenly felt empty. She didn't know why, but when Ning Fan talked to her in the tone of a trade or a request, she felt distant and disappointed. She would rather Ning Fan be shameless and flirt with her. It was better than being distant to her. If I knew it would make me so upset, I might as well agree to be his demon pet. Stinky man. If I don't agree to be your demon pet, won't you beg me? Mei Chen gently bit her lips. Mu Xiaoliang looked at Mei Chen in confusion. She didn't understand why she sighed. Sister Mei Chen shouldn't be happy that we can leave the demon's sinister forest without having to be his demon pet. Why is she sighing? I don't understand. With Mu Xiaoliang's pure mind, she wouldn't be able to understand a woman's complicated feelings. Ning Fan held the blood-red umbrella and walked alone in the rain. Bone Sovereign's death, Ning Honghong's disappearance, Xiao Hei's alienation. All of these made him have mixed feelings. He raised his head and looked at the rain. Gradually, he felt that the sound of the rain was depressing. However, when he walked to the ruins of the 7th region and saw the battlefield full of corpses, he felt that the rain wasn't depressing at all. In fact, it felt a little desolate. Ning Fan suddenly realized that it wasn't the rain that was depressing and desolate. It was the human's mood. The raindrops fell from the sky. The trail was the life of the rain. Although the life of the rain was short, there were also joys and sorrows. One could see the human's mood in the rain. There were countless great Daos in the world. Everyone had their own Dao. If one had the mood to comprehend the Dao, he would probably be able to comprehend his own great Dao in the rain. Ning Fan's eyes were deep. He recalled the scenes when he entered the Dark Sparrow's grave. In the past, I thought that Xianxia had comprehended the divine intent of rain in the Dark Sparrow's grave. However, that wasn't the case. What Xianxia comprehended was the Dao. There is a great Dao in every type of rain. A drop of rain is enough to contain all the emotions in the world and the great Dao in the world. The circle formed by the raindrops is the great Dao. The trail of the raindrops is the trail of the great Dao. Ning Fan's eyes gradually became clear. The drizzle in front of him seemed to be frozen. The trail of each raindrop was slowed down infinitely as if it was still. He raised his hand and caught a raindrop, staring at it carefully. In that raindrop, he saw countless great Dao. However, some of them were real and some were fake. He could not tell them apart. His entire mind was immersed in the raindrop in his palm. The scenery in front of him changed, as if he was standing in a vast and boundless world of rain. In this world where raindrops intertwined, a gigantic golden ring was hanging in the boundless sky. The heavenly Dao ring. Ning Fan stood in this world of rain and his comprehension deepened. It turned out that a drop of rain also had its own heavenly Dao, and the heavenly Dao was circular. It turned out that as long as one's heart becomes extremely small, even a drop of rain would be as huge as the entire world. If one's heart becomes bigger than the 4 heavens and 9 worlds, then perhaps the 4 heavens and 9 worlds would just be looking at a drop of rain. A world in a flower, a rulai in a leaf. Is the world that I'm standing in boundlessly huge, or is it so small that it's just a drop of rain in the eyes of others? Ning Fan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest and coughed out blood. He withdrew his mind from the rain and his eyes gradually regained their clarity. The reason why he coughed out blood was because what he had comprehended was far beyond his cultivation realm. It was not something that he could see through with his current strength. In order to know the original appearance of the world, one would need to comprehend the true Tao that belonged to himself. This was the diligent pursuit of those immortals. This foolish younger brother actually wants to comprehend the true Tao from a drop of rain. What a terrifying comprehension ability. If it wasn't because his cultivation realm was too low, I'm afraid he would have obtained great benefits from this comprehension. I wonder if he would be able to comprehend the true Tao when his cultivation realm is sufficient in the future. In the profounding world, Luo Yu clicked her tongue and sighed. She was once again surprised by Ning Fan. Ning Fan spread his hands and let the raindrops fall on his palm without lingering on it. The great Tao contained in the raindrops was not something that he could comprehend with his current strength. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. If he tries to comprehend the Tao forcefully, he would only end up destroying himself. The mouthful of blood that he coughed out was a warning. Sure enough, the matter of cultivation could only be done step by step. Let's go and take a look at the entrance of the 8th region. Ning Fan stepped across the ruins of the battlefield in the 7th region and walked forward in the evening rain. After walking for an unknown period of time, Ning Fan stopped and stood at the end of the 7th region. The first 7 regions of the demon sinister forest were separated by ghosts. However, the 7th region and the 8th region were separated by the realm-breaking light. On the path to the 8th region, there were layers of dazzling aurora lights that looked like giant mirrors blocking the path. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out a mortal void magic treasure and threw it towards the aurora lights. The moment it touched the aurora lights, it immediately turned into ashes and dissipated. Ning Fan frowned. The aurora lights were extremely terrifying. Even void fragmentation realm experts and immortal void magic treasures would be turned into ashes. As long as the realm-breaking light existed, Ning Fan would not be able to enter the 8th region no matter what. Unfortunately, the 8th region and the 9th region of the demon sinister forest were located in the ancient heavenly court. Forget it. So what if I enter the ancient heavenly court in advance? With my current cultivation realm, there must be a lot of dangers in the ancient heavenly court. There's no need to rush. The matter of cultivation must be done step by step. I mustn't be greedy. The Tao comprehension that he had in the rain today had greatly improved his mental state. It's almost time for me to go. Concocting the true yang pill for Little Black isn't something that can be done overnight. I still lack a few types of spiritual herbs. I probably need to leave the demon sinister forest to purchase more spiritual herbs. I've been out for half a month. It's time for me to go back and tell them that I'm safe. Then I'll go to the Dark Sparrow's grave and see if I can bring Treant Min Luo out of the grave. Although I have a way to bring Little Black and Little Liang out of the grave, I don't have the competence to do so for the time being. I can only bring out his clone at most. Let's go and have a look first. Ning Fan returned to the Yellow Spring Demon City. It was better for him to bid farewell to Mei Chen and Mu Xiaoliang for the time being. In the Merit Palace of Sinister Sparrow Sect, the elder who was guarding the palace, Meng Chu, was dumbfounded. Beside him, the former sect master of Sinister Sparrow Sect, revealed a bitter smile. His cultivation base was already at the half-step nascent soul realm. He only needed a long seclusion before he could officially form his nascent soul. As soon as he came out of seclusion, he encountered something that made him not know whether to laugh or cry. In the Merit Palace, Ning Fan's contribution points had been rising at an incredible speed. Eventually, it exceeded the upper limit of the Merit Steel and shattered it. What earth-shattering thing did that brat do in the demon sinister forest this time? Could it be that he killed a void fragmentation ghost in the 7th region of the forest? Otherwise, how could his contribution points exceed the upper limit? Sinister Sparrow shook his head with a smile. He was just joking. He didn't think that Ning Fan had the strength to kill a void fragmentation ghost because it would be too unbelievable. Unfortunately, the truth was always unexpected. When he found out the truth of the demon sinister forest, it was already many years later. He couldn't imagine that a void glimpse stage cultivator could kill Bone Sovereign. He left the low-grade 7th Revolution medicine for Mei Chen. He returned to 7 Apricot City and brought Bright Sparrow with him to Sinister Sparrow Sect's Dark Sparrow's grave. When little Ming Ke left the Dark Sparrow's grave without permission, the Ming Luo Treant must have been very anxious. Ming Ke must have missed Elder Ming Luo a lot after not seeing him for so many years. The two of them came to Sinister Sparrow Sect's Earth Origin Palace, but they didn't use the Earth Origin Palace's teleportation array like they did in the past. Ning Fan directly held Ming Ke's slender waist and used his Earth Escape technique to dive 100 zhong *3. 33 m per zhong, underground. The weight of 100,000 zhong *3. 33 m per zhong was enough to crush a gold core realm cultivator to death, but it was nothing to Ning Fan. Both of them appeared in the first level of the Dark Sparrow's grave. It was gloomy and rainy, just like in the past. The rain in the first level of Dark Sparrow's grave carried the chill of spring. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with nostalgia. He held the blood-red umbrella and accompanied Ming Ke in the spring rain. As for Ming Ke, her face was filled with worry. She was gnawing on a fifth revolution pill while looking at Ning Fan pleadingly. "Biscuit brother, that year, I left Dark Sparrow's grave without saying goodbye. Grandpa must be very worried and angry. When you see Grandpa later, please put in a good word for me. Don't let Grandpa spank my butt, silly girl. Your grandfather may seem cold and strict, but he treats you extremely well. When he saw you return safely, he was overjoyed. How could he bear to beat you? He's your grandpa, your relative." "Really? Elder really won't hit me?" A trace of demonic black radiance flashed across Bright Sparrow's pitch-black eyes, and she immediately cheered up. A trace of void inquiry stage aura force was actually emitting from his every move. During the half a month that Ning Fan had entered the demon sinister forest, Ming Ke had actually consumed all the pills she had and broken through to the void inquiry stage. When he returned to 7 Apricot City and saw little Ming Ke who had just broken through to the void inquiry stage, Ning Fan was left speechless. It has only been less than a year since she broke through to the void glimpse stage, and now, she has already broken through to the void inquiry stage. Isn't her cultivation speed a little too shocking? However, when he thought about it carefully, it was reasonable for the little girl to break through to the void inquiry stage so quickly. Ning Fan was the one who personally sealed the void poison in Ming Ke's body 40 years ago. That was the poison of the primordial underworld sparrow's tail wing, which contained a rare large amount of underworld magic power. The magic power contained within the void poison was equivalent to the total magic power of a spatial tempering cultivator. Before breaking through to the void glimpse stage, Ming Ke did not refine the magic power of the void poison. However, after breaking through to the void glimpse stage, Ming Ke continued to consume fifth revolution pills while refining the dark demon power. Her magic power had more than doubled within a year, allowing her to break through to the void inquiry stage in one go. Little Pill Devil was indeed very heaven-defying, but the void poison had already been completely refined by her, so there would no longer be such a terrifying leveling speed. If he wanted to break through to the void pierce stage, he could only consume 6th revolution pills. "Brother Biscuit, I miss Grandpa. I miss Rain Baby, I miss Wolf Baby, I miss Medicine Baby." Ming Ke chirped happily. Ning Fan just listened to her with a smile and walked towards the lower level. In the second level of Dark Sparrow's grave, Xianxia. There was no rain in the third level of Dark Sparrow's grave. It was autumn rain in the fourth level of Dark Sparrow's grave. In the fifth level of Dark Sparrow's grave, there was an icy rain. Ning Fan stood in the fifth level of the Dark Sparrow's grave for a long time. The pit of earth fire where he concocted pills for Ming Ke in the past was still there. He still remembered the words of enlightenment he had heard in the past. "What is rain? With a flip of my hand, I can summon clouds and rain with a flip of my hand." The divine transformation realm demonic beasts who had mocked him in the past all prostrated themselves on the ground when they saw him, not daring to look at him. In their eyes, the white-robed young man who was holding the blood umbrella was too dangerous. He was strong enough to easily slaughter all the demonic beasts in the fifth level. These ferocious beasts would never imagine that the white-robed fiend in front of them was a mere harmonious spirit realm cultivator 40 years ago. "Brother Biscuit, they looked down on you in the past. Do you want me to teach them a lesson?" Ming Ke revealed her cute little canine teeth. She straightened her golden crown and waved her fists, looking like she wanted to fight these ferocious beasts. "The past is over. Let's go to the 6th level." Ning Fan gently held Ming Ke's pink and tender palm in his hand to prevent her from running around and causing trouble. Holding the blood umbrella, he walked through the icy rain. The coldness was no longer bone-piercing. It could only give Ning Fan a faint chill. That was all. The 6th level of the Dark Sparrow's grave. Rain of swords, kill with your mind. Turn your killing into swords. Turn your swords into rain. Kill with rain. This rain was the rain of slaughter. However, its killing intent could no longer affect Ning Fan's state of mind. Ning Fan walked on the 6th level of the Dark Sparrow's grave. His spirit sense spread to 200,000 li *, 500 m per li, and his brows gradually furrowed. It was strange. Very strange, there weren't as many Void Refinement Realm ferocious beasts in the 6th level. In the past, there were at least 100 Void Refinement Realm ferocious beasts in this place. Now, there were only 5 or 6 of them left. They seemed to have yet to recover from their severe injuries. As soon as they saw Ning Fan, they immediately shivered. The mountains and rivers in the surroundings were filled with traces of battles and collapses. Huh? There should be a lot of demon babies in the 6th level in the past. Why are there only a few of them now? Even Ming Ke could see the abnormality. Ning Fan frowned. He spread out his spirit sense to check the remaining qi of magic power in this place. The qi of the expert who destroyed the mountains and rivers here was very familiar, so that's how it is. He was the one who killed a large number of Void Refinement Realm ferocious beasts in this place. Let's go to the 7th level and have a look. Ning Fan seemed to have guessed it. He directly led Ming Ke to the 7th level of the grave. 40 years ago, there were 6 Void Fragmentation Realm and 2nd Heavenly Layer demonic beasts in the 7th level. Today, none of them were left. The thunderstorm in the 7th level was still as violent as before. It still contained Xianxia's comprehension. Thunder from the flat ground, rain from the sky, and I want to kill. However, the mountains and rivers within a million li asterisk, 500 m per li, were all flattened. The landscape was no longer the same as before. Ning Fan spread out his spirit sense and found 6 traces of extremely dense baleful qi in the 7th level. Each of them was left behind by a Void Fragmentation Realm expert. Although Ning Fan had guessed who killed these ferocious beasts, he was still deeply shocked. The 6 Void Fragmentation Realm ferocious beasts in the 7th level were all killed by that person. Huh? The 6 Void Fragmentation Realm demon babies of the 7th level are all gone. Ming Ke said in astonishment. They are all dead. They were killed by someone. Ning Fan said indifferently. How could this be? All of the 6 demon babies here were at the Void Fragmentation Realm. Who could be so powerful to kill all of them? It's too scary. Ming Ke's mouth was agape. Let's go to the 8th level and have a look. The 8th level of the grave, the heaven-defying rain. Ning Fan and Ming Ke stepped into the 8th level. When they saw the desolated land and sensed the remnant baleful qi, they immediately sighed. There's no need to look anymore. All the Void Fragmentation Realm demonic beasts in the 8th level are dead. In the past, there were 3 Void Fragmentation experts in the 8th level, 2 at the 3rd level and 1 at the 4th level. All of them had attacked Ning Fan. Now, there were only 3 traces of baleful qi left by the Void Fragmentation experts in the 8th level. Without a doubt, all the Void Fragmentation experts including the snake-scaled old man were dead. So many Void Fragmentation Realm demon babies are dead. Would Grandpa be in danger? Who is it? Who entered the grave and killed so many Void Fragmentation Realm demon babies? I want to find Grandpa. I'm so worried. Grandpa must not die. Ming Ke was so anxious that she almost cried. Ning Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He patted Ming Ke's head and comforted her. Silly girl, can't you see it? The one who killed all the way from the 6th level to the 8th level is your grandpa Ming Luo. Other than him, who else in the rain world could be so powerful to kill all the 9 Void Fragmentation Realm demonic beasts in the grave? Eh? Is that so? Does that mean Grandpa is safe and sound? That scared me to death. I thought something happened to Grandpa. Ming Ke patted her chest cutely and resumed her smiling expression. Even experts like the Rain Sovereign and Yun Tianjue would not be able to eliminate all 9 Void Fragmentation Realm beasts in the Dark Sparrow's grave. The fact that Ming Luo Treant was able to kill 9 Void Fragmentation Realm experts on his own showed that his cultivation base was unimaginably high. Among the 9 Void Fragmentation Realm ferocious beasts, the one with the highest cultivation base was at the 4th layer of the Void Fragmentation Realm. However, all of them died in the hands of Ming Luo. He remembered that Ming Luo had a total of 100,000 Divine Transformation Realm clones in the past. The demonic power of 100,000 clones combined to form a single clone. That clone's cultivation base was as high as the 5th heavenly layer of the Void Fragmentation Realm, just as clone alone already had a cultivation base of the 5th heavenly layer of the Void Fragmentation Realm. How high exactly was the cultivation base of Ming Luo Trent's main body? in the past, Ning Fan had never thought about this question. Now, he was rather interested to know about it. He and Bright Sparrow walked to the entrance of the 9th level of Dark Sparrow's grave. Over there was a short and small old man standing like a tree stump. His zombie-like face was gloomy as he glared at Bright Sparrow furiously. There was a trace of joy hidden deep in his muddy old eyes, but he deliberately reprimanded her fiercely. "Humph. Damned girl. Do you know how much I've been worried about you for the past 40 years? This short and small old man was the clone of Ming Luo Treant. He emitted the aura force of the 5th heavenly layer of void fragmentation realm. As soon as he reprimanded him coldly, Bright Sparrow immediately felt a lump in her throat. She sat on the ground and cried. "Grandpa, I'm sorry." Bright Sparrow knows her mistake. Bright Sparrow won't dare to do it again. When Bright Sparrow cried, the short and small old man immediately showed a distressed expression. He approached her and blamed himself endlessly. He had actually scolded the innocent and cute little Bright Sparrow to tears. It was a mistake. It was a huge mistake, Grandpa, it's not good. I shouldn't have scolded you. Bright Sparrow, don't cry. The short and small old man was at a loss of what to do. He didn't know how to coax Bright Sparrow. Give me a lot of medicinal herbs and I won't cry anymore. Bright Sparrow sobbed pitifully. There was a trace of slyness hidden in her eyes. This slyness could fool Ming Luo, who was confused because of his concern, but it couldn't fool Ning Fan. Ning Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This time, Bright Sparrow secretly went to the Endless Sea and learned to pretend to cry. In order to stop Bright Sparrow from crying, the short and small old man naturally agreed to all her requests. All right. I'll give you as many spiritual herbs as you want. Please don't cry, my little ancestor. Don't hurt your body from crying. Bright Sparrow was a void inquiry stage cultivator. Would she hurt her body from crying? Ming Luo really spoiled her too much. Ning Fan shook his head. He grabbed little Bright Sparrow's collar and pulled her up from the ground. You're not allowed to cry anymore. If you cry again, I won't concoct pills for you anymore. I won't cry anymore. I won't cry anymore. Bright Sparrow rubbed her small face on Ning Fan's sleeve and wiped away her snot and tears. Then, her tears turned into a smile. Ming Luo was startled. His mind was already as sharp as a human's. He was confused because he was too concerned about the previous incident. At this moment, he immediately realized that he was fooled by Bright Sparrow's fake crying. He really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, seeing that Bright Sparrow was safe and sound, he was happier than anything else. Naturally, he couldn't reprimand her with a stern face anymore. After carefully checking Bright Sparrow's cultivation base, Ming Luo's expression immediately changed. It has only been 40 years and the void poison in your body has actually been completely refined. Moreover, your cultivation base has actually reached the void inquiry stage. This is really. Even a super expert like Ming Luo was shocked by Bright Sparrow's terrifying cultivation speed. The reason why I can quickly improve my cultivation base and refine the void poison is all thanks to Brother Biscuit, who gave me a lot of delicious pill biscuits. Bright Sparrow pulled Ning Fan's dirty sleeve with an incomparably intimate expression. Ming Luo was startled again. Only then did he carefully look at Ning Fan. It's you. Ning Fan was speechless. How weak did he have to be to make Ming Luo directly ignore him and only notice him now? You have actually broken through to the void glimpse stage. Ming Luo was shocked again. The little girl Bright Sparrow had the pill devil physique and the bloodline of the immemorial Dark Sparrow royal clan. It was understandable that her cultivation base could improve so quickly. However, according to Ming Luo's observation in the past, Ning Fan definitely didn't have any special physique. Even though he cultivated the immemorial devil technique, it was only the yin-yang transformation which was a dual cultivation devil technique. It wasn't the best fiend god cultivation method. It had only been 40 years and Ning Fan's cultivation base had actually advanced to the void refinement realm. This was even more shocking to Ming Luo than Bright Sparrow's void refinement realm. After 40 years, this was the first time Ming Luo looked at Ning Fan from the perspective of cultivation. He carefully looked at Ning Fan and felt an extremely terrifying baleful qi from Ning Fan's body. Immediately, his old eyes trembled. The horror of that baleful chi could only be left behind by a fifth heavenly layer void fragmentation expert. Other than the void fragmentation baleful chi, the amount of baleful chi in Ming Fan's body was enough to show how many blood seas he had gone through in these 40 years. It's definitely not a coincidence that this young man could break through to the void refinement realm at the age of 500. This young man's innate talent isn't the best, but I'm afraid some of the void fragmentation devils in the tree world can't be compared to him. Ming Luo straightened his expression and suddenly cupped his fists at Ming Fan. This little girl Bright Sparrow is insensible and ran out of the Dark Sparrow's grave. Thank you for bringing her back safely. I, Ming Luo, owe you another favor. If you have any difficulties that you need help with, just say it. This old man will certainly do his best to help you. Ming Fan smiled faintly. Things were smoother than he had imagined. Before he opened his mouth, Ming Luo had already consciously promised to help him return the favor. Ming Fan cupped his fists and returned the greeting. He didn't mention the matter of helping Ming Luo first. Instead, he asked, "May I ask, Senior, were the void fragmentation realm beasts of the 6th, 7th and 8th levels killed by Senior?" Yes. Little Shiji and the others of the 8th level had attacked Bright Sparrow in the past. This old man naturally couldn't let them go, so I killed all of them. As for the other few levels, cough cough cough, they were unlucky. Bright Sparrow secretly left the Dark Sparrow's grave. This old man was worried and upset all day long. However, they still had to scream and make me angry. There was no need to say the rest of the words. Obviously, Ming Luo was in a bad mood because of Bright Sparrow's departure. That was why he killed all the void fragmentation realm beasts to vent his anger. What a tyrannical Ming Luo tree spirit. He only treated Bright Sparrow well but was so cruel to others. Fortunately, Ming Fan and Bright Sparrow had a deep friendship. Ming Luo was a friend and not an enemy. If Ming Luo was in a bad mood in the future, he wouldn't find Ming Fan to vent his anger. Junior still has a question. What realm has Senior's true body reached? Ming Fan asked again. You want to know? Ming Luo's old face squeezed out a trace of an ugly smile. There was a trace of pride in his old eyes, but the answer he gave Ming Fan was shocked. This old man's true body is a loose demon's cultivation base. Rogue demon. Ming Fan's eyes were shocked. The true body of this wretched and short old man was actually a rogue demon expert, rogue demon, rogue immortal, rogue devil. Such a person was already standing at the peak of the void fragmentation realm. There was no one in the lower 3 realms who could reach such a level. The 9 realms were divided into the upper 3 realms, the middle 3 realms and the lower 3 realms. The upper 3 realms were the Devil Realm, Demon Realm and Heaven Immortal Realm. They were the 3 strongest realms in the 9 realms. There were also rogue immortal old monsters guarding them. The middle 3 realms were the Earth Immortal Realm, Mountain Realm and Fire Realm. Although there were no rogue immortals guarding them, the strength of the cultivators in the inner realms was incomparable to the Rain World. The lower 3 realms were the Tree Realm, Sword Realm and Rain Realm. Both the Tree Realm and Sword Realm were stronger than the Rain World and the Rain World was the weakest. Ming Luo Tree Demon was born in the Tree Realm, but he had cultivated to become a rogue demon. This was indeed somewhat shocking. Unfortunately, Ming Luo couldn't leave the Dark Sparrow's grave. If he could, he only needed to help Ming Fan once, which was more than enough to kill Moksha Sovereign. Ming Fan sighed in his heart. He couldn't bring Ming Luo's true body to the Dark Sparrow's grave this time. At most, he could bring his 5th heavenly layer void fragmentation clone out of the grave. Even if he could bring it out, Ming Luo's clone must take root in Yu country and couldn't leave the radius of 50 million li of Yu country. The role of Ming Luo's clone was at most to guard the house and protect Yu country. Junior has a way to bring Senior's clone out of the grave. I wonder if Senior is willing to let the clone leave the grave and see the scenery outside? Oh? Do you have such an ability? Ming Luo was startled at first. Then, he gave Ming Fan a meaningful glance and said with a smile, Brat, do you have something to ask this old man for help? That's right. Junior does have a way to let Senior's clone leave the grave, but it can't leave the radius of 50 million li of Yu country. Junior also has something to ask of Senior. My family members are all in Yu country. I hope that Senior can protect them when I'm not around. With Senior's presence, I'm afraid that even the divine king of the rain world wouldn't be able to hurt my close relatives. Ning Fan said earnestly. The divine king of the rain world? Who does he think he is? My true body can eliminate him in 2 or 3 moves, but, you are a little too greedy. This old man has promised you a favor, but you want me, a dignified rogue demon, to guard your house? This old man is not going to help you. Ming Luo waved his hand, refusing to help Ning Fan. Bright Sparrow is also one of my family members. She will also live in your country and might encounter danger. What he meant was that even if you don't guard someone else's house, you should be willing to guard Bright Sparrow's door, right? Sure enough, after hearing that Bright Sparrow might be in danger, Ming Luo's eyes hesitated. After pondering for a moment, he glared at Ning Fan and said, "Fine. For the sake of Bright Sparrow, I will help you protect that annoying you country, but this old man still wants to ask, do you really have a way to let my clone leave the grave and get some fresh air outside?" Of course. Good. If you can really do it, this old man will help you guard you country. Just treat it as going out to relax. Why not? Ming Luo laughed heartily. How many years had it been since he left the grave? By the way, Junior has a question to ask Senior. Do you still have the flesh and blood of those void fragmentation beasts that Senior has killed? Ning Fan suddenly asked. Of course I do. Those are 9 void fragmentation beasts. Their flesh and demon cores are all good stuff, eh? You want their corpses? Yes. Ning Fan didn't pretend and said bluntly. Oh? This old man is very curious. What do you want these corpses for? Brewing wine and concocting pills. Ning Fan's eyes lit up. If he could brew wine with the blood and flesh of these 9 void fragmentation beasts and concoct fierce cultivation pills, his magical force and spirit sense would certainly skyrocket. This old man has heard of concocting pills, but brewing wine, this old man has never heard of anyone using the blood of void fragmentation beasts to brew wine. I'm sorry, this old man didn't say that I would give these corpses to you. This old man is also a demon. Consuming their corpses can improve my cultivation base. Before Ming Luo could finish his words, Bright Sparrow suddenly pulled Ming Luo's sleeve. Her eyes looked as if they could shoot out innocent little stars and pleaded. Grandpa, good grandpa, Brother Biscuit treats me very well. Can you just give him those corpses? If he uses those corpses to concoct pills, I can also eat them to improve my magical force. Don't you think so? If you don't give those corpses to Brother Biscuit, it means that you don't love Bright Sparrow anymore. Under the attack of Bright Sparrow's eyes, Ming Luo sighed helplessly. All right. Give all those corpses to your Brother Biscuit. This old man doesn't want any of them. This should be fine, right? A girl's heart is always on the outside. No one knew how long the true body of the Min Luo Treant had been trapped in the Dark Sparrow's grave. He was just a void fragmentation realm demon cultivator. His lifespan should have come to an end a long time ago. Fortunately, the Ming Luo Dryad had created a heaven-defying method to transform his body into a tree. He had completely cultivated into a tree and lost the possibility of turning back into a human. Ming Luo extracted his demon soul and cultivated countless incarnations, using them to move around in Dark Sparrow's grave. Because his main body had degenerated into a tree, his divine abilities were greatly reduced, but his lifespan wasn't evergreen. After enduring for a long time, he could still advance through growth. As time passed, Treant Min Luo's cultivation increased day by day. Eventually, his true body grew to the level of an independent demon. Although his true form was a rogue demon, he was a rogue demon that couldn't move or transform. His roots were rooted in Dark Sparrow's grave, and he would never be able to leave it. If he burnt his demon soul and risked his life to escape, Ming Luo would be able to leave the Dark Sparrow's grave in a very short period of time, but he would certainly turn into ashes after that. There might be a way for Ming Luo to turn back into a demon tree and leave the Dark Sparrow's grave, but unfortunately, Ning Fan didn't know about it. The heavenly Tao was fair. The Ming Luo Treant had survived countless years with his tree body, so the chance of him transforming into a demon again was naturally slim. The only thing he could do was to bring the clone of Ming Luo Treant out of the grave. This was an imitation of Bone Sovereign's method. Bone Sovereign had cultivated his true soul incarnation, but his main body couldn't leave the demon sinister forest. Hence, he used his true soul incarnation to sneak out. Ning Fan followed suit. He only needed to concoct some low-grade 6th Revolution True Soul pills for Ming Luo to help him condense a True Soul clone in the shortest time possible. Ming Luo Trent's True Soul was different from Bone Sovereign's. Bone Sovereign's true body was unharmed while his True Soul could move freely in the outside world after leaving the demon sinister forest. Ming Luo's main body, on the other hand, had degenerated into a tree. His clone could not be too far away from his main body. Otherwise, it would be like a fallen leaf that would never be able to return to the branch and could only wither and die. Ming Luo's true soul doppelganger could only move within the radius of 50 million miles of Yu country. In the Dark Sparrow's grave, Ning Fan told Ming Luo all the plans and both of them made an agreement. After that, Ning Fan took the 9 void fragmentation realm beast corpses from Ming Luo's hands as well as a large number of spiritual herbs that were 10,000 years and above. Then, he bid farewell and left. He did not take Bright Sparrow away immediately. Ming Ke and Min Luo Treant had been separated for many years. Now that they were reunited, they would definitely have a lot of things to talk about. Jing Jing returned to 7 Apricot City alone. Seeing the changes in 7 Apricot City, Ning Fan gradually relaxed. The people of the 7 Apricot 4 clans were organized into the 7 Apricot branch temples by Su Yan and Yu Lingkong. It was divided into the Refining Hall, Alchemy Hall, Physique Cultivation Hall, Sword Cultivation Hall, Demonic Cultivation Hall. The 3 Black Demon armies became the Black Demon Hall. Sinister Sparrow sect submitted to 7 Apricot City and became Sinister Sparrow Palace. The Fire Cloud sect submitted to 7 Apricot City and became the Fire Cloud Hall. All the major sects were still in their old locations. It should be said that the current Yu country after the merger was the sphere of influence of 7 Apricot City. Ning Fan did not ask about the matters related to the development of his forces. Instead, he let his women be in charge of it. He trusted them very much. In the Cauldron world, the Ning family's female guard was also building the interface like wildfire. Everyone had their own things to do. Of course, there were also a few extremely bored women who passed their days leisurely. For example, Ji He, Mu Xiaohuan, Bai Su, Feng Shuiyan. Ning Fan stood in the middle of the snowy 7 Apricot City. Looking back at the mortal world, he felt as if he was in a dream. He could finally have some peace and stay in 7 Apricot City for a period of time. There were no battles or battles. There was only peace and tranquility. Starting from the Void Refinement realm, the advancement of each level is extremely difficult. An ordinary Void Glimpse stage cultivator would need at least 1,000 years to break through to the Void Inquiry stage. Those with slightly inferior innate talents might need several thousand years. Those with slightly inferior Tao comprehension might not be able to attain the Void Inquiry stage in their entire lives. I want 10 years to reach the Void Inquiry stage. Ning Fan held the blood wine gourd in his hand. 10 years was the time needed for the blood wine to be brewed. He placed the blood essence of the 9 void fragmentation realm ferocious beasts into the Xianwei blood gourd. 10 years later, when the blood wine is brewed, all of this blood wine would be a great help to Ning Fan's breakthrough to the Void Inquiry stage. It will take 10 years for the wine to be brewed. During these 10 years, I still have many things to do. For example, improving my cultivation method, improving my spirit sense and also, preparing to resist the Void Inquiry stage heavenly tribulation. Before that, I must first concoct the True Yang pill and True Soul pill and bring Xiao He and the Ming Luo tree spirit back to 7 Apricot City. Ning Fan began to concoct the True Yang pill and True Soul pill. Both of them were low-grade 6th Revolution pills. It was not easy for Ning Fan to concoct them. During the day, Ning Fan went into the Dark Golden Pagoda to concoct 2 types of pills. When night fell, he returned to 7 Apricot City to rest and accompany the girls for a good night. After a month, Ning Fan had concocted 2 True Yang pills and 20 True Soul pills. Then, he returned to the Demon Sinister Forest and the Dark Sparrow's grave. 10 days later, when he returned to 7 Apricot City, he brought back 2 people and a sable. Ming Luo's True Soul avatar had the cultivation base of the 5th heavenly layer of the Void Fragmentation realm. He promised Ning Fan to protect 7 Apricot City, but he did not like the clamor of 7 Apricot City. Thus, he stayed alone in a barren mountain 1,000 li away. Mu Xiaoliang was one of the 3 souls of Mu Weiliang. Soon, she became good sisters with Ji He and Mu Xiaohuan. They were as close as sisters. From then on, Mu Xiaoliang joined 7 Apricot City's casual eating and drinking team. The 3 souls had been found, and all that was left was Mu Weiliang's 7 spirits. Mei Chen did not appear in her human form. Instead, she stayed in 7 Apricot City as a small sable. She would stay in Ning Fan's empty room during the day. When Ning Fan returned at night, she would leave angrily. She did not want to meet Ning Fan face to face, as if she was still in a fit of pique. Others only thought that the small sable was Ning Fan's demon pet. Only Su Yan and a few other girls knew Mei Chen's true identity. She was a void fragmentation realm demon cultivator. Ever since 7 Apricot City had the protection of Mei Chen and Ming Luo, Ning Fan felt more at ease and gradually got used to the life in 7 Apricot City. His heart gradually calmed down. This kind of calmness was something that he had never felt before when he stepped into the bloody sea of cultivation. He stayed in 7 Apricot City for 10 years, 10 years of silence, 10 years of peace, 10 years of tranquility and 10 years of companionship. He had not killed a single person for 10 years. He had almost forgotten that he was once a devil lord that rampaged across the rain world. Every day, Ning Fan would only spend half a day cultivating and concocting pills. The other half of the day would be spent in meditation. Occasionally, he would disappear for a few days to half a month, burying his head in the pagoda to cultivate. Sometimes, he would stay in 7 Apricot City for more than 10 days in a row. 10 years had passed in the outside world and half of the time in the pagoda had been spent. Ning Fan had cultivated in the 7th floor of the dark golden pagoda for more than 400 years. During the time he spent cultivating in the pagoda, Ning Fan resumed his cultivation of the Black Devil art as a fire elemental cultivation method. At the same time, he carefully cultivated the cultivation method of the Divine Sovereign of the Rain World, the Sovereign Rain Primordial art as an ice elemental cultivation method. He concocted the void-consuming pill to consume the void fragmentation realm Dao fruit. However, he did not consume it immediately. Instead, he waited for the blood wine to be brewed before consuming it. He used the flesh and blood of 9 void fragmentation realm ferocious beasts to concoct fierce cultivation pills. However, the gigantic bodies of the 9 ferocious beasts were only enough to concoct 9 fierce cultivation pills. Ning Fan also used the corpses of the realm beasts to concoct the 10th fierce cultivation pill. The quality of this 10th fierce cultivation pill was obviously 10 times better than the previous 9 pills. After all, the energy contained in the flesh and blood of the realm beasts was far beyond that of the void fragmentation realm ferocious beasts. He consumed 10 fierce cultivation pills in succession and began to concoct pills to eat the sense beads of void refinement realm and void fragmentation realm ghosts. Ning Fan's spirit sense was improving day by day. However, no one knew exactly what level his spirit sense had reached. It was the 3rd year that Ning Fan stayed in 7 Apricot City. A vast spirit sense quietly swept across the 400,000 li asterisk radius of 7 Apricot City. In the entire Yu country, other than Mei Chen and Ming Luo, no one else noticed this divine sense sweep past. Grand Void Grade Spirit Sense. This young man's cultivation base is just at the void glimpse stage, but his spirit sense has actually improved to such a level. In the desolate mountain, Ming Luo's eyes were filled with shock. After the improvement of his spirit sense was completed and his cultivation method had also reached a bottleneck, Ning Fan began to concoct True Void Pill, Wondrous Sound Pill and other 6th Revolution pills that could increase his magic power. He had obtained a large amount of spirit herbs from the Demon Sinister Forest and the Dark Sparrow's grave, enough for him to squander for 10 years. He would refine Dan in the day and return to 7 Apricot City to rest at night. Time passed day by day. His FALE increased bit by bit and his alchemy skills also improved bit by bit. His medicine soul was extremely strong to begin with, and it was not far from the mid-grade 6th Revolution medicine soul. In the 7th year of the outside world, a vast medicine soul power suddenly appeared in 7 Apricot City. In a barren mountain thousands of miles away, the Minluo Treant was shocked once again. Mid-6th Revolution Pill Refinement Technique. This young man's bone age is still young, but his alchemy skills have already reached such a high level. After spending more than 400 years in the tower, Ning Fan had almost used up all the 50,000 years and 100,000 years old spiritual herbs he had. After concocting a void inquiry pill that could increase his void inquiry stage comprehension, he no longer concocted any other pills. For the remaining time, he no longer entered the tower. Instead, he stayed in 7 Apricot City and U Country. He picked up the Tao of Formations and began to make mortal void realm formation discs. All of these discs were grand defensive formations prepared for transcending the void inquiry stage heavenly tribulation. He refined the star positioning plate again and integrated many formations into it. It was also to prepare for transcending the heavenly tribulation. Ning Fan knew that he had completely offended the heavenly Tao. The heavenly tribulation this time would be extremely terrifying. He would not find it strange even if a void fragmentation realm heavenly tribulation befalls him. In the last 3 years, Ning Fan used a large number of Tao crystals to make 100 mortal void grand formation discs. There were only 2,000 Tao crystals left, which was equivalent to 10 billion immortal jade. When these 100 discs were activated at the same time, the formation light that they emitted was extremely terrifying. Even an old monster at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm would not be able to break the formation light in a short period of time. Ning Fan distributed the powerful magic treasures that he had obtained from killing for many years to the ladies, leaving only a majority of the magic treasures that were slightly inferior. He was prepared to discard all of them in order to transcend the heavenly tribulation. Time passed day by day. 10 years had passed and the blood wine was brewed. For 10 whole years, Ning Fan lived a peaceful life in the snow of 7 Apricot City. For 10 whole years, Ning Fan's hands were not stained with blood and he did not kill a single person. 10 years of preparation was just to break through to the void inquiry stage. After the blood wine was brewed, Ning Fan gave his ladies some instructions and left 7 Apricot City alone. He did not want to repeat Old Devil's mistake. He would not transcend the heavenly tribulation in 7 Apricot City. Since he knew that the heavenly tribulation this time would be extremely terrifying, he wanted to find a secluded and spacious place to set up 100 layers of void rank grand formations and transcend the heavenly tribulation alone. Ning Fan traveled all the way to the south. After passing through more than 10 cultivation countries, he finally arrived at the southern gazing sea of the Rain World. The Endless Sea was located in the extreme east of the Rain World, while the southern gazing sea was located in the extreme south of the Rain World. U Country was located in the southeastern continent of the Rain World. To a cultivator at Ning Fan's level, it would not take him too much time to travel from U Country to these 2 sea regions. There were not as many cultivators in the southern gazing sea as there were in the Endless Sea. The sea region was extremely vast, but there were rarely any cultivators cultivating there. After Ning Fan arrived at the southern gazing sea, he traveled all the way to the south. Eventually, he chose a deserted island with a radius of 1 million li *, 500 m per li, and set up 100 layers of mortal void grand formations on the island. He sat cross-legged on the peak of a lone mountain on the deserted island and adjusted his condition. Once he was in his best condition, he would consume the void fragmentation realm Tao fruit, blood wine, and void inquiry pill in one go and break through to the void inquiry stage. Tens of millions of li *, 500 m per li, away from the deserted island, there was a gloomy cave residence that was filled with piles of white bones on a certain island. Inside the cave residence, 3 scantily clad female cultivators were surrounding a crystal ball magic treasure, peeking at the scene that was tens of millions of li *, 500 m per li, away. If there were void refinement cultivators who had lived in the southern gazing sea for a long time, they would definitely recognize who these 3 female cultivators were at first glance and would definitely not dare to provoke them. These 3 female cultivators were the infamous 3 fairies Feng Wan of the southern gazing sea. They were all demonic women with the demonic bloodline of the Phoenix clan, and they were the 3 overlords of the southern gazing sea. The Yao arts that the 3 females cultivated were extremely vicious. They needed to eat large numbers of males to increase their cultivation. Among the 3 women, one of them was at the absolute void stage while the other 2 were at the void pierce stage. Even though the demon power of the 3 women was weak due to eating humans repeatedly, their strength was still not to be underestimated. When the three of them joined forces, they had once killed a few void refinement realm experts of the Rain World. Later on, the three women were ordered by the Rain Palace not to leave the Southern Ocean Sea for the rest of their lives. They were only allowed to kill within the Southern Ocean Sea. Because of the three immortals who liked to eat men, few cultivators were willing to come to the Southern Gazing Sea to cultivate. The three immortals had not tasted the flesh of a void refinement realm male for many years. This white-robed man looks quite handsome. If the three of us can capture him, we can pluck his flesh first before we eat and kill him. A void pure stage female demon looked at Ning Fan in the crystal ball and licked her red lips with her fragrant tongue, as if she was looking at a plate of delicious food. Her beautiful eyes flickered with dark green light. We can't. Didn't you see it? The 100 layers of formation light that he set up on the barren island are all at the mortal void realm. Putting aside the fact that he could get his hands on so many mortal void realm formation discs, he must be someone with a strong background. Just the fact that he has the protection of these 100 layers of formation light means that we definitely won't be able to break through the formation light and capture him. Another void pure stage female demon said worriedly. I'm not afraid. The reason why this person appeared in the Southern Gazing Sea and set up 100 layers of mortal void realm formation light on the barren island is probably because he wants to transcend his tribulation. Heh. This person's cultivation base is just at the void glimpse stage. He is probably going to break through to the void inquiry stage and transcend his tribulation. It's just a void inquiry stage tribulation, but he actually prepared so many formation discs. This is enough to prove that this person is an extremely cowardly person. It also means that his combat power is low. As long as the three of us wait for him to complete his tribulation, regardless of whether he succeeds in breaking through to the void inquiry stage or not, he will definitely be severely injured and slack off. When that time comes, we can suddenly launch a sneak attack and capture him without spilling a single drop of blood. Whether he dies or cuts into pieces, isn't it all up to us? As soon as the female demon of the absolute void realm said that, her eyes flashed with dark green demonic light and she licked her lips. She had been living in the Southern Gazing Sea for a long time and had never stepped into the continent of the Rain World. Thus, she did not know Ning Fan's identity. Even if she knew, she would not be afraid of a void glimpse stage male given her absolute void stage cultivation base. Given her unscrupulous personality, she would not be afraid of any force either. Let's wait for him to transcend his tribulation. The moment he completes his tribulation will be the moment of his death. He's just a void glimpse stage cultivator. He. The female demon of the absolute void realm sneered coldly. She did not put Ning Fan in her eyes at all. On the summit of a lone mountain on the barren island, Ning Fan suddenly opened his eyes which glinted with cold light. Interesting. I have only stopped killing for 10 years and the void refinement realm cultivators in the Rain World have already forgotten about my ferocious name. Ning Fan spread his spirit sense 400,000 li *, 500 m per li, but he did not discover any human figures within his range. However, he could vaguely feel that he was being spied on. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed his surroundings. He could vaguely sense that the ones who were spying on him were 3 void refinement realm cultivators. When he took a closer look, he realized that the 3 auras were clearly the auras of women. They did not conceal their killing intent towards Ning Fan at all. 3 human cauldrons that came to my doorstep, huh? That's good. It saves me the trouble of catching human cauldrons. After I successfully transcend my tribulation, I will use the cultivation bases of these 3 women to help me stabilize my void inquiry stage cultivation base. The void fragmentation realm Dao fruit and the gourd of blood wine were all assimilated into his body. Ning Fan sat alone on the peak of the lone mountain and sat in a cross-legged position for a whole month. His eyes were tightly shut the entire time. What he was refining was not just the Dao fruit and blood wine, but also the comprehension of the Dao that he had cultivated for many years. Ning Fan's magic power and qi became stronger day by day. However, his body became fainter and fainter, as if he was going to vanish from this world. At the void glimpse stage, the void was nothing but a void. At the void inquiry stage, what you see is not the void. The fainter his body became, the more profound his comprehension of the word void was. After cultivating for 40 years, his bone age would be 900 years old. Many cultivators were still struggling to break through to the nascent soul realm at this bone age, but Ning Fan was already trying to break through to the void inquiry stage. After 1 month, Ning Fan's magic power had already exceeded 8 million units. He had long surpassed the threshold of 3 million units of magic power of the void inquiry stage. However, he still could not break through to the void inquiry stage successfully. He was still a step away from crossing that bottleneck. Looking at the illusion isn't an illusion, Ning Fan patted his storage pouch, took out a void inquiry pill and swallowed it in one go. His figure became fainter and more transparent, as if he was just a mirage. This is unbelievable. This person was merely a void glimpse stage cultivator, but he actually had such a profound understanding of the word void. His body was almost completely turning into the void. Turning his physical body into the void. Not many void fragmentation realm experts in the entire Rain Immortal world could achieve this. This kind of divine ability has nothing to do with one's cultivation base. It completely depends on the cultivator's own comprehension of the word void. This kid has such a terrifying comprehension ability. In the demon cave that was tens of millions of li asterisk, 500 m per li, away, the 2 void pure stage female demons were bewildered. Humph. So what? This young man is just a void glimpse stage expert after all. Even if he succeeds in breaking through to the void inquiry stage, he is just a mere void inquiry stage expert. No matter how high one's comprehension was, it couldn't be used as a method to destroy the enemy. Perhaps one day, after he attains the void pure stage or absolute void stage by luck, the 3 of us won't be a match for him anymore. However, if he is only at the void glimpse stage or void inquiry stage, he is definitely not a match for the 3 of us. This person will definitely die in our hands. Let's go, it's about time to hunt this person. The female demon of the great void realm let out a disdainful snort. Then, she led the other 2 demons to turn into rays of light and left the demon cave, heading straight to the desolate island where Ning Fan was. On the desolate island, Ning Fan's figure was as faint as a shadow. However, his comprehension of the word void was improving bit by bit. He opened his eyes and stared blankly at the quiet void below the spatial barrier. As his figure gradually turned illusory, he seemed to hear the sound of breathing in the endless void. That was the soul of void. He was slightly stunned, and then he raised his hand and pointed with a finger. He shattered the space in the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers, and then he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards the boundless space. It was just a grab, but he vaguely felt like he was holding something in his hand. Is this the void soul? Soul extraction. At this moment, Ning Fan extracted the void soul that was tens of thousands of li asterisk, 500 m per li, away with his illusory body. If this void soul was fused into his body, his magic power would definitely increase greatly in a short period of time. The art of soul extraction, from the lowest to the highest, were extracting the soul of the earth, the soul of the void, the soul of the sun, the moon, and the soul of the heavenly Tao. In the past, when he was possessed by Lightning Emperor Tai Su, he created the soul extraction technique that could extract the 6 Tao souls with the help of his comprehension of the unity of heaven and man. However, this technique was definitely not something that he could display right now. It was also not something that he had comprehended step by step. Today, however, Ning Fan was able to hear the breath of the void soul and extract it. It was obvious that he had already cultivated the soul extracting technique to the 2nd level. Ning Fan reckoned that if he breaks through to the void inquiry stage and uses the void soul extraction technique, he could even obtain void pure stage magic power for a short period of time with the help of a secret technique. With my understanding of the word void, I can now extract the soul of the void. This is an unexpected surprise. Ning Fan dispersed the void soul in the center of his palm, allowing the hollow space within 10,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, to heal. Then, he closed his eyes again. As he continued to refine the void inquiry pill, his understanding towards the word void grew deeper and deeper. Scenes of the past also appeared in his mind. As an orphan, he was adopted by the Ning clan. As a servant, he was framed. As a mortal, he fell into the devil Tao. As a devil cultivator, he ran amok in the rain world. He still remembered the sorrow of being bullied by countless evil women that night at Mount Lihen. He still remembered the touch of warmth in the snowstorm of 7 Apricot City. He still remembered the loneliness of killing countless people along the way. He also remembered the intertwining of life and death with each and every beauty, the sea of blood in the cultivation world, the gratitude and enmity of the past, suddenly felt like a dream. Everything seemed illusory, however, along the way, be it sadness or happiness, all of them were so real to him. Ning Fan opened his eyes indifferently. His eyes were calm but persistent. His mind was wandering between the two words void and reality. Finally, he caught the pathway of the bottleneck of the void inquiry stage. I want the void inquiry stage. All of a sudden, a wave of void inquiry stage aura force surged from his body, sweeping across the area within hundreds of thousands of li asterisk, 500 m per li, of the desolate island. He suddenly stood up and stood at the peak of the lone mountain. His body that had turned incorporeal again. At this moment, his cultivation base had officially broken through to the void inquiry stage, asterisk rumble asterisk asterisk rumble asterisk asterisk rumble asterisk. At this moment, countless purple tribulation clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. The purple tribulation clouds were surrounded by terrifying lightning bolts. It stretched across 1 million li asterisk, 500 m per li, of the desolate island. Its aura force was terrifying. Its power was almost comparable to the heavenly tribulation of a void fragmentation realm cultivator. Among the layers of purple lightning clouds, a 10,000 zhang asterisk, 33 m per li, giant wearing purple armor stood coldly. His body was covered with ancient runes and he was holding an extremely thick lightning chain in his hand. It's actually the purple lightning tribulation clouds. Another Tao Guardian has actually appeared. In the profounding world, Luo Yu's eyes were filled with astonishment. There were 3 types of heavenly tribulations that cultivators at the first step of cultivation had to go through. The heavenly tribulations that cultivators who had yet to reach the divine transformation realm would go through were all lightning tribulations. After that, it would be fire tribulations. As for void fragmentation realm cultivators, it would be wind tribulations. Normally, the void inquiry stage heavenly tribulations would only be fire tribulations. It would never be any other kind of heavenly tribulations. Normally, it was impossible for Tao Guardians to send tribulations to ordinary cultivators. Only those great devils would be personally killed by the Tao Guardians. Obviously, the heavenly tribulation that Ning Fan was undergoing had already gone beyond common sense. He had been targeted by the heavenly Tao of the lower world. No cultivator had ever experienced a void inquiry stage heavenly tribulation with void fragmentation realm power. Previously, the heavenly Tao of the lower world had sent giant Xihua to send a fire tribulation, but it failed to eliminate Ning Fan. It was as if the heavenly Tao knew that Ning Fan possessed a supreme treasure that could restrain fire. Thus, it no longer sent a fire tribulation but a purple lightning tribulation instead, intending to eliminate Ning Fan in one go. This kind of lightning tribulation was extremely rare. The purple lightning released by the tribulation clouds could turn into lightning chains that could lock any cultivator below the void fragmentation realm. Even a first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivator would have a hard time withstanding the lightning chains. What a strong lightning tribulation. Even if I have the Tai Su lightning diagram, it won't be easy for me to transcend it. Ning Fan's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. 10,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, away from the desolate island, the 3 immortals were quietly lying in ambush, waiting for Ning Fan to finish his tribulation and launch a sneak attack. The 3 of them were initially disdainful towards Ning Fan. However, when they saw the extremely terrifying purple lightning tribulation clouds, all of them were so shocked that they were speechless. When they saw the purple lightning giant standing within the tribulation clouds, all of their faces turned pale with fright. A Tao Guardian. It's actually the heavenly tribulation envoy who personally sent the tribulation to this man. How is this possible? How is this possible? According to the ancient records, only cultivators who have committed heinous crimes will be personally sent by the Tao Guardian. Could it be that this void glimpse stage, void inquiry stage man has actually committed an extremely terrifying crime? A Tao Guardian at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Scary. This is really too scary. This purple lightning tribulation cloud has covered the sky of 1 million li asterisk, 500 m per li. The entire island is within the range of the tribulation. The 3 of us can't get close to the island at all and ambush this person. Otherwise, we will be attacked by the heavenly tribulation together and we will be turned into ashes in an instant. The three of them were frightened by the terrifying aura of Ning Fan's tribulation. How would they still have the intention to hunt him down? All they wanted to do was to run away as soon as possible to avoid getting involved with him and getting attacked by the heavenly tribulation messengers. Unfortunately, it was already a little too late for them to run away now. A few traces of purple lightning in the air suddenly turned into purple lightning chains, binding the three of them tightly. Even with their cultivation bases, they actually could not break free from these purple lightning chains at all. In just an instant, they had already suffered serious injuries. The purple lightning was eroding their bodies bit by bit. Even though they used all of their demon power to resist the purple lightning, their injuries were still getting worse. Even though their lives were not in danger for the time being, they could not escape from this damned place. If they let their injuries continue to get worse, it would only be a matter of time before they die. The three of them were clearly standing 10,000 li * 500 m per li, away from the heavenly tribulation. Even so, they were already in such a miserable state after just being affected by the stray lightning tribulation. It was imaginable how dangerous it was for Ning Fan, who was in the center of the lightning tribulation. The purple lightning giant's eyes were cold. It looked down at Ning Fan and abruptly activated the lightning chains and said coldly, "My name is Purple Lightning. Since you have captured Jihua, I will exercise my authority on behalf of the heavenly Tao and kill you. The heavenly Tao will be the shackles and you will be my prisoner." Shackles. The voice of the purple lightning giant was like thunder and its breath was like a rainstorm, making Ning Fan's eardrums hurt from the vibrations. The giant had only activated a single lightning chain, but the tribulation cloud within 1 million li * 500 m per li shot out billions of purple lightning bolts, turning into billions of lightning chains that flew towards Ning Fan. Those lightning chains were formed by lightning. The speed of the lightning was unimaginably fast. It could cover 600,000 li * 500 m per li in a single breath. Even an absolute void stage cultivator would find it hard to reach such a speed. Ning Fan also moved at lightning speed. In an instant, he activated the 100 layers of mortal void stage formation light to their maximum. In an instant, billions of purple lightning bolts bombarded the mortal void stage formation light. Boom * more than 40 of the 100 layers of mortal void stage formation light collapsed in an instant. The barren island was almost destroyed. However, it managed to block the purple lightning bolts in the end. The giant's first round of lightning tribulation was blocked by Ning Fan with the formation light. The purple lightning giant was a little surprised. He did not expect Ning Fan to be so well prepared. He actually used so many mortal void stage grand formations to block the heavenly tribulation. He made a grabbing motion with his hand and the purple lightning bolts in the sky condensed into a lightning chain again. Then, he threw the lightning chain into the sky once again. In just a few breaths' time, the second round of lightning tribulation descended. The destructive power of the second round of lightning tribulation was much scarier than the first round. With just a single strike, it destroyed all the remaining formation light. The remaining purple lightning tribulation turned into lightning chains that flew towards Ning Fan at a terrifying speed. Ning Fan looked at the purple lightning chains that filled the sky and his heart was filled with an endless sense of danger. Once he is bound by the purple lightning chains, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape. This purple lightning giant is bent on killing me. No matter how many times I block the heavenly tribulation, he will still continue to send tribulations. Instead of delaying the battle with him, I might as well end the battle as soon as possible. Ning Fan suddenly stomped on the lonely mountain below his feet. The entire mountain immediately shattered into countless broken rocks. A massive blood-red lightning diagram appeared beneath his feet, absorbing all the purple lightning bolts that were attacking Ning Fan into the lightning diagram. He patted his storage pouch, took out the ancient golden sword and stood on the tip of the sword. Ning Fan waved his hand and tossed out countless immortal crystals. His body turned into a pure golden sword light and approached the purple lightning giant at lightning speed, at a speed comparable to a void fragmentation realm expert. "You're courting death." When the purple lightning giant saw Ning Fan daring to rush towards him, his eyes were filled with rage. He was the Tao Guardian, the messenger of the heavenly tribulation and a void fragmentation realm puppet that wielded authority on behalf of the heavens. In the long river of time, the purple lightning giant had once sent the purple lightning tribulation to several slaughtering devils in the lower 9 worlds. Each and every one of those devils could be considered as peerless and ferocious devils. However, when facing the terrifying purple lightning of the purple lightning giant, they were still fearful. However, Ning Fan was different. There was no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, there was only strong battle intent. He swore to fight against the heavenly tribulation. This fearless gaze caused the violet lightning giant to be enraged. In his opinion, Ning Fan was simply looking down on the heavenly might. This was unforgivable. Without any hesitation, the purple lightning giant made a grabbing motion and sent the 3rd round of heavenly tribulation towards Ning Fan. Ning Fan did not slow down at all. He dashed towards the purple lightning bolts in the sky without any fear. All of a sudden, he patted his storage pouch and took out a fiery red puppet. The puppet grew in the wind and instantly turned into a flaming giant. As soon as the flaming giant appeared, it received Ning Fan's order and threw a punch at the purple lightning bolts in the sky without hesitation. The destructive power of a void fragmentation realm attack shattered all the purple lightning bolts in the sky. The 3rd round of purple lightning bolts was still blocked. Jihua, how dare you rebel against the heavens? You are a slave of the heavenly Tao in vain. The purple lightning giant yelled furiously. There is only one master. Jihua said with a blank expression. The purple lightning giant would never know that Ning Fan had already used the life imprisonment technique of the ancestral emperor of the northern heaven to erase his spiritual intelligence. He had already become a puppet killer who only obeyed Ning Fan's orders. He would no longer obey any orders from the heavenly Tao of the lower worlds. Giant Jihua shattered layers of tribulation clouds and dashed towards the purple lightning giant, confronting it from afar. Facing Giant Jihua, even the purple lightning giant felt a little pressured. In terms of cultivation base, he was slightly weaker than Jihua. At this moment, the purple lightning giant no longer had the intention to send the tribulation to Ning Fan. He had to focus all his attention on confronting Jihua. He no longer had the mood to deal with Ning Fan. As Ning Fan gave the order, Giant Jihua waved his fiery fists and attacked the purple lightning giant like a storm. The purple lightning giant also waved his fiery fists and fought against Jihua. The battle between the 2 void fragmentation realm spiritual puppets shattered the vast sky within 1,000,000 li * 500 m per li. The strong wind that was produced blew past the faces of the 3 female demons, causing them to feel pain on their faces. Their eyes were filled with deep fear. Madman. This man is a madman. He actually possesses a void fragmentation realm spiritual puppet and dares to fight against the messenger of the heavenly tribulation. Isn't he afraid of offending the heavenly Tao? No. Sister, can't you see it? The void fragmentation realm spiritual puppet in that madman's body is another Tao guardian. He has already offended the heavenly Tao of the lower worlds. That's why his void inquiry stage heavenly tribulation is so terrifying. That's why he set up 100 mortal void grand formations to transcend his tribulation. If we knew that this man is such a madman, the 3 of us wouldn't have come to capture him even if we had to die. Now, we are trapped in this place by the purple lightning of the heavenly tribulation. The 3 female demons showed regretful expressions. They hated themselves for coming to this place and getting involved in this mess. The 3 of them wished they could run away immediately. However, they were trapped by the purple lightning and could not move at all. Ning Fan stepped on the ancient golden sword and shuttled through the layers of purple lightning tribulation clouds, heading straight for the purple lightning giant. In order to capture Giant Jihua previously, Ning Fan had sacrificed 50,000 years of his lifespan. This time, he still wanted to capture the purple lightning giant. However, he did not know how much more lifespan he would have to sacrifice. Compared to the time when he captured the puppet giant previously, the situation was slightly better. Ning Fan's magic power had greatly improved compared to the last time. The purple lightning giant, on the other hand, was slightly weaker than Giant Jihua. Thus, the difficulty of capturing the purple lightning giant would naturally be lower compared to the last time. The amount of lifespan he would lose should also be lesser. After consuming some longevity pills and some longevity pills of the shedding orchid sect, Ning Fan only had around 50,000 years of lifespan left. It should be enough for him to capture the purple lightning giant. However, after capturing the purple lightning giant, Ning Fan would certainly not have much lifespan left. If another void fragmentation realm puppet appears during his next breakthrough to the void pierce stage, Ning Fan might not have enough lifespan to capture it. Moreover, Ning Fan was still uncertain about the fact that the void inquiry stage heavenly tribulation this time was already comparable to the heavenly tribulation of the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. The next heavenly tribulation of the void pierce stage would probably be even more terrifying. Silly little brother, now you know how troublesome it is to offend the heavenly Tao of the mortal world, don't you? The next heavenly tribulation of the void pierce stage might be even harder to overcome. There's also the absolute void heavenly tribulation and the void fragmentation realm heavenly tribulation in the future. I no longer dare to imagine how dangerous it will be for you when you break through to the void fragmentation realm. Perhaps you will really die under one of the heavenly tribulations. Luo Yu sounded like she was teasing him, but her words were deeply concerned. There's nothing I can do even if I offend the heavenly Tao of the mortal world. From the moment I captured giant Jihua, this path was already destined. Since there's no turning back, why should I regret it? Ning Fan suddenly kept his ancient golden sword and stood 100,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang away from the giant. His eyes gradually turned cold and dignified. His life force was depleting rapidly. He had lost nearly 30,000 years of lifespan. An ancient aura force rose around his body as if he was standing at the peak of all living beings. He slowly closed his right eye and a black crescent moon suddenly appeared in his left eye. At the moment the crescent moon appeared, the back of the giant was drenched in cold sweat. He turned his head in disbelief and met Ning Fan's extremely cold eyes. Purple lightning, from today onwards, you will be my second heavenly tribulation puppet. Impossible. This is impossible. Ah. The giant's body shuddered. It was in an indescribable pain. Countless black crescent moon runes appeared on its body. It wanted to resist these crescent moon runes, but Ning Fan suddenly got close to it and erased all of its spiritual consciousness. The purple lightning tribulation clouds that filled the sky gradually dispersed. The giant's eyes gradually became empty. With a loud bang, the giant suddenly knelt down in front of Ning Fan and kowtowed respectfully. Purple lightning, greets my lord. In the profounding world, Luo Yu heaved a sigh of relief and revealed an admiring expression. This silly brother actually captured another heavenly tribulation puppet. He must have gone mad. Elder sister really admires him. 10,000 li * 500 m per li, away from the desolate island. As the giant surrendered, the tribulation clouds that filled the sky dissipated. The purple lightning chains on the three demonesses also disappeared. The moment the purple lightning chains disappeared, the three demonesses' faces turned pale. They could not care less about suppressing their injuries and fled to the direction of the courtyard with all their might. Terrifying. It's too terrifying. The person they wanted to hunt was actually such a terrifying madman who possessed a heavenly tribulation puppet and captured a second one. Putting aside his cultivation base, the fact that he had two void fragmentation realm spiritual puppets alone was enough for him to run amok in the rain world and make the void fragmentation realm old monsters of the rain world wary. With their insignificant cultivation base, if they provoke him, they would simply be courting death. Trying to leave? Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. He pointed at Jihua and Purple Lightning, turning them back into puppets and keeping them in his storage pouch. After that, he stepped on the ancient golden sword and chased after the three demonesses. The speed of the ancient golden sword was close to the void fragmentation realm. How could the three demonesses escape from it? As soon as they realized that Ning Fan was chasing after them, their scalps went numb and their faces were filled with despair. We're doomed. That malefic star has caught up to us. We're dead. To be continued. Ning Fan stepped on the ancient golden sword. His eyes flashed with cold light as he chased after the three demonesses. The three of them had been spying on Ning Fan all this while. Moreover, they did not conceal their killing intent at all. Since they came with ill intentions, it was impossible for Ning Fan to let them go. The speed of the ancient sword was close to the void fragmentation realm. The three demonesses could not escape at all. In just a few breaths' time, Ning Fan had already caught up with them. Ning Fan kept his ancient sword and coldly stood in front of the three demonesses, blocking their escape route. Not good. That fiend has caught up to us. We can't escape. The speed of this fiend's golden sword is too terrifying. We can't escape at all. He didn't summon any void fragmentation realm spiritual puppets. Let's fight it out with him. The three demonesses knew that they no longer had any hope of escaping. They could only fight Ning Fan to the death. Without hesitation, each of them summoned their natal magic treasures and attacked Ning Fan. Demon Bone Fan. In Phoenix Stab. Poison King Cauldron. The three magic treasures were all high-grade mortal void realm treasures. Their attacks were launched at Ning Fan's head. Their momentum was so great that it shook heaven and earth. Ning Fan, however, remained unmoved. With a flick of his sleeve, he took out a blood umbrella and pointed it at the three treasures. The blood umbrella opened and emitted faint red spirit wheel halos. The three magic treasures were all absorbed into the blood umbrella. The three demonesses were greatly shocked. Ning Fan's blood umbrella was just too strange. With his Void Inquiry stage magic power, he could actually take away a high-grade mortal void magic treasure with ease. Judging from the situation, unless the three of them use their peak mortal void realm magical treasures, they would not be able to fight against Ning Fan at all. If he breaks through to the Void Pierce stage, he could probably use the blood umbrella to take away all magic treasures below the void fragmentation realm and immortal void realm. Since we can't hurt him with our treasures, we'll use our demonic arts to kill him. In a panic, the three women all formed hand seals, and a vast sea of void appeared beneath their feet. Rolling demonic power swept through the world. Of course, Ning Fan would not give them the chance to make hand seals and use their magic. He stepped on his ancient sword and turned into a pure golden sword light. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was already behind the three women. The magic power in his hand condensed into a half-black and half-white rope, and he threw it at the three women. The three women felt a sense of crisis from the black and white rope. They wanted to avoid it, but it was too late. The rope suddenly sped up, and with a flash of light, the three women were all bound by the rope. The power of this black and white rope was clearly not as strong as Giant Z Diane's Thunder Lock, but when it bound the three women, it actually sealed all of their mana. Their bodies went limp and they couldn't move at all. The three women's faces turned pale as they realized that the black and white rope was an extremely terrifying art of enchantment that was especially effective against female cultivators. This magic technique was none other than the Yin imprisoning rope that Ning Fan used to capture Old Ancestor by Tong, Yin plucking finger, Yin imprisoning rope. The further he cultivated the Yin-Yang transformation, the more terrifying it would be against female cultivators. From this day forth, all of you are my furnaces. As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, he captured the three demonesses and brought them back to the desolate island. After plucking them, their cultivation base had reached the harmonious spirit realm. Then, he imprisoned them in the Repentance Palace in the Cauldron World. He was not a kind person. If others wanted to harm him, he would not show mercy. In the past, Ning Fan fused his magic power, demon power and devil chi together. Even though he plucked the demonesses, it could still increase his magic power. After plucking the three women, his magic power increased by 200,000 units, reaching 8.2 million units. In addition to the 9 million units of essence chi in his body, Ning Fan's total magic power had reached a terrifying 17.2 million units, which was not much different from the 20 million units of magic power of an absolute void stage cultivator. Theoretically speaking, one could begin to break through the bottleneck of the void fragmentation realm when they reached 36 million units of magic power. However, the chances of breaking through were extremely slim. Many absolute void stage old monsters had cultivated their magic power to 80 to 90 million units of magic power, but there were still very few who could break through to the void fragmentation realm. In the end, they died of old age. The amount of magic power required to break through to the void fragmentation realm was too vast. In the void fragmentation realm, 60 units of magic power returned to the origin. The unit used to measure magic power was no longer 60 units but yuanhui. A 60 unit was 60 years while a yuanhui was 12,600 years. The magic power of a void fragmentation realm expert and a void refinement realm expert were not on the same level at all. That was why it was difficult for a void fragmentation realm expert to defeat an opponent who was at a higher level. If Ning Fan wants to break through to the void fragmentation realm, he must find some void fragmentation realm magic arts to cultivate during his time in the absolute void stage so that his 60 units of magic power would turn into Yuanhui magic power. As for how much Yuanhui magic power he would need to break through to the void fragmentation realm, it was different for everyone. Thus, Ning Fan was not sure. There were a few void fragmentation realm cultivators around him, but none of them could fuse magic power, demon power, and devil chi into one like Ning Fan. Obviously, the void fragmentation realm magic arts of others were no longer suitable for Ning Fan. If he wants to break through to the void fragmentation realm, he must first find a void fragmentation realm magic art that was suitable for both the demon race, devil race, and human race. In order to find such a magic art, he would most likely need to spend some effort. Only after breaking through to the absolute void stage will I need the void fragmentation realm magic art. I have just broken through to the void inquiry stage now. I am still very far away from the absolute void stage. I am not in a hurry to find a magic art. Now that I have broken through to the void inquiry stage, none of the female cultivators below the void fragmentation realm are my match. As for male cultivators, with my current cultivation base, I am absolutely invincible among the void fragmentation realm experts. I should be able to fight against absolute void stage experts who have yet to reach the absolute void stage. However, if I face those absolute void stage experts who have cultivated Yuanhui magic power, I am afraid that my chances of winning are slim. Ning Fan pondered for a while on the desolate island. After a long time, he left the south-gazing sea with a flash of traveling light. At the border between the south-gazing sea and the 800 cultivation countries, Ning Fan was surprised and stopped his traveling light. On the coast of a cultivation country near the south-gazing sea, a lady was standing quietly on a reef. She was looking at the waves alone, as if she was waiting for someone. That lady wore a snow-white robe made of rainbow feathers. Her face was covered with a thin veil. Her sleeves fluttered in the wind. Her features were picturesque, but her expression was cold and arrogant. She was like an otherworldly saintess who despised the mortal world. Her body was exuding the chi of a mid-nascent soul realm cultivator. She watched the waves rise and fall without saying a word. Only when she saw Ning Fan's traveling light passing by did she raise her head. Her eyes were filled with resentment, longing, and complicated emotions. "I'm waiting for you." Her tone was cold. "Waiting for me, huh?" Ning Fan also wore a disappointed expression. He landed on the reef and stood side by side with the lady. "Should I call you Cici or Xianxia or Weiliang?" The lady in white robes in front of him was the sect master of the Heaven Separation sect in the past. Xianxia, her other identity was Mu Weiliang's 7 physical souls. Because she was Mu Weiliang's 7 physical souls, Ning Fan could not bear to kill her in the past. Even though he knew that she was an enemy, he still let her go. Ning Fan admitted that he had never owed any woman. However, when he thought about it now, the one he owed the most was actually Xianxia. In the past, in order to save Ning Gu, Ning Fan annihilated the Heaven Separation sect in a fit of anger and captured Xianxia. He erased her memories and refined her into a spiritual puppet. Now that he thought about it carefully, even though Xianxia was at fault in the past, the ones who plotted against Ning Fan and Ning Gu were just the elders of the Heaven Separation sect and not Xianxia herself. Didn't Xianxia's clone come to the lower realm purely for that one purpose? She just wanted to find Mu Weiliang's 3 physical souls. Why would she go through so much trouble to murder 2 mortal young men? The grudges in the past were hard to explain. However, Ning Fan only felt that he owed Xianxia something. She was Weiliang's 7 physical souls. No matter what, how could he hurt her? "You have indeed guessed my identity." When she heard Ning Fan calling her Weiliang, Xianxia's delicate body trembled. Her eyes revealed a hint of sorrow. She was Mu Weiliang's 7 physical souls. Because her 7 physical souls had yet to dissipate, she still retained some memories of her past life. She remembered the 3 physical souls and the butterfly. In the past, she violated the heavenly rules of the Kunlun Jade Pool in the Western Heaven and let her clone descend to the lower realm secretly. It was because she sensed the existence of the three physical souls in the rain world and wanted to find them. Unfortunately, before her clone could break through to the nascent soul realm and start searching for the three physical souls, she was destroyed by Ning Fan in the Heaven Separation sect and became his human cauldron puppet. Her memories became blank. She became Cece. She began to rely on Ning Fan. She began to like him, however, when she remembered everything, how painful it was to be humiliated by Ning Fan and refined her puppet, she couldn't help but feel agony. She had already regained her memories during the battle between the devils and Yu Country. She wished that she could stab Ning Fan in the back and let him die in Yu Country. However, in the end, she still could not harden her heart and helped Ning Fan resist the invasion of the Heavenly Tao sect. She took Ning Fan's nascent formation pill and left in sorrow. She still remembered the resolute words that day. From today onwards, we don't owe each other anything. When she returned to Yu Country and found that Ning Fan had already found Mu Weiliang's three physical souls, she vaguely understood something. How could they not owe each other anything? They were already entangled with each other in their previous lives. He was that butterfly. In order to protect her, he destroyed an immortal emperor's eye. She was searching for the three physical souls and also the butterfly in her previous life. Who would have thought that the butterfly that she was concerned about was actually the young man who hurt her? She only wished to part with him for a long time. Who would have thought that they would still owe each other when they were young? Ning Fan sighed. He raised his hand, wanting to touch the side of Si Wuxia's face. However, when he saw Si Wuxia's eyes, which were like avoiding snakes and scorpions, he finally put down his hand. Do you still hate me? Hate? If I turn you into a puppet, if I erase your memories, if I trample on your dignity, if I also love you, will you hate me? Si Wuxia gritted her teeth. The deeper the love, the stronger the hatred. She hated Ning Fan, but no matter what, she could not harden her heart to become his enemy. It turned out that she had always loved Ning Fan, be it in her previous life or this life. All of a sudden, she grabbed Ning Fan's hand and fiercely bit his arm with her teeth. Ning Fan did not dare to use his physical body to defend himself. He let her bite him as he was afraid that his ancient devil physical body would hurt her. His arm was bleeding from Si Wuxia's bites. He did not say anything, nor did he stop her. He just let her vent her emotions. After a long time, Si Wuxia gradually calmed down. Then, she said with a sarcastic tone. I didn't expect that the young man who was just a harmonious spirit realm cultivator in the past would actually reach this level after 40 years of tempering and become the famous Marquis white-robed in the rain world. You have become a void inquiry stage expert. Your cultivation talent is really shocking. I'm afraid the 4 great sects of the Heaven Suppression sect will come to recruit you in the future and help you ascend. However, I advise you not to ascend to the Western Heaven immortal world. You are an ancient devil. You are a vile creature that many Buddhist sects in the Western Heaven are happy to kill. If you ascend to the Western Heaven, given the hatred between us, I will certainly tell others that you are an ancient devil. When that time comes, you will be hunted down by countless true immortal Buddhist cultivators and die without a burial place. Si Wuxia's tone sounded like she was threatening Ning Fan. However, Ning Fan could hear a hint of concern in her voice. Is Si Wuxia reminding me not to ascend to the Western Heaven? Is this woman actually concerned about me from the bottom of her heart? Ning Fan also knew that the Buddhist sect of the Western Heaven had an irreconcilable feud with the ancient devils. Even if he were to ascend to the Western Heaven, he would certainly not do so. Thank you, what are you thanking me for? I don't care about your life or death at all. Si Wuxia turned her head away stubbornly. You waited for me in the Southern Sea today just to tell me this? Speaking of which, how did you find me? Ning Fan asked. The entire Yu country knows that Marquis White-Robed has gone to the South Gazing Sea to undergo his tribulation. Is it difficult for me to know your whereabouts? As for the reason why I'm looking for you this time, it's because I have something to discuss with you. First of all, I'm very grateful to you for finding my 3 spiritual souls. When Si Wuxia said the word thank you, she obviously sounded a little reluctant. Not only have I found the 3 spiritual souls, but also the 7 physical souls. Ning Fan looked at Si Wuxia quietly and said with a smile. The 7 physical souls will never belong to you. Si Wuxia frowned and glared at Ning Fan with a frosty expression. Then, she continued. No matter what kind of grudges we had in our previous life or in this life, it has nothing to do with us now. We no longer owe each other anything, is that so? Ning Fan sighed. It seemed like it would not be easy to make Xianxia accept him again in a short period of time. The reason why I'm looking for you is to tell you that I can sense that Mu Weiliang's corpse will wake up in about 20 years. Before that, you have to return her 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls to her, so that the souls can return to their original positions. Xianxia lowered her eyes, hiding her reluctant expression. She had 7 physical souls while Ji and the other girls had 3 spiritual souls. If the souls are returned to their original positions, Ji and the other girls would be erased from this world. If the souls do not return to their original positions, even if Mu Weiliang is resurrected, she would only be an empty shell without a soul. She was reluctant to die. No one was willing to die. However, it was her mission as one of the 7 physical souls to return Mu Weiliang's soul to its original position. So you have sensed that Weiliang is about to wake up. You must be here to discuss the matter of returning Weiliang's soul to its original position. Unfortunately, I don't have the intention of returning her soul to its original position. What? You don't want to return her soul to its original position? Do you know how long her soul has been drifting for? Do you know how much she wants to open her eyes and look at that damned butterfly? She misses you so much, but you don't want to return her soul to its original position? Xianxia's face was cold and filled with anger. It's not that I don't want to, it's just that I don't want to. To me, whether it's Ji, Mu Xiaoliang or Mu Xiaohuan, all of them are Weiliang. As for you, Xianxia, you are also Weiliang. All of you are her. If she returns to its original position, all of your existences will be erased. I don't think this is Weiliang's wish. 20 years later, she will use the power of the 7 relics to create a fake soul. Then, she will wake up and come back to life. She doesn't have a real soul. Perhaps she can't be considered as a real living person. However, one day, I will find a way to truly resurrect Weiliang without harming you, Ji, Xiaoliang and Xiaohuan. I have said that I will allow her to live a peaceful life. In this life, I will definitely allow her to live a peaceful life. After hearing Ning Fan's words, Xianxia's anger gradually dissipated. A trace of complicated feelings gradually rose in her heart. It turned out that Ning Fan was not only concerned about Mu Weiliang but also about them who were the 3 souls and 7 spirits. She recalled the scene when Ning Fan gave her the nascent formation pill and let her go. Her cold heart gradually melted. All right. You are the butterfly that she has been waiting for. If you don't want to return her soul to its original position, then so be it. Anyway, I don't want to be erased from existence. However, remember what you said. One day, you must condense a real soul for her. Otherwise, I will never let you go. You have already found all 3 of my souls. There is no longer any meaning for my clone to stay in the lower realm. I will return to the Western Heaven Immortal World now. In another 50 years, the sealed door of the ancient heavenly court will open again. At that time, I will send a void fragmentation realm clone to look for you. Ning Fan was slightly stunned by Xianxia's words. Why are you looking for me in 50 years? There is an undying tree in the ancient heavenly court. It can help cultivators who have lost their souls to condense their souls. 50 years later, I will bring you to the undying tree to help Mu Weiliang condense her soul. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, she made a series of hand seals with her bare hands, displaying a magic technique called the body-shattering art. It could shatter a clone and bring its memories back to its original body. She wanted to return to the Western Heaven. We will meet again in 50 years, right, CC? Ning Fan's lips curled up. All of a sudden, he took a step forward and pulled Xianxia, who was making hand seals, into his arms, hugging her tightly. Let go. You are not allowed to touch me. Shameless. Shameless. Xianxia's face was as cold as ice. She was unwilling to be hugged by Ning Fan, but at the same time, she was reluctant to break free from his embrace. I won't let go. You can forget about escaping too. I am your tribulation. In this life, you will never be able to escape. While Ning Fan was smiling, Xianxia's figure gradually faded. Her clone broke into rays of starlight and floated towards the 4 heavens. Beside the sacred pond of the Kunlun Jade Pool in the western heaven, a woman in white robes with a veil covering her face was sitting peacefully on a green rock beside the pool. All of a sudden, rays of starlight flew into her body. She closed her eyes with a complicated expression and sighed softly. "Are you my tribulation?" "Saintess, what are you talking about?" "What tribulation? Could it be that the great heavenly tribulation of your shedding void realm is approaching?" "That's not a trivial matter," a maid asked with concern. "No. It's not a heavenly tribulation. I was just saying it casually." The woman in white robes stared at the ripples of the sacred pond. Her expression gradually became complicated and she remained silent for a long time. To be continued. After Si Wuxia's clone disappeared, Ning Fan was still standing on the reef in the South Sea. There were two beautiful words carved on a huge reef beside him. It should be carved by Si Wuxia when she was waiting for Ning Fan. It was the plum blossom small regular script. Xianxia, Si Wuxia engraved these two words, probably to bid farewell to Ning Fan. Unfortunately, Ning Fan hugged her stubbornly and swore to become her tribulation. He probably did not want to give her a chance to bid farewell. Ning Fan looked at the seawater and his eyes gradually darkened. The waves that hit the shore would eventually return to the sea. She belonged to the Kunlun Jade Pool. She had left. It turns out that even after 50 years, I still feel reluctant to part with her, Ning Fan sighed softly. He remembered the promise he made with Si Wuxia to find the undying tree in the ancient heavenly court 50 years later. Now, he had to return to Seven Apricot City. Just as he was about to leave, a messenger flying sword suddenly flew towards him from the sky, following his chi. Ning Fan bent his palm and caught the flying sword in his hand. Then, he crushed it. A voice transmission immediately entered Ning Fan's ears. It was Su Qiuling's voice. "If you succeed in the void inquiry stage, return quickly. Seven Apricot City has a guest. It's Qiu Han's Dao companion from the Southeast Cultivator Alliance." 10 years had passed and Su Qiuling had already broken through to the mid-divine transformation realm. She could now send a messenger flying sword. Jihe, Lan Mei, Bai Lu and the other women had also formed their gold core realm. Even Bai Su had broken through to the harmonious spirit realm. As for Yu Ling Kong, her magic power had greatly increased with the help of the moonlight gem Ning Fan gave her. However, she was still far from breaking through to the void pierce stage. That moonlight gem was what Ning Fan obtained from the auction of the Mist Horn clan. After listening to Su Qiuling's message, Ning Fan revealed a thoughtful expression. Seven Apricot City had a guest. That guest was a member of the Southeast Cultivator Alliance of the Rain World. Her name was Qiu Han's Dao companion. Yu country and more than 100 cultivation countries were located in the southeastern continent of the Rain World. Before the rise of Seven Apricot City, the Southeast Cultivator Alliance was the biggest force in the southeastern continent. It was an alliance of rogue cultivators. The alliance leader was Qiu Han's Dao companion. They were husband and wife. Her husband, Yang Qiu, was a void pierce stage sword cultivator. Her mother, Sun Zihan, was a void inquiry stage zither cultivator. Ning Fan's mind raced but he could not figure out why she would come to Seven Apricot City. The only thing that bothered him about the Southeastern Cultivator Alliance was that when he parted ways with Yun Ruowei in the Great Jin, Yun Ruowei had said that she wanted to leave the Rain Palace and join the Southeastern Cultivator Alliance. Yun Ruowei. When I was in Great Jin, I once saw Ning Qian and Yun Tianjue in her dream. I heard that the reason why she could join the Rain Palace as a demon was because of Yun Tianjue's recommendation. If my memory serves me right, the winged demon Ning Qian in his dream is my mother. Yun Tianjue lost his memory, so he doesn't remember Ning Qian. Therefore, he can't confirm the relationship between this person and Ning Qian. Yun Ruowei definitely knew. With Yun Ruowei's help, I might be able to find Ning Qian. Ning Qian. Mother. I was born without a father or a mother. If I found my mother, I would be at a loss. In the past, Dong Su had helped me predict that my mother is still alive and is still in the Rain Immortal world. As a son, I have to find my mother's whereabouts to be at ease. Ning Fan could not help but chuckle and shake his head. Speaking of which, he had promised to help old ancestor Dong Su break through to the void refinement realm. If 10 years have passed, Dong Su must have already made all the necessary preparations. If he has the time, he would help Dong Su break through to the void refinement realm in the sovereign tomb. With his current comprehension of the word void, it should not be difficult for him to help Dong Su break through to the void refinement realm. *Chi** Ning Fan's body swayed and turned into a ray of traveling light, returning to Yu country. The Flying Snow Palace in the western part of Seven Apricot City was a newly built palace that was used to receive cultivators from all walks of life. Inside the Flying Snow Palace, Su Yan, Yu Lingkong, Ming Ke, Su Qiuling and the other female cultivators were sitting on the main seats, receiving the guests. A male cultivator in green robes and a female cultivator in pink robes were sitting on the guest seats. Behind them stood more than 40 nascent soul realm cultivators and 6 divine transformation realm cultivators. The female cultivator in pink robes was called Sun Han. She looked around 27 or 28 years old. Her appearance was not exceptionally beautiful, but she looked extremely dignified. The male cultivator in green robes was called Xianxia. He carried himself in a scholarly manner. Unfortunately, there were a few scars on his face, making him look like a bandit. These two people were none other than the Alliance Lord of the Southeastern Cultivator Alliance, Qiu Han and her Dao companions. As for the cultivators standing behind them, they were all rogue cultivators who were brought here from the Southeastern Cultivator Alliance. Su Yan was once the leader of a clan while Yu Lingkong was once the leader of a sect. Thus, receiving guests was naturally a piece of cake for them. Qiu Han's Dao companion came to visit Seven Apricot City. However, she did not mention a single word about the purpose of her visit. She only said that she would tell Ning Fan when he returns. What exactly are the people of the Southeastern Cultivator Alliance coming to Seven Apricot City? Yu Lingkong asked Su Yan using telepathy. I have no idea. However, I heard that this Qiu Han's Dao companion is a rogue cultivator on the surface. In reality, she has already submitted to the Rain Palace and has the status of a guest elder. Moreover, she often conveys secret orders on behalf of the Rain Sovereign. Perhaps they came here because they have a secret order for Ning Fan. Su Yan guessed. On the roof of the Flying Snow Palace, a small black sable was yawning lazily. It was protecting Seven Apricot City as if it was guarding against Qiu Han's Dao companion coming with ill intentions. All of a sudden, a ray of traveling light landed in Seven Apricot City. The small sable raised its eyes lazily and glanced at the traveling light. Then, it let out a soft snort and turned away. Humph! This stinky man has finally returned. It seems like he has succeeded in his void inquiry stage cultivation. His luck is not bad, that traveling light did not conceal its void inquiry stage aura force at all. When it landed outside the Flying Snow Palace, it turned into the figure of a young man in white robes. It was none other than Ning Fan. He walked into the Flying Snow Palace step by step. When the women in the palace sensed the void inquiry stage aura force that Ning Fan was giving off, all of them revealed looks of joy. It seemed like Ning Fan had already succeeded in his void inquiry stage cultivation base. Qiu Han's Dao companion was slightly stunned. When she saw Ning Fan entering the Flying Snow Palace, she immediately rose to her feet. The man cupped his fists while the woman greeted him. Qiu Han and her Dao companion of Luoqiu country greet Marquis White Robe. Fellow Daoists, you're being too courteous. May I know why you have come to visit my Seven Apricot City? Ning Fan cupped his fists to return the greeting and sat on the main seat. His eyes inadvertently glanced at the many nascent soul realm and divine transformation realm cultivators behind them. When he saw that Yun Ruowei was not among these cultivators, he could not help but feel a little disappointed. We have come to Seven Apricot City to deliver an imperial order from the Rain Sovereign. Marquis White Robe, please take a look at the jade slip. Yang Qiu took out a jade box which contained a golden jade slip. With a flick of his finger, the jade slip flew to Ning Fan's seat. Ning Fan took out the golden jade slip and sent his spirit sense into it. The jade slip only contained the Rain Sovereign's decree. After Ning Fan read it, the jade slip immediately combusted without any fire and turned into ashes in an instant. The Rain Sovereign's secret order was very simple. He just hoped that Ning Fan would quickly go to the Rain Palace of the Middle State to discuss something with them. In the past, the Rain Sovereign conferred Ning Fan the title of a revered elder of the Rain Palace. In the end, he even conferred Ning Fan the title of the Scarlet Heaven Palace Lord because Ning Fan's inextinguishable fire body was of great use to him. He needed Ning Fan to retrieve an item from a certain abyssal flame sea. Now, it was almost time for him to borrow Ning Fan's power. This golden jade slip was equipped with an array formation, and if one were to look at it once, it would turn into ashes. Presumably, the Autumn Cold Dao companions did not know the contents of the jade slip. The Rain Sovereign actually sent a message to Ning Fan in such a secretive manner. It seemed like the Rain Sovereign was plotting something big. What he wanted to take out from the Sea of Flames should not be an ordinary item. Have you seen the secret order? Xianxia asked with a smile. I have already received the secret order. I will head to the Middle Province in a few days. Ning Fan answered. That's good. Since that's the case, we will take our leave. Wait a moment, I want to ask the two of you about someone. Oh? May I know who you want to know? I have a friend whose name is Yunruowei. I heard that she has joined the Southeast Cultivator Alliance. May I know where she is now? Yunruowei? Xianxia was slightly stunned. Then, he looked at Ning Fan meaningfully. I've long heard that Marquis White Robe is a man of temperament. You are elegant, romantic, and have countless beauties. Now that I've met you today, it's really... This Yunruowei is indeed in my Southeast Cultivator Alliance. However, this woman has some background. She is the sworn sister of the white-robed sword god. Marquis White Robe, it's best if you don't provoke this woman. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble. Xianxia was already being very polite by saying that Ning Fan was a romantic. Ning Fan had a great reputation in the Rain world. However, all of his reputation was fierce and evil. His fierce reputation came from killing countless people while his evil reputation came from plucking human cauldrons. Xianxia came to 7 Apricot City today and saw that Ning Fan had countless wives and concubines. Naturally, he was even more convinced that Ning Fan was a lecherous person. Whether Ning Fan was lecherous or not had nothing to do with him. When he saw Ning Fan asking about Yunruowei, he thought that Ning Fan had designs on her. Thus, he kindly reminded him. Ning Fan shook his head helplessly. He did not expect that his reputation had already been ruined to such an extent. Whenever he talks about women, others would think that he was up to no good. Don't worry, fellow Daoist Yang. Yunruowei and I have known each other for a long time. The reason why I'm looking for her is because I have some questions that I want to ask her face to face. I certainly don't have any ill intentions. I see. It seems like I've misunderstood you. Since fellow Daoist just wants to ask this woman some questions, I can naturally tell you her whereabouts. However, I have a condition. Oh? I wonder what condition fellow Daoist Yang has. Ning Fan could see a hint of eagerness in Xianxia's eyes. He had already guessed what his condition was. I want to have a friendly match with Marquis White Robe. Xianxia's eyes were filled with battle intent. He continued. During the Battle of the 100 Sects in the Endless Sea, Marquis White Robe had established a great reputation. I've admired you for a long time. Rumor has it that during the Battle of the 100 Sects, Marquis White Robe was only at the half-step Void Refinement realm, but his name had already spread far and wide. During the previous meeting in Song Country, fellow Daoist had a battle with the Vice Palace Lord of the Serene Heaven Palace, Feng Si. You won the battle. At that time, fellow Daoist's cultivation base was at the Void Glimpse stage. Judging from fellow Daoist Chi now, you should have broken through to the Void Inquiry stage. I suppose your strength must have improved again. Therefore, I want to have a friendly match with fellow Daoist. Let's not overdo it. It was hard to tell that this Xianxia was actually a person who liked to fight despite his refined manner. No wonder there was a scar on his face. He must have been slashed by someone during a friendly match. As long as Marquis White Robe is willing to have a friendly match with me, I will tell you Yunruowei's whereabouts no matter who wins or loses. Hearing that Xianxia wanted to have a friendly match with Ning Fan, Su Qiuling and the other women could not help but look worried. Big Brother has just broken through to the Void Inquiry stage. His cultivation base hasn't stabilized yet. It's not suitable for him to have a friendly match, it doesn't matter. I caught a few cauldrons in the southern gazing sea. After plucking them, my cultivation base has already stabilized. It won't be a problem for me to fight with others. Ning Fan smiled confidently at the women, telling them not to worry. Then, he took a step forward and said to Xianxia. Fellow Taoist Yang, where do you want to have a friendly match? Void refinement realm experts like us will cause quite a lot of ripples when we fight. Hee. Fellow Taoist, please follow me into this heavenly dwelling. The two of us can just fight inside. Xianxia stroked the jade ring on his finger. Immediately, a green door of light appeared in front of him and he stepped into the light door. Ning Fan used his spirit sense to check. After realizing that there was nothing unusual inside the light door, he also entered the light door. He was not worried that Xianxia would have evil intentions. A mere heavenly dwelling level space could not trap him at all. I heard that Xianxia is extremely strong. There are only a few void pierce stage experts in the rain world who are his match. Little Cucumber has just broken through to the void inquiry stage. Nothing will happen to him, right? Yu Lingkong said worriedly. She was naturally not worried that Ning Fan would lose. Instead, she was worried that Ning Fan would not be able to control his strength well since he had just broken through to the void inquiry stage. Against someone at Xianxia's level, he could not show any mercy. Thus, he naturally needed to use his full strength. If the power of his magic technique is too great, it would cause Xianxia to have nothing left of him. Then, he would be in trouble for nothing. Little sister Yuer, don't worry. Even though my husband is strong, Marquis White Robe isn't a weakling either. Even if he loses to my husband, he won't lose too badly. At most, he will suffer some light injuries. Sun Han chuckled and comforted Yu Lingkong. Her tone was filled with endless confidence for Xianxia's victory. Falling Leaf Sword Xianxia was famous in the rain world for his falling leaf sword style. Even all the cultivators of the absolute void stage were rather fearful of him. Sun Han naturally did not think that her husband would lose to Ning Fan, who had just broken through to the void inquiry stage, even though Ning Fan was already notorious. Unexpectedly, just as Sun Han's voice fell, a loud bang suddenly resounded in the flying snow palace. The heavenly dwelling space was shattered into pieces. Xianxia's entire body was stained with blood and his robes were tattered. He appeared in the flying snow palace in a panic. His face was filled with deep fear. Even though he was not severely injured, he looked extremely miserable, terrifying. It's too terrifying. He had followed Ning Fan into the heavenly dwelling space. Just as he displayed a move of the falling leaf sword style, he was instantly defeated by Ning Fan's myriad sword style. Even his heavenly dwelling magic treasure was shattered into pieces. As for Ning Fan, he held the Separation Slayer sword and appeared in the flying snow palace in a flash. His robes were not even wrinkled. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that Ning Fan was the winner and Xianxia was the loser. Sun Han was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. From the moment Xianxia and Ning Fan entered the heavenly dwelling space to the moment Xianxia was defeated and the space was shattered, only 6 to 7 breaths had passed. Initially, she was certain that her husband would definitely win. However, her husband, whom she was proud of, was actually defeated by Ning Fan in just a few breaths. How could this be possible? It was totally impossible. Her husband was an expert whom even cultivators of the absolute void stage had to treat with respect. ****. Marquis White Robe's name is known throughout the rain world. I have admired you for a long time, but I didn't expect you to be this strong. I'm afraid you can even put up a fight against cultivators of the absolute void stage. Xianxia smiled bitterly. If he had known that Ning Fan was so strong, he would certainly not ask for humiliation by sparring with Ning Fan. I'm sorry. I have just broken through to the void inquiry stage and I haven't mastered the control of my strength yet. Ning Fan also smiled bitterly. After entering the heavenly dwelling space, Xianxia's first move was the falling leaf sword style. Ning Fan naturally did not dare to underestimate his move when he saw that it was extremely sharp, which was almost comparable to an attack from an absolute void stage cultivator. However, he did not have a deep grudge against Xianxia. Thus, he naturally would not use the void ignition technique to kill him. His original intention was to display the myriad sword style and defeat Xianxia with a slight difference in strength to save his opponent some face. Unexpectedly, the myriad sword style was originally a void fragmentation realm sword technique. As Ning Fan's magic power increased, the destructive power of his sword technique became even more terrifying. If it wasn't for Ning Fan who diverted his sword light at the critical moment and destroyed the heavenly dwelling space, Xianxia would probably have died under the myriad sword style. It seemed like Ning Fan would need a lot of time to adjust his magic power to the void inquiry stage. Fellow Daoist's divine ability is amazing. This Yang is ashamed of my inferiority. AI, this Yang has seen countless people, but it's rare to meet someone like fellow Daoist. I'm afraid that even the white-robed sword god when he was young might not have the strength that fellow Daoist has. I admire you. If fellow Daoist wants to know the whereabouts of Yunruowei, this Yang will tell you the truth. Actually, Yunruowei came with us to 7 Apricot City, but she temporarily went to a place to find some blue jade pendant. Yang Qiu's tone was unusually polite. He was afraid of being beaten by Ning Fan's. A blue jade pendant? What is that? Where did she go? Ning Fan was slightly surprised. She's in Haining of Wu country. Hee, that was a slip of the tongue. Now that Wu country has merged with Yu country, it's time to call her Haining of Yu country. Haining? Could she have gone to the Ning family? Why? A strange feeling arose in Ning Fan's heart. He had some guesses, but he couldn't be sure. Perhaps I should visit the Ning family before I go to Zhongzhou. 2/3, to be continued. The Autumn Frost Dao companion left with the group of itinerant cultivators. After that, he sent a message transmitting flying sword to the Hollow Void Island in the Endless Sea. After that, his figure flashed and he left 7 Apricot City. He wanted to go to the Ning family in Haining immediately to avoid meeting Yunruowei. Before he goes to the Middle State, there were some questions that Ning Fan hoped to answer. His traveling light was extremely fast, traversing millions of miles in just a few moments. He passed through the realm-locking Grand Formation and appeared in the territory of the former Wu country. In Haining city of Yu country, Ning Fan landed beside the Jade Pond River, which was as green as jade. There were a few fishing boats on the Jade Pond River. Some woodcutters came down from the Jiebi Peak in the distance. They were all mortals and they were singing Wu songs. He had left Wu country for more than 50 years. When he heard the accent of his hometown, he felt a little nostalgic. There was once a mortal young man who carried a bamboo basket on his back. He walked past the Jade Pond River and entered Ning Bai Peak time and time again to pick herbs. In the Ning Bai Peak, that young man had saved Miss Jing of the Ning family and offended young Master Tian of the Ning family. In Haining City, the young man was adopted by Ning Dainiu and spent 13 years with Ning Gu. The blood feud in Wu country had been avenged and Haining had become a memory. Young man, are you a foreigner who just came to Haining? Are you lost? An old woodcutter asked enthusiastically when he saw Ning Fan's startled expression. Thank you, I know the way. He cupped his fists and bowed to woodcutter before turning around and walking towards Haining City. Haining City had a 1,000-year history in the Wu country. The ancestor was named Ning Honghong. She took in many war orphans and established the Ning family. The reputation of the Ning family was quite good. Ordinary cultivation clans would rarely come into contact with mortals. The Ning family abided by the teachings of their ancestors and adopted some mortal orphans every year. In the past, Ning Fan was picked up by someone. When Ning Fan took revenge, he only killed Ning Tian and the others did not pursue the matter. In the end, it was because he felt grateful towards the Ning clan. Perhaps the Ning family did not treat him well, perhaps his foster father Ning Dainiu did not treat him and Ning Gu well, but the grace of raising them was a grace that could not be erased and could not be forgotten. He spread out his grand virtual realm divine sense to cover an area of 400,000 miles. Every single blade of grass and every single tree in Haining's territory entered his eyes. None of them noticed that Ning Fan was inspecting them. In the temple of the Ning clan, the third ancestor of the Ning clan was respectfully receiving a lady. When Ning Fan saw her, he smiled faintly. That lady was none other than Yunruowei. Fortunately, Ning Fan was not late and would not have met her. Presumably, he would be able to get some answers after meeting her. He did not immediately look for Yunruowei. At this moment, she seemed to be asking Ning Fan's 3 ancestors about some important matters. He was very sensible and did not want to disturb her. He walked to the pine forest outside Haining City and sighed when he saw a cottage that had been abandoned for many years. This cottage was the place where Ning Fan and Ning Gu used to live in the past. However, after more than 50 years of neglect, it no longer existed. He took a step forward and appeared on Ningbai Mountain. Stepping on the thick, withered leaves, he walked on the familiar yet strange mountain path. He had once followed this path and entered the deepest part of the Ningbai Peak. He was not afraid of the wolves in the mountain and had collected many rare spiritual herbs. In the depths of the mountain, the wolf demons noticed Ning Fan walking past them. Each of them crouched on the ground and trembled in fear. Even the Wolf King, who had an early harmonious spirit realm cultivation base, crawled in front of Ning Fan and stuck out its tongue like a puppy, showing an extremely respectful look. It did not dare to disobey Ning Fan at all. Mortals might not know about Ning Fan's cultivation base, but these wolf demons could instinctively sense how terrifying he was. Ning Fan squatted down and patted the Wolf King's head. Then, he stroked its silver back and smiled faintly. "Do you still remember me?" "Awoo." The only response that Ning Fan got was the Wolf King's puppy-like howl. "You don't remember me, but I still remember you. In the past, those few good-for-nothings wanted to peek at Miss Qing while she was bathing. I discovered them and they chased after me. I lured them to the depths of the mountain, and it was you who ate them and helped me block a calamity. I have a bottle of Third Revolution pills here. After you consume it, you can condense your demon core as soon as possible and become a gold core realm demon wolf." Ning Fan took out a bottle of pills and passed it to the Wolf King. The Wolf King showed a human-like expression of excitement and snuggled on Ning Fan's lap like a puppy while barking happily. "Awoo, however, you have to promise me that you won't bite the mortals who enter the mountain to gather herbs. It's fine if they are cultivators. After all, if they enter the depths of the mountain, I'm sure they are already prepared to fight against all of you. Their life and death will be up to the heavens, awoo." The Wolf King promised Ning Fan. From then on, it would no longer harm any mortals. I'm leaving. Little fellow, could it be that you are a she-wolf? Why are you so clingy?" Ning Fan patted the Wolf King's head and smiled faintly. Then, he turned around and left. "Awoo." The Wolf King howled bitterly. It was really a she-wolf. Ning Fan arrived at the extreme clarity pond of the Ningbai Peak. In the past, Miss Qing was prepared to bathe here. If it wasn't for Ning Fan's reminder, she would have already fallen into the devil's claws. Everything started from here. If I didn't save her with the intention to repay her kindness, I wouldn't have offended Ning Tian and I wouldn't have stepped onto the path of devil cultivation. However, I don't regret it. If I was afraid of those few young cultivators and didn't care about the safety of my benefactor, then I wouldn't be Ning Fan. The path that I have taken is my Tao. I will never regret it," Ning Fan muttered to himself while walking towards the extreme purity pool. Before he even got close to the edge of the pool, he already heard the sound of rippling water. Then, he saw a lady in a green dress sitting beside the extreme purity pool. Her embroidered shoes and stockings were taken off to one side and the hem of her dress was slightly lifted. She dipped her feet into the cool water of the pool and gently stirred the water. The lady looked at the extreme purity pool. Her eyes were filled with longing. There was a hint of gratitude in her longing, but there was also a hint of helplessness in her gratitude. If it wasn't because of him in the past, I would have been humiliated by the evil thieves at the edge of the extreme purity pool. When he was in trouble, I didn't know about it and I couldn't save him. Because of that, he was sold to the bandits and ended up in Yu country, stepping onto the path of devil cultivation. I owe him a favor, but I will never be able to repay him. This lady was the young lady of the Ning family, Ning Qingqing. Ning Fan was slightly stunned. He did not expect to meet this lady at this place and time. He could not help but sigh when he heard her words that revealed her true feelings. "Who is it? Who's peeping?" Ning Qingqing suddenly heard someone sigh. She jumped to her feet in alertness and took out her flying sword while scanning her surroundings with vigilance. "It's me, Ning Fan." Ning Fan walked out of the sparse forest leaves and approached the extreme purity pool. Then, he smiled at Ning Qingqing. As soon as she saw that the person who came was actually Ning Fan, Ning Qingqing was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. Then, she wore a terrified expression and hurriedly greeted him. Ning Qingqing of the Ning family greets Marquis White Robe. Miss Qing, do you really want to be so distant with me? Don't you want to repay my favor? How do you want to repay me? Ning Fan teased her. His eyes purposely glanced at Ning Qingqing's bare feet. Ning Qingqing blushed. Knowing that she was being rude, she immediately put on her silk stockings and embroidered shoes. Inwardly, she felt a little helpless. Could it be that he heard everything I said to myself just now? She calmed herself down and lowered her head slightly. Then, she answered Ning Fan. Qing'er's cultivation base is low. I know that I don't have the qualifications to repay Marquis White Robe's favor. It's impossible for me to help Marquis White Robe with anything. Just now, Qing'er was just speaking nonsense in a secluded place. What I said can't be taken seriously. I hope Marquis White Robe won't be calculative with me. I won't be calculative with you. However, I really have something that I need your help with. I wonder if Miss Qing can bring me to Ning Daniu's grave to have a look. Ning Fan stopped smiling. His expression was a little sentimental. He could never forget the kindness of raising him up. No matter what happened in the past, Ning Daniu was still his benefactor. Even though there were graves for the servants of the Ning family to be buried in after they died, there was no tombstone for them to erect. It was very difficult for Ning Fan to find Ning Daniu's grave among the tens of thousands of desolate graves in the north of Haining City. Even though he asked this question, he did not really expect Ning Qingqing to know the answer. To his surprise, Ning Qingqing was only stunned for a moment. Then, she immediately agreed. Since Marquis White Robe has given his order, how would Qing'er dare to disobey? I'll bring Marquis to Ning Daniu's grave right now. Oh? You actually know where a mortal's grave is? Ning Fan was slightly surprised. I happen to know. Ning Qingqing's face was slightly red, but fortunately, her back was facing Ning Fan and he didn't see it. It's just a coincidence. Ning Fan sighed again. As a cultivator and the proud daughter of the Ning family in Haining, Ning Qingqing would never care about the information of a mortal servant. Ning Fan was not a fool. The reason why Ning Qingqing would pay attention to Ning Daniu was mostly because of him. This woman claimed to be repaying a debt of gratitude, but that didn't mean that there were no feelings behind it. The two of them turned into streaks of light and quickly arrived at a barren cemetery. Countless mounds were piled up on the ground, and within each mound must be the remains of a mortal. Ning Qingqing led Ning Fan around the graves in a well-practiced manner and stopped at one of the countless graves. That was Ning Daniu's grave. Although there was no tombstone, Ning Qingqing remembered it very clearly. At the edge of the desolate grave, there were still remnants of candles and fruit plates. Ning Fan smiled bitterly. Ning Daniu did not have any relatives and he was just a servant. He did not even have a tombstone after his death. He was afraid that no one would pay their respects to him. Ning Qingqing was probably the only one who would worship him. Thank you. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out some incense spiritual fruits, placing them in front of Ning Daniu's grave. Why are you thanking me? I didn't do anything. Ning Qingqing's eyes were evasive. You've saved me twice and I've saved you once. You don't owe me anything and you don't have to pay me back. In fact, I owe you a favor. Tell me, what is your wish? I can fulfill it. I've saved you twice? Ning Qingqing obviously did not remember these past events. Yes. So you don't owe me anything. I owe you. Tell me, do you have any wish? As long as it's not too much, I will certainly fulfill it. Wish, huh? Ning Qingqing gently bit her lips and revealed a thoughtful expression. She really did not have any wish. She raised her head and looked at Ning Fan. Suddenly, her face blushed. She had a wish, but this wish was too extravagant. I don't have a wish. She lowered her head and sighed. Is that so? Then you can tell me when you've thought it through. The Ning family seems to be very lively today. Is there a distinguished guest? Yes. A nascent Soul Realm senior has come. I heard that he is a cultivator from the Southeastern Cultivator Alliance. Ning Qingqing answered. Let's go and meet this nascent Soul Realm senior. They seem to have finished their discussion. I haven't seen her for many years. What about you? Are you going to the Ning family's temple with me or continue playing in the water here? Ning Fan teased. I'm not playing in the water. Since you don't want to play in the water, then accompany me to have a look. Ning Fan smiled faintly. He used teleportation and carried Ning Qingqing to the outside of the Ning family's temple. Yun Ruowei had already finished her discussion with the three ancestors of the Ning family. She just walked out of the temple with a disappointed expression. All of a sudden, her face was filled with surprise. She realized that a young man in white robes and a lady in green dress had appeared outside the temple unknowingly. It's been many years, Miss Yun. Ning Fan's lips curved into a smile. It's you. As soon as Yun Ruowei saw Ning Fan, her face immediately showed a look of disbelief. She already knew that the little harmonious spirit realm young man in the past had already become the famous Marquis White Robe in the Rain World. When they first met, he had just achieved the harmonious spirit realm while she was a nascent soul realm old demon of the Lanrua temple. She could easily eliminate this young man, but she was teased by him using a bewitching technique. When they met again, he was still at the harmonious spirit realm, but his name had spread across Great Jin and his abilities were astonishing. Now that they met again after 50 years, he had already become an unreachable great figure who could shake heaven and earth. For a moment, Yun Ruowei did not know what to say. I heard that you're looking for a piece of blue jade? What kind of jade is that? Ning Fan suddenly asked. In the past, when he met the third prince of the Rain Palace, Yun Bushu, he had also asked about the blue jade. Now, Yun Ruowei was actually also looking for the blue jade. What exactly is the blue jade? I don't know what the blue jade you're talking about is. Yun Ruowei did not say it, but Ning Fan could read her mind with his mind-reading technique. Blue jade. Blue bridge jade. It was an ancient ornament in the cultivation world. In ancient times, every piece of blue bridge jade that was mined could be forged into 2 jade pendants. The jade was divided into 2 pieces. Only Dao companions who were in love would wear each other's pendants. Once they make a vow to the blue jade, they would be able to sense the location of the other jade holder no matter how far they were from each other and eventually find them. What Yun Ruowei was looking for were the 2 pieces of blue jade that once belonged to Yun Tianjue and Ning Qian. Yun Tianjue's piece of blue jade had been destroyed. To be more precise, Yun Ruowei was looking for Ning Qian's jade. Ning Qian was her elder sister. As long as she finds the jade, she would know where her elder sister was. Yun Ruowei knew that Ning Qian was not dead, but she could not find her. That was the answer in Yun Ruowei's heart, Yun Tianjue. Ning Qian. Ning Fan was stunned. If Yun Tianjue and Ning Qian each had a piece of blue jade, they were Dao companions. If Ning Qian was his mother, then Yun Tianjue was. Do you need me to help you find the jade? Ning Fan asked with a frown. He remembered that he had seen in Ming Luo's dream that his surname was Yun. In the past, Ning Fan did not care about his background. To him, it was the same whether his surname was Ning or Yun. However, at this moment, he wanted to find an answer. He wanted to unravel this mystery before he goes to the middle state. To be continued. Yun Ruowei's appearance was the same as it was in the past. She wore a simple blue dress, her eyes were as clear as a spring, and her smile was tranquil. She was still barefooted and wore a bracelet on her wrist with a silver bell hanging from it. When the wind blew, the sound of the bell was very pleasant. You're willing to help me find the jade? What I'm looking for is a piece of blue bridge jade pendant. It belongs to my elder sister. I'm looking for the jade, but in fact, I'm looking for my elder sister. I know that she's not dead. I know. After hearing that Ning Fan was willing to help her, Yun Ruowei no longer hid the truth and revealed an expectant expression. She was just a nascent soul realm cultivator while he was a void refinement realm cultivator. With Ning Fan's help, it should be easier to find the jade pendant. Is your elder sister the little winged demon that I saw in your dream that year? Ning Fan asked. Yes. Yun Ruowei hesitated for a moment before deciding to answer truthfully. I remember, her name is Ning Qian. Yes, she and Yun Tianjue are, the 2 of them are Dao companions. The elder sister went missing 1,000 years ago and Yun Tianjue forgot about her 1,000 years ago. Before the elder sister went missing, she had just given birth to a son for Yun Tianjue less than a month ago. But I don't know what happened after that, but both the elder sister and the child went missing overnight. After that, the life tablet of the child shattered and he should be dead. Although she didn't die, she should have fallen into a predicament. She shouldn't have died, but I couldn't find her even after searching for 1,000 years. Where exactly is she? What exactly happened in the past? Yun Tianjue didn't protect my elder sister well. He didn't even protect his own child. What's worse is that he completely forgot about my elder sister after she went missing. He didn't even remember who Ning Qian was. He is a heartless person. Yun Ruowei no longer hid anything from him. She even told him some of her secrets through telepathy. Her eyes were filled with sadness and indignation. She hated Yun Tianjue's fickleness and was unwilling to stay in the Rain Palace any longer. That was why she joined the Southeast Cultivator Union. In the past, she could not bear to hurt Ning Fan. It was only because Ning Fan's smile was somewhat similar to her elder sister's. Hence, she felt sympathetic towards him. Ning Fan remained silent, but his heart was not at peace. Could he be the child who died with Ning Qian and Yun Tianjue? Yun Tianjue had forgotten his love for 1,000 years. Ning Qian had gone missing 1,000 years ago. If he was the child who had died back then, how could he still be alive today? Yun Ruowei wholeheartedly believed that Yun Tianjue was a heartless person. However, Ning Fan did not think so. He believed that Yun Tianjue was a person who had deep feelings. Perhaps Yun Tianjue wouldn't even blink if he wanted to annihilate a sect or a country, but he was definitely not someone who would ignore the life and death of his wife and children. Ning Qian's whereabouts were unknown, Yun Tianjue had forgotten everything, and the mysterious death of that child. Something must have happened 1,000 years ago. Ning Fan gently closed his eyes. Perhaps he would be able to find out everything about this confusing mystery after finding Ning Qian's whereabouts. The only clue left to find Ning Qian seemed to be the Blue Bridge Jade pendant. I promised to help you look for the jade. However, I have a question. Why did you come to the Ning clan of Haining to look for the jade? Could it be that there are some clues in this place? Ning Fan asked. There aren't any clues. Originally, I followed the Southeastern Cultivators Alliance to 7 Apricot City. However, when I passed by Haining, I sensed a trace of Intent Realm Qi in this city. Its elder sister's Qi. That Intent Realm Qi was very faint, extremely faint. However, it actually didn't disappear even after 1,000 years. Moreover, it carried a deep sorrow. Elder sister must have experienced something heartbreaking in Haining. Otherwise, she wouldn't have left behind a sorrow that wouldn't disappear even after 1,000 years. However, I have already asked the cultivators of the Ning clan of Haining. The Ning clan of Haining only has a history of 1,000 years. Moreover, there isn't anyone in the Ning clan who has lived for more than 1,000 years. No one knows if a female winged demon had come to this place 1,000 years ago. Yun Ruowei revealed a disappointed look. The 3 ancestors of the Ning clan, on the other hand, were trembling in fear. They were not sure if they would anger this nascent soul realm female cultivator if they could not give Yun Ruowei a satisfactory answer. All of you can leave now. Miss Yun, come with me. I will bring you to look for clues in the Ning clan. If Miss Qing is willing, you can also come with me. Ning Fan dismissed the 3 ancestors of the Ning clan. The 3 old men immediately bade farewell and left as if they had just been pardoned. They also announced to the entire city that no one was allowed to stop Ning Fan no matter where he wanted to go. After the 3 ancestors of the Ning clan left, Ning Fan brought Yun Ruowei and Ning Qingqing to search the entire Haining city. Ning Fan spread his spirit sense far and wide, covering a radius of 400,000 li * 500 m per li. Previously, he did not notice it. However, after Yun Ruowei's reminder, he really sensed an extremely faint sorrow intent realm in Haining city. That sorrow intent realm was very faint. Its power was obviously weak, but it was unforgettable and would not disappear even after 1,000 years. Ning Fan was stunned. The chi of this intent realm was exactly the same as that of his mother in the illusory realm. I have already searched the entire Haining city. There isn't a single trace of my sister inside and outside the city. Yun Ruowei sighed in disappointment. Your sister had come to the land of Wu 1,000 years ago. She was filled with sorrow there. Even though Haining city was affected by her sorrow intent realm, it wasn't the place where she was truly heartbroken. In the past, when she passed by this place, she was merely passing by. The saddest place isn't here. With Yun Ruowei's ability, she could only sense a trace of sorrow in Tent Realm from the land of Haining City and determined that it was left behind by her sister 1,000 years ago. However, with Ning Fan's ability, he could follow this sorrowful qi and find the place where the sorrow was the strongest. Will there be any clues over there? Even void fragmentation realm mold monsters of the rain world might not necessarily be able to distinguish the intensity of the sorrow and find the source of it. However, Ning Fan could because he had comprehended the memory in Tent Realm, which was the second step in Tent Realm. In terms of understanding the power of intent realms, he was even higher than void fragmentation realm cultivators. Follow me. He suddenly used the escaping light of void teleportation and carried Yun Ruowei and Ning Qingqing. Then, he moved 40,000 li * 500 m per li, to the north towards Haining City. He landed on the ground. The place where he landed was a desolate mountain and demon forest that was enshrouded in blood mist. It was called the Weeping Blood Forest. It was a famous place for cultivators in the land of Wu. There were many bloodthirsty winged demons living there. Many cultivators in the land of Wu loved to come here to hunt demons and cultivate. Outside the Weeping Blood Forest was the place where the sorrow intent realm was the strongest. It's the chi of my sister's intent realm. It hasn't dispersed for 1,000 years. Could it be that elder sister is in this Weeping Blood Forest? Yun Ruowei exclaimed in surprise. This Weeping Blood Forest has a circumference of 5,000 li * 500 m per li. There are many mortal cities where wars often break out. Many orphans are homeless and homeless. The Ning family often finds some orphans from this place to adopt. I've checked the records of the slaves in the clan. In the past, you were also picked up in this area. Ning Qingqing lowered her brows and said to Ning Fan as if she was recalling her memories. Is that so? Ning Fan let out a soft sigh. Sensing the strong sorrowful qi in this place, he already had some guesses about his origin. Without saying anything else, he brought the two ladies and walked into the Weeping Blood Forest quietly. Stepping over rotten leaves and dried branches, stepping over muddy swamps, there was not a single demon beast that dared to stop Ning Fan along the way. In the deepest part of the Weeping Blood Forest, there was a small pond that was only 1 zhang * 33 m per zhang wide. The water of the pond was as red as blood. Ning Fan stopped at the edge of the pond. This pond did not contain any spiritual qi. It was just an ordinary pond. No cultivators or demon beasts would pay attention to it. However, Ning Fan could feel the sorrow intent realm in this pond that could not be dispelled. His gaze penetrated the bottom of the pond. In the mud at the bottom of the pond, there was a blue jade pendant lying quietly. Other than that, there seemed to be some broken stone chips at the bottom of the pond. When Ning Fan examined them carefully, he found out that they were the stone chips left behind by the demon cocoons of the demon clans. He bent his palm and waved. The jade pendant at the bottom of the pond immediately broke out of the pond and flew into his palm. The warm blue jade pendant was in the shape of a mandarin bird and there was a line of graceful writing engraved on it. When the mountains have no edges and the heavens and earth merge, only then will I dare to be with you. Yun Ruowei walked towards Ning Fan and carefully examined the blue jade pendant. Her beautiful eyes were filled with joy. That handwriting was none other than Ning Qian's handwriting. This was Ning Qian's blue bridge jade pendant. I found it. But, where is my elder sister? Yun Ruowei spread her spirit sense and scanned the area within 1,000 li * 500 m per li, of the Weeping Blood Forest. However, she could not find any trace of Ning Qian at all. She's not here. She's not here. Other than that trace of sorrow intent realm, there is no trace of her qi. The blue jade is here but Ning Qian is not here. She had once regarded this jade as her life. How could she leave it in this place? Ning Fan, I beg you. Help me find her. Yun Ruowei helplessly grabbed Ning Fan's palm. It was not easy for her to find a trace of Ning Qian. Could it be that it was going to end just like that? I'll try my best. The reason why he wanted to find Ning Qian was not only for Yun Ruowei but also for himself. He held the blue bridge jade pendant and spread the power of his memory intent realm, enveloping the entire Weeping Blood Forest. He took out piles of min luo fruits which he obtained from the tree spirit. There were 20 of them in total and he consumed all of them. after consuming the Minluo fruits, he did not seek to enter the dream realm. He released his memory intent realm and did not seek to erase anyone's memories. A single Minluo fruit could allow one to experience 50 years of dream realm. 20 of them would be 1,000 years. He just wanted to see everything that had happened in this place for the past 1,000 years. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground. The scenery in his mind changed rapidly. The Minluo fruit could improve one's mental state in the dream realm. It could allow one to see the things that happened at the edge of one's memories. Ning Fan had high Ning's memories. That was why he could find out that his surname was Yun in the Minluo dream. Ning Fan did not have any memories of the Weeping Blood Forest. Thus, he could only use the memories of the forest to enter the dream realm, the Minluo dream. In the dream, Ning Fan was not alone but the entire Weeping Blood Forest. It was the Weeping Blood Forest from 1,000 years ago. He could neither move nor speak. He could only observe the living beings in the Weeping Blood Forest with his spirit sense. He had become a piece of land and a forest. 1,000 years ago, there was no thick blood mist in the Weeping Blood Forest. There was also no pool of blood-red water in the depths of the forest. The sun rose and the moon set. Countless demon beasts were born and died in this forest. Countless cultivators from the land of Wu entered this forest to slay demons and gain experience. Ning Fan did not care about these demon beasts and cultivators. He had been waiting all along. Until one day, a gentle lady wearing a light yellow dress stumbled into the Weeping Blood Forest while carrying a child whose body was as cold as ice. She is. Ning Fan wanted to say something but he could not make a sound. He was just a piece of land. She was Ning Qian. Ning Qian's body emanated the aura of a late nascent soul realm demon power. However, she was severely injured and her face was pale. Her eyes were bright like the moon and extremely beautiful. However, there was sorrow and despair in her eyes. Tears flowed endlessly. My child. Ning Qian fell at the end of the Weeping Blood Forest with a baby who was less than a month old in her arms. The baby in her arms was wearing a festive cotton-padded jacket. His chubby little hands were still clutching the front of her clothes. He was unconscious and barely breathing. Not long before his death, the baby's heart veins were shattered and his blood essence was sucked dry by someone. He was only hanging on to his life because he had consumed a high-grade pill. Ning Fan was shocked. Who was so cruel to suck the blood essence of a baby? Ning Qian's heart ached and her face became even paler. She touched the cold body of the baby with her palm. Looking at the baby's breathing which was getting weaker and weaker, she held back her tears and smiled stubbornly. I won't let you die. As long as I can revive you, I'm willing even if I have to give up my life. Ning Qian looked at the quiet pond in front of her and revealed a determined expression. She bit her finger and endured the excruciating pain. Then, she suddenly performed a hand seal and condensed her blood into threads. She used the threads to form a cocoon and sealed the baby in it. Then, she took off the blue jade pendant she was wearing and placed it inside the blood cocoon. Your father said that this is the demon cocoon life-sealing technique of the ancient demon race. It can isolate the heavenly secret and lock the chance of survival inside the demon cocoon. Ning Qian's face became even paler. It seemed like she was straining herself to use this technique. They sucked your blood dry. I'll give you my blood. You must come back to life. Come back to life. Ning Qian hugged the demon cocoon gently and carefully as if she was hugging a baby. She bit her finger and pressed it on the coarse demon cocoon, smearing it over and over again. Her wounds rubbed against the coarse demon cocoon. The pain was excruciating but she didn't care. I won't let you die. I won't let anyone hurt you. Ning Qian revealed a pale smile and smeared the demon cocoon with her blood again and again. 1 day, 2 days. On the 10th day, all 10 of Ning Qian's fingers were covered with wounds and her blood was almost drained. She stared at the demon cocoon in her arms in a daze and continuously channeled her demon power into it. The demon cocoon emitted a faint red light after being filled with her blood. However, it could not stop the baby's life force from fading away. Ning Qian shed tears of despair. She was sad and helpless. Her tears fell on the demon cocoon and melted into a few drops of blood. She immediately wiped away her tears in a panic and bit her finger again, wanting to replenish her own blood at the spot where the blood had melted. However, there was no more blood in her meridians. If she was immortal, she would have already died. However, for nascent soul cultivators, as long as their nascent soul was not destroyed, they would still be alive. There's no more blood. What should I do? She looked anxious. Suddenly, she thought of something. She took out a small and sharp flying sword and pierced it into her heart. I still have heart blood. Fortunately, her heart was shattered. Ningqian's cultivation base began to fall from late nascent soul to middle stage, early stage. Even her nascent soul began to become unstable. She didn't have time to care about her injuries and cultivation base. She just took out a jade bottle and collected the heart blood drop by drop before smearing it on the demon cocoon. However, even after smearing the heart blood, the baby in the demon cocoon was still walking towards death. 1 day, 2 days. On the 3rd day, Ningqian held the demon cocoon with trembling body. She looked at the red light that was gradually disappearing from the demon cocoon and felt the breath that was getting weaker and weaker. She was in so much pain. On the 4th day, the baby stopped breathing completely and died. No, Ningqian's voice was hoarse. Her tears had dried up and her body was trembling uncontrollably. It was as if her soul had been pulled out and she had lost the whole world. Mother won't let you die. Mother won't let you die. Her dim beautiful eyes were filled with sorrow that couldn't be dispersed. She looked at the spinning world in a daze as if she was going crazy. She couldn't lose this child. She couldn't. Her eyes were always soft and gentle, but at this moment, there was an indelible persistence. No one could take her child away. As long as she could get the child's life back, she was willing to pay any price. Qi, the flying sword pierced into her dantian and pierced through her nascent soul. Ningqian couldn't feel the pain anymore. Her eyes were empty as she smeared the blood of her nascent soul on the demon cocoon. That was the lifeblood of a nascent soul cultivator. When the blood ran out, it would be the moment of her death. I beg you, give me back my child, I beg you, I beg you, Ningqian begged and prayed helplessly. Her soul was about to dissipate and she only hoped that her child could be revived before her soul dissipated. At this moment, Ningqian had lost all her cultivation and died in an instant. However, her persistence as a mother was something that even the heavenly Tao couldn't erase. She dispersed the demon blood and the blood mist covered the entire weeping blood forest. Even the water in the pond was dyed blood red. The baby in the demon cocoon's breathing gradually calmed down. In his sleep, he suddenly laughed in a childish voice. It was unknown what kind of sweet dream he had. Ningqian revealed a pale smile. She had saved her child from the hands of fate. In this way, even if her soul dissipated, she wouldn't have any regrets. The baby sucked on his finger and was still giggling. How could he understand that he was about to lose his mother? Ningqian's heart started to ache. She wanted to accompany this child and watch him grow up day by day. It was a pity that she might not be able to live to that day. She took out a blood-red thunder grass from her storage pouch and planted it beside the pond. Then, she placed the demon cocoon in the pond. Mother can't bring you back to the rain palace. It's too dangerous there. I'll leave this thunder grass with you. With the help of the chi of your demon cocoon, she might have a chance to become your demon companion. Thunder grass, oh thunder grass. If you can borrow the demon force of my son to transform, you will become my son's demon companion. Remember to protect him for a lifetime. If that day comes, you will be called Ning Hong Hong. Ningqian's chi almost dissipated. She looked at the pond with sadness and reluctance. My child, my child. Remember, your surname is Yun. Don't hate father. He has only forgotten about us temporarily. When he remembers everything, he will definitely come to find you and bring you home. I'm sorry, from now on, mother can't take care of you anymore. Ningqian ignited the last trace of her nascent soul. A faint blood light rose around her body. She used the last trace of her strength to escape from Wu country and headed towards a certain direction. She wanted to see Yun Tianjue one last time before she died. She didn't have the mood to care about those enemies. She also didn't want to ask why Yun Tianjue lost his memory. She just wanted to tell Yun Tianjue at the last moment of her life that their child was still alive in Wu country. The dream continued. After an unknown number of years, this demon forest was called the Weeping Blood Forest because of the blood-like red mist. Countless cultivators of Wu land came here to train, but Ning Qian never came again. After accompanying the demon cocoon for dozens of years, the thunder grass beside the pond was nourished by the demon cocoon's demonic energy and started to transform. This thunder grass was originally the primordial spirit of a peerless expert. It transformed into a red-cloaked woman. As soon as it transformed, it had the terrifying cultivation of peak nascent soul realm. The woman stared blankly at the pond, forgetting about her past. The only thing she remembered was the reminder of a woman. From then on, she was Ning Honghong. From then on, she had to protect the demon cocoon in the pond. She started to cultivate diligently and built the Ning family in Haining of Wu land. She didn't know how long she had to protect the demon cocoon. All she did was hunt demonic beasts and collect their blood. She smeared it on the demon cocoon and replenished the vitality of the baby inside. In the past, the baby whose bloodline was extracted lost all its cultivation aptitude, but its life was preserved. One year, the sealed gate of the ancient heavenly court was opened. Ning Honghong entered the gate and tried to find some spiritual items to nourish the baby. However, she died in the ancient heavenly court. A trace of her soul drifted into the demon sinister forest from the entrance of a grand formation. Spring passed and autumn came. Year after year. One day after 1,000 years, the demon cocoon broke. A ray of blood light carried the baby and landed in a mortal town 5,000 li *, 500 m per li, away from the weeping blood forest. 3 years later, the mortal town was destroyed due to war. A cultivator of the Ning family who passed by took away a few orphans. Awakening from 1,000 years' dream, Ning Fan consumed 20 min luo fruits and sat in the weeping blood forest for 10 days. 10 days later, he opened his eyes and fell into a long silence. "Have you found my sister's whereabouts?" Yun Ruowei asked anxiously. Ning Fan didn't say much. He just took out a pure bottle magic treasure and squatted beside the pond, collecting all the blood-red water. He took out another pure bottle and used his magic power to collect all the blood mist within 1,000 li *, 500 m per li. He jumped into the muddy bottom of the dried pond and picked up all the broken shells of the demon cocoon. Then, he carefully kept them in the jade box. He tied the blue jade pendant with a green rainbow thread and wore it around his neck. The green rainbow thread was an extremely precious material for refining treasures. It could even be used to refine immortal treasures. "I'm sorry. I couldn't find her, I'm sorry." 1/3, to be continued. With a teleportation technique, Ning Fan brought Yun Ruowei and Ning Qingqing back to Haining. He had long been accustomed to smiling. No matter how dangerous the road ahead was, he had never lost his smile. Smiling was a kind of attitude, it had nothing to do with one's mood. However, he couldn't smile today, not even if he was pretending. "Miss Yun, if you encounter any difficulties in the Southeast Cultivator Union in the future, you can always come to 7 Apricot City for help. Miss Qing, Haining's Ning family will prosper for as long as I live. You can rest assured about this." With that, he turned around and left in a somewhat desolate manner. Ning Qingqing had something to ask, but she couldn't say it. At first, Yun Ruowei wanted to ask Ning Fan for the blue jade. However, when she saw Ning Fan's back, she could not bring herself to ask for it. There seemed to be an illusion in his heart that the jade should have been given to him for safekeeping and no one could replace it. Why is he so sad? Yun Ruowei did not understand and neither did Ning Qingqing. No one will understand. Ning Fan returned to 7 Apricot City using the escaping light. 3 days later, he received a message transmitting flying sword from the endless sea. After listening to the voice transmission, he didn't say anything. He split his soul into the sovereign tomb and helped Patriarch Dong Su, who had been waiting for a long time, to break through to the void training realm. Old ancestor Dong Su had not seen Ning Fan for a long time. He wanted to crack a few jokes with him. However, when he saw Ning Fan's lonely back, all of his jokes turned into sighs. 1 month later, with Ning Fan's help, old ancestor Dong Su successfully broke through the bottleneck of the void refinement realm. As long as he left the sovereign tomb and returned to the Dong Su island for a long seclusion, he would be able to become a void refinement realm cultivator. Since everything was settled, Ning Fan left 7 Apricot City alone and headed towards the middle state. Little Martin stayed in 7 Apricot City. After all, her injuries had not fully recovered. With her and Ming Luo protecting 7 Apricot City, even if Moksha Sovereign came personally, they would still be able to resist. Ning Fan walked out of the mountains and rivers of Wuyu on his own. He traveled across the 4 countries and visited many foreign cultivation countries that he had never visited before. He traveled all the way to the north, sometimes flying, sometimes walking, sometimes stopping, and sometimes stopping in the deep mountains to look at the blooming mountain flowers. Within a month, he had crossed countless mountains and valleys. Cultivation country, he accidentally entered a demon tiger's lair. A young tiger bared its teeth and pounced at him, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. His aura spread out slightly, causing the tiger cub to fall to the ground in fright. Ning Fan raised his finger, intending to kill the tiger cub. However, a black tiger stood in front of it and knelt on the ground like a human. Its eyes were filled with despair and begging as it kept kowtowing to Ning Fan. This was a tigress, perhaps the mother of the tiger cub. Ning Fan sighed. All of a sudden, his killing intent faded and he flew away. In the evening rain, he stood by a nameless river, watching the duckweed in the river being scattered by the rain. The mayflies that had been resting on the duckweed immediately jumped away and left the scattered duckweed to find their next foothold. The rain became heavier and heavier, gradually becoming as fine as a curtain. The shore could not be seen clearly. Finally, the downpour was like a torrential downpour. Bolts of lightning flashed across the sky, and thunder rumbled incessantly. Ning Fan's clothes were completely wet. As the autumn wind blew past, his clothes were slightly cold. The blue jade on his neck was even colder. He closed his eyes and sighed with a lonely expression. Who's the one who said heaven and earth are heartless? If the heaven and earth are heartless, why were you born in the heaven and earth? Those who are heartless in their hearts will naturally see the heaven and earth as heartless. Who's the one who said he had to destroy love? If all love and thoughts are destroyed, then what will be left at the end of the Tao? I cultivate the devil path not because I hate heaven and earth. I just want to break the prison and protect the warmth behind my back. I don't kill for riches and honor, but for a thought of love and a meal. I don't kill not because I'm kind. I slaughter not because I'm evil, but there are too many things in this world that I can't help. I thought I had no father or mother. How ridiculous. If I didn't have a mother, I should have died 1,000 years ago. Every drop of blood in my body doesn't belong to me, and I can't find her. It's not that the duckweed doesn't want to take root, the mayflies are just powerless. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, standing alone in the evening rain. His fists were clenched so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms, causing blood to flow out. I'm sorry, the rain didn't stop even after a long time. Ning Fan left the riverside and slowly walked upstream along the river. A few days later, a small cultivation city appeared in front of him. This cultivation country was called Zhao Country, a low-ranked cultivation country. It was called the Vermilion Bird City and was guarded by only one gold core old ancestor. Although Zhao Country wasn't strong, it was located at the border of the southeastern continent and was adjacent to the Middle State. Therefore, many experts of the Middle State would pass by this place. The heavy rain was like a waterfall in the city. Many cultivators wearing straw raincoats hurriedly walked through the city. No one knew Ning Fan's cultivation base when he walked into the city. The cultivators who passed by only knew that he was a low-level cultivator. One after another, Harmonious Spirit and Gold Core Old Monsters entered the Vermilion Bird City and were treated respectfully by the cultivators guarding the city. If they were nascent Soul Realm cultivators, it would be a grand reception. If they were Spirit-Severing Realm cultivators who didn't show their cultivation base, the cultivators guarding the city wouldn't be able to see their strength and would be disrespectful instead. This was the way of the world. Ning Fan didn't care about the attitude of the cultivators guarding the city and walked towards a tavern in the city. The name of the tavern was Falling Cloud House. Along the way to the border of the Middle State, his mood had gradually calmed down from sadness. He only wanted to get drunk and restore his devil heart. To die from wine was to get drunk. To be born from wine was to wake up. Wine could intoxicate one's heart, but it could also wake one's heart. Outside the tavern, there were a few vein-opening realm cultivators wearing bamboo hats and coats guarding the door. When they saw Ning Fan entering the tavern, they said coldly, "Friend, the wine in this tavern is expensive. Those who don't have enough immortal jades can't enter." "It's all right. I should have enough immortal jades. Ning Fan walked past the few men and entered the tavern. Most of the seats in the tavern were vein-opening realm cultivators drinking wine. The seats were already full. There was only one seat by the window that was unoccupied because of the rain. Occasionally, there were a few harmonious spirit old monsters occupying a large empty table and carefully tasting the wine. No one dared to sit at the same table as these old monsters. As cultivators, it was rare for them to get wet from the rain. The clothes of the vein-opening realm cultivators in the tavern were dry. Even if some of them got wet, they had already dried their clothes with their magical power. Ning Fan was the first person who got drenched. Everyone thought that Ning Fan's magical power was too weak to evaporate the rain with his magical power. A few young cultivators saw Ning Fan's embarrassing appearance and laughed. Since this little brother is drenched, why don't you sit by the window? You won't get wet anyway. That makes sense. Ning Fan walked to the seat by the window and sat down, letting the light rain fall on his body. He didn't look happy at all. Haha. He even said that it makes sense. A few cultivators laughed. Seeing that Ning Fan ignored them, they gradually felt bored and no longer cared about him. After paying the immortal jades and serving the spiritual wine, Ning Fan drank by himself. Occasionally, he would look at the curtain of rain outside the window. Everything in the tavern had nothing to do with him. He looked at the endless autumn rain. Gradually, what he saw in front of him was no longer the rain, but the past and memories of his journey. His heart was filled with enlightenment and his thoughts gradually drifted away. The rain was real and the memories were illusory. The void glimpse stage saw the illusory, the void inquiry stage saw the illusory, the void pierce stage saw the illusory, and the absolute void stage saw the real illusory. If he attains the void fragmentation realm, he would probably be able to shatter the void. Illusory and real could be determined with just a single thought: is this the great Tao of void? Ning Fan lifted the wine jar and took a big gulp. The sadness in his heart was washed away by the rain and the wine. Good wine. Ning Fan's praise immediately made many of the customers in the tavern burst into laughter. Haha. Does this kid know anything about wine? The spiritual wine of the falling cloud house has always been mixed with water. How can it be considered as good wine? This kid doesn't know anything about wine, but he still praises it. What a joke. If we are talking about the best wine in the Vermilion Bird City, it would definitely be the wine of the Drunken Sparrow House. TSK TSK TSK. That is the real good wine. However, the price is 10 times more expensive than the wine of the Falling Cloud House. Us vein-opening realm cultivators can only reluctantly drink the watered wine of the Falling Cloud House. Ning Fan was still drinking by himself, ignoring these low-grade cultivators. In his eyes, these vein-opening realm and harmonious spirit realm cultivators were no different from mortals. There was no need for him to obtain their approval. The quality of the wine was not determined by the alcohol content nor the taste. If it could wash away his sadness, then it was naturally a good wine. No one agreed with Ning Fan's words. Only a hearty laughter resounded from outside the tavern. Haha. I thought I was the only one who thought that the wine of the Falling Cloud House was good. It turns out that there is a bosom friend here. What a joyous occasion. The laughter was still echoing in the distance. In an instant, a man wearing a bamboo hat and a straw raincoat entered the tavern. His grandma, this is really a heavy rain. I am wearing a bamboo hat and a straw raincoat, but I am still wet. Haha, haha. The man laughed heartily. His body exuded the aura of a 5th-level vein-opening cultivator. He looked around the tavern and saw Ning Fan. Seeing Ning Fan calmly drinking under the rain, he immediately guessed that this was the person praising the wine. Haha. Isn't this Crazy Wu from the Vermilion Bird City? I heard that you went into seclusion 3 years ago to break through to the 6th-level vein opening. Why is your aura still at the 5th level? Did you fail again? Haha. I have known him for 10 years. At that time, he was already at the 5th-level vein opening. 10 years have passed, but his cultivation hasn't improved at all. It seems like he will not be able to break through to the harmonious spirit realm in this life. Harmonious spirit? If Crazy Wu could reach the harmonious spirit realm, then I would be able to form my core. Countless mocking voices came. Obviously, most of them knew this man wearing a bamboo hat. The man didn't care about the mockery of the crowd. He took off his bamboo hat and straw raincoat, laughed and walked towards Ning Fan's table. He ignored the falling rain outside the window and sat down. He threw the bamboo hat and straw raincoat to the side and laughed. This rain is really good. This seat near the window is really the best seat in this tavern. As soon as the man said this, countless customers immediately spurted out their wine and laughed. Look, Crazy Wu is talking nonsense again. Haha. Ning Fan raised his eyes and casually glanced at the man. The calm evil qi in his body slightly trembled. He could feel an extremely strong evil qi from the man's body. Peak Spirit Severing Realm. This person is not far from the Void Refinement Realm. Although the evil qi in his body is far weaker than mine, it is still quite heavy. He should be an unscrupulous evil cultivator. Ning Fan could see through the man's background with just a glance. However, the man couldn't see through Ning Fan at all. He only thought that Ning Fan was a vein-opening junior, but he still cupped his fists and said politely. I am Wu Chen, the Wu who has no respect for the law, the Chen who massacred the city. The name of the man was Wu Qing. However, those who were familiar with him knew that his name was Wu Chen. What he said was completely incongruous. He was practically illiterate. Thus, the crowd laughed at him again. Haha. This Wu Chen is talking nonsense again. Little brother, don't believe him. His Wu is the Wu of Wu Yu and the Chen of Chen. The man was not bothered by the crowd's mockery. He flicked some immortal jade to the innkeeper and the latter immediately served wine. The man carried the wine jar and drank a mouthful of it. He felt very carefree. Good wine. What a good wine. The customers naturally laughed at the man just like how they laughed at Ning Fan before. I haven't asked for little brother's name yet. Ning Fan. As soon as the two words were uttered, the entire tavern fell into dead silence. Ning Fan? Marquis White Robe, Ning Fan? Impossible. It's definitely impossible. There were countless people with the same name in the world. There were tens of thousands of people with the same name in the Rain world. It was certainly impossible for this person to be Marquis White Robe. The crowd regained their smiles and continued drinking their wine. The man was also stunned. A moment later, however, he also shook his head and laughed heartily. Little brother Ning, your name is really great. It's exactly the same as Marquis White Robe. It almost scared me to death. Is that so? Ning Fan was not bothered at all. He continued drinking by himself and did not have the mood to talk to the man. The man, on the other hand, became interested in Ning Fan. He carefully studied Ning Fan for a few times and suddenly sighed. Little brother, you have the pain of losing your family in your eyes. Oh? Brother Wu knows the art of physiognomy? Ning Fan was surprised. His interest in Wu Chen was piqued. Haha. What do I know about physiognomy? I just know how to read people's faces. Little brother doesn't look sad on your face but your heart is in pain. I was just making a random guess. There aren't many people like little brother. Most of the people in the cultivation world are cold, heartless, and selfish. Those who claim to be righteous don't even dare to keep their closest relatives in their hearts. They stubbornly cut off their emotions and abandon the mortal world. Hee hee. In my opinion, such people are really stupid. The man let out a sigh and stopped smiling. He gulped down a jar of wine in one gulp and bought another jar. He finished it in an instant and then bought 3 jars of wine in one go. Ning Fan was stunned. He felt that the man's words were in line with his thoughts. Even though the man's cultivation base was not as good as his, he still thought highly of him. After taking a closer look at Wu Chen, Ning Fan realized that this man possessed a trace of heavenly secret power. He should be an expert in the Tao of divination. Thus, his opinion of this man increased. Why don't you take a guess? Is my family member dead or alive? Ning Fan asked politely. Alive. Wu Chen answered without any hesitation. Where is she? I don't know. Her fate has been changed. I can't see through it. If I try to see it forcefully, I'll only harm myself. Wu Chen was still drinking. However, after just a few words, Ning Fan had already determined that this man's divination ability was shocking. In the past, Dong Su could only see that Ning Qian's fate had been changed by using the blood of an immortal. However, this man in front of him could see through the heavenly secret with just a few words. He was truly a peerless genius. I, Ning Fan, beg you to help me with my divination. Fine, fine. I'll help you take a look. Just a look. Wu Chen could not help but feel touched when he saw the sincerity in Ning Fan's eyes. He put down the wine jar and took out 12 empty wine bowls, placing them on the table according to a certain formation. Then, he closed his eyes and suddenly patted the wine jar. The wine flew up on its own and fell into the 12 bowls. The 12 branches of the earth technique. Ning Fan's heart skipped a beat. He recognized that the technique Wu Chen used was a long-lost ancient divination technique. Wu Chen's face was filled with pain, as if it was extremely difficult for him to divine the heavenly secret. However, based on Wu Chen's personality, he would definitely keep his promise. Since he had promised to help Ning Fan with his divination, he would take a look no matter how difficult it was. Peep. As soon as Wu Chen uttered the word, he suddenly opened his eyes and coughed out a few liters of blood. Then, he fainted. All the customers in the tavern were stunned. They did not know why Wu Chen fainted all of a sudden. Ning Fan was shocked. He flicked his sleeve and flicked a pill into Wu Chen's mouth. He then used his magic power to dissolve it. It was a 6th revolution healing pill. As the pill dissolved, Wu Chen gradually regained consciousness. He sat up and patted his forehead with a strange expression. Oh my God! That scared me to death. The person who changed her fate is too strong. I was almost killed by the heavenly secret. But it's really strange. I have coughed out so much blood. How did I suppress my injuries in an instant? Wu Chen did not know that it was Ning Fan who fed him the pill. He looked at Ning Fan with a proud expression and said. I saw it. The person you are looking for is in the middle state. The middle state? The corner of Ning Fan's mouth curved into a smile. It was the first time he smiled along the way. As long as he knew that she was in the middle state, he would find her even if he had to destroy the entire place. Thank you. Ning Fan solemnly cupped his fists at Wu Chen. Hee hee. It's just a small matter. There's no need to thank me. Oh no, my pursuers are here. I have committed some crimes these few days. I need to run away. Just as Wu Chen was about to stand up and leave, his chest was affected by the pain. He sat back on his seat. During this moment of delay, the entire Vermilion Bird City was suddenly shrouded by 4 extremely strong qi. 4 Void Refinement Realm Cultivators. We are the 4 Elders Buyu of the Great Heaven Palace in the Middle State. We have come to the Vermilion Bird City of Zhao Country to arrest revered Raincaster Wu Chen of the Great Heaven Palace. This person disobeyed the orders of the Palace Lord and rained rain at will, violating the law of the world. According to the law, he should be brought back to the Great Heaven Palace and suffer 20 lashes from the rain. Wu Chen, come with us. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. The newcomers were actually 4 Void Glimpse stage experts. Wu Chen's true identity was actually a revered elder of the Rain Palace which belonged to the Great Heaven Palace. Moreover, his identity was slightly different from the other revered elders. There were many revered elders in the Great Heaven Palace. Among them, only 24 revered Raincaster had the right to summon rain in the rain world. Wu Chen was one of them. The 4 Void Glimpse stage experts instantly arrived at the Vermilion Bird City and entered the Falling Cloud House. All the customers looked at Wu Chen as if they were looking at a monster. No one could imagine that this lunatic who had always been ridiculed by others was actually a divine transformation realm revered elder of the Rain Palace. He is The few people who asserted that Wu Chen would never attain the harmonious spirit realm in this life were so scared that they peed their pants. Wu Chen looked at the 4 elders with an indignant expression. To a divine transformation realm cultivator, enduring 20 lashes of the rain was not considered a heavy punishment. However, they would still suffer severe injuries. They would need to enter seclusion for at least a few years to fully recover. If he had made some grave mistakes, it would be fine if he was punished. However, he did not commit any mistakes. Thus, he naturally refused to accept the punishment. I didn't do anything wrong. The palace lord asked me to summon a rainstorm and flood the Yun nation. That Yun nation is just a mortal country. It doesn't even have a single cultivator and they didn't violate any laws. What right do they have to drown them? I won't accept it. Wu Chen refuted. They don't agree to build a shrine for the rain sovereign in their country. They are unwilling to offer incense to the rain sovereign. Is this not considered as violating the laws? A void glimpsed age-old man in silver robes said coldly. Bullsh*t. It's their freedom to worship whoever they want. Wu Chen said angrily. How dare you? How dare a mere revered elder of the Rain Palace be disrespectful to us void refinement realm experts? The silver-robed void glimpse stage expert was enraged. His aura force suddenly spread out and pressed down on Wu Chen like a falling sky. Wu Chen was greatly shocked. With his current injured body, he could not withstand the aura force of a void refinement realm expert at all. Even if he was at his peak, he would not be able to withstand half a round of attacks from a void refinement realm expert. Just as the aura force was about to fall on him, a wave of baleful chi that was countless times stronger soared into the sky, causing the 4 void glimpse stage experts to cough out blood at the same time. He is my friend. Ning Fan stood up gently and stared coldly at the 4 void glimpse stage experts. When the 4 void glimpse stage experts saw Ning Fan's face, cold sweat immediately broke out on their bodies. Marquis White Robe. ****. All the customers in the Falling Cloud residence were stunned. All the cultivators in the Vermilion Bird City were stunned. That white-robed young man who was drenched in the rain was actually an existence that they must never provoke. Marquis White Robe, please calm down. We didn't know that this person is your friend. Little brother, no. Marquis White Robe, please calm down. Please don't kill them. If you kill them, I will become your accomplice. Then I won't be a revered elder of the Rain Palace anymore. I will have to flee to the ends of the world. Wu Chen's face turned green with fear. He never expected that Ning Fan would be such a terrifying person. Marquis White Robe. Damn it. He is actually drinking and chatting merrily with the #1 devil lord of the rain world. This is really too scary. Too scary. This must be the craziest thing that I, Madman Wu, have ever done in my entire life. If Ning Fan kills 4 void refinement realm experts of the Rain Palace and causes me, Madman Wu, to flee to the rain world, then I will be in big trouble. 2/3, to be continued. With Ning Fan here, no matter how arrogant the 4 elders were, they would not dare to punish Wu Chen. Wu Chen, on the other hand, looked nervous. He had heard that Marquis White Robe was infamous for treating human lives like grass. He often killed people out of anger. He was afraid that Ning Fan would kill the 4 elders. All the cultivators in the entire Vermilion Bird City were suppressed by the overwhelming baleful chi and devil might. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. The city was dead silent. Only the sound of the rainstorm could be heard. All the cultivators were swallowing their saliva. If Ning Fan goes on a killing spree, not to mention the Vermilion Bird City, even Zhao country would be bathed in blood. To this man, the realm law of the rain world was nothing. Ning Fan's eyes indifferently swept across the 4 elders and then Wu Chen. When he saw Wu Chen's panicked expression, he could not help but chuckle. Wu Chen did not have a huge conflict with the vast Heaven Palace. Besides, he was the victim. Since he did not have the intention to punish the 4 elders, Ning Fan certainly would not kill them here. The reason why he showed up was just to return a favor to Wu Chen and help him solve the problem. That was all. With his words, Ning Fan believed that even the palace lord would not punish Wu Chen anymore. Don't worry. I just want to get drunk today. I won't kill anyone. The 4 of you have spoiled my mood. Leave now. As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, he returned to his seat and began to drink by himself. He did not reveal any baleful chi at all. His expression was calm. No one could tell that he was a devil lord who wanted to stir up trouble. The 4 elders exchanged glances with each other. Judging from Ning Fan's attitude, even if he protected Wu Chen today, they would not be able to bring him back to the palace to punish him. What Wu Chen had done was just a small mistake. The reason why the palace lord punished him was just because he disliked his attitude of offending his superior. Since the dignified Marquis White Robe wanted to protect Wu Chen, they naturally would not dare to go against him. However, if they return empty-handed, the palace lord would certainly punish them. The four of them hesitated, not knowing whether they should leave now or leave after capturing Wu Chen. "Why are you still here?" Ning Fan took a sip of his wine and spoke in an indifferent tone. When others heard his words, they only felt that it was a gentle breeze and there was nothing wrong with it. However, when the four elders heard his words, it turned into countless thunderclaps, causing them to retreat while coughing out blood. The four of them looked at each other in astonishment. The person who could force them to retreat with just a sentence must at least be an absolute void-stage-old monster. All of them knew that Ning Fan was infamous, but they did not expect his cultivation base to be this terrifying. Even if Palace Master Hao Tian personally attacked, he might not be able to force the four of them back with just a single word. "Marquis White Robe, please calm down. We will take our leave now." The four of them no longer dared to disobey Ning Fan's order. They hurriedly left and disappeared into the curtain of rain. In an instant, the entire Vermilion Bird City heaved a sigh of relief. Wu Chen, on the other hand, stared at Ning Fan with a strange look in his eyes. In an instant, his eyes became as deep as the ocean. His eyes shone brightly as if he was looking at Ning Fan seriously again. However, that light only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. Ning Fan did not notice it as well. Wu Chen panted heavily and sat back on his seat. He looked at Ning Fan awkwardly. *******. You scared me to death. I didn't expect that little brother Ning's real identity is actually Marquis White Robe. It really scared me to death." All the customers in the tavern fell silent and nodded silently. They agreed with Wu Chen's opinion. They were also scared to death by Ning Fan. With Ning Fan here, who would still be in the mood to drink? All of them were eager to leave as soon as possible. However, they were also afraid that they would make Ning Fan unhappy if they left hastily. Thus, each of them wore a restless expression. "Brother Wu's divination technique is really amazing. Did you really not manage to divine my identity before this?" Ning Fan revealed a meaningful smile. "I thought you were at the vein opening realm. Why would I divine you?" Sigh. "If I had divined that you were Marquis White Robe, I'm afraid I would have already packed up my things and fled from the Vermilion Bird City." I misspoke. I'll have to drink a jar of wine as punishment." Wu Chen was also a forthright person. It seemed like he was no longer afraid of Ning Fan's ferocious reputation. Thus, he became more familiar with Ning Fan. "Is that so? I've lived my entire life but I don't have many friends. Being able to get to know Brother Wu before entering the middle state is also fate. Why don't we become friends who enjoy wine and meat together? What a good friend who enjoys wine and meat together. I like to make friends who enjoy wine and meat together. Let's eat and drink together. There's no need to scheme against each other." Haha. Haha. The two of them approached the window. Outside the window, the raindrops poured like a waterfall. Even though the two of them were drenched by the raindrops, they still drank their wine calmly. If it was before, the customers in the tavern would probably laugh at them for being foolish. Now, however, they began to admire the demeanor of experts who remained calm in the face of heavenly might. Sigh. If it wasn't for Brother Ning's help this time, I would have been sent back to the Great Heaven Palace by Buyu and the other two elders. You know what I mean. I don't care how many whips I get. What I'm fighting for is my pride. Hee hee. Of course, I'm also afraid of losing face. If I get whipped 20 times in front of the other revered elders of the Great Heaven Palace, I'm afraid I won't have the face to see anyone for the rest of my life. Face, huh? Ning Fan could not help but laugh. This Wu Chen's personality was really a troublemaker, which was quite similar to the old devil. Wu Chen had performed a divination for him and Ning Fan had helped him once. Even though the kindness between them might not cancel each other out, the friendship between the two of them had finally been forged. Hee hee. I won't be returning to the Great Heaven Palace for the time being. I want to travel around the 800 cultivation countries of the Rain World. I want to stay away from the limelight so that no one can make things difficult for me. Brother Ning, if you want to go to the Middle State, head north after Zhao Country and enter the territory of the Middle State. I won't send you there. Haha, haha. Hiding. In my opinion, Brother Wu wants to use the opportunity of traveling the world to gain enlightenment. Haha. I can't hide anything from Brother Ning. I, your father, really want to comprehend it and make a breakthrough. Is that so? Ning Fan drank his wine while looking at the rain outside the window. He no longer said anything as if he was comprehending the great Tao of void from the rain. Wu Chen was also holding a jar of wine, looking at the storm outside the window. Every now and then, he would gulp down a mouthful of wine, his eyes deep and vacant. The grand Tao of the world is extremely simple and true. Every flower and every rain has its own truth. Brother Ning must be using the rain to comprehend the emptiness, but what I see is not emptiness. After a day and a night, the storm finally stopped. Ning Fan's mood of drinking had already passed. The sadness in his heart had also faded away. With a gentle shake of his magic power, all the rainwater on his body evaporated. Then, he rose to his feet and cupped his fists towards Wu Chen. See you again. The rain stopped and the wine dispersed. There was no longer any reason for Ning Fan to stay in the Vermilion Bird City. Thus, he bid his farewell. Brother Ning, please wait. Take these 2 jade slips and take a look. It can be considered as having a better understanding of the central region. Wu Chen was no longer in the mood of drinking. He stood up and called out to Ning Fan, handing him 2 jade slips. Ning Fan received the jade slips and scanned them with his spirit sense. Then, he cupped his fists and left. His back no longer looked lonely. Wu Chen looked at Ning Fan's disappearing back and also stood up. He kept the bamboo hat and straw cape beside him and used his magic power to dry the water stains on his body. This man should be the leader of this generation's youth in the rain world. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Chen laughed and left the tavern proudly. After Ning Fan and Wu Chen left, the entire Vermilion Bird City was filled with sighs of relief. Very good. The malefic star has finally left. Ning Fan left the border of Zhao Country and officially entered the central region. Wu Chen gave Ning Fan 2 jade slips in total. One of the jade slips recorded the map of the central region. It covered all the territories of the 300-plus cultivation countries in the central region. The rain world was surrounded by the sea on all sides. The central region occupied half of the rain world. The other jade slips recorded all the introductions of the 40,000 sects and forces in the central region. Those small forces were naturally not worth mentioning. Only the forces with Void Refinement Realm experts were worthy of Ning Fan's attention. In the Middle State, the forces that possessed Void Refinement Realm experts were divided into the 5 countries, 9 palaces, and 13 sections. There were quite a number of branch palaces in the Rain Palace. However, there were only 9 branch palaces with titles, and the palace masters were all Void Refinement Realm cultivators. As for the 9 palaces, each of them had a Void Fragmentation Realm cultivator in name. When the palace master of the 9 palaces encountered something that he could not handle, the Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators would take action. Under normal circumstances, Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators would be busy with cultivation and would not pay attention to mundane chores. The 5 nations were the Heavenly Cloud Nation, the Inua Nation, the Rising Sun Nation, the Qianhuan Nation, and the Snow Nation. The Heavenly Cloud Nation was the capital of the Rain World. The main palace and the 9 branch palaces of the Rain Palace were all located in the Heavenly Cloud Nation. The Heavenly Cloud Nation was the largest cultivation nation in the Rain Immortal world. It was divided into 10 great nations, which were called the Heavenly Cloud 10 territories. The cultivators of the main palace and the 9 sub-palaces were stationed there. The Scarlet Heaven Palace that Ning Fan was currently in charge of was located in the Scarlet Heaven territory of Heavenly Cloud Country. Other than the Heavenly Cloud Nation, the other 4 nations were guarded by the 4 great Void Fragmentation Realm experts of the Rain Palace. The Void Fragmentation Realm expert of Inyu Country was the sect master of the Netherworld sect, Yun Daoku. The Void Fragmentation Realm expert of the Li Sun Country was the sect master of the Lai Mountain sect, Pil Sovereign Li Tsangtian. The Void Fragmentation Realm expert of the Thousand Fantasy Country was the sect master of the Thousand Fantasy sect, Yun Qingga. The Void Fragmentation Realm expert of Snow Country was the Valley Master of the Dragon Deciding Valley, Chang'an. Other than the 5 nations and 9 palaces, there were also 13 sects in the Central Plains. They were Lanling Sect, 5 Elements Sect, Imperial Beast Sect, Flowing Cloud Valley, Fine Dust Sect, Martial Sect, Nirvana Valley, Wonderful Sound Valley, Hollow Temple, Ice Mountain Sword Sect, Barbarian Dao Sect, Scarlet Demon Sect, and 6 Flame Sect. Due to the battle of 100 sects, many Void Refinement Realm experts of the 13 sects had fallen. Many sects had no choice but to elect a new Void Refinement Realm sect master. As for the Barbarian Dao Sect, the Scarlet Demon Sect and the 6 Flame Sect, due to the deaths of all the Void Refinement Realm cultivators in their sects, they had already faded out of the 13 sections. He now had a general understanding of the middle state. In order to meet the Rain Sovereign, he naturally had to go to Heavenly Cloud Country. The chances of finding Ning Qian's whereabouts in the more than 300 cultivation countries in the central continent were slim, like finding a needle in a haystack. He did not know what had happened back then, but he remembered Ning Qian's words in that dream. It was very dangerous inside the Rain Palace. Could it be that someone in the Rain Palace had done something to Ning Qian and the infant? The reason he came to the middle state this time was to return the Xianwei bloody gourd to Yun Tianjue. Now, however, he did not know how to face this person. He recalled the scenes in the Dragon Determining Valley and the provocative words that the 7th prince said to Yun Tianjue. The 7th prince said that Yun Tianjue had betrayed the Rain Palace for a woman in the past and killed the 4th prince. Because of that, he was implanted with a sinful seal. Could it be that the person who hurt Ning Qian was the 4th prince? Or could it be someone else? The Rain Palace, huh? Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. Before he found out the truth, he would not do anything. However, if he finds out that someone from the Rain Palace was involved in this matter, he might stir up a sea of blood in the middle state. Ning Fan stroked the blue jade on his neck. No one knew what he was thinking. *His traveling light sped all the way. Half a month later, he arrived at Lianyun Country. This country was already adjacent to Heavenly Cloud Country. There were many cultivators of the Rain Palace stationed there. When Ning Fan crossed the border, someone immediately recognized him and handed him another secret order from the Rain Sovereign. I'm currently in seclusion. You stay in Heavenly Cloud Country. When I come out, I will summon you. As soon as Ning Fan finished reading the secret order, it combusted on its own. He did not stay in Lianyun Country any longer. Instead, he immediately flew towards Yun Nation. When he arrived at Yun Nation, there was already a group of cultivators of the Rain Palace waiting outside the border to welcome him. Those who were waiting there were not people of the Scarlet Heaven Palace but cultivators of the Serene Heaven Palace. As a branch palace under Ning Fan, the Scarlet Heaven Palace actually did not come to welcome him, the Palace Lord. Was this the intention of the 7th prince who was guarding the Scarlet Heaven Palace? Did he want to show his strength to Ning Fan, the Palace Lord and Vice Palace Lord of the Serene Heaven Palace? Fangxing and Fangxi both came to welcome Ning Fan. This was greatly out of Ning Fan's expectation. He did not have any friendship with the Serene Heaven Palace. To be precise, they even had some grudges against each other. However, the Serene Heaven Palace was treating him so warmly. Was this the intention of Chang'an or the 6th prince, Yun Yomu? He actually attained the Void Inquiry stage after just 10 years. Fangxing and Fangxi were initially welcoming Ning Fan with smiles on their faces. However, as soon as they sensed Ning Fan's Void Inquiry stage chi, their expressions changed and they exclaimed in surprise. Their exclamation immediately shocked the other cultivators of the Serene Heaven Palace. 10 years ago, during the battle in Song Country, Ning Fan was clearly just a Void Glimpse stage cultivator. This man actually only spent 10 years to attain the Void Inquiry stage. He was simply a monstrous genius. Among the group of revered elders of the Serene Heaven Palace, many of them were looking at Ning Fan with admiration, respect and gratitude. These revered elders were naturally the group of people whom Ning Fan had saved from the Blood Dragon pool that day. Yu Bai, who had some friendly relations with them, was also among them. Sensing Ning Fan's vast and profound chi, he felt ashamed of his own inferiority. Revered Ming, the one who saved us in the past, is now the Palace Lord of the Scarlet Heaven Palace. It's really admirable. Void Inquiry stage. It has only been a few years, but he has already become a void inquiry stage cultivator. Our cultivation aptitude isn't considered weak either. However, compared to him, we are really ashamed of ourselves. A young lady with a ponytail and silver armor who had delicate features stared at Ning Fan in a daze. Her eyes were filled with surprise and disbelief as she waved at Ning Fan. Zhou Ming, no, Ning Fan, you've also come to the middle state? That's great. Great. This is really great. I can finally repay the 3 favors that I owe him. Ning Fan was stunned. He then looked at the young lady. Yu Chong-er? 1/4, to be continued. Seeing that Ning Fan still remembered her, Yu Chong-er felt a sweetness in her heart. She lowered her head and her ears felt a little warm. Fang Xing and Fang Si calmed themselves down from their initial shock. They stepped forward and cupped their fists at Ning Fan politely. We have been waiting for Marquis White Robe for a long time under the 6th Prince's order to lead the way to Heavenly Cloud. The 6th Prince's order, huh? Ning Fan was slightly surprised. He did not expect that Yun Yomu would send someone to greet him. Ning Fan could not see through Yun Yomu at all. He could only vaguely feel that this person was extremely shrewd but did not follow the rules when doing things. Was the reason why Yun Yomu sent someone to greet him purely to express his goodwill, or was there another reason? Ning Fan withdrew his thoughts and politely cupped his fists at Fang Xing and Fang Si. No matter what, since they greeted him with a smile, he would not treat them coldly. Ning Fan greets the 2 palace masters and fellow Taoists of the Serene Heaven Palace. It has been many years since we last met. How have you been? He was at most polite to Fang Xing and Fang Si. However, he felt a sense of closeness towards Yu Bai, Yu Chong-er and the others. Yu Chong-er lowered her head even more. She did not dare to meet Ning Fan's eyes at all. Her cheeks became even hotter. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I can't breathe just by looking at him. Am I sick? Yes. That must be it. Yu Bai and the others cupped their fists to return Ning Fan's greeting one after another. It was truly an honor to be asked by the dignified Marquis White Robe. I trust you. Cough cough cough. If Marquis White Robe wants to catch up with your old friends, you can do so later. Why don't you follow us to the Serene Heaven realm first? The 6th Prince has already set up a banquet with spiritual fruits and spiritual wine in the Serene Heaven Palace. He intends to entertain Marquis White Robe. Now that something has happened to the Scarlet Heaven Palace, it is temporarily uninhabitable. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to rush to the Scarlet Heaven realm. You can stay in my Serene Heaven realm. Fang Xing said. Something happened? What happened? Ning Fan was stunned. It's a long story. If Marquis White Robe wishes to know more, you can head to the Scarlet Heaven territory to have a look. Cough, cough, cough. The 7th Prince seems to want to give Marquis White Robe a show of strength. Fang Xing replied with a sigh. If that's the case. Since the Scarlet Heaven Palace has encountered an accident, as the Scarlet Heaven Palace Master, I should go to the Scarlet Heaven Palace to see what's going on. I have no choice but to disappoint the 2 of you and go to the Serene Heaven Palace's banquet in the future. Ning Fan stared at Fang Xing and Fang Si meaningfully. He had a vague guess in his mind. Since Marquis White Robe insists on going to the Crimson Heaven territory, we won't force you to go to the Nether Heaven territory. If Marquis White Robe encounters any difficulties in the Crimson Heaven territory, you can seek help from the 6th Prince. The 6th Prince and Marquis White Robe hit it off the moment they met, and he will definitely do his best to help Marquis White Robe overcome any difficulties. Fang Xing smiled meaningfully. Farewell. Ning Fan cupped his fists at everyone and stepped on a ray of traveling light. He was actually going to enter the Heavenly Cloud Nation alone and head to the Scarlet Heaven territory. He was still wondering why Yun Yomu had specially welcomed him, but now he understood the reason behind it. Yun Yomu was reminding Ning Fan that the 7th Prince, Yun Jinghong, wanted to target Ning Fan. If Ning Fan wants to deal with the 7th Prince, he can seek help from Yun Yomu. The Serene Heaven Palace would be Ning Fan's friend. The reason why Yun Yomu showed goodwill to Ning Fan was probably because he was not on good terms with Yun Jinghong. He wanted to use Ning Fan to deal with Yun Jinghong. Is this Yun Yomu's motive? It seems like there are also open and veiled conflicts among the princes of the Rain Palace. Ning Fan's thoughts raced. Just as he was about to leave, Yu Chong'er boldly rushed out of the crowd and said to him, Ning Fan, you have just arrived at the Heavenly Cloud Nation. You probably don't know the way. Let me bring you to the Scarlet Heaven Territory. Chong'er, the guardian of the Scarlet Heaven Territory, Cloud Lion, has all gone out of control. It's very dangerous for you to go there with your current cultivation base. Besides, you don't have Void Refinement Realm cultivation base like Marquis White Robe. Yu Bai's expression was anxious. He tried to dissuade Yu Chong'er. Yu Chong'er, however, did not take his advice seriously. She pointed at Ning Fan and said, He will protect me. Probably, Yu Chong'er looked at Ning Fan with uncertainty. Without Ning Fan's protection, she would not dare to go to the Scarlet Heaven Territory. All right. I have just arrived at the Heavenly Cloud Nation and I'm unfamiliar with this place. Having Miss Yu to lead the way is naturally the best. Don't worry, brother Yu. With me around, no matter what happens in the Scarlet Heaven Territory, your sister will not be harmed at all. Ning Fan cupped his fists at Yu Bai. Then, he displayed his teleportation technique and brought Yu Chong'er into the territory of the Heavenly Cloud Nation. Looking at the two of them leaving, Yu Bai shook his head and sighed. Didn't this younger sister of his always hate Ning Fan? Why is she so enthusiastic towards him now? The Scarlet Heaven Territory was located in the northwest of the Heavenly Cloud Nation. Ning Fan needed to travel across a few other territories in order to reach the Scarlet Heaven Territory. Yu Chong'er rode on Ning Fan's traveling light as if she was stepping on a black rainbow. She did not dare to raise her head. Her cheeks were burning hot. She would only lift her head and sneak a peek at Ning Fan occasionally when she was guiding him. However, whenever she saw Ning Fan, she would recall the past when she gave him a kiss in the past. In the past, in order to give the blood of an insect sovereign to Ning Fan to heal his injuries, she had given him her first kiss. I must be sick. Otherwise, why would I volunteer to lead the way for him? Am I crazy? The Scarlet Heaven Territory is so dangerous and yet I still ran over there. I'm finished. I'm so nervous. What should I say to him? My mind is completely blank now. The way she lowered her head made her look like a frightened ostrich. Ning Fan could not help but find it funny. Was this still the Yu Chong'er he knew? In his memory, Yu Chong'er hated devil cultivators to the core. She often mocked and ridiculed him. She even kissed him forcefully and used him as a pillow when she was asleep. Today, however, she was very obedient and quiet. She did not say anything unnecessary. He secretly used the mind-reading technique to read through Yu Chong'er's thoughts. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that Yu Chong'er did not become quiet. She was just too nervous and did not know what to say to him. Aren't you going to introduce me to the local conditions and customs of the Heavenly Cloud Nation? Ning Fan reminded her. That's right. Let me introduce you to the Heavenly Cloud Nation. It's the capital of the Rain World. In terms of prosperity, none of the 800 cultivation countries in the Rain World can compare to it. Yu Chong'er nagged and began to introduce the local conditions and customs of the country to Ning Fan. The Heavenly Cloud Nation was a country of clouds and mist. All the palaces and pavilions in the country were built with clouds and mist. Clouds could be seen everywhere in the sky. The entire Heavenly Cloud Nation was enveloped by layers of formation light made of clouds and mist. The formation light was at the peak immortal void realm. Even an ordinary void fragmentation realm cultivator would not be able to break this country's protective cloud formation. This formation is called the Cloud Sea Mist Formation. It is a grand formation that was set up by a certain rain sovereign in the previous generation. It can use the light of the clouds to eliminate enemies. It is said that several 100,000 years ago, millions of bandits attacked the Heavenly Cloud Nation. There were even 3 first Heavenly Layer Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators among them. In the end, all of them were killed by this formation. Yu Chong'er explained. When she imagined the scene where millions of people died, she felt a little scared. It can even kill Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators. Ning Fan's gaze swept across the grand formation. Even with his Heart Formation Realm cultivation base, he still could not see through all the changes of this formation. The Heavenly Cloud Nation is divided into 10 territories. Each of them is as big as an entire void-grade cultivation country. The cultivators here not only build their houses using clouds but also use them to create escape treasures. In the 10 territories of the Heavenly Cloud Nation, each of them has a 900,000 zhang tall cloud. On the peak of the Cloud Mountain, a branch of the Rain Palace is built. The Heavenly Cloud Nation is very vast. We have just reached the Yang Heaven realm. As soon as Yu Chong'er finished speaking, she pointed to the surroundings. Far away, they could vaguely see a towering cloud mountain. On top of that mountain, a magnificent palace was built. It was the Yang Heaven Palace. Cultivators could be seen everywhere in the sky. Most of them were riding on immortal clouds and using them to escape. Each of those immortal clouds had different colors. Each of them was engraved with cloud patterns. The more cloud patterns there were, the faster they would be able to escape. A 2-mark immortal jade was equivalent to the escaping speed of a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. A 3-mark gold core, a 4-mark nascent soul, a 5-mark immortal cloud was equivalent to the escaping speed of a divine transformation realm cultivator. As for 6-mark immortal clouds, they were very rare. These immortal clouds did not need any magic power to drive them. Without a doubt, they were spiritual equipment. These are the immortal cloud spiritual equipment produced by the flowing cloud valley. It's a technique unique to the rain world. Cultivators from other worlds often purchase immortal clouds from the flowing cloud valley. Yu Chong'er introduced. The flowing cloud valley of the 13 sects, huh? I wonder if there are any 7 marks immortal clouds for sale there? Ning Fan inquired. A 7 marks immortal cloud should have the speed of a void fragmentation realm cultivator. Moreover, it would not consume any magic power to fly. If he could buy a 7 marks immortal cloud spiritual equipment and refine it into his body, it would be a wonderful thing. TSK. You wish. A 7 marks immortal cloud is a profound divinity spiritual equipment. Even if the flowing cloud valley has such a supreme treasure, they won't be willing to sell it. They won't be able to buy it. Yu Chong'er gradually became cheerful and no longer felt nervous. That's really a pity. Ning Fan did not mind it. It was not like he had to buy an immortal cloud. In the past, he had heard that the rain world was rich in immortal clouds. Today, he finally got to see the scene of tens of thousands of cultivators riding on clouds. If he goes to the sword world, he should be able to see the scene of tens of thousands of cultivators riding on swords. If he goes to the tree world, he wondered what kind of scene he would see. Ning Fan's speed was not slow, but the Heavenly Cloud Nation was just too vast. 3 days later, the two of them arrived at the border of the Scarlet Heaven territory. With a beauty accompanying him along the way, he would not feel lonely. As soon as he entered the Scarlet Heaven territory, a group of cultivators flew up and blocked his way. They shouted coldly. Halt your steps. According to the 7th Prince's order, all the cloud lions in the Scarlet Heaven territory are now out of control. No one is allowed to enter the Scarlet Heaven territory to avoid being killed by the cloud lions. Each of the cultivators in this group had a mid-divine transformation realm cultivation base and above. The leader was a late divine transformation realm cultivator. Each of the cultivators' clothes had a scarlet cloud emblem on it. It was the emblem of the Scarlet Heaven Palace. Without a doubt, these cultivators were the members of the Scarlet Heaven Palace. Ning Fan stopped and glanced at the Scarlet Heaven territory. He saw hundreds of thousands of stone lion statues flying in the sky that was surrounded by clouds and mist. The chi of these stone lions varied in strength. The weak ones were only equivalent to the harmonious spirit realm, while the strong ones were even at the divine transformation realm. Ning Fan spread out his spirit sense and found that there were at least 1,000 divine transformation realm stone lions in the sky above the Scarlet Heaven territory. These stone lions were not living creatures. Instead, they were stone lion puppets that were made from a kind of hard cloud called stone cloud. Ning Fan had once entered the seclusion grounds of the previous rain sovereigns in the Blood Dragon Pool. There were 12 stone lions guarding the entrance, and each of them had void fragmentation realm chi. The stone lions in the Blood Dragon Pool looked similar to the stone lions in this place. However, they were much stronger. Besides, the stone lions in the Blood Dragon Pool must be rooted in the ground and could not move. The stone lions in this place were more like puppets. Even though their limbs were stiff, they could fly and move. So these stone lions are called cloud lions. Ning Fan muttered to himself. Yes. Cloud lions are a secret technique unique to the Rain Palace. There are two types of them. One of them is the cloud lion puppet. It can move, but its cultivation base cannot exceed the divine transformation realm. The other type is the cloud lion statue. Even though it can't move, it can step on the ground and is very powerful. I heard that there are several void fragmentation realm cloud lion statues guarding the place where the rain sovereign is in seclusion. Yu Chonghua looked at the sky with a hint of fear. Hundreds of thousands of stone lions had lost control and were flying in the sky. Once any cultivators enter the depths of the Scarlet Heaven territory, they would join forces to kill them. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed across them. Hundreds of thousands of stone lions of the Rain Palace had gone out of control. This could be considered as a major incident, but no one could deal with these stone lions. Even though there were many stone lions, the strongest among them was only at the divine transformation realm. If a true expert were to take action, it would not be difficult for them to subdue all of the stone lions. Was there someone who purposely did not allow anyone to deal with these stone lions? Was he trying to intimidate Ning Fan with these stone lions? Ning Fan smiled disdainfully. Just 1,000 divine transformation realm cloud lions wanted to intimidate him? Yun Jinghong seemed to have underestimated him. Descending from the sky, Ning Fan led Yu Chonghua and slowly walked into the Scarlet Heaven territory. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you defy the 7th Prince's order and trespass into the Scarlet Heaven territory? Take him down. The group of divine transformation realm cultivators surrounded Ning Fan and spoke arrogantly. Ning Fan did not say much. He just released his baleful qi and immediately dyed the clouds of the entire Scarlet Heaven territory red. At this moment, the Scarlet Heaven territory really turned into a world with a red sky. That baleful qi contained all of Ning Fan's killings in his life. It even contained the baleful qi left behind by Bone Sovereign. At the moment when the baleful qi spread, the group of divine transformation realm cultivators was greatly shocked. They felt a sharp pain in their chests and retreated while coughing out blood. Their faces were filled with shock. Even the cloud lion puppets that were flying in the sky without any spiritual intelligence began to tremble in fear. At this moment, a black crescent mark rose in Ning Fan's left eye. His expression became stern and cold. With just a single gaze, the bodies of the hundreds of thousands of cloud lions that had lost control trembled. They descended to the ground and knelt down respectfully towards Ning Fan. They no longer showed any signs of losing control. The reason why these cloud lion puppets had lost control was because they were secretly attacked by someone. However, with just a single gaze, Ning Fan made all of them return to normal and willingly serve him as their master. Marmarquee White Robe. The group of divine transformation realm cultivators finally recognized the identity of the intruder from Ning Fan's extremely terrifying baleful qi. Each of them was extremely terrified. On the peak of a mountain far away, a middle-aged man in green robes stood proudly. His body was surrounded by swirling clouds of light. His cold eyes were looking in the direction of the Scarlet Heaven territory. He was the 7th Prince of the Rain Palace, Yun Jinghong. He was the void fragmentation realm expert who guarded the Scarlet Heaven Palace. Originally, he was quietly watching Ning Fan enter the Scarlet Heaven territory, waiting to see the scene where Ning Fan was exhausted from dealing with the hundreds of thousands of cloud lions. Among the hundreds of thousands of cloud lions, there were more than 1,000 divine transformation realm cloud lions. Even a void pure stage expert would not dare to recklessly face this army of cloud lions. From Yun Jinghong's point of view, if Ning Fan goes against this army of cloud lions with his low cultivation base, he would certainly be severely injured if not dead. Of course, he would not watch Ning Fan die. After Ning Fan is severely injured, he would take action to protect him from death. Ning Fan still had some value to him. Even though he could not kill him, he could still teach him a lesson. There's no need to watch anymore. This young man has already entered the Scarlet Heaven territory. The hundreds of thousands of cloud lions are fearful of him. He certainly won't be able to escape. Yun Jinghong smiled coldly and closed his eyes in a conceited manner. However, at the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and saw a scene that he could not believe. With just a single gaze, Ning Fan made the hundreds of thousands of cloud lions that had lost control return to normal and kneel respectfully on the ground. The cloud lions were just puppets. Their spiritual intelligence was even lower. They would not kneel to anyone at all. Why would they kneel to Ning Fan? Why was Ning Fan able to make all the cloud lions return to normal in just a breath's time? What made Yin Jinghong even more astonished was that the blood-red clouds that covered the sky of the Scarlet Heaven realm were dyed red by Ning Fan's baleful qi. At this moment, Ning Fan, who was standing in the Scarlet Heaven realm, suddenly turned his head and looked at Yin Jinghong coldly. Just a single gaze contained all the killings that Ning Fan had committed in his entire life. Just a single gaze gave Yin Jinghong a sense of danger that he had never felt before. It was as if the young man in front of him was not Ning Fan but a peerless ferocious beast that could tear the void fragmentation realm apart. With just a single gaze, even the heavenly Tao could no longer tolerate the sins that he had committed. Yin Jinghong was caught off guard. When he met Ning Fan's extremely cold baleful gaze, he immediately felt a sharp pain in his chest. His blood and qi were in a mess and he nearly fell off the mountain peak. How is this possible? Why does this young man have such a terrifying baleful qi? Even I can't withstand his aura force. Could it be that he has killed void fragmentation realm cultivators before? No. This is absolutely impossible. There are no void fragmentation realm cultivators who have fallen in the rain world. Besides, void fragmentation realm cultivators are renowned throughout the entire world. How is it possible for him to kill them? He is just an ant. Even though Yin Jinghong's tone was cold, his eyes no longer dared to look in Ning Fan's direction. The pain in his chest gradually intensified. It was actually a sign that his mind was being invaded by the baleful qi. Yin Jinghong no longer dared to stay in this place. He immediately turned into a ray of traveling light and left. He must immediately enter seclusion and erase the baleful qi in his mind to prevent it from being tainted. In the Scarlet Heaven realm, Ning Fan looked at Yin Jinghong's traveling light that was getting further away. He withdrew the baleful qi that filled the sky and his eyes gradually darkened. As expected, it's Yin Jinghong. That Yun Yomu didn't lie to me. Then, he turned his head and said to Yu Chong'er with a faint smile. Let's go. Bring me to the Scarlet Heaven Palace. His smile was as warm as the spring breeze. There was not a single trace of baleful qi in his eyes. Oh. Oh. Yu Chong'er was still covering her lips with her hands. She was still in a state of shock. It had only been more than 10 years since they last met. However, Ning Fan was able to subdue hundreds of thousands of spiritual puppets with just a single gaze. It was just too unbelievable. How did you do it? Yu Chong'er asked curiously. It's a secret. If you want to know, come to my room tonight. We can talk in private. Ning Fan teased. TCH, get lost. Yu Chong'er's pretty face was filled with anger and embarrassment. Her heart was about to leap out from her throat. Go to hell. Go to hell. She would rather die than to be alone with Ning Fan in a room and have a private chat with him. The righteous path and the devil path are irreconcilable, alright, perhaps? Maybe, just maybe, it doesn't seem too bad to have a private chat with him. If Ning Fan promises not to kiss her. Ning Fan brought Yu Chong'er to the Cloud Mountain of the Scarlet Heaven territory. At the same time, he took out a cloth bag and kept the hundreds of thousands of Cloud Lion puppets. He did not even spare a glance at the cultivators of the Scarlet Heaven Palace. His name was the Palace Lord of the Scarlet Heaven Palace. However, everyone in the palace was Yin Jinghong's trusted subordinates. None of them could be used. These puppets could be put to good use. It would be a good choice to leave them to Yu country as guards. At 90,000 zhang 3:33 m per zhang, high in the sky, the escaping light streaked across the vast sky. Beside their ears was a sea of clouds while below their feet was a cultivation city the size of an ant. Because the Cloud Lions had gone out of control, all the cultivators in the Scarlet Heaven territory had moved to other countries. The vast territory was slightly desolate and uninhabited. An hour later, a 90,000 zhang 3:33 m per zhang, tall cloud mountain appeared in front of them. Countless cloud palaces and cloud towers were built on the top of the mountain. Ning Fan kept his escaping light and landed on the peak of the mountain with Yu Chong'er. They stood outside a giant door. There were 4 large golden words written on the signboard of the door, Scarlet Heaven Cloud Palace. This was the Scarlet Heaven Palace. Due to the chaos caused by the cloud lions, no cultivators dared to stay in the palace. All of them had taken refuge in other countries. We're here. Ning Fan looked at the empty palace with his hands clasped behind his back. Looking at the 90,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, tall sea of clouds, he let out a sigh. At 90,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, tall, red-crowned cranes were flying in the sky. It was as if they could touch the sky just by raising their hands. 50 years ago, when I was still in Wu country, I thought that the 1,400 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, tall Ningbai mountain was the highest mountain in the world. Now, I'm standing on the 90,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, tall cloud mountain. However, I know that there are countless mountains that are higher than this mountain, at the end of the path of cultivation, who will be the peak. Immortals are people who stand on the mountain. However, I don't know how high the mountain must be in order to see the great Tao of immortality clearly and ascend to immortality in a single step. Yu Chong'er stood behind Ning Fan and stared at his back. At this moment, she felt that he seemed to have merged with the sea of clouds and his temperament was like an immortal. She was slightly stunned and could not help but look at Ning Fan a few more times. When she realized it, her face turned red and she lowered her head while biting her lips. Ning Fan, thank you. Previously, in the blood dragon pool, I almost lost my life trying to retrieve the blood dragon moss. Thank you for saving me. I have brought the blood dragon moss back to my clan and fed it to my mother. My mother's illness has been cured. Thank you. I will certainly repay your kindness. I saved you once, and you gave me the heaven-deceiving cloak. You don't owe me anything, so there's no need to repay me. It's a good thing that your mother can recover from her illness. The tree may desire peace, but the wind won't stop. It's a blessing to be able to be filial to your parents while you're still alive. Miss Yu has already sent me to the Scarlet Heaven Palace. Should I return to the Serene Heaven Palace or stay in my Scarlet Heaven Palace for the time being? I have to return to the Serene Heaven Palace, otherwise Big Brother will scold me. Yu Chong'er stuck out her tongue and chuckled softly. She stomped her foot on the ground, and a five-veined immortal cloud appeared. When I think of how to repay you, I'll come find you. I, Yu Chong'er, never owe anyone a favor. I will definitely repay you to your satisfaction. Is that so? Then I'm looking forward to it. Ning Fan replied with a smile. Then, I'll take my leave first. Yu Chong'er rode the immortal cloud and left. Her heart actually felt a little reluctant to part with him. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Why am I reluctant to leave? I must be sick. Last time, he asked for my heaven-deceiving cloak. He seems to be very fond of profound divinity spiritual equipment. Why don't I ask my master for a profound divinity spiritual equipment and give it to him as repayment? Ning Fan looked at Yu Chong'er's fleeing light and revealed an indescribable smile. He used the mind-reading technique to see through Yu Chong'er's thoughts. Is this little girl going to give me a profound divinity spiritual equipment? Then I'm really looking forward to it. He withdrew his gaze, turned around, and walked into the Scarlet Heaven Cloud Palace. There was not a single cultivator in the empty palace. The defensive formation light was still on. As the Palace Lord of the Scarlet Heaven Palace, he had the Palace Lord's token, so he could directly enter the palace. Even though the palace was empty, the chaos caused by the Cloud Lion clan had already been settled. Presumably, all the cultivators who left would return to the Scarlet Heaven territory soon. He did not care whether there was anyone in the palace or not. Even though he was the Palace Lord of the Scarlet Heaven Palace, he did not care about the affairs of the palace at all. The only thing he was concerned about was how much benefits the Palace Lord of the Scarlet Heaven Palace would receive. As far as he knew, each of the Palace Lords of the 9 Great Branch Palaces was in charge of a territory. They could take and use the magic treasures and pills in their territories at will. They could also read the cultivation methods and secret manuals in their territories at will. Even though all the cultivators of the Scarlet Heaven Palace had fled, it was just to show Ning Fan's strength and temporarily leave. The treasury and the scripture pavilion were still there. The treasury and the scripture pavilion were protected by layers of formation light. However, Ning Fan could enter them at will with the Palace Lord's token. Even without the Palace Lord's token, he still had the wind mist finger. What formation light could stop him under the immortal formations? He first entered the treasury of the Scarlet Heaven Palace. To the cultivators of the Scarlet Heaven Palace, all the items in the treasury could be exchanged with contribution points. Every year, the cultivators of the Rain Palace would be given contribution points which could be considered as their salary. If they complete the missions of the Rain Palace, they could obtain additional contribution points. However, Ning Fan, the palace lord, did not need to pay any contribution points. He could take and use the treasures in the treasury at will. There were a total of 5 billion immortal jade, 72,000 tufts of spiritual herbs that were 10,000 years old and above, 400 bottles of 5th Revolution pills, 3 bottles of 6th Revolution pills, 4,004 marks immortal clouds, 75 marks immortal clouds, 6 marks immortal clouds. There were 12,000 magic treasures that were at the nascent soul realm and above, more than 7,000 spiritual equipment that was at the profound jade realm and above, 500 nascent soul realm spiritual puppets, 42 divine transformation realm spiritual puppets and 1 void glimpse stage spiritual puppet. Of course, he would take all of these items away. It was his privilege as the palace lord. As for how the divine envoys and revered elders of the palace cultivate after taking these items away, what did it have to do with him? After all, they were all Yun Jinghong's subordinates. When he left the treasury, it was already a little empty. He entered the scripture pavilion. There were many cultivation methods and magic techniques of the Rain Palace in this place. There were also many pill recipes. Ordinary cultivators of the Scarlet Heaven Palace would need to spend contribution points to read them. However, as the palace lord, he could read these magic techniques and pill recipes at will. The lowest cultivation method in this place was at the spirit grade while the highest was at the mid-grade mortal void realm. As for pill recipes, the highest was at the mid-grade 6th revolution. Only the main palace of the Rain Palace had pill recipes of higher grades. In order to read the magic techniques and pill recipes of the main palace, even the 9th palace lord would have to spend contribution points. Naturally, Ning Fan would not be interested in the low-grade cultivation methods and pill recipes. He only made a copy of all the high-grade jade slips and took them away. The only thing that Ning Fan was slightly interested in was a scroll that introduced how to create a low-grade cloud lion. Just like that, Ning Fan had almost swept through the entire Scarlet Heaven Palace. Giggle asterisk. How are you here to be the palace lord? You're obviously here to be a bandit cultivator. Do you really want to scrape 3 feet of the ground before you stop? In the profounding world, Luo Yu teased him. Scrape 3 feet of the ground. It seems like you're right. The belly of this cloud mountain seems to be empty. I wonder what's hidden inside. Ning Fan smiled disapprovingly. His title as the palace lord of the Scarlet Heaven Palace was just an empty title. As long as Yun Jinghong was in the Scarlet Heaven Palace, he would not be able to truly control the palace. So what if he had to scrape 3 feet of the ground? After all, he was going to scrape Yun Jinghong's territory. Ning Fan used his earth escape technique and dived into the belly of the cloud mountain. The belly of the 90,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, tall mountain was hollowed out and built into an extremely spacious palace. Both sides of the mountain walls were embedded with moonlight stones which emitted a faint light to illuminate the place. The palace was surrounded by peak mortal void realm formation lights. Only those with the token of the palace lord could enter this place. Oh? Is this the place where the previous palace lords of the Scarlet Heaven Palace went into seclusion? Ning Fan walked into the palace. There were 49 stone chambers in the palace. In the middle of the main hall stood a gigantic ancient tablet. The ancient tablet was 900 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, tall. Its entire body was snow-white and it emitted an extremely faint cloud light. The 4 corners of the tablet were engraved with mysterious runes. 4 ancient divine characters were written on the surface of the tablet. The Scarlet Heaven Rain Tablet. Ning Fan walked closer to the gigantic tablet. The closer he got to it, the more he could feel the irresistible dampness. His clothes became wet without any reason. That dampness was very familiar to Ning Fan. It was the rain intent realm. However, it was slightly different from the rain intent Ning Fan had comprehended. The cultivation base of the owner of this intent realm was rather terrifying. He had merely carved 4 words on the ancient monument and left behind a trace of intent realm power. It was unknown how many years had passed, but it was still able to render an expert like Ning Fan unable to resist the nourishment of the rain intent. The cultivation of the person who carved this tablet is far above me in the past, Luo Yu said with a solemn expression. When you were at your peak, you should have been a true immortal of the renunciation realm, right? The person who carved the tablet was stronger than you. What level of cultivation did he have? Ning Fan's eyes swept across the stone wall at the side. There were ancient words engraved on the stone wall. It was an introduction to the giant monument. This giant monument was called the Rain Monument. It was left behind by the ancestor of the Rain World, the Rain Ancestor. Each of the 9 great sub-palaces had a rain monument. It was rumored that one of the 9 rain tablets contained a divine art of the Rain Ancestor. The reason why the rain tablets were left behind was to allow the later generations to comprehend this art. Unfortunately, after the Rain Ancestor, no one in the Rain World was able to comprehend this technique. No one has ever learned this technique. How difficult is this technique? Ning Fan's face turned serious and he continued to stare at the stone wall. According to the records on the stone wall, the technique left behind by the Rain Ancestor was called Heaven Peaking Rain. It was a type of sensing magic technique. The sensing range of a cultivator's spirit sense was limited. However, some secret techniques could extend the range of their spirit sense by tens of times, hundreds of times, or even more. In the past, when Ning Fan was in the sinister Sparrow sect, he accidentally entered the state of the unity of heaven and man and displayed the spirit roaming 10,000 li away technique. Even though he was just a harmonious spirit realm cultivator, he was able to stretch his spirit sense into an extremely thin thread and extend it out of the rain world and into the northern heaven immortal world. The spirit roaming 10,000 li away technique was an extremely powerful sensing ability. Even the spirit sense of a true immortal realm cultivator might not be able to successfully cultivate this technique. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base, he certainly could not display the spirit roaming 10,000 li away technique for the second time. Previously, he had almost died under this technique. In the Star Palace, he was once chased by the realm beast. That realm beast had fused its spirit sense with the world of the entire Star Palace, allowing its spirit sense to spread to every corner of the Star Palace. Even though sensing abilities could not be used to kill people, it was definitely a powerful ability. According to the records on the stone wall, when the Rain Ancestor was at his peak, he had once entered the northern heaven immortal world. With a technique called the Heaven Peaking Rain, his spirit sense covered countless star regions in the entire northern heaven, shocking several immortal emperors. According to rumors, as long as one successfully cultivates this technique, even if one only has a void refinement realm spirit sense, they would still be able to cover the entire middle state with their spirit sense. The magic technique inherited in the Rain Monument is actually the Heaven Peaking Rain. The Heaven Peaking Rain allows one to see through the entire northern heaven with a light rain. This is the reason why this technique got its name. It's the technique that made the Rain Ancestor famous in this generation. Luo Yu seemed to have heard of this technique before. She was rather shocked. Silly little brother, quickly get closer to the Rain Monument and send your spirit sense into it. Try and see if you can comprehend this technique. Once you do, it will be extremely beneficial to you, Luo Yu urged. Since the creation of this technique in the Rain World until now, no cultivator in the Rain World has been able to successfully cultivate it. I don't think I can comprehend it. According to the records on the stone wall, if I fail to comprehend this technique, I will suffer a backlash from the Rain Monument and my sea of consciousness will be severely damaged. If I fail to learn this technique, I will certainly suffer severe injuries from the backlash. However, if I manage to successfully cultivate this technique, Ning Fan revealed a struggling expression. If he managed to cultivate this technique, with his current level of divine sense, even if he couldn't cover the entire Rain World, he would still be able to cover the entire Middle Prefecture. If he covered the entire Middle State with his divine sense, he might be able to find Ning Qian in one go. She was in the Middle State, even if the chance of learning this technique was only 1 in a billion, even if he might be severely injured by the backlash from the Rain Monument, he did not care at all. Let me see how difficult it is to learn the Rain Ancestor's divine ability that no one in the Rain World can comprehend. Ning Fan took a deep breath and walked to the bottom of the Rain Monument. Looking at the 900 zhang asterisk 3, 33 m per zhang, tall monument, he stopped in his tracks. He closed his eyes and sent his divine sense into the rain monument. An extremely dense divine intent of rain rolled towards his spirit sense. In just an instant, the spirit sense that Ning Fan sent into the rain monument was completely shattered. He felt an intense pain in his sea of consciousness. His chest felt as if it had suffered a heavy blow, and he was sent flying several hundred zhang asterisk 3, 33 m per zhang, backwards. His body smashed heavily against the stone wall, causing his bones and tendons to break. Did he fail? Luo Yu sighed softly. It seemed like Ning Fan was not fated to learn this technique. She wanted to comfort Ning Fan, but she realized that his current expression was extremely complicated. There was confusion, surprise, astonishment, and even a hint of joy in his eyes. Perhaps I can learn this technique. The reason why no one can learn this technique is not because it is difficult to understand. The biggest reason is that this technique requires one to cultivate the power of the divine, demon, and devil races at the same time in order to use it. The Rain Ancestor is not a pure divine cultivator. Due to some fortuitous encounters, the Rain Ancestor's body possesses the power of the three races at the same time. The first condition to learn this technique is to fuse magic power, demon power, and devil chi into one. No one in the Rain world fulfills this condition. Therefore, since the Rain world was established, no one has been able to learn this technique. The reason why I was injured by the Rain monument was because the Rain intent I comprehended has yet to reach the minimum requirement to practice this technique. The Rain intent I comprehended in the past belongs to the divine intent, not the demon intent nor the devil intent. However, the Rain Ancestor's Rain intent contains the divine intent of rain, the Rain devil intent, and the Rain demon intent. This technique is divided into 9 parts. What is inherited in this monument is only one of the 9 parts. Without saying much, he sat cross-legged under the Rain monument. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the 99 natal black stars and used their starlight to heal his wounds. 1 day, 2 days. On the 7th day, Ning Fan suddenly stood up. All of his injuries had been healed. He looked at the Rain monument and sensed the veins of the rain well on it. After a long silence, he sent out his divine sense into the Rain monument again. This time, he was once again sent flying by the Rain monument, but he only flew back a few hundred meters before he stabilized his body. The injuries he suffered were not as serious as the first time. Ning Fan did not say anything else. Once again, he sat cross-legged on the Rain monument to heal his wounds. This time, the healing process only took 4 days. After his injuries were healed, Ning Fan stood up again and stared at the Rain monument in silence for a long time. This time, he was not in a hurry to sink his divine sense into the Rain monument. Instead, he closed his eyes to feel the Rain intent of the Rain Ancestor. The divine intent of rain must have a merciful heart, allowing the Rain intent to bless all living things. The demonic intent of the rain had to have a bewitching heart, causing the curtain of rain to cover the common people. The demonic Rain intent must have the heart to kill, causing the rain to flood into a river. Ning Fan stood in front of the Rain monument and carefully sensed it. The battle lasted for 10 days, the aura around his body changed rapidly. Sometimes, he was merciful like a deity, sometimes, he was cold-blooded like a devil, and sometimes, he was as evil as a demon. On the 11th day, Ning Fan suddenly opened his eyes and sent his divine sense into the Rain monument for the 3rd time. This time, he was not repelled by the Rain monument. This time, an ancient and vicissitudinous voice resounded in his ears, as if it was imparting the Tao. There is rain in the 9 heavens. My thoughts are connected to a world. The clouds are my eyes and the rain is my thoughts. Heaven and earth are integrated into my heart. This is the Rain of Heaven Peking. The Rain of Heaven Peking is divided into 9 heavens. The rain of the 3rd day is called the Rain of Scarlet Heaven. All of a sudden, streams of information flowed into Ning Fan's sea of consciousness. Luo Yu revealed a faint smile. Ning Fan had actually comprehended the Rain of Heaven Peking technique, even if what he comprehended was just 1/9 of the complete technique. The corner of Ning Fan's lips curled up slightly. He closed his eyes and stood in the palace at the belly of the mountain. Then, he suddenly formed a series of hand seals. Once, twice, thrice, another half a month passed. He did not know how many times he had performed the finger seals in the belly of the mountain, and he was getting more and more proficient. The cultivators who had left the Scarlet Heaven territory had long since returned. The cultivators of the Scarlet Heaven Palace had already returned and discovered that the treasury had been ransacked. No one expected that Ning Fan would be practicing the rain technique in the belly of the mountain. However, all of a sudden, the Scarlet Heaven territory with a radius of 70 million miles started to rain. That's strange. The Heavenly Cloud Nation is protected by a grand formation. No rainwater can fall into the formation. Why would it suddenly rain in our Scarlet Heaven territory? Countless cultivators were puzzled. Inside the belly of the mountain, Ning Fan's eyes were as deep as a bottomless pond. His hands kept forming hand seals. He was the one who made the rain. His great virtual realm spiritual will could only detect movements within 400,000 li. But at this moment, his eyes seemed to be able to see everything within a 70 million mile radius. All the clouds above the Scarlet Heaven territory were his eyes. The rain that would fall 70 million kilometers in the Scarlet Heaven territory was his will. Even a void fragmentation realm cultivator could only sense a million li. However, Ning Fan could clearly sense the scenery within 70 million li. The only flaw of this technique was that after using it once, all of his magic power would be drained. Powerful divine abilities would always consume a lot of magic power. Silly little brother, if you complete this technique, you might even be able to make rain fall in the entire middle state. The Rain Ancestors' heaven-peering rain is indeed very powerful. Luo Yu praised. Next, I'll go and complete this technique. According to the stone wall, the cultivators of the 9 palaces are not allowed to comprehend the rain steels of the other palaces. If I want to comprehend the rain steels of the other palaces, I must fulfill a precondition. If I defeat the palace lords of the other 8 palaces, I will be able to comprehend the rain steels of the other 8 palaces. I want to learn this technique and spread rain across the entire middle state. Find her. She a ray of traveling light rushed out of the belly of the mountain and headed towards the other 8 palaces with an intense battle intent. He wanted to challenge the other 8 palaces with his identity as the Palace Lord of the Scarlet Heaven Palace. He could only win. To be continued. The 4th level of the Heavenly Cloud Realm, Vermilion Heaven Realm, a golden sword light streaked across the sky and sped toward the Cloud Mountain where the Vermilion Sky Palace was located. It was an ancient golden sword. Its speed was almost close to that of a void fragmentation realm cultivator. Countless cultivators of the Vermilion Heaven territory looked at the sword light that was as dazzling as the golden sun and were greatly shocked. What shocked them was not only the sword light, but also the person standing on the sword light. A frosty young man stood on the tip of the sword. His clothes were white like snow, his figure was like a mountain, his aura was like the rain, and his gaze was like lightning. His whole body emitted an extremely strong aura, and within that aura was an extremely strong battle intent. Marquis White Robe. This person is Marquis White Robe. I've seen his portrait before. What? This old monster with monstrous battle intent was actually Marquis Ning Fan? Is he going somewhere to fight someone? I don't know, but looking at the direction he's heading to the Cloud Mountain of Vermilion Sky Palace. Vermilion Sky Palace. Why is he going to Vermilion Sky Palace Hall? Ning Fan sped along the way, passing by countless cultivation cities. He did not care about the comments of others. There was only the sound of the wind in his ears and the clouds in front of his eyes. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to defeat the 8 palace masters of the Rain Palace and learn the complete secret technique of the Rain Ancestor. Half a day later, the cloud mountains of the Vermilion Heaven territory could be seen in the distance. He withdrew the sword light and the ancient sword. His figure landed on the peak of Cloudy Mountain at an unbelievable speed. The cultivators who were guarding the entrance of the palace were greatly shocked. None of them actually saw how Ning Fan landed on the ground. His movement technique was just too fast. Before the few cultivators of the Vermilion Heaven Palace could see Ning Fan's face clearly, his voice had already resounded in the Cloud Mountain. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, reverberating in the ears of every cultivator of the Vermilion Heaven Palace for a long time. As the Scarlet Heaven Palace Master, I'm here to request to borrow the Rain Viewing Tablet, so I'm here to fight Palace Master Vermilion Heaven. In the belly of Cloudy Mountain, a bald old man was in seclusion. As soon as he heard Ning Fan's words reverberating across the entire Cloud Mountain, his eyes immediately turned cold and he smirked disdainfully. This old man has been cultivating for 7,400 years. There is rarely anyone who is a match for me within the void pure stage. A mere void inquiry stage cultivator actually dares to challenge me. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The bald old man sneered. His whole body turned into a gray light and disappeared from the belly of the mountain in an instant. He appeared on the mountain peak. Of course, he had heard all kinds of rumors about Ningfan. However, if he did not see it with his own eyes, he would not believe it. He did not believe in Ningfan's remarkable abilities. He only believed in his own strength. He was Palace Master Zhu Tian. His name was Marquis Long Nan, a void pure stage cultivator. Ningfan. You are not this old man's opponent and do not have the qualifications to look at my Vermilion Sky Palace's rain monument. Quickly retreat. Marquis Long Nan's body was surrounded by earth-shattering lightning. With a shout, his voice transformed into unimaginable airwaves, shattering all the clouds within a 300,000 li radius. Hundreds of divine envoys and revered elders of Vermilion Heaven Palace were at least in the nascent soul or deity transformation realm. But under the imposing aura of Marquis Longnan's voice, none of them could stand firm. The Palace Lord's aura is so strong. Even if the opponent is Marquis White Robe, there's no way he can defeat Hall Master. Palace Master has comprehended the Seven Thunders art during this seclusion and his strength has improved a lot. Marquis White Robe can't withstand Palace Master's lightning of 7 emotions. Layers of chi waves rolled towards Ningfan. However, when they reached his body, they strangely separated into 2. Ningfan glanced at Marquis Long Nan and said indifferently, "Your aura can't scare me. Just do it. If you don't do it now, you won't have the chance anymore." Arrogant brat. Marquis Long Nan's expression darkened. It was his first time being looked down upon by a void inquiry stage cultivator. His eyes glowed with 7-colored lightning. He formed hand seals with all 10 of his fingers and murmured, "The 7 emotions of a human being and the 7 lightnings of nature. The first day is joy, the second day is anger, the third day is worry, the fourth day is thinking, the fifth day is sadness, the sixth day is fear and the 7th day is shock. 7 Thunders art." Marquis Long Nan suddenly raised his hand and waved a 7-colored lightning flag. 7-colored lightning clouds immediately appeared within the 300,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li. The 7-colored lightning condensed into 710,000 zhang asterisk, 33 m per li, lightning fists which blasted towards the mountain peak where Ningfan was standing. Even an ordinary void pure stage cultivator would not be able to withstand the 7 lightning fists. If the 7 lightning strikes, the entire cloud mountain would be destroyed. This is bad. Once the Palace Lord is enraged, he won't be able to control his strength anymore. Marquis White Robe will certainly be severely injured if not dead. As for our Vermilion Heaven Palace, I'm afraid our Vermilion Heaven Palace will also be destroyed by the fluctuations of the battle. A group of cultivators of Vermilion Heaven Palace was shocked. But a scene that no one had expected happened. Before the 7 lightnings could fall, Ningfan suddenly stomped on the peak of the mountain. A massive blood-red lightning diagram appeared beneath his feet. All of the 7-colored lightnings were devoured by the lightning diagram. Immediately after, he summoned the 8 black flame wings, took a step forward, and suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving only a faint shadow of fire. In an instant, Marquis Long Nan felt his scalp go numb and his whole body was filled with a sense of danger. He retreated without the slightest hesitation, and immediately summoned a Sky Xian high-grade armor to protect himself. That was a high-grade profound sky treasure armor. It was strong enough to withstand an ordinary void pure stage strike. His retreat was not slow but Ningfan's speed was even faster. In just the blink of an eye, Ningfan had already arrived in front of him. Then, he pointed a finger at him. His essence and technique merged into one. The force of his finger was nearly as strong as an absolute void stage attack. Bang, with a loud bang, the heavenly profound treasure armor shattered into pieces. Marquis Long Nan felt a sharp pain in his chest. He coughed out blood and took a few hundred steps back before he managed to stabilize his body. His eyes were filled with shock. He, the dignified Palace Lord of Zhu Tian, was actually not a match for Ningfan. Moreover, he could tell that Ningfan had already shown mercy in that finger attack. Otherwise, he would definitely not have the strength to stand even if he was not dead. Marquis White Robe, stop now. I admit defeat. You have already obtained the right to view the rain monument. Now, follow me into the belly of the mountain. Countless cultivators of the Zhu Palace sucked in a cold breath. The palace lord that they had always been proud of was actually not a match for Ning Fan. Marquis Long Nan, on the other hand, found it hard to calm down. Perhaps, it would leave a shadow in his heart for the rest of his life. Forget it. This person's strength is terrifyingly strong. I'm afraid his strength is already close to an absolute void stage cultivator. I'm definitely not a match for him. There's no need for me to fight him to the death. I'll just let him view the rain monument. After all, no one has ever been able to comprehend this rain monument. Moreover, if he can't, he will certainly be injured by the rebound of the rain monument. The two of them entered the palace inside the mountain. Ning Fan stood in front of the rain monument of the Zhu Palace and spread his spirit sense into it. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he turned around and left without hesitation, leaving Marquis Long Nan, who was filled with astonishment. Why wasn't he sent flying by the rain monument? Logically, any cultivator who tries to comprehend the rain ancestors' technique would be sent flying by the rain monument. Could it be that there's something wrong with the rain monument? Marquis Long Nan spread his spirit sense into the rain monument with an inquisitive mind. At the next moment, a blood-curdling scream resounded in the palace inside the mountain. The rain monument isn't broken. Marquis Long Nan's face was as pale as paper. He was almost killed by the rain monument. Damn it. Damn it. Why was Ning Fan not sent flying but I, Marquis Long Nan, was sent flying? Could it be that Ning Fan had comprehended the inheritance of the rain ancestor? Stop joking. How is that possible? In the 150 million years since the establishment of the rain world, no one had ever comprehended this technique. He would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. The fifth level of the Heavenly Cloud Realm, the Heavenly Formation Realm, Ning Fan stepped on a golden sword light and flew towards the Heavenly Formation Realm's Cloud Mountain. It had been a day since he defeated Marquis Long Nan. In just one day, the news of him defeating Marquis Long Nan with a single finger spread like wildfire. When the Heavenly Formation Realm cultivators saw Ning Fan entering the Heavenly Formation Realm, all of them were astonished. Ning Fan was not only going to defeat Marquis Long Nan alone. Judging from the situation, he was also going to challenge the other 8 palace lords from the Scarlet Heaven Palace to the Heavenly Cloud Country. His goal seemed to be the Rain Ancestors Monument that no one could comprehend. TSK. I didn't expect this Marquis White Robe to be so strong. He could actually defeat Marquis Long Nan with a single finger. However, is he really going to challenge the other 8 palace lords? Rumor has it that the reason why Marquis White Robe fought Marquis Long Nan was because he wanted to see the Rain Ancestors Monument. The Rain Ancestors technique is recorded in the Rain Monument. However, it is impossible for anyone to comprehend this technique. In my opinion, this Marquis White Robe's intention to see the Rain Monument is fake. His real intention is to find an excuse to challenge the 8 palace lords to establish his prestige. Establish his prestige? It is said that Marquis White Robe's true cultivation base is only at the Void Inquiry stage. Can he really defeat the 8 palace lords? Every time Ning Fan flew past a cultivation city, it would raise a discussion among the cultivators there. His traveling light did not slow down at all. When he saw the Cloud Mountain from afar, he kept his ancient sword and appeared at the peak of the Sea of Clouds in a flash. He stood in the sky outside the Heavenly Formation Palace. I want to borrow the Rain Monument to have a look. Humph. If you want to see the Rain Monument, you have to defeat me first. An elderly man in yellow robes seemed to have been waiting for a long time. With a flash of yellow light, he flew to the sky from the Cloud Mountain and stood opposite Ning Fan on the Sea of Clouds. That elderly man in yellow robes was called Huang Gu. He had the chi of a void pure stage expert. The magic power around his body turned into yellow maple leaves. He was none other than the Palace Lord of the Heavenly Formation Palace. Huang Gu waved his hand and a dark yellow flag appeared in his palm. This flag of mine is called the Green Maple Flag of Emu. After being refined by my primordial spirit flame for more than 1,000 years, its power is unfathomable. Even a void pure stage expert might not be able to withstand it. You won't be able to. Is that so? Ning Fan's expression remained unchanged. Humph. Since you don't know what's good for you, I won't show you any mercy. Wood dragon, appear. Huanggu's magic power shook. His aura force shattered the sea of clouds within several 100,000 li *, 500 m per li. Then, he waved the green maple flag of Emu. As his magic treasure shook, the shadows of countless yellow maple leaves appeared within several 100,000 li *, 500 m per li, condensing into a dark yellow wood dragon that was 7,000 zhang * 33 m per li, in size. The eyes of the wood dragon flashed with ferocious light. It opened its mouth and breathed out a gigantic yellow light pillar at Ning Fan. The yellow light pillar was extremely fast. Wherever it passed through, the vast sky would crumble. Its destructive power was extremely strong. It was even slightly stronger than Marquis Long Nan's 7 lightning technique. Ning Fan did not even look at the yellow light pillar. He touched his glabella and took out the Separation Slayer sword. He raised his hand and slashed the yellow light pillar vertically into two. Then, he kept the Separation Slayer sword. His black hair danced wildly in the wind. His 10 fingers suddenly formed a series of hand seals and his eyes glowed with black flames. At the moment he made the hand seals, circles of gigantic black fire rings appeared with the wood dragon as the center. There were a total of 216 layers of the sea of fire rings. The entire sea of clouds was engulfed by the sea of fire. When the hollow eyes of the wood dragon came into contact with the black flames, it actually revealed a human-like expression of fear. The fire dragon let out a miserable shriek. In just an instant, it was burned into ashes by the black flame ring. With a cracking sound, a crack appeared on the treasure flag in Huanggu's hand. It actually seemed to have suffered a heavy injury along with the destruction of the wood dragon. Before Huanggu had the time to feel sorry for his natal magic treasure, the 9 black fire dragons from the Sea of Fire were already charging towards him. The black fire dragon was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the Sea of Fire had already engulfed Huanggu. Ah! In the Sea of Fire, Huanggu screamed and fell out of the Sea of Fire like a kite with a broken string. He fell into the Sea of Clouds and landed heavily on the peak of the Cloud Mountain, creating a huge pit. Ning Fan opened his mouth and swallowed all the black flames into his stomach. Then, he landed on the Cloud Mountain of the Achievement Heaven Palace and calmly looked at Huanggu, who was coughing out blood nonstop in the huge pit. I have already shown mercy. Otherwise, you would have died in the Sea of Fire. Cough cough cough. This old man thanks Hall Master Ning for showing mercy. I'll bring Hall Master Ning to see the rain monument now. Huanggu crawled up from the ground, still fearful of the power of the black flames. Even though he had fallen into the Sea of Clouds in a disheveled manner just now, he realized that his injuries were not serious after examining his body. Of course, it was because Ning Fan had been merciful. Even though Huanggu was arrogant, he would not be ungrateful. He immediately led Ning Fan into the belly of the mountain to see the rain monument. Hiss! All the revered elders and divine envoys of Achieving Heaven Palace were dumbfounded. They all knew that their palace lord was strong, especially the green maple flag, which was extraordinarily powerful. However, he was defeated by Ning Fan in just a single round. Initially, they did not believe the rumor that Ning Fan had defeated Marquis Long Nan with a single finger. Now, it seemed like the rumor was indeed true. Ning Fan's combat power was already earth-shattering. Perhaps he had already reached the Void Peer stage, unrivaled among Void Peer stage experts, other than the 3 palace lords of the Serene Heaven Palace, the Great Heaven Palace and the Vast Heaven Palace. Who else could fight against him? If Marquis White Robe can defeat the 8th Palace Master by himself, the Scarlet Heaven Palace will become the #1 palace among the 9. Chi, a golden sword light rushed out of the belly of the cloudy mountain, ignoring everyone's surprise, and flew all the way to the Serene Heaven Palace, the 6th level of the Heavenly Cloud Realm. Nether Heaven Realm. Inside the remote Heaven Realm, Fangxing stood proudly at the peak of the cloudy mountain. His body was emitting an unrivaled aura force of the Void Peer stage, waiting for a battle with Ning Fan. He knew that Ning Fan would come. In the past, when he was in Song Country, he deeply regretted not having a battle with Ning Fan. Today, he would make up for that regret and determine the victor of the battle with him. 10 years ago, even though he was barely defeated and died, his strength should still be slightly weaker than mine. 10 years later, will this young man be able to fight me equally? At this moment, the entire heavenly cloud country was in an uproar. Countless cultivators had already rushed to the remote heaven realm, waiting to watch the battle between the palace master of the Scarlet Heaven Palace and the palace master of the Serene Heaven Palace. Under the anticipation of countless cultivators, a golden sword light arrived at the cloudy mountain of the Serene Heaven Palace. Ningfan stepped on the ancient golden sword and flew across the sea of clouds. He stared at the cloudy mountain coldly, and his battle intent soared to the sky. Fangxing, fight me! Fangxing, fight me! At the moment when Ningfan arrived, a heavy aura force which was like the arrival of a storm fell on the entire cloud mountain. All the cultivators in the vicinity of the cloud mountain, regardless of their cultivation base, felt their breathing becoming sluggish. They could barely withstand Ningfan's powerful aura force. Yu Chonglor looked up at the sea of clouds and stared in disbelief at the white-clothed youth standing coldly on the ancient golden sword. At this moment, Ningfan was no longer as easygoing as he was in the past. His eyes were filled with conviction, the conviction to sweep through the 8 palaces. At this moment, Ningfan was just like the time when he fought in the Blood Dragon Pool in the past. His aura force was unstoppable. Did Marquis White Robe challenge the other 8 palace masters to comprehend the Rain Monument or to establish his might? Yu Bai pondered deeply. No, none of them. He must have an extremely important reason to defeat all 8 of them alone. Yu Chonglor muttered to herself. The eyes of all the revered elders of the Serene Heaven Palace were filled with respect. None of the divine transformation realm cultivators present could resist Ningfan's aura force. All of them were suppressed by his aura force and could not move at all. Revered Snow couldn't do it. The ugly man Yunlai couldn't do it. Divine Messenger Yin Kuang, who was just a nascent soul realm cultivator, naturally couldn't do it either. He was directly suppressed to the ground by Ningfan's aura force. In the past in Great Jin, Yun Kuang had repeatedly made things difficult for Ningfan for In Suchio's sake. However, Ningfan had destroyed his Dao heart. 50 years had passed and Yun Kuang's cultivation was unable to advance. He had failed to break through the bottleneck time and time again. During the last attempt, his eyes were destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. 50 years ago, he was a nascent soul-old monster and Ningfan was just a harmonious spirit ant. 50 years later, just a trace of Ningfan's chi would be enough to make him unable to stand. Compared to him, I, Yun Kuang, am nothing. I'm just an ant. I'm just an ant. Yun Kuang laid on the ground, feeling disheartened. Ningfan stood on the clouds and kept his ancient sword. He did not even look at Yun Kuang. Back then, this person was inferior to him, and now, he was even more inferior. His gaze was only focused on Fangxing, waiting for him to accept the challenge. You have defeated Marquis Long Nan and Huanggu consecutively. I'm afraid that you already possess unrivaled combat strength of a Void Peer stage expert. Let me see if you can fight against me equally. Chi, Fangxing's old eyes flashed, and his body turned into a snow-white escape light. In an instant, he appeared at the top of the sea of clouds. His aura was like a violent gale, and his white robe fluttered. He activated his magic power and an ocean of void appeared beneath his feet. Standing in the sea of void, Fangxing's magic power seemed endless. He raised one of his fingers. The tip of his finger shone with an extremely dazzling cloud light. He pressed his finger down at Ningfan and shouted coldly. Cloud Dragon Art. As soon as the cloud light dispersed, millions of white clouds suddenly appeared around Ningfan. Each of the white clouds had a ghost face which was grinning hideously. The millions of ghost faces swallowed the clouds and mist at the same time. In just a moment, all of Ningfan's aura force was devoured. Traces of magic power even flowed out of Ningfan's body and were devoured by the ghost faces. Ningfan could feel that the magic power in his body was temporarily draining away. His eyes turned slightly cold and he tried to burn the clouds and mist in the sky with his devil flames. However, as soon as he activated the demonic fire, his magic power flowed even faster. Even his essence chi began to flow away. Moreover, Ningfan had a feeling that this ghost-faced cloud could devour most magical techniques. Even the black flame couldn't hurt it. Fangxing's magical technique was very strange. This is a peak mortal void realm magical technique, the Cloud Dragon Art. A divine transformation realm venerated elder regained his mobility and exclaimed in shock. Hall Master Fangxing had used this technique to drain the magic power of a few Void Peer stage cultivators. Once this technique is activated, Marquis White Robe's magic power will be completely devoured by the ghost-faced cloud in just a short while. This ghost-faced cloud can devour magic power. All magic attacks will be absorbed by this cloud. It is said that only cultivators who cultivate a special sense can resist this cloud. Once Marquis White Robe loses his magic power, he won't be a match for Hall Master Fangxing no matter how strong he is. The discussions on the Cloud Mountain entered Ning Fan's ears. In just a few breaths' time, 70% of his magic power and essence chi had been consumed by the ghost-faced cloud. He looked at the cloud of ghost-faced cloud in the sky. His eyes suddenly flashed with determination and he released his sword sense. In the sea of clouds, a drop of thick ink spread in the vast sky. In an instant, it turned into an ink-colored sword light that blotted out the sky and the sun, destroying countless ghost-faced clouds and mist. Sword sense, huh? As expected, I can't defeat you with the cloud dragon art. Fishnet of creation. When Fangxing saw that his cloud dragon art was broken, he was not too surprised. It was already a good result to be able to consume 70% of Ning Fan's magic power with this technique at the very beginning. At this moment, Fangxing already had the confidence to win. He pointed his finger at Ning Fan. Traces of white magic power shot out from his finger and interweaved into a gigantic fishing net. He raised the fishing net in the sky and it instantly multiplied into tens of thousands of pieces. Tens of thousands of fishing nets flew toward Ning Fan at the same time. The lines of the fishing net were extremely tough. Even a Void Peer stage attack would not be able to destroy it. Even 10 years ago in Song Country, Ning Fan, who had yet to gather all the heavenly frost earth flames, could not destroy this fishing net with his yin-yang flame. Even an absolute void stage attack might not be able to destroy this fishing net. Besides, Fangxing did not think that Ning Fan, who had lost most of his magic power, would be able to cast a magic technique on the scale of the absolute void stage with just 30% of his magic power. You have lost. Don't worry. I will only use the fishing net to wrap you up. I won't hurt you. However, since you can't defeat me, you won't be able to comprehend anything under the Rain Monument. It's still too early for you to defeat me with your Void Inquiry stage cultivation base. Is that so? All of a sudden, Ning Fan took a step in the sky. The vast sky shattered, revealing a boundless hollow space. He grabbed the ground and extracted the 400,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, of the Earth's soul. Then, he grabbed the void space and extracted the 400,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, of the void soul. Then, he opened his mouth and swallowed the Earth's soul and the void soul into his abdomen. 10 million units of magic power were added to his body out of nowhere. All of a sudden, Ning Fan's aura force rose steadily. The magic power in his body instantly reached 18.2 million units. His magic power was even denser than Fangxing's soul extraction technique. Moreover, it's actually the second level of the void soul extraction technique. Fangxing's eyes turned pale with fright. The soul extraction technique was one of the 3 void fragmentation realm divine abilities. However, not all void fragmentation realm old monsters knew this technique. Besides, the Rain Sovereign was the only one who could cultivate the soul extraction technique to the second level in the entire Rain world. Ning Fan was actually the second cultivator in the Rain world who could extract the void soul extraction technique. Incinerate. Ning Fan pointed a finger at the sky above his head, pointing at the tens of thousands of fishing nets of fortune. Black flames spread across the sea of clouds. 9 unrivaled black fire dragons rushed out of the sea of flames. They breathed out flames, burning the fishing nets into ashes with ease. 10 years had passed and he had already obtained 24 types of heavenly cold earth flames. The destructive power of his devil flames was comparable to a high-grade 7 spirit fire. If this fishing net is cast by a void fragmentation realm cultivator, Ning Fan might not be able to destroy it. However, if it is cast by Fangxing, it would be a different story. What? Fangxing was shocked once again. The fishing nets of fortune were a supreme secret technique that the 6th prince had given him. However, they were all burned into ashes by Ning Fan's black flames. What kind of spirit fire is that? Does the Rain world have such a high grade of spirit fire? Before he could recover from the shock, his back suddenly broke out in cold sweat. The 9 fire dragons turned their heads towards Fangxing at the same time. Their eyes were filled with bloodthirstiness. These 9 black dragons were transformed from a high-grade 7 spirit fire. Even the void fragmentation realm cultivators in the rain world did not have such a high grade of flame. Ning Fan cast the black flames with his magic power, which was close to that of an absolute void stage cultivator. Even an absolute void stage cultivator would not be able to withstand the burning of the fire dragons. The 9 fire dragons rushed towards Fangxing, bringing along a sea of flames which engulfed him. In just a few breaths, Fangxing fell out of the sea of flames, falling from the sky and landing heavily on the peak of Cloud Mountain, just like Huanggu. Ning Fan did not say much. He swallowed the black flames and landed on the peak of Cloud Mountain. Fangxing got up from the huge pit. He looked at Ning Fan with a complicated expression and said with a sigh, "I lost." Fangxing knew that Ning Fan had already shown him mercy. Otherwise, with Ning Fan's terrifying magic power after using the soul extracting technique, the might of such a high-grade black flames was definitely not something that he, Fangxing, could withstand. Other than absolute void stage cultivators, no one could withstand the might of Ning Fan's black flames. Marquis White Robe, follow me. I will bring you to the belly of the mountain to comprehend the rain monument of the Serene Heaven Palace. Ning Fan did not say much and followed Fangxing into the belly of Cloud Mountain. The cultivators in the entire Cloud Mountain, including those at the Serene Heaven Realm and those at other cultivation levels, were all silent. The Serene Heaven Palace has also been defeated. Only the Great Heaven Palace and the Great Heaven Palace can withstand Marquis White Robe's sharpness. In my opinion, even the Great Heaven Palace might not be able to defeat Marquis White Robe. After all, that Palace Master of the Great Heaven Palace is merely an unrivaled Void Pierce stage expert. I'm afraid that only Palace Master Hao Tian can defeat him. After all, that Palace Master Hao Tian is an absolute void stage expert. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Ning Fan flew out of the belly of the mountain and headed to the next realm. Along the way, he consumed medicinal pills to recover his dermic power. 3 days later, he arrived at the Profound Heaven Realm. The 7th stage of the Heavenly Cloud Realm, the Mysterious Heaven Realm. 3 days ago, countless cultivators had already heard the news of Palace Master Yu Tian's defeat. One by one, they rushed to the Mystic Heaven Mirror with the help of various teleportation arrays in the Heavenly Cloud Nation, waiting to see another big battle. At this moment, none of the cultivators doubted Ning Fan's determination to challenge the 8 palaces. Be it comprehending the Rain Monument or establishing his prestige and fame, the reason why Ning Fan challenged the 8 palaces was not what the crowd was concerned about. Everyone just wanted to know if Ning Fan could defeat the other 8 palace masters with his own strength and become the champion of the 9 palaces. A ray of golden sword light flew across the sea of clouds and landed on the peak of the Profound Heaven Palace. Ning Fan was standing on the clouds, overlooking the Profound Heaven Palace on the mountain. This Profound Heaven Palace was a branch palace of the Rain Palace's 3rd prince, Yun Bushu. In the Rain world, the Profound Heaven Palace was the only branch palace that had a good relationship with the Great Heaven Palace. In the Rain world, the only prince who had a life-and-death friendship with Yun Tianjue was Yun Bushu. Ning Fan sighed. He already knew that he was the son of Yun Tianjue. Logically speaking, it was not appropriate for him to challenge the palace master of the Profound Heaven Palace and humiliate him. However, in order to obtain the complete rain technique and to search for his mother in the entire middle state, he had no choice but to fight. He closed his eyes indifferently and said with a clear voice, "Ning Fan has no intention of becoming enemies with the Profound Heaven Palace. It's just that in order to borrow the rain viewing monument, I have no choice but to fight the palace master of the Profound Heaven Palace. Please forgive me, Palace Master, ******. Marquis White Robe, you must be joking. How would I dare to fight Marquis White Robe? I admit defeat." An elderly man wearing bright yellow dragon robes cupped his fists at Ning Fan's direction and admitted defeat on the peak of the mountain. This person had white hair and a pale face. He had an awe-inspiring aura and a domineering king chi. However, his cultivation base was just at the void glimpse stage. Ning Fan was slightly stunned. He had met this person once before. In the past, when he was in the external endless sea, he killed revered flame and offended the Rain Palace. However, he was recommended by two Void Refinement Realm experts of the Rain Palace to be a revered elder of the Rain Palace. Luo Jun was promoted from a low-grade palace master to the palace master of the Profound Heaven Palace, one of the 9 palaces, with the credit of finding the inextinguishable fire body. Yun Bushu, who guarded the Profound Heaven Palace, was known as the Free Cloud Prince. As for Luo Jun, he was also a person without great ambitions. He only wanted to spend his days in the Profound Heaven Palace without any intention of competing with others. Originally, he wanted to live a leisurely life as the palace master of the Profound Heaven Palace, hoping to break through to the Void Inquiry stage while he was still alive. Who would have thought that the dignified Marquis White Robe would actually challenge a mere Void Glimpse stage cultivator like him? How would he dare to accept the challenge? Even Marquis Long Nan, Huang Gu, and Fang Xing were defeated by Ning Fan in a row. He was just a Void Glimpse stage cultivator. He probably could not even withstand a single finger attack from Ning Fan. I admit defeat. Marquis White Robe, you can follow me into the mountain and look at the rain viewing monument. All right. Ning Fan nodded his head. He kept the ancient sword and descended on the peak of Cloud Mountain. He was also unwilling to bully a Void Glimpse stage cultivator of the Profound Heaven Palace with his powerful cultivation base and become enemies with Yun Bushu. The two of them entered the belly of the mountain, and the entire mysterious Heaven Cloud Mountain was filled with emotions. I didn't expect that the dignified Palace Master Mysterious Heaven would admit defeat directly. However, this is a wise move. With his cultivation base, he's definitely not a match for Marquis White Robe. Sigh. We've come to the Profound Heaven Realm, but we don't have the chance to participate in the Void Refinement Realm. What a pity. It's better for us to quickly find the teleportation formation and head to the next realm and wait for Marquis White Robe's arrival. On top of the cloudy mountain, a handsome young master sighed with emotion. He was a heaven's pride of the mysterious Heaven Palace, the adopted son of Yun Bushu, Yun Niansu. The #1 genius of this generation in Rain Immortal World is none other than him. Ning Fan, huh? I, Yun Niansu, am not as good as him, but I don't understand why foster father wants to see him. Inside the belly of the mountain, Ning Fan followed Luo Jun across the formation light and entered the palace. Then, they walked straight towards the main hall. Luo Jun smiled apologetically along the way. He could not afford to offend a heaven-shaking figure like Ning Fan. The 9,000 feet tall monument of the rain ancestor emitted the intent of rain that moistened everything. Luo Jun pointed at the monument and introduced it. Hee. Marquis White Robe, please take a look. This is the rain monument of my Profound Heaven Palace. Marquis White Robe, you must be careful when you're comprehending the rain monument. Don't get hurt by the tremors of the monument. Third Prince. Luo Jun was halfway through his sentence when he was suddenly startled. He immediately cupped his fists and saluted. Behind the monument, a young man in ragged clothes who looked like a beggar slowly walked out. His hair was messy like grass and his beard was unkempt. However, his appearance was extremely handsome and manly. His expression was carefree and unrestrained, as if nothing in the world was enough to make him worry. He did not reveal any of his chi. Other people would not know what his cultivation base was exactly. However, Ning Fan could sense a vast aura force from his body which was comparable to a second heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivator. He was the 3rd prince of the Rain Palace, Yun Bushu. Oh my, we meet again. When we met in the Sinister Sparrow sect in the past, you were just a tiny harmonious spirit realm cultivator. I didn't expect that you would actually reach this level after 50 years. That's right. I don't have a good memory. What's your name again? Su, it's Marquis White Robe. Luo Jun reminded him softly. Yes. It's Su. Su what? Oh my, I forgot again. Forget it. My memory is getting worse every day. It's very difficult for me to remember anything. Yun Bushu patted his forehead and laughed. He was still as straightforward as he was in the past. When his unruly eyes fell upon the blue jade on Ning Fan's neck, he suddenly froze. The blue bridge jade? This jade is really in your hands. Good boy. I can't believe I was deceived by you in the past. Yun Bushu withdrew all of his smiles and revealed a serious expression. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind directly rolled Luo Jun up and sent him out of the mountain. I have something to ask you. Where did this jade come from? Yun Bushu stood with his hands clasped behind his back. There was no longer a hint of playfulness on his face. Ning Fan looked at Yun Bushu indifferently. He was not afraid at all. He was also not surprised that Yun Bushu could recognize this jade. When he peeped into Yun Ruowei's mind that day, he already knew that this jade was the Blue Bridge jade. Even though the Blue Bridge jade was an ancient item, it had no other use other than to pledge their love to each other. In the past, Yun Tianjue and Ning Qian had pledged their love to the Blue Bridge jade. No one else knew about this. In other words, those who knew the meaning of this jade were not outsiders. In the past, Yun Bushu's purpose in searching for this jade in Yu country was different from the Rain Sovereign's. The Rain Sovereign was looking for someone who could threaten his life, but Yun Bushu was looking for the wife and son of an old friend. Yun Ruowei was not an outsider and neither was Yun Bushu. In Yun Ruowei's mind, Yun Bushu and Yun Tianjue had been through life and death together. I can tell you the origin of this jade. However, I want to know why Yun Tianjue lost his memory and why Ning Qian went missing. Ning Fan's eyes were also unusually serious. Even if Yun Bushu did not come to him today, he would find an opportunity to do so. The reason why he fought the 8 palaces alone was to comprehend the Rain Ancestor's technique and find his mother's whereabouts. Other than finding his mother's whereabouts, he also wanted to know the truth of what happened in the past, who was the one who drained his bloodline and caused Ning Qian's life and death to be unknown. You really are their child. As soon as Yun Bushu heard Ning Fan's question, he immediately seemed to have confirmed something. His face revealed a half-happy and half-sad expression. He was happy because he found Ning Fan. He was sad because he could hear the hidden meaning in Ning Fan's words. Ning Fan did not know Ning Qian's whereabouts. He also did not know the truth of what happened in the past. I'm not too clear about what happened in the past. In fact, I should say that no one in the Rain world knows about it. No one knows how Ning Qian went missing. However, I saw with my own eyes why Big Brother lost his memory. On that day, I saw a ray of 7-colored light soaring into the sky. Within the light, there was the figure of an elderly man. He was the one who erased Big Brother's memory. Yun Bushu's face was filled with rage. He had never hated anyone so much before. However, that mysterious 7-colored elderly man was definitely someone he must hate. The 4th prince of the Rain Palace, who has already perished, is also with the 7-colored old man. 7-colored old man. Who is this person? Even though he still did not know the truth of what happened in the past, he could vaguely guess that the ones who murdered Ning Qian and extracted his bloodline were most likely the 4th prince and the 7-colored elderly man. In this case, it made sense that Yun Tianjue had killed the 4th prince in a fit of rage. However, who exactly was that 7-colored old man? I don't know. I don't know who he is. I can't even see his face. I only know that he's very strong. He's definitely not a cultivator from the lower realm. If he's a cultivator from the upper realm, why would he take the risk of violating the law of heaven and attack us? Yun Bushu's eyes were burning with anger. Big Brother's memories were erased along with his 7 emotions. He forgot that he had a wife and a son. From then on, he couldn't laugh or cry. The world said that he abandoned his emotions to cultivate the sword. It was a huge mistake. His emotions and his memories were forever erased. After he lost his memories, your mother and you disappeared. Perhaps it was also the doing of the 4th prince and the 7-colored old man. You should be able to tell what kind of intent realm I am comprehending, right? Yun Bushu looked at Ning Fan and tested him. If I'm not mistaken, you should be comprehending the intent realm of forgetfulness, and it belongs to the divine intent realm, because the deeper your comprehension of the intent realm is, the worse your memory will be. One day, when you reach the peak of this intent realm, I'm afraid that you will even forget who you are. Ning Fan answered. His intent realm was to recall while Yun Bushu's intent realm was to forget. That's right, I comprehended the divine decree of forgetfulness. The reason why I comprehended this divine decree was to find a way to recover my memories from my forgetfulness and help Big Brother recover his memories. Although Big Brother and I are not biological brothers, he treats me like a younger brother, so I regard him as my brother. As long as Big Brother can remember everything, even if I lose my memories in the end, it doesn't matter. Even if you take my life, as long as you can make Big Brother smile again, so what? It's just that after 1,000 years, I still haven't found the method to help Big Brother recover his memories. I heard that Thunder Emperor Buzhou is proficient in the White Lightning memory extinguishing technique and also the divine ability to recover memories. Unfortunately, he had already fallen 10,000 years ago. I'm afraid there's no one in the Rain world who can help Big Brother recover his memories. Yun Busha closed his eyes and sighed. Ning Fan, on the other hand, remained silent. He initially thought that if the person who harmed his mother and son was someone from the Rain Palace, he would dare to kill even the Rain Sovereign. From the looks of it now, it was the fourth prince and the other seven-colored old man who had harmed him and his mother. However, was the Rain Emperor really unrelated to this matter? Who exactly is this seven-colored old man? Ning Fan frowned. The truth of what happened 1,000 years ago was too far away. It was hard to find out. Compared to this, the most important thing was to learn the Rain ancestors' technique and search for his mother in the entire central continent. He didn't have a deep father-son relationship with Yun Tianjue. At most, he admired and was grateful to Yun Tianjue. He didn't have a deep mother-son relationship with Ning Qian. However, his mother had given him the blood that he had lost and given him a chance to live again. No matter what, he had to find his mother. He must, you still haven't told me where your blue jade came from. Yun Bushu asked. Blue jade. I was sealed in the demon cocoon for 1,000 years. This jade was left by my mother. Ning Fan recalled the illusions he saw in the Weeping Blood Forest. For a moment, he remained silent and did not say anything else. Yun Busha sighed. Ning Fan didn't mention anything about Ning Qian's whereabouts. It seemed like he didn't know either. Yun Busha looked at Ning Fan again and sighed. So that's how it is. No wonder your bone age is so strange. It turns out that you have used the demon cocoon to conceal yourself from the heavens. Sleeping for 1,000 years and waking up in a day. Not everyone has the chance to sleep in the demon cocoon for 1,000 years. If I have a choice, I would rather not have the chance to sleep for 1,000 years. Ning Fan felt a pain in his heart and did not say anything else. He had already understood some of the truth from Yun Bushu, but he didn't have the mood to reminisce with him. He didn't forget his original intention. The reason he came to the Profound Heaven Palace was to study the Rain Monument. I still have something to do. If there's a chance, I'll talk to the third prince next time. But now, I must study the Rain Monument. I hope that the third prince won't tell anyone about what we've discussed today, including Yun Tianjue. You call me the third prince and big brother Yun Tianjue. ****. This is really a strange way of addressing each other. Fine. I won't tell anyone about what happened today. You continue to study the Rain Monument. I won't disturb you any longer. I'm going to find someone to gamble with. Nowadays, many places in the Heavenly Cloud 10 realms are betting on whether you, the Palace Lord of the Scarlet Heaven Palace, can defeat the people from the other 8 palaces. Hee. I'm very confident in you. Of course, I'll bet on you winning. I'm sure I can earn a lot of immortal jade this time. Hee. I'm going now. Yun Busha smiled like a ruffian. With a sway of his body, he turned into a ray of light and left. Ning Fan shook his head helplessly. Did someone set him up to gamble again? He didn't immediately study the Rain Monument. Instead, he asked Luo Yu who was in his mind. Little Yu Air, have you heard of any experts in the 4 heavens who emitted 7-colored light from their bodies? 7-colored light? That might not be light but the color of fate. 7-colored fate that manifests like a rainbow. Normally, only immortal emperors can cultivate 7-colored fate. Some true immortals have the opportunity to cultivate 3-colored fate when they are only at the 3rd level of the true immortal realm. The one who harmed your parents should be an immortal emperor. However, there are many immortal emperors in the 4 heavens. It's difficult to find out the identity of this person with just this clue. Immortal emperor, Ning Fan stood under the Black Heaven Rain Monument in silence for a long time. After a long time, he calmed himself down. Only then did he spread out his spirit sense and began to study the monument. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he turned around and left. Before he left, his entire body emitted intense battle intent again. After he got out of the mountain, he stepped on the ancient golden sword and headed straight for the 8th level. The 8th level of the Heavenly Cloud Realm, the Heavenly Transformation Realm. There were many female cultivators in the Heavenly Transformation Realm and even more body cultivators. Yu Chong'er's master was the female Void Fragmentation Realm who was in charge of the Heavenly Transformation Palace, Xianxia. Not only had her magic power reached the first heavenly layer of the Void Fragmentation Realm, but her body refinement realm had also reached the first heavenly layer of the Nirvana realm. The name of the Heavenly Transformation Palace's master was Fairy Yunji. Her magic power was at the Void Inquiry stage while her body refinement realm had already reached the upper middle level of the 3rd level of the Golden Body realm. With just the strength of her body refinement realm, she could suppress ordinary Void Pierce stage experts. Ning Fan traveled at full speed, passing through countless cultivation cities and headed straight for the Cloud Mountain of the Heavenly Transformation Realm. Gradually, the Cloud Mountain came into view. On the peak of the mountain stood a lady with a cold expression. She looked about 27 or 28 years old. She wore a blood-red battle armor and her body was emitting golden light. A Golden Body Realm cultivator, that lady was none other than the Lord of the Heavenly Transformation Palace. Ning Fan kept his ancient sword and stood at the peak of the Sea of Clouds. He looked at the Cloud Mountain with a slight frown. As if he had discovered something, he stopped moving forward. The moment he arrived, the entire Cloud Mountain was in an uproar. Marquis White Robe is here. This is the 5th battle where he swept the 8 palaces of the Heavenly Cloud Palace. Can he win or not? Palace Lord Yunji patted her storage pouch and took out a formation token. All of a sudden, layers of cloud light spread out along the Cloud Mountain of the Heavenly Transformation Palace. Wherever the formation light passed by, the cultivators felt their bodies turning soft. It was extremely difficult for them to circulate their magic power. All of them exclaimed in surprise. This is a magic destruction grand formation. It's a special grand formation that restricts the circulation of magic power. Judging from the formation light, I'm afraid it has already reached the peak mortal void stage. Even if an absolute void stage cultivator enters the formation light by mistake, it would be difficult for him to circulate his magic power. Could it be that Palace Lord Yunji wants to open this formation because she wants to compete with Marquis White Robe in terms of physical strength inside the formation? Rumor has it that Marquis White Robe is an ancient devil. He is invincible among Void Inquiry stage experts with just his physical body. However, Palace Lord Yunji's physical body is even stronger. She can even defeat a Void Pierce stage expert. If Marquis White Robe enters the Magic Destruction Grand Formation with just his physical body, his chances of winning aren't very high. Ning Fan only glanced at the Grand Formation and did not look at it anymore. Then, he said with a clear voice, I came here just for the Rain Monument. I've heard that Marquis White Robe's ancient devil body is very strong. Therefore, I'm bold enough to invite you to enter this formation for a battle. If Marquis White Robe can win against me with just your physical body, I will certainly bring you to study the Rain Monument of my Heavenly Transformation Palace. Marquis White Robe, do you dare to enter the formation? Yunji took a step forward and stood on the sea of clouds in the middle of the formation light. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a hint of battle intent. Ning Fan did not say much. He used his actions to express his attitude. Then, he also leaped into the formation light. As for the Magic Destruction Grand Formation, he would fight Yunji with just his physical body. Of course, he was not afraid. Since Marquis White Robe has entered the formation, I won't show you any mercy. Void Technique, Cloud Phoenix. Golden light shone around Yunji's body. Her soft fists seemed to have turned into pure gold as she threw a punch at Ning Fan from a distance away. As she threw the punch, the shadow of a white phoenix appeared on her lotus-like arm. As she threw the punch, the sea of clouds within 300,000 li * 500 m per li, turned into countless snow-white phoenix shadows. Each of the phoenix shadows crumbled one after another, turning into an unimaginable force of the collapse fist. They condensed into 21 gigantic fists made of clouds and mist and smashed at Ning Fan. Each of the gigantic fist made of clouds and mist was comparable to a Void Glimpse stage attack. Even an ordinary Void Pierce stage cultivator might not be able to withstand the combined force of 21 punches. This is my strongest attack. Even an ordinary void-pierced stage cultivator, she revealed a confident smile. However, at the next moment, the smile froze on her face. Ning Fan's body glowed with dark golden black light. His devil chi soared into the sky. With a shake of his body, he turned into a 6,000 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang, tall black-armored giant. The black-armored giant threw 21 consecutive punches, shattering all of the Cloud Phoenix shadows and letting out a thunderous roar. He was the Reckless Devil. The Reckless Devil gave off an extremely terrifying aura, causing Yunji to shiver uncontrollably. It was a feeling of weakness. Yunji's body refinement realm was not weak. However, in front of a true ancient devil, her breathing actually became a little sluggish. She was subdued by the devil might of the Reckless Devil. This is the might of an ancient devil? Yunji's face turned pale. She suddenly raised her head and bit the tip of her tongue to suppress the fear in her heart. With a shake of her body, she also turned into a 6,000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, tall blood-armored female giant. The female giant's body glowed with golden light. All of a sudden, she pounced at the Reckless Devil giant. Each of her punches was powerful enough to split mountains and rivers. The Reckless Devil giant did not take half a step back. He suddenly raised his palm and threw 1 punch, 10 punches, and then 100 punches at the female giant. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. After exchanging 100 punches, the bones in the female giant's fists were all broken. She was severely injured and showed signs of losing. Her entire body was covered in blood while the Reckless Devil giant remained unscathed. The female giant let out a sigh and withdrew her giant avatar. She immediately consumed a pill to suppress her injuries. Then, she cupped her fists at the Reckless Devil giant and said in a self-mocking manner, "I'm not Marquis White Robe's opponent. Thank you for showing mercy." As the Palace Lord of the Heavenly Transformation Palace, she was still defeated by Ning Fan even though she had activated the Magic Destruction formation and competed in body refinement. She had no choice but to admit defeat. The 9th level of the Heavenly Cloud Realm, the Great Heaven Realm, the Palace Lord of the Great Heaven Palace, Lu Yu, was an unrivaled void-pierced stage sword cultivator. He had been cultivating the Tao for 9,000 years and had painstakingly practiced his sword techniques. After receiving several pointers from Yun Tianjue, his sword techniques were divine and he could even put up a fight against an absolute void stage cultivator. He had been standing on the peak of the Cloud Mountain of the Great Heaven Palace for 3 days. His white hair fluttered in the wind and his grey robes fluttered in the wind. He carried a red sandalwood sword case on his back. Both of his eyes were tightly shut and there was a terrifying sword wound on each of them. He was a blind sword cultivator. When the sea of clouds began to tumble, he did not even need to look at Ning Fan. He had already sensed the hidden sword intent around Ning Fan's body and knew that his opponent had already arrived. "Are you Marquis White Robe? You're just 900 years old but you can actually cultivate to this level. You're really extraordinary." Lu Yu's voice was hoarse and deep. However, there was a trace of sword intent that was as heavy as the clouds in his voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the cloud light within the radius of hundreds of thousands of li * 500 m per li, turned into sword shadows and faded away. "Are you the Palace Lord of the Great Heaven Palace? You destroyed both of your eyes just to comprehend the sword. You're really a sword maniac. Other people use their eyes to comprehend the sword and their thoughts to control the sword. You, on the other hand, comprehend the sword with your heart and control the sword with the clouds. Wherever your heart goes, the clouds go. There's nothing that can't become a sword. Even a cloud or a rain can turn into a flying sword to kill your enemy." Ning Fan kept the ancient golden sword and landed on the peak of the Sea of Clouds, revealing the profound principle of Lu Yu's sword technique. Lu Yu was slightly surprised. He did not expect that his sword technique would be seen through by Ning Fan with just a glance. Thus, he could not help but think more highly of Ning Fan. "Marquis White Robe's eyesight isn't bad. However, your eyesight alone isn't enough to see through the profound principle of my sword technique. If you want to comprehend the Rain Monument, you'll have to defeat me first." Lu Yu's body suddenly dispersed into countless rays of sword light. At the next moment, they gathered at the peak of the Sea of Clouds again, forming a virtual shadow of sword light that confronted Ning Fan from afar. countless cultivators in the surroundings of the Cloud Mountain were inexplicably shocked. Even Ning Fan was a little surprised. Sword Light Incarnation. This Lu Yu had actually cultivated the Sword Light Incarnation technique. After turning into the virtual shadow of Sword Light, Lu Yu's aura force rose sharply. He stepped on the sea of void and his sword intent was as obscure as the sea of clouds. However, it was enough to make cultivators of the absolute void stage look at him. Marquis White Robe, you're not my match. Leave now. That might not be the case. Ning Fan took a step forward. Void sword shadows suddenly appeared around his body. When the void sword shadows appeared, Lu Yu, who was originally calm and composed, immediately revealed a shocked expression. His sword light incarnation that could be immune to almost all damage actually felt a trace of danger from this void sword shadow. Little Void Sword. Marquis Yugui's famous technique when he was at the void fragmentation realm was copied by Ning Fan using his devil eyes after the Battle of the 100 Sections. The sword shadows of the little void sword were illusory. It could even injure a cultivator's incarnation. Lu Yu's face showed some hesitation. He was thinking about how to deal with Ning Fan's void sword technique. This technique was rather tricky to deal with as it could break his sword light incarnation. All of a sudden, 5 soft snorts came from the sword case on his back. Little foolish, don't be afraid. Big sister will help you break his sword force. Second sister will help you break his sword shadow. Third sister will help you break his sword intent. Fourth sister will help you break his sword formation. 5. She's just stuttering. Ignore her. She wants to say that she will help you destroy this person's flying swords. Come on, let's break one. Ning Fan did not know what was inside the sword case, but his tone was really arrogant. Don't forget that it was the 5 of us who taught you this sword light incarnation. Humph. As long as this person is a sword cultivator, he will definitely not be our match. Lu Yu's face turned red. With his 9,000 years old bone age, it was really embarrassing for him to be called little foolish by a few little girls. If these 5 little girls were to attack him, Ning Fan would certainly not be afraid. However, Lu Yu. He did not want to obtain victory with the help of others. As a sword cultivator, he would only rely on the sword in his hand to obtain victory. He disdained unorthodox methods. I want to fight him with my own abilities. Because I am a sword cultivator. Winning or losing is secondary. My sword heart must not be cowardly. Tisk. 5 disdainful hisses immediately resounded from inside the sword case. Little foolish is really inflexible. Let's just find a new pet to play with. The surrounding cultivators held their breaths. Many of them who did not have a high cultivation base could not even withstand the sword chi around the Cloud Mountain. Lu Yu ascended to the top of the cloud. Even though he was blind, his mind was as clear as snow. He could not see Ning Fan's appearance, but he could feel Ning Fan's unusually young bone age and the unusually terrifying void sword light surrounding Ning Fan's body. Facing Ning Fan now, even if Lu Yu uses his sword light incarnation technique, he still did not have the confidence to win. He suddenly raised his hand and clawed at the sea of clouds from afar. The sea of clouds that stretched for hundreds of thousands of li * 500 m per li, suddenly trembled and countless cracks appeared on it. Rays of golden light shone from the cracks in the sea of clouds and flowed out, condensing into a golden cloud sword in Lu Yu's palm. That golden cloud sword was a magic sword. It did not have a sharp edge, but it could strangely trigger the great momentum of heaven and earth. Lu Yu flicked his wrist and the golden sword flashed. He suddenly pointed at Ning Fan's sword light and the sea of clouds immediately rolled. The clouds of heaven and earth are all my swords. The momentum of the soft clouds can suppress all directions. Countless clouds in the sky suddenly connected with each other with great momentum, turning into an aura force that could topple mountains and overturn seas, pressing down on Ning Fan's head. Large areas of the hollow space were crushed and crushed. An unusually heavy pressure hit Ning Fan's body, making it difficult for him to breathe. His eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Lu Yu's sword technique was clearly a sword of great momentum, which was extremely similar to his heaven-treading 9 steps. Even though the clouds were soft, the softer the cloud, the sword that was condensed from it would have the most masculine sword intent and sword momentum. Lu Yu continued to shake the sword light. The momentum of the clouds in the sky became stronger and stronger. In the beginning, the momentum of the clouds was only equivalent to that of a void-pierce stage expert. However, as the momentum of the clouds increased, Ning Fan had an illusion that it was not the clouds that were suppressing him but an old monster at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Under the vast momentum of the clouds, Ning Fan felt as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. His bones began to creak and he almost fell off the cloud. As for Lu Yu, he was still shaking the sword light and the momentum of the clouds was still increasing. Perhaps it would not take long before Lu Yu could raise the momentum of the clouds to the second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm and injure Ning Fan completely, forcing him to fall off the cloud. Only Ning Fan could withstand the force of the clouds with just his physical body. If it is any other void refinement realm expert or even a void pierce stage expert, they would be severely injured by the force of the clouds and fall from the sky. The weak sword has a strong intent while the soft sword has a strong intent. This Lu Yu's cloud fusion force is indeed extraordinary. However, even a first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivator can forget about suppressing me with force. Not even Lu Yu can do it. It's impossible to form a sword without momentum. The sword of great momentum isn't unbreakable. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with fierce battle intent. His body seemed to have turned into an ancient sword that hung high in the sky. Under the heavy aura of the clouds, sword light shone around Ning Fan's body and he suddenly took the first step forward. This step seemed as if he'd stepped on the heaven Tao, and it caused circle after circle of ripples in the heavens and the earth that were like ripples of water. That step was clearly stepping on the sky, but it seemed to be stepping on the hearts of countless cultivators in the surroundings, causing everyone to raise their eyebrows. At this moment, Ning Fan seemed to be above the heaven and earth. There was a kind of aura around him that could not be ignored. After he took that step, the cloud force within the radius of 100 li asterisk, 500 m per li, suddenly shattered, turning into strong gales that swept across the sea of clouds in all directions. Lu Yu's face was filled with shock. To his horror, he realized that his sword of cloud force was being broken bit by Ning Fan. One should know that this sort of cloud force focused on combining with momentum. Lu Yu had cultivated it for 1,000 years. Against a void pierce stage expert, he usually only needed a single sword of cloud light to suppress them. Even an ordinary absolute void stage cultivator would find it hard to break the sword force of Lu Yu's sword. However, Ning Fan just took a step forward and broke his sword force of soft clouds. The weaker the sword was, the stronger the sword intent and sword force it possessed. Due to the weakness of the sword of soft clouds, its cloud force was shocking. Ning Fan did not have a sword in his hand, but there was a sword in his heart. His sword force without a sword was even stronger than the sword force of the soft clouds. The sword force of this 9 steps heaven treading was a sword technique that created something out of nothing. Among all the sword cultivators that I've met in my life, there are only 3 people who can make me admire them. One of them is the white-robed sword god, another is the 3rd elder of the Zhou clan, and the last one is a sword cultivator rogue immortal that I met by chance. This young man is the 4th person. When Lu Yu was still in shock, Ning Fan had already taken the 2nd step. The sea of clouds within 1,000 li asterisk, 500 m per li, collapsed. The 3rd step, collapsing the sea of clouds. The 4th step, shattering the sea of clouds for 100,000 li. On the 5th step, the sword force that Lu Yu had painstakingly condensed was completely crushed by Ning Fan. Without stopping, he took the 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th steps consecutively. As he took his 9th step, his sword momentum rose to its peak at this moment. With Ning Fan's current understanding of the general trend and the real situation, the destructive power of his 9 heaven-treading steps became even more terrifying. At this moment, Ning Fan did not have a sword in his hand. However, it was exactly because he did not have a sword in his hand that his sword force had reached the peak that a void refinement realm cultivator could achieve. A light flashed in Ning Fan's mind. He felt that at this moment, he could control all low-grade flying swords that were lower than spirit-severing magical treasures, be it friend or foe. All the swords of heaven and earth, listen to my command. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with sword light and he suddenly gave a command. The vast sword aura swept across hundreds of thousands of miles of cloudy mountain. In the blink of an eye, the flying swords of all the cultivators around Cloud Mountain trembled. As Ning Fan willed it, the flying swords of the 100,000 low-grade cultivators either flew out of their scabbards or sheaths or broke free from their storage pouches. All the flying swords at the scene were subdued by Ning Fan's sword aura. 100,000 flying swords swept across the vast sky. The sword light was like a rainbow, shocking the entire June Heaven territory. Controlling 10,000 swords. Marquis White Robe actually combined his body with the sword aura and commanded the 10,000 swords to submit to him. Even Void Fragmentation Realm sword cultivators might not necessarily be able to command 10,000 swords. Marquis White Robe is far from being a Void Fragmentation Realm cultivator, but he can command 10,000 swords. This is just unimaginable. Lu Yu's scalp went numb. Even though he was blind and could not see the spectacular scene of Ning Fan commanding the 10,000 swords in the sky, he could feel the dense sword aura. His soft cloud sword aura was no match for Ning Fan's swordless sword aura at all. It was also very difficult for his sword light incarnation to withstand Ning Fan's next attack. Small void sword. Ning Fan raised his hand and pointed at the 100,000 low-grade flying swords. All of them shattered and turned into illusory black sword shadows. In the past, he had secretly learned Marquis Yugihu's small void sword technique. However, he still could not comprehend this technique perfectly. At this moment, however, he could command 10,000 swords and vaguely understood the unique technique of the small void sword. What was the small void sword? It could command the void and become one sword. It could kill 1,000,000 cultivators. Fall. With a point of his finger, 100,000 void sword shadows attacked him like a rainstorm, causing Lu Yu's expression to change drastically. His sword light incarnation could block ordinary attacks. However, there were so many void sword shadows that could cut through the void. Even his incarnation could not withstand this attack. However, he could not retreat or be afraid of this step because he was a sword cultivator. If he is afraid, he would no longer be able to persist in practicing the sword for the rest of his life. I was born in the rain world. I joined the sword sect when I was 10 years old. When I was 100 years old, I destroyed my own eyes in order to cultivate the sword in peace. From then on, my heart was devoted to the sword and my heart was untainted by worldly affairs. In the past 9,000 years, I have been alone and lost too many things. The sword in my hand is the only thing that I have never lost. As long as the sword exists, I will exist. If the sword is defeated, I will die. Lu Yu's expression looked like he had gone mad. After shattering the cloud sword in his hand, he suddenly made a hand seal and a peak mortal void realm crimson golden flying sword shot out from the red sandalwood sword box on his back. The void refinement realm was the mortal void realm while the void fragmentation realm was the immortal void realm. Even though this crimson golden flying sword was only at the mortal void realm, it contained a trace of immortal void realm might. That trace of immortal void realm might was the result of Lu Yu's persistence for 9,000 years. This sword was called Foolishness Sword. It contained the Tao of Sword that Lu Yu had spent his entire life practicing. Lu Yu's talent in the Tao of Sword might not be as good as others, but his obsession with the sword was something that even Ning Fan and Yun Tianjue could not compare to. He raised his hand and pointed at the Foolishness Sword. His sword hand seal changed abruptly and the body of the sword shone with dazzling sword light. The sword light divided into 2 and then into 4. Then, 100 rays of sword light turned into 1,000 rays of gigantic crimson golden divine tortoises which collided with the 100,000 sword lights. Asterisk bang. Asterisk asterisk bang. Asterisk asterisk bang. Asterisk each of the sword lights was shattered and the shadows of the crimson golden divine tortoises were destroyed. Even though the divine tortoises were destroyed, some of the sword lights still remained in the void. They turned into a sea of sword light that engulfed Lu Yu. The whistling sword lights were so oppressive that the group of cultivators found it hard to breathe. Only Ning Fan and Lu Yu could remain standing on the summit of the sea of clouds. Ning Fan stood like a boulder. He waved his hand to disperse the circles of sword lights that were collapsing. His eyes revealed a hint of respect as he stared at the sword shadows that were gradually disappearing in the void. Lu Yu did not take even half a step back, but he was severely injured. Blood flowed out from his 7 orifices. His final move was defeated by Ning Fan in the end. However, at least his Tao of Sword did not lose to Ning Fan. He managed to maintain his stance and did not retreat. Asterisk cough asterisk cough asterisk I've lost but my sword is not. It won't lose either. Lu Yu's chi was weak and he kept coughing out blood. However, his aged face was filled with a smile. Being able to lose to a sword cultivator like Ning Fan was something worth being happy about. Being able to maintain his Tao of Sword without regrets was also something worth being happy about. You aren't weak. If I haven't broken through to the Void Inquiry stage, I might not be able to defeat you. Ning Fan said honestly. Even though his Tao was completely different from Lu Yu's Tao of Sword, he more or less had a hint of respect for people who were persistent in their Tao. Hee. Marquis White Robe's abilities are astonishing. I admit my defeat wholeheartedly. I'm going to bring Marquis White Robe to the belly of the mountain to see the rain monument. Just as Lu Yu's voice fell, 5 angry voices suddenly came from the sword case behind him. Little Yu, you're really weak. It's a waste of our many years of guiding you in your sword techniques. You actually lost to this person. You've lost all of our faces. Humph. Big sister is not going to talk to you anymore. Humph. Second sister is not going to talk to you anymore. Humph. Third sister is not going to talk to you anymore. Humph. Fourth sister is not going to talk to you anymore. Humph. Humph. Humph, don't listen to her, Humph. She's just stuttering. She wants to say that she is not going to talk to you anymore. From today onwards, we don't want you anymore. We are going to look for a new human pet. Humph. Goodbye forever. Asterisk chi asterisk asterisk chi asterisk asterisk chi asterisk 5 rays of sword light with different colors flew out from Lu Yu's sword case. Their speed was too fast. No one could clearly see what was inside the sword light. Lu Yu smiled bitterly. Even though these few little ancestors had a high level of sword comprehension, their minds were just like children. Now that they saw him losing to Ning Fan, they would probably feel indignant. Several thousand years ago, Lu Yu, who had just attained the Void Glimpse stage, picked up these few little ancestors in some ancient ruins of sword cultivators. During these years, if it wasn't for their guidance, he would definitely not be able to cultivate the sword light incarnation ability. However, these little ancestors were also quite annoying. They often tormented Lu Yu. Lu Yu looked at the 5 rays of sword light that were leaving. He felt both relieved and disappointed at the same time. Fortunately, he no longer had these little ancestors to torment him from now on. However, he was disappointed because he really felt a little reluctant to part with these little ancestors after getting along with them for several thousand years. Suddenly, the 5 rays of sword light changed their direction and flew towards Ning Fan's direction. Lu Yu was stunned. Could it be that these little ancestors were going to keep him as their human pet after noticing that Ning Fan's sword techniques were powerful? This is... Ning Fan's eyes widened when he saw the 5 rays of sword light whistling towards him. Ordinary people could not see clearly what was inside the sword light, but Ning Fan could. They were 5 little girls who were only the size of a thumb. The 5 little girls were dressed in 5 different colors of gold, green, blue, red and yellow respectively. Each of them had delicate features and they seemed to be around 11 or 12 years old. Each of them had thin dragonfly-like wings on their backs. Each of their little faces was filled with anger. These are sword spirits. Besides, they aren't the sword spirits of ordinary flying swords. They are at least the sword spirits of immortal swords. If a sword has intelligence, it would be called a sword spirit. The sword spirits of ordinary flying swords were the spiritual nature of the flying sword itself. However, the sword spirits of some immortal swords could get out of the flying sword and transform into a physical form. The 5 sword spirits were coming at Ning Fan aggressively. Before Ning Fan could ask Lu Yu about their origins, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. Among the 5 thumb-sized girls, the golden-robed little girl suddenly made a gesture with her small hands, and a vast sword essence spread out from her small body. Humph. Little Yu might have lost to you, but we won't lose to you. We will definitely teach you a good lesson. Void slashing sword technique. Asterisk chi asterisk asterisk chi asterisk countless rays of sword light suddenly appeared around Ning Fan's body. The hollow space was suddenly cut open and the scenery in front of him changed. In just an instant, he disappeared from the peak of the Sea of Clouds in the June Heaven territory and appeared in an independent heavenly dwelling space. Even though the little girl in golden robes had a small body, her abilities were not weak. She could actually use the void slashing sword technique. The void slashing sword technique was extremely similar to the heavenly opening palm technique of void fragmentation realm cultivators. Both of them were magic techniques used to open a heavenly dwelling. Normally, only void fragmentation realm sword cultivators could master this technique. That little girl in golden robes did not have any magic power flowing in her body, but she could use the void fragmentation realm technique. After successfully capturing Ning Fan into the heavenly dwelling space, the 5 little girls revealed a proud smile. They flapped their thin wings and flew to 5 different directions, surrounding Ning Fan. Humph! You are already surrounded by us. You can't escape. You have defeated little you. We have lost a lot of face. Big sister is going to slash you 300 times to punish you. Second sister will slash you 500 times. Third sister will slash you 700 times. Fourth sister will slash you 900 times. 5. 5. 5. She is a stutterer. She wants to slash you 1,000 times. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. He could feel a strong sense of danger from the 5 little girls. Besides, there was also a strange sense of familiarity. The 5 little girls were the sword spirits of immortal swords. Even though they did not have any cultivation base, just by relying on their sword intent and sword techniques alone, they could make the Great Void stage feel fearful. If the 5 little girls worked together, perhaps even an old monster at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm would have to temporarily avoid them. These 5 little girls were indeed powerful. However, it was still impossible for them to slash Ning Fan. What's your relationship with Lu Yu? What's your relationship with the Great Heaven Palace? Ning Fan asked with a faint smile. Humph. We have nothing to do with little Yu. He is a pet that we picked up from the streets. However, we have lost him now. As for the Great Heaven Palace. What's that? I've never heard of it. The 5 little girls said arrogantly. It has nothing to do with Lu Yu and the Great Heaven Palace? I haven't even heard of the name of the Great Heaven Palace before. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. If that's the case, no one would have any objections if I capture these 5 sword spirits, right? Sword spirits are good stuff. By keeping them in a flying sword, they can improve the divine abilities of the flying sword. Besides, they can also help to refine the flying sword and increase its power. Some of the sword spirits even mastered some of their previous master's sword techniques and divine abilities. If these 5 sword spirits are immortal swords, I wonder if they have mastered some high-grade sword techniques. Besides, these 5 sword spirits are quite powerful. If I can subdue them, they can serve as some of my combat power. He even dared to capture the messenger of the heavenly tribulation. What could 5 sword spirits of immortal swords do to him? All of you belong to me. To be continued, all of you are mine now. As soon as Ning Fan's voice fell, he immediately summoned his 8 black burning wings. With a sway of his body, he disappeared without a trace. The 5 little girls were laughing happily just now. As soon as they saw Ning Fan disappearing, their hearts were filled with alarm and their faces turned cold. Humph. Trying to sneak an attack on me? You're still too inexperienced. Kill him. Even though the 5 girls had petite bodies, their attacks were fast and ruthless. Each of them raised their hands and sent out sword light in 5 different directions. Since they were sword spirits, their small hands were sharper than ordinary flying swords. With a wave of their hands, they could produce sword light with a destructive force comparable to a void pierce stage attack. In the vast sky, the 5 sword lights were aiming at the spots where Ning Fan's figure appeared. Ning Fan instantly changed his direction and flew in 5 different directions. However, every time he landed, there would be sword lights slashing at him, making him unable to get closer to the 5 girls. The 5 girls' senses were very sharp. They were indeed the sword spirits of immortal swords. Ning Fan pointed at his glabella and held the Separation Slayer sword in his hand. He took 9 steps in an instant and became one with the great force of heaven and earth. After blocking the 5 sword lights with his sword, he naturally did not suffer any injuries. When the 5 little girls saw that their sword lights could not deal with Ning Fan, their faces turned solemn. The flying sword of an immemorial divine weapon, huh? Tong Tong, break his flying sword. The golden-robed sword spirit said with a cold face. L. All right. The 5th sword spirit's name was Tong Tong. She was wearing yellow robes. After hearing the order, she formed a hand seal with her small hands and her eyes shone with dazzling sword light. An extremely terrifying sword intent spread out from the body of the yellow-robed sword spirit. It instantly covered the entire heavenly dwelling, causing the entire space to tremble. That sword intent contained a domineering intent that could destroy all flying swords. Under the fifth sword spirit's sword intent, a cracking sound suddenly resounded. Without any warning, the Separation Slayer sword in Ning Fan's hand trembled violently. On the body of the sword, a tiny crack spread out like a spider web, a dignified two-star divine weapon that even a void fragmentation realm expert could not break with all his might was actually cracked by the mere sword intent of a little girl. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with shock for the first time. The fifth sword spirit's sword intent was too powerful. It could actually break a person's flying sword and even an immemorial divine weapon. Although the Separation Slayer sword was a two-star divine weapon, it would definitely break into two if it was attacked by the little girl's divine will. The slightly stuttering fifth sword spirit revealed a perplexed expression when he saw that he couldn't shatter Ning Fan's flying sword. The other sword spirits covered their mouths and said in surprise, "It's a two-star divine weapon? No wonder it wasn't shattered by Tong Tong, but don't be afraid, let Jingjing break his sword momentum." The sword spirit named Jingjing was the eldest sister of the 5 girls, the first sword spirit dressed in golden clothes. The golden-robed sword spirit formed hand seals and released a sword intent that was completely different from the yellow-robed sword spirit. It covered the entire grotto heaven. The moment the sword intent spread out, Ning Fan's 9 heaven-treading steps that had merged with heaven and earth collapsed. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with astonishment. These 5 little girls are a little heaven-defying. The yellow-clothed sword spirit can shatter people's flying swords. The golden-clothed sword spirit can shatter people's sword force. I'm afraid the other 3 sword spirits also have their own divine abilities. He dispersed the momentum, put away the Separation Slayer, took a light breath, and began to think. After a while, he slowly raised his finger and pointed at the 5 girls. A sword light was formed from his finger. At the moment when the sword light was about to take shape, the second sword spirit who was dressed in green clothes formed hand seals and released her sword intent. Under this sword intent, Ning Fan's sword light immediately collapsed. The green-clothed sword spirit can shatter people's sword light and sword shadow, Ning Fan pondered. Then, he activated the heart formation technique and displayed the Eastern Profound sword formation that he hadn't used for a long time. Before the sword formation could take shape, the fourth sword spirit who was dressed in red clothes formed hand seals and released her sword intent. In an instant, the Eastern Profound sword formation that Ning Fan had yet to form collapsed. Just as the red-clothed sword spirit stopped, the third sword spirit who was dressed in blue clothes also formed hand seals and released her sword intent. The sword intent of the blue-clothed sword spirit was as gentle as water. Under this sword intent, Ning Fan only felt that his sword intent was dispersing and disappearing. His eyes were slightly shocked. He now had a better understanding of the abilities of the 5 sword spirits. The red-clothed sword spirit can shatter people's sword formation while the blue-clothed sword spirit can shatter people's sword intent. When the 5 of them gather together, no sword cultivator below the void fragmentation realm can compete with them. Even sword cultivators at the first or second heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm might not be a match for these 5 little girls. The astonishment in Ning Fan's eyes did not escape the 5 girls' eyes. When the 5 girls saw Ning Fan's shocked expression, they revealed a complacent look. Humph. Big Sister's sword intent specializes in breaking all kinds of sword force. Are you afraid? Humph. Second Sister's sword intent specializes in breaking all kinds of sword light. Are you afraid? Humph. Third Sister's sword intent specializes in breaking all kinds of sword intent. Are you afraid? Humph. Fourth Sister's sword intent specializes in breaking all kinds of sword formations. Are you afraid? Humph. 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 Tong Tong, you are the one who stutters. Don't always imitate us. Oh. 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 While the 5 girls were feeling complacent, Ning Fan withdrew his astonished expression and laughed. You 5 little girls are really interesting. If I bring you along, I'm sure you'll be useful in a battle against void fragmentation realm sword cultivators. I'll capture you guys for now and subdue you in the future. TSK. Your sword techniques and abilities have all been broken by us. You can't subdue us. Do you want to try? Chi Ning Fan's traveling light turned into a long rainbow and approached the 5 girls. He wasn't a pure sword cultivator. He had plenty of abilities to deal with the 5 girls. The 5 girls didn't show any mercy. They tried to raise their hands to attack Ning Fan with sword light. Ning Fan didn't give them the chance to release their sword light. He directly pointed his finger and used his trump card. In an instant, the faces of the 5 girls turned pale. They found that their bodies couldn't move. Countless bloodlines spread out from their bodies and bound them firmly in the sky, fixing them in the clouds. These bloodlines were the heaven sealing technique. After a few seconds, Ning Fan's figure appeared 10 zhang away from the 5 girls. He flicked his finger and an imprisoning rope was shot out. The rope divided into 5 hair-thin ropes halfway and bound the 5 sword spirits. The 5 sword spirits were only the size of a thumb. This imprisoning rope could be considered as a smaller version. Before the 5 girls could break free from the heaven sealing technique, they were bound by the imprisoning rope again. They still had a chance to break free from the heaven sealing technique. However, after being bound by the imprisoning rope, the 5 girls lost all their strength and had no way to break free. Li liar. How can these bloodlines bind me? The golden-robed sword spirit's face was filled with panic. Soft, soft. I can't exert any strength after being bound by this rope. The green-robed sword spirit almost fell to the ground. Unfair. Unfair. Your body is so big and we are so small. It's unfair for you to capture us. Let's do it again. I want to do it again. The red-robed sword spirit's face turned red as she protested. I'm wrong. Don't capture me. I'm afraid. The blue-robed sword spirit's eyes turned red. Please, please, please. The yellow-robed sword spirit wanted to beg for mercy, but he stuttered and couldn't utter a complete sentence. He was very anxious. Ning Fan kept the thin rope in his hand and kept the 5 petite sword spirits in his palm. He shook his head and smiled. These 5 sword spirits possessed remarkable abilities, but their temperament was like that of a child. Although they were naughty and mischievous, they were extremely timid and pure. If Ning Fan could find a higher grade sword forbidden spell and plant it on them, they would never dare to betray Ning Fan even though they were timid and afraid of death. Instead, they would serve Ning Fan as their master for the rest of their lives. Sword restriction was a common restriction. Generally speaking, any flying sword that had developed intelligence would be planted with a restriction to prevent the flying sword from escaping on its own. The restriction didn't control the flying sword, but the sword spirit within the flying sword. Ning Fan only had one natal flying sword, the Separation Slayer. The Separation Slayer didn't have a sword spirit. Ning Fan knew quite a number of sword restriction techniques, but most of them were for nascent soul and transformation realm flying swords. Their grades were too low. With the power of this restriction, he couldn't control the sword spirit of an immortal sword. From today onwards, the 5 of you are my sword spirits. I still have something to do now. When I have time, I will find a higher grade sword restriction and officially subdue all of you. For now, all of you should have a long sleep. Ning Fan activated the power of his plucking finger and tapped the 5 little sword spirits consecutively, causing them to fall asleep. Then, he kept all of them into his storage pouch. Then, he punched the heavenly dwelling space, shattering it into pieces. He returned to the outside world and reappeared at the peak of the Sea of Clouds in the June Heaven territory. In reality, not too much time had passed since Ning Fan entered the heavenly dwelling space and returned to the outside world. Ordinary cultivators had no idea where Ning Fan had gone, but Lu Yu knew the truth. He knew that Ning Fan had been captured into the heavenly dwelling by the 5 sword spirits. Seeing that Ning Fan had safely left the heavenly dwelling space, Lu Yu naturally heaved a long sigh of relief. He was very worried that Ning Fan would be tortured half to death by the 5 sword spirits. Today, seeing that Ning Fan was safe and sound while the 5 sword spirits were nowhere to be found, Lu Yu let out a sigh. He didn't know that the 5 sword spirits had been captured. He only knew that Ning Fan had become their new human pet. Thus, he said to Ning Fan with great sympathy. Sigh everything is unpredictable and everyone has their own fortunes and misfortunes. I'm sorry for your loss, Marquis White Robe. These 5 little ancestors like torturing people, but they aren't bad people. Marquis White Robe, just bear it when you get along with them in the future, my loss? What do you mean by that? Ning Fan was puzzled. **** Marquis White Robe is really an open-minded person. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go. I will bring Marquis White Robe into the belly of the mountain to study the rain steel. Lu Yu did not have the strength to capture the 5 sword spirits. He could only be bullied by them. Ning Fan was naturally not afraid of the 5 sword spirits. He was the only one who could bully them. To Lu Yu, being abandoned by the 5 sword spirits was considered a joyous occasion. To Ning Fan, obtaining the 5 sword spirits was also considered a gain. The two of them entered the belly of the mountain. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Ning Fan left the Great Heaven Palace. Sensing that Ning Fan's traveling light was gradually getting further away, Lu Yu let out a deep sigh. My 5 little ancestors, you guys have to take it easy. Don't torture Marquis White Robe to death. Speaking of which, I still have to thank Marquis White Robe. If it wasn't because of his appearance, the 5 little ancestors wouldn't have left. From today onwards, no one will disturb me anymore. I can finally have a peaceful sleep. I'm a little not used to them being noisy. The first level of the Heavenly Cloud Realm, the Clear Heaven Realm, from the 3rd realm, the Scarlet Heaven Realm, Ning Fan had challenged the 6 palace masters of the 4th realm to the 9th realm along the way. Currently, the only ones he had not challenged were the Vast Heaven Palace and the Yang Heaven Palace. Ever since the fall of the 4th prince, the Yang Heaven Palace had always been the weakest among the 9 great branch palaces. Their palace master was just a void glimpse stage expert whose name was Xianxia. Moreover, he had even died in the Battle of 100 Sects. Now that the Yang Heaven Palace was even weaker, it was not worth mentioning. The only thing that needed to be paid attention to was the Vast Heaven Palace. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. As far as he knew, Palace Lord Hao Tian was an absolute void stage cultivator. He was the strongest expert among the 9 palace lords. If he defeated Palace Master Hao Tian, then the rain steels of the 9 palace masters would be complete. After passing by each of the cultivation cities and mountains, Ning Fan stepped on the ancient golden sword and sped through the Clear Heaven Realm. The Cloud Mountain was already in sight. On top of the 90,000 feet tall cloudy mountain, a short and skinny old man who was as thin as firewood stood with his eyes closed. All the meddlesome cultivators of the 9 realms had gathered in all directions. Those with discerning eyes knew that the Yang Heaven Palace was not worth mentioning. As long as Ning Fan defeats Palace Lord Hao Tian, he could be considered to have defeated all the 8 palaces of the Rain Palace. Countless cultivators were guessing and betting whether Palace Lord Hao Tian, who was at the absolute void stage, would win, or Ning Fan, who had never been defeated. You're here. The short old man suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with endless rain intent. Looking at the golden sword light that was getting closer to him, his expression gradually turned cold. I heard from the 4 elders that you've released the Sinner Wu Qin. Is that true? Swoosh an extremely dense rain intent spread out. Rain began to fall within hundreds of thousands of li * 500 m per li. As for the old man, his absolute void stage aura force directly condensed into an illusory palm imprint and slammed down on Ning Fan's head. I'm Yunling, the Palace Lord of Vast Heaven. With me here, don't even think about comprehending my Vast Heaven rain steel. Ning Fan stopped his sword light and kept his ancient sword. Standing on the sea of clouds, he raised his hand and punched, shattering the palm imprint. His fist felt a little numb. This Palace Lord Hao Tian was indeed an absolute void stage cultivator. He was not to be underestimated. What if I insist on looking at the Vast Heaven rain steel? Ning Fan asked without fear. It's simple. Defeat me and you can look at the Vast Heaven rain steel. However, you can't do it. The old man disappeared with a single step. In the next moment, he appeared above the sea of clouds and snorted disdainfully. Even though I'm not a grand void stage cultivator, defeating you is still a piece of cake. In front of hundreds of thousands of cultivators, Yunling put down his arrogant words. Then, he patted his storage pouch and a shining silver pagoda appeared in his hand. As soon as the pagoda appeared, a rain intent that was filled with boundless baleful chi blew towards Ning Fan's face. Ning Fan's eyes turned solemn. As for the cultivators in the surroundings, those who knew the origin of the pagoda exclaimed in disbelief. This is the freezing rain pagoda. This pagoda not only sealed the rain but also sealed the countless demons and undead spirits that were killed by the rain palace in the past tens of thousands of years. This pagoda was once the natal treasure that the rain sovereign personally gave to the fourth prince. Now, it belonged to Yunling. With this pagoda here, I only need 10 breaths to defeat you. Ning Fan, you are not my opponent. Quickly retreat and you can avoid being humiliated. To be continued. As soon as he finished speaking, Yunling raised the freezing rain pagoda in the sky. The pagoda immediately grew to 10,000 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang in size. Its silver light was as bright as the stars in the sky. The pagoda seemed to have been severely damaged by someone. There was an extremely terrifying sword mark on the surface of the pagoda, which nearly split it into two. This pagoda must have been an earth-shattering treasure in the past. Now that it was half destroyed by that sword strike, its power was greatly reduced, revealing the terrifying might of a magic treasure. Countless dark clouds began to appear in the sky, turning it gloomy. The drizzle turned into a rainstorm. Suddenly, the cries of millions of babies resounded from within the pagoda. It was eerie and it made one's scalp tingle. A wave of baleful qi spread out. The cultivators around Cloud Mountain shivered. 3 void fragmentation realm princes stood in the sky far away, watching the battle. Among the 3 of them, one of them wore green robes. His expression was as gentle as jade. His eyes were like 2 deep pools and he held a folding fan in his hand. He was the second prince, Xianxia. One of them wore red battle armor. His eyes were filled with madness and his body was surrounded by raging fire qi. He carried a fiery red spear on his shoulder. He was the 5th prince, Yunzhongyan. Another one wore a black robe with an embroidered python on it. There was a scar on his face. His eyes were half closed and he wore a smile on his lips. He was the 6th prince, Yunyomu. Seeing Yunling raise the freezing rain pagoda to show off his power, Yun Xiaoxiang revealed a faint smile. Yunling is making a big fuss out of nothing. There's no need to use this treasure to deal with a void inquiry stage kid. Even if this Ning Fan can defeat the other 7 palaces, his cultivation base is still far from Yunling's. Putting aside his indestructible fire physique, this young man is not worth mentioning. Second brother is right. A mere void inquiry stage kid is actually arrogant enough to defeat the 9 palaces. Let him suffer some losses in Yunling's hands. Only then will he know that there is always someone better than him. Yun Zhongyan let out a disdainful snort. My 2 royal brothers, are you sure that Ning Fan will lose? Yun Yomu's eyes were still half closed and he wore a meaningful smile. You and I both know how powerful the freezing rain pagoda is. This treasure used to be 4th brother's treasure. It's the best defensive treasure in our rain palace. Father had high hopes for 4th brother in the past and wanted to groom him to be the next rain emperor. Unexpectedly, that bastard Yun Tianjue actually killed 4th brother. Even this sealing rain pagoda is half destroyed and 90% of its power has been lost. Yun Zhongyan clenched his teeth in hatred. However, a moment later, he revealed a cold smile. However, even if the sealing rain pagoda only has 10% of its power left, it's still enough to wipe out all cultivators below the void fragmentation realm. Even if we have 1% of our cultivation base, we wouldn't dare to face this pagoda head-on. The more demons and undead creatures killed by this pagoda, the stronger it would become. In order to refine this treasure, Father had used it to kill millions of demons and undead creatures in the past tens of thousands of years. Speaking of which, why isn't 7th brother here? Didn't he say that he was going to teach Ning Fan a good lesson? Why haven't I seen him for a long time? The 7th brother that Yun Zhongyan was asking about was the 7th prince, Yun Jinghong. Jinghong seems to be in urgent seclusion. I wonder if he has touched the bottleneck of the 2nd heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Yun Xiaoxiang said with a frown. He's injured. Yun Yomu suddenly said, causing the other 2 princes to turn pale with fright. Injured? Jinghong is a cultivator at the 1st heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. Who can injure him in this rain world? I have no idea. However, I guess that Jinghong's injuries are most likely related to this little fellow Ning Fan. Hee hee. Don't you think that this little fellow is very interesting? Look at his eyes. They are so persistent. I really want to nurture him and then destroy him. Yunyomu suddenly opened his half-closed eyes. His eyes glinted like a snake and he licked his lips. Impossible. This Ning Fan is just at the void inquiry stage. He is just like an ant. How could he enter Jinghong? Let's make a bet. Not even the Lianyun mountain range can defeat this young man. He will certainly be defeated by the freezing rain pagoda. Yun Zhongyan said disapprovingly. Is that so? Then let's make a bet. I firmly believe that this young man can sweep across the 8 palaces. However, what exactly is this young man's motive? Has he really comprehended the rain monument, or is he trying to establish his might like what the rumors say in the outside world? I can't tell. Yunyomu narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. The gloomy chi in the freezing rain pagoda became denser and denser. Even Ning Fan could feel a trace of bone-piercing coldness. Ning Fan's brows were tightly knitted together. He could sense an extremely powerful baleful chi from the freezing rain pagoda. He did not know what kind of power this pagoda had, but it gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. If he fights against Yunling, even if he wins, he would probably be severely injured by this pagoda. Ning Fan sighed softly. Perhaps he would be injured by this pagoda. Perhaps he might not be a match for this pagoda and be defeated by Yunling. However, no matter what, he could not be afraid of the battle of vast heaven. He could not retreat, all for the sake of gathering the complete 9 heavens rain technique and finding that figure. He must win. His eyes were filled with conviction. The firmness of his conviction was like a dazzling golden light, attracting the attention of countless cultivators. Even if the one standing in front of him is not Yunling, the palace lord of the vast heaven palace, but a void fragmentation realm expert, he must win this battle. No one can stop him. There's no need to say more. Make your move. Ning Fan took a step forward and said with monstrous battle intent. Humph. Since you refuse to come to your senses, I won't show you any mercy anymore. Rain wheel, activate. Yunling pointed at the gigantic pagoda. The pagoda emitted circles of faint silver halos. At the moment when the halos were emitted, circles of gigantic faint silver halos appeared under Ning Fan's feet. They spread across heaven and earth like faint silver ripples. Ning Fan's eyes widened. At the moment when the circles of halos appeared under his feet, his body and mind felt a great danger. Without any hesitation, he retreated rapidly above the sea of clouds. At the moment when he moved to retreat, the circles of halos under his feet suddenly lit up with countless scattered silver light spots. In an instant, millions of silver icicles that were as sharp as swords shot up into the sky from the halos. Their aura force was so strong that it was going to destroy everything in the sky above. Each of the icicles was powerful enough to kill a nascent soul realm cultivator. The combined power of millions of icicles was already infinitely close to the destructive power of a first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm attack. In just an instant, they reached the peak of the firmament, which was so far away that it could not be seen. The firmament shattered along the way, revealing the dark void. A massive wave spread out, causing the entire vast heaven nation to tremble violently. Ear-piercing sounds pierced the eardrums of countless cultivators. Some cultivators with weaker cultivation bases directly bled from their ear orifices. Even though Ning Fan retreated extremely quickly, he was still pierced by many icicles. There were a few scratches on his face and there was a ghastly bloody hole on his chest which was bleeding profusely. Recalling the terrifying destructive power of the Tower of Freezing Rain, Ning Fan's heart trembled. He was very familiar with those circles of faint silver halos. Is that a spirit wheel? There's no mistake. This Tower of Freezing Rain was an ancient demon spirit wheel magic treasure. It was the same as the blood umbrella and the hand cauldron. However, its destructive power was far beyond the 2 treasures. If this treasure was not damaged, it would only need a single strike to kill Ning Fan. Not only could it kill Ning Fan, but it could also instantly kill a first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivator. Silly brother, this Tower of Freezing Rain is not simple. If it is not damaged, it is at least an immortal treasure. Be careful. In the profounding world, Luo Yu reminded him worriedly. I know. Ning Fan's expression turned solemn. Black starlight flowed within his body and temporarily stopped the bleeding. The injuries caused by the Tower of Freezing Rain were extremely severe. The healing power of his 99 natal black stars was no longer enough to heal them within a short period of time. Ning Fan took a deep breath to stabilize his qi. Then, he shifted his gaze to Yunling. Without a doubt, Yunling had used his full strength to summon the Tower of Freezing Rain as soon as he attacked without showing any mercy. Since that was the case, Ning Fan had to use his true trump card before Yunling's second attack. A wave of black sense power surrounded his body. His eyes gradually turned cold and emotionless. Even if he kills millions of people, he would not blink. His white robes instantly turned into a black robe. His black hair suddenly grew longer and danced in the violent storm. A demonic pattern appeared on the left side of his face. The black-robed Ning Fan suddenly took a step forward. His devil chi was monstrous, a vast aura force spread out from his body. This aura force had already reached the level of an ordinary absolute void stage cultivator. Incarnation technique? What kind of incarnation technique is this? It can actually allow a cultivator to instantly possess the cultivation base of an absolute void stage cultivator? Yunling's eyes widened in surprise. He had never seen such a strange incarnation technique before. Countless cultivators in the surroundings exclaimed in surprise. No one expected that Ning Fan actually had such a trump card. When he was in white robes, his cultivation base was only at the void inquiry stage. However, when he turned into black robes, his cultivation base would skyrocket by 2 cultivation levels, reaching the absolute void stage. Yun Yomu revealed a smile as if he had expected it. When he first met Ning Fan, he had already noticed that this young man had hidden his strength well. Yun Zhongyan's eyes turned grim and he said stubbornly. Incarnation technique, huh? Even if he can forcefully attain the cultivation base of an absolute void stage cultivator using this technique, it's still impossible for him to withstand the attack of the Tower of Freezing Rain. Second brother, how many breaths do you think it will take for Yunling to defeat this young man? Yun Xiaosheng did not answer him. Instead, he stared at Ning Fan solemnly. For the first time, his eyes carried a hint of inquiry. A moment later, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. His heart was filled with astonishment. This is the famous technique of Great Emperor Taichung, the immortal Emperor Zhang Yin. The third technique of the 8 divine sense formulas, sense soul incarnation. This technique has been lost for a long time. I didn't expect him to find it and successfully cultivate it. Rumor has it that this sense soul incarnation is extremely difficult to cultivate. Every time he cultivates it, regardless of success or failure, he must cut off half of his soul and lifespan. If he fails 3 times and still fails to cultivate it successfully, his soul will scatter and his lifespan will come to an end. In ancient times, before this technique was lost, there were also many people who cultivated this technique. However, among 10,000 people, only 1 or 2 of them could successfully cultivate it. Those 2 people were certainly devils of obsession who could sweep through the sea of blood without any regrets. The rest of the people would die after failing 3 times. This technique has been lost for a long time. Since this young man managed to find it, it means that he has great luck. This technique is extremely dangerous. Since he dares to cultivate it, it means that he has great courage. In the end, he succeeded in cultivating this technique. It means that he is a supreme devil that is 1 in 10,000. This young man must not be underestimated. It's fine if he can't attain the void fragmentation realm in this lifetime, as he will eventually be one of the ordinary people. However, if he has the chance to attain the void fragmentation realm in this lifetime, once he succeeds, I'm afraid no one in the rain world will be able to suppress him. Not even my father. This young man is someone who is even harder to suppress than Yun Tianjue. I must report this matter to my father. Yun Xiaosheng no longer had the mood to watch the battle. He directly broke the void and left. At this moment, he must immediately go to the Rain Sovereign's place of seclusion and inform him of his opinion. It was not advisable to harm this young man before he is done using him. However, once he is done using him, he must be eliminated. Otherwise, there will be a second sovereign and second palace in the Rain world one day which will be on equal footing with the Rain Palace. Yun Zhongyan was startled. He did not understand why Yun Xiaosheng left. Yun Yomu, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes and revealed a disdainful smile. Second brother, have you finally realized how strong this young man is? Hee, the black-robed Ning Fan stood proudly in the sea of clouds. He coldly stepped on the sky and walked towards Yunling. Each of his steps carried a spirit sense that could suck away the spirit sense of others. Some of those whose cultivation bases were not strong enough felt an intense pain in their sea of consciousness just by looking at Ning Fan from afar. Their spirit sense felt like it was about to shatter. Yunling no longer dared to underestimate the current Ning Fan. At this moment, Ning Fan gave him a strong sense of danger. Looking at Ning Fan, who was approaching him step by step with an imposing aura, Yunling did not dare to be careless. He immediately pointed a finger at the sky and activated the pagoda to attack again. Rain wheel, appear. Circles of faint silver halos appeared beneath the black-robed Ning Fan's feet. Rays of silver light spots emerged and eventually turned into millions of icicles that pierced towards Ning Fan. Chi asterisk asterisk chi asterisk asterisk chi asterisk. The rainstorm-like icicles rose from beneath his feet. In just an instant, the black-robed Ning Fan's body was pierced into pieces. His body crumbled into long black shadows that spread across the vast sky. Countless cultivators were stunned. They did not expect that Ning Fan could not dodge the attacks of these icicles at all. It was the strongest attack of the freezing rain pagoda. Even a void fragmentation realm expert would not be willing to face this attack head-on. Ning Fan's physical body was shattered by the torrential icicles. Could it be that he is dead? Marquis White Robe actually died under the attack of the freezing rain pagoda. This pagoda is really terrifying. It is indeed worthy of being the supreme treasure that was once a #1 offensive treasure of the Rain Palace. Countless cultivators sighed. No. He's not dead. Not good. Yunling suddenly screamed. 3 chi in front of him, countless black shadows suddenly scattered like butterflies and wrapped around him. At the moment when the black shadows wrapped around him, Yunling felt an extreme sense of danger. He wanted to escape, but it was already too late. He was just an ordinary absolute void stage cultivator. He might be able to deal with the void pure stage experts of the 9 palaces, but he was considered a weakling in the absolute void stage. He desperately activated his spirit equipment and armor. However, the armor was instantly shattered by the black shadows. He wanted to activate the freezing rain pagoda to attack the black shadows on his body, but he did not dare to do so. If he activates it, the indiscriminate attack of the freezing rain pagoda would probably kill Yunling himself. Stop it. I admit defeat. Yunling cried out in fear. The only reply he got was a cold and indifferent voice from the black shadows. It was cold and emotionless. Black Torrent Soul-Splitting Technique. Asterisk chi asterisk asterisk chi asterisk asterisk chi asterisk. Countless black shadows engulfed Yunling like sword light. Yunling let out a blood-curdling scream from within the black shadows. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. The freezing rain pagoda had lost its master's control. It was no longer a treasure and fell to the ground. The black shadows dispersed and condensed into a young man in black robes. He was severely injured. He flicked his sleeve and kept the freezing rain pagoda away. Even though this pagoda is half destroyed, its power is not weak. It's mine now. He clutched Yunling's neck and lifted him up. At this moment, Yunling's clothes were ragged and dirty blood was flowing everywhere. There was not a single part of his body that was unharmed. He was almost killed by the Black Torrent Soul-Splitting Technique. The reason why he was still alive was naturally because Ning Fan had shown mercy to him. Bring me to the vast heaven rain steel. Yes. Yes. Yunling's face turned purple from fear. Ning Fan could kill him with just a palm strike. How would he dare to disobey Ning Fan's order? Ning Fan was strong. Extremely strong. Even the few old monsters of the Absolute Void stage whom Yunling had a good relationship with might not be Ning Fan's match. As for Ning Fan taking away his natal magic treasure, he did not even dare to utter a single word of complaint. The entire Cloud Mountain fell into dead silence. Sounds of gasping could be heard everywhere. The palace lord of the vast heaven palace, Yunling, was also defeated. A dignified cultivator of the Absolute Void stage was defeated in Ning Fan's hands. As for the Yang Heaven Palace, there was no need to look at it at all. Among the 9 palace lords of the 9 great palaces of the Rain Palace, Ning Fan's strength could be said to be the strongest. The palace lord of the Scarlet Heaven Palace was invincible. this time, the Palace Lord of the Scarlet Heaven Palace had successfully defeated everyone in the Heavenly Cloud Country. Not to mention the entire Heavenly Cloud Country, the entire rain world would be shaken. In the Young Heaven Palace of the second level of the Heavenly Cloud Country. The new Palace Lord of the Young Heaven Palace was a cultivator who had just advanced to the Void Glimpse stage not long ago. His name was LVG. When LVG received the Jade Slip regarding the battle of the vast Heaven Palace from his subordinates, he trembled in fear. When Ning Fan, who was covered in blood and had monstrous devil chi, appeared in the Young Heaven Palace, LVG was nearly paralyzed on the ground. Without Ning Fan saying anything, he had already expressed his stance consciously. However, his voice was trembling uncontrollably. Marquis White Robe wants to see the Young Heaven rain steel. I don't have any opinion about it. Very well. Lead the way. Ning Fan's cold eyes swept across LVG. LVG felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness, as if it was being cut by a knife. His expression became even more fearful and he was deeply convinced of one thing. Marquis White Robe was very scary. He could offend anyone but not Marquis White Robe. One day after he left the Young Heaven Palace, Ning Fan returned to the Cloud Mountain of the Scarlet Heaven territory. On the Cloud Mountain, when the cultivators of the Scarlet Heaven Palace saw Ning Fan, each of them kept quiet out of fear and greeted him respectfully. None of them dared to show the slightest neglect. Even though the seventh prince had ordered several times that no one was allowed to be respectful to Ning Fan. However, now that Ning Fan's prestige had shaken the entire Heavenly Cloud continent, which low-grade cultivator would dare to be disrespectful to him? Welcome, Palace Lord. Hundreds of revered elders and divine envoys of the Scarlet Heaven Palace came out to welcome them respectfully. Ning Fan only glanced at them coldly and said indifferently, "You may leave." With just a glance, it caused the revered elders and divine envoys present to break out in a cold sweat. That gaze still contained a sharp aura that could sweep through the 8 halls. Ning Fan went to the palace at the belly of the mountain. No one dared to disturb him. After entering the palace, Ning Fan directly went to the Scarlet Heaven rain steel. There was an extremely dense rain intent in the rain monument. This was the best place to comprehend the rain art. At this moment, his white robe was stained with blood. He was severely injured. Although he defeated Yunling with the Black Torrent Divine Clone technique, he was also injured by Yunling's Tower of Freezing Rain. That Yunling was just an ordinary absolute void stage cultivator, but he was able to inflict such severe injuries on Ning Fan. If he were to face Guiyuan Taishu, Ning Fan knew that his chances of winning would not be too high. As for Void Fragmentation Realm experts, they could only use their trump cards such as the Heavenly Tribulation puppets to fight against them. He didn't have time to heal himself. He hurriedly took a 6th Revolution healing pill and immediately got busy. He sat cross-legged under the rain monument and pointed his finger in front of him. Immediately, 9 light silver balls of light appeared in front of him. Every ball of light contained an incomplete rain technique. Among the 9 balls of light, there were a total of 9 forms of rain technique. The rain of the vast sky, the rain of the young sky, the rain of the red sky, the rain of the vermilion sky, the rain of the forming sky, the rain of the dark sky, the rain of the profound sky, the rain of the changing sky, the rain of the great sky. The 9 heavens rain technique was already in his hands. Next, he needed to start practicing the famous technique of the rain ancestor, sky peaking rain. As long as he successfully cultivates the heaven peaking rain, it would not be difficult for Ning Fan to cover the entire middle province with his absolute void grade spirit sense. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. It was this thought that supported him to sweep through the 8 palaces and comprehend the rain monument. I must find my mother. For this goal alone, even if he had to reveal more of his trump cards, even if he had to incur the wrath of many people, he wouldn't hesitate. Recalling the scenes in the Weeping Blood Forest, Ning Fan closed his eyes in silence. When he opened his eyes again, his expression was calm as he muttered to himself. There are a total of 3 requirements to cultivate the heaven-peering rain. Firstly, he possesses the powers of the god, Yao, and demon races. Second, successfully comprehend the 9 forms of the rain technique from the rain monument and successfully cultivate them. Thirdly, by combining the 9 heavens rain, it will be the sky peaking rain. I possess the power of 3 races, and I've also obtained the 9 forms of the rain technique. Moreover, I've already learned the third Scarlet Sky Rain. Next, I'll practice the other 8 days of the rain technique. Ningfan opened his mouth and swallowed the third ball of light. He then bent his palm and grasped the first ball of light in his palm to comprehend it. Ningfan did not care about the injuries on his body that had yet to be healed. His fingers danced in the air as he cultivated the vast sky rain technique in the first ball of light. After a month, the clear sky rain technique was mastered. Ningfan swallowed the first ball of light into his stomach and summoned the second ball of light to comprehend it. After comprehending the scarlet sky and vast sky rain techniques in succession, he only spent 20 days to comprehend the third form of the rain technique. After completely mastering the current 3 types of rain techniques, Ningfan tried to display the vast sky rain and yang sky rain at the same time, attempting to fuse the rain of the 2 heavens into one. Each of the rain techniques could allow Ningfan to sense a distance of 70 million li *, 500 m per li. If the 2 types of rain techniques are fused together, Ningfan would at least be able to sense things that are 300 million li *, 500 m per li, away. Unfortunately, there seemed to be a barrier between the 2 types of rain techniques that he could not break through and fuse into one. Ningfan sighed and temporarily gave up on fusing the rain techniques. Instead, he began to cultivate the last 6 days of rain. With the foundation of comprehending the first few rain techniques, it became much easier to cultivate the last few rain techniques. It only took him 12 days to master the Vermilion Sky Rain, 7 days to master the Achievement Sky Rain and 3 days to master the Hidden Sky Rain. When it came to the Profound Sky Rain, Heaven Transformation Rain and Great Sky Rain, Ningfan spent a day to fully master the 3 types of rain techniques. In 2.5 months, Ningfan had completely mastered the remaining 8 types of rain techniques and successfully cultivated the 9 Heavens Rain. There was only one last step left, which was to fuse the 9 Heavens Rain. Could he succeed in this step? Lonely Sky Rain. Ningfan's eyes revealed a solemn expression. He suddenly performed a hand seal and displayed the vast sky rain. His magic power was rapidly consumed. All of a sudden, light rain fell within 70 million li *, 500 m per li, from the scarlet sky cloud mountain. Ningfan could sense every single blade of grass and tree. Ningfan took a deep breath and suddenly changed his hand seal. Double Sky Rain. He tried to fuse the yang sky rain into the vast sky rain to fuse the 2 heavens into one. However, his attempt ended in failure. Did I fail? As expected, the Rain Ancestors technique isn't that easy to master. In the profounding world, Luoyu sighed softly. Ningfan gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. He was unwilling to accept this. He had already obtained the 9 Heavens Rain technique, but he could not fuse the 9 Heavens Rain. He knew that his mother was in the middle state and he could find her as long as he fused the 9 Heavens Rain with the 9 Heavens Rain, but he still could not completely master this technique. Ningfan could not accept this result. He suppressed the frustration of failing to perform the technique and consumed a pill to recover his magic power. A day later, his magic power had recovered to about 80 to 90%. He tried to fuse the rain technique again, but he still failed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 1 month passed. 2 months passed. 3 months passed. On the 4th month, Ningfan finally fused the vast sky rain and the yang sky rain into one. At the moment when the 2 styles of the rain technique fused, the area within 300 million li *, 500 m per li, of the scarlet sky realm was like a curtain. Ningfan could almost see the living beings within 300 million li *, 500 m per li. However, at the moment when he was about to see them clearly, the feeling of the barrier between the 2 styles of the rain technique appeared again. Ningfan's sea of consciousness was in extreme pain and he suddenly coughed out blood. The rain technique failed again. I can't fuse the 9 Heavens Rain. I can't find her with this technique. Ningfan's eyes flashed with a hint of sadness and he closed them. He had already cultivated the 9 Heavens Rain to an extremely proficient level, but he still could not fuse them together. It was not because his comprehension was not good enough, but because his rain intent realm was too weak. In the past, Ningfan had fused the divine intent of rain, the mountain devil intent and the Fuli demon intent into one and achieved the 2nd step of intent realm, the memory intent realm. However, the grade of his rain intent realm was still at the level of the 8th grade intent realm. The heaven-peaking rain was extremely heaven-defying. It fused the intent into the rain and used the rain to peek at the sky. If the rain intent was not strong enough, it would not be able to peek at the sky, unless Ning Fan raised the grade of his rain intent realm and cultivated it to a higher level. He would never be able to fuse the 9 heavens rain, Ning Fan. Don't be discouraged. With your current rain intent realm, you can't use the rain ancestor technique. Then, find a way to improve your rain intent realm. Sincerity can move metal and stone. One day, you will be able to master this technique. I have confidence in you. When it comes to cultivation, haste makes waste. In the profounding world, Luo Yu consoled him with a rare serious tone. I understand, the principle was easy to understand but the sorrow was hard to resolve. In the mortal world, if a loved one passed away, everyone would know that the dead could not be resurrected and they should grieve for their loved ones. However, how many of them could really grieve for their loved ones? How could they control the sorrow in their hearts? Ning Fan's eyes were blank and he remained silent for a long time. After a long time, the blankness in his eyes disappeared and he gradually calmed down. He wanted to find his mother as soon as possible, but he couldn't cultivate this technique, so what could he do? He was not a person who liked to sigh. As the sadness in his heart faded, he began to face reality. Since the rain will was not enough, then he would think of a way to increase it. The middle state of the rain world is rich in a type of divine truth stone. It can slightly increase the cultivation of a cultivator's intent realm. Many nascent soul and divine transformation realm cultivators also use this item to comprehend their intent realm. After my injuries are healed, I will borrow the power of the divine truth stone to increase my rain intent. As for now, I should heal my injuries first. He swept through the heavenly clouds and received extremely serious injuries, but he didn't have the time to treat them. He spent half a year cultivating the rain ancestors technique. Originally, his body had the self-healing ability of the Black Star technique. After more than half a year, his injuries had already recovered by 50 to 60%. However, Ning Fan suffered from the backlash of the rain technique several times, causing his sea of consciousness to be damaged. In this way, it would take a lot of time for him to fully recover from his injuries. Since he no longer comprehended the rain technique, there was naturally no need for him to stay under the rain monument. With a sway of his body, he entered the Xianxia world and the dark golden pagoda. Then, he began to recuperate on the 7th floor of the pagoda. After staying in the pagoda for 3 years, Ning Fan finally recovered from his injuries. 3 years on the 7th floor of the pagoda was only equivalent to 8 to 9 days in the outside world. After changing into clean clothes, Ning Fan began to tidy up the loot he got from sweeping through the heavenly clouds. Since the 5 sword spirits did not have the sword restriction to control them, they were still unconscious. The freezing rain pagoda that he snatched from Yinling was a pretty good magic treasure. Even with his current abilities, he still suffered a lot from this pagoda. With this pagoda in his hand, he even had the confidence to fight against Guiyuan Taishu. Looking at the exquisite silver pagoda in his hand and the ghastly sword wound on it, Ning Fan let out a gentle sigh. On his way out of the clear heaven realm, he had already learned about the origin of this pagoda. This freezing rain pagoda used to be the #1 offensive supreme treasure of the Rain Palace. It could instantly kill a first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm cultivator. Its destructive power was extremely terrifying. It used to be the natal magic treasure of the 4th prince. However, on the day when Xianxia suddenly broke through to the void fragmentation realm and killed the 4th prince, he also destroyed this treasure. Even though the power of this treasure was greatly damaged now, it was still a supreme treasure that was hard to come by. As Ning Fan stroked the sword wound on the freezing rain pagoda, another thought emerged in his mind. He rubbed the sword wound in silence. From the sword wound, he could sense a mad sword intent that was filled with grief. It was left behind by Yuntianjue. In the past, when he killed the 4th prince, he must have been in a lot of pain. The 4th prince is already dead and Yuntianjue has lost his memory. The only one who knows the truth of that year is that 7-colored old man. Are the clues still broken? Ning Fan sighed and kept the freezing rain pagoda. With a sway of his body, he returned to the belly of the mountain. After resting for a few days in the belly of the mountain, he had already resolved the battle intent that swept across the heavenly clouds and the sadness of not being able to find his mother. His state of mind was as calm as an ancient well. After leaving the belly of the mountain, he returned to the Scarlet Heaven Palace at the peak of the mountain. To his surprise, Yu Chong'er happened to be waiting for him in the palace. She had been staying in the palace for a month just to wait for Ning Fan to come out from his seclusion. "Your injuries are all healed?" "That's great." Yu Chong'er was naturally very happy when she saw Ning Fan's breathing was stable. I just suffered some minor injuries. They are all healed now," Ning Fan said casually. "Minor injuries? You took the attack of the freezing rain pagoda head-on. How could the injuries you suffered be minor?" "That's the freezing rain pagoda we're talking about." Yu Chong'er stared at Ning Fan as if she was looking at a monster. Even if Guiyuan Taishu was hit by the freezing rain pagoda, he would either die or be severely injured. Ning Fan was hit head-on by the freezing rain pagoda, but his injuries were healed in just half a year. He was really an unkillable cockroach. His life force was just too strong. She stared at Ning Fan with all her might, trying to figure out what was going on. When she met Ning Fan's eyes, her cheeks immediately blushed and she remembered the purpose of her visit. "By the way, the reason why I came to find you is because I have something to tell you. The Rain Sovereign has just come out from his seclusion. He is sorting out the insights he gained from his seclusion this time. I'm afraid he will summon you to see him in a few days." "Is that so?" Ning Fan's eyes were filled with thoughts. He did not know how the Rain Sovereign would feel after he comes out from his seclusion and finds out that he had defeated all 8 palaces. Ning Fan had defeated all 8 palaces and studied the rain steel without killing anyone. Everything he did was in accordance with the laws of the rain world. However, he had revealed many of his trump cards in this battle and defeated Yun Ling, who was at the absolute void stage with his void inquiry stage cultivation base. Ning Fan's bone age was merely 900 years old, but he had already become so strong. With the Rain Sovereign's tolerance, if he knew that Ning Fan had such potential, he would surely treat him as a threat. Of course, Ning Fan firmly believed that the Rain Sovereign would not attack him before he made use of him. But what about after that? Ning Fan shook his head. Perhaps one day, he would stand on the opposite side of the Rain Sovereign and become the enemy of the Rain Palace. However, it was not a big deal. Currently, Yu country was guarded by Ming Luo and the small sable. Even if the Rain Sovereign came personally, he might not be able to escape unscathed. Ming Luo's clone was already at the 5-break realm. Moreover, if Ming Luo goes all out, he could ignite his demon soul and make his true body leave the Dark Sparrow's grave within a short period of time, sweeping across the rain world with the identity of a rogue demon. If the Rain Sovereign really wants to attack Yu country, he would surely die a horrible death. My master has also come to the middle state. I heard from my master that the Rain Sovereign summoned you this time. He will bestow you with some rewards and at the same time, he will give you 4 tests: Heaven, Earth, Profound and Yellow. Tests? Ning Fan was surprised. Yes. In the past, when the palace masters of the Rain Palace took office, they would be tested by the 4 great void fragmentation realm experts of the rain world. At least one of the 4 tests: Heaven, Earth, Profound and Yellow. Only then would they be qualified to become a palace master. You are the only person in the history of the rain world who directly became a palace master without passing any tests. However, since you have come to the middle state this time, you will naturally have to pass the 4 tests. I see. Ning Fan nodded to show that he understood. In the past, when Yin Tianjue gave him the token of respect for elders, he had also set up a test for him. Since he still needed to pass the test to become a revered elder, it was naturally very normal for him to need to pass the test to become a palace master. There were 4 tests and he only needed to pass one of them. It was not difficult at all. Ning Fan was not worried that the Rain Sovereign would harm him. Before he was used up, he was very safe. For example, even if the Rain Sovereign fell out with all the princes of the Rain Palace, the Rain Sovereign would still support him. The reason I came to you is to give you a gift as thanks for saving me. You mustn't reject it. Yu Chong'er lowered her head. Her ears were burning hot. After searching her storage pouch for a long time, she gritted her teeth and made up her mind to take out a brocade box. This is for you. You mustn't reject it. Ning Fan received the brocade box and shook his head with a smile. When had he ever rejected a gift from someone? He had never rejected anyone. However, the moment he received the brocade box, his eyes suddenly turned serious. The brocade box was sealed tightly and had yet to be opened. Even so, Ning Fan could still feel the aura of a violent and bloodthirsty ferocious beast from the box. This is a low-grade divine profound spirit equipment. It took me a lot of effort to beg my master for it. If you don't accept it, it means that you are not giving me face. Yu Chongle raised her head with a hopeful look. She was very afraid that Ning Fan would reject this gift. Strange. It's really strange. Isn't it just a thank you gift? Why is she so nervous? Is she sick again? Thank you. This spirit equipment is exactly what I need. I will accept it shamelessly. Ning Fan thanked Yu Chongle with a smile. Yu Chongle avoided his eyes and immediately became speechless. You. Don't look at me. Take a look at this spirit equipment. Do you like it? Ning Fan opened the brocade box but only opened a small gap. Immediately, a ferocious snow-white beast shadow turned into a ferocious white aurora and rushed towards Ning Fan's head. This beast shadow was actually trying to kill Ning Fan. Interesting. This profound spirit equipment is actually so ferocious that it even dares to devour its master. Ning Fan took half a step back and pointed his finger at the snow-white beast shadow. Immediately, the snow-white beast shadow let out a shrill roar as if it was in extreme pain. To be continued. After being touched by Ning Fan's finger, the snow-white beast let out a shrill roar. It no longer dared to attack Ning Fan. It turned into a ray of snow-white light and tried to escape. Of course, Ning Fan would never let it escape. He pointed at the sky and stopped the beast in its tracks. Then, he flicked his sleeve and the beast flew into his hand. Upon closer inspection, he found out that it was a palm-sized white tiger. This white tiger was not a living creature. It was formed by the baleful qi in the spiritual equipment. Even though it was captured by Ning Fan, the white tiger was still brandishing its claws and fangs with a fierce expression. Ning Fan shook his palm and shattered the white tiger's shadow. With a flash of light, an ancient dark silver armguard appeared in his palm. The length of the armguard was just enough to cover Ning Fan's forearm. It felt cold to the touch and contained a sharp killing qi. The armguard was carved with images of mountains, seas, and strange beasts. It was well made. Its texture was extremely sturdy. The material used to make this armguard was definitely not ordinary. Not only did the armguard have an astonishing defense, but it also contained a killing qi that attracted Ning Fan's attention. If he refined this armguard, the power of his punches would increase by a terrifying amount. Master said that this spiritual equipment was made by a spiritual equipment master in the heaven immortal world. The material used was the tusk of a heavenly demon white tiger. White tigers are responsible for killing. The heavenly demon white tiger has killed countless people and its baleful qi is very strong. Even Master couldn't suppress the baleful qi of this spiritual equipment. However, I think you should be able to suppress it. You are so powerful. Yu Chongle said with a red face. You really think highly of me. An armguard made from the tusk of a white tiger. Thank you for giving it to me. I like it very much. Ning Fan touched the armguard. It turned into a ray of white light and flew back to the brocade box. Then, he kept the brocade box into his storage pouch. It's good that you like it. Then, I will leave first. Master will scold me again if he can't find me for a month. Yu Chongle stuck out her tongue and left reluctantly on her 5 lines flowing cloud. Logically speaking, she had given Ning Fan the heaven-deceiving cloak, the insect king's blood and the white tiger armguard. She had already repaid her debt, but why was she still reluctant to part with him? Damn it. Yu Chongle, you must be sick. That's why you can't bear to leave the Scarlet Heaven Palace. Yu Chongle muttered to herself. Miss you, please wait. Ning Fan suddenly spoke. WH. What's the matter? Yu Chongle turned around shyly. These body-refining pills are the devil pills of the devil race. They can enhance the body-refining cultivation base of the Jade Life Realm. I concocted them in the past and the Rain Palace doesn't have them. If Miss Yu doesn't mind, please accept these medicinal pills. I'm sure they will be of great help to you in breaking through to the 2nd level of Jade Life Realm. Ning Fan smiled faintly and took out an exquisite storage pouch. With a flick of his finger, he tossed it to Yu Chong-er. Since Yu Chong-er had given him something, he naturally needed to return the favor. Even though these pills were not as precious as the profound divinity spiritual equipment, they could still be considered as a token of appreciation from Ning Fan. This. Yu Chong-er caught Ning Fan's storage pouch from afar. Her face was as red as a persimmon. She did not expect that Ning Fan would give her something in return. She was completely unprepared and did not know how to reply to him. Her heart was in a mess. She put away the storage bag and ran away like a rabbit. This time, she was very sure that she was really sick. They actually did not dare to speak to Ning Fan anymore. It was too embarrassing. Just as Yu Chong-er left, Ning Fan received a golden message transmitting flying sword. It was a message from the Rain Sovereign himself. 10 days later, I'll go to the Rain God Palace. The Rain God Palace was the main palace of the Rain Palace. It was located in the 10th level of the Heavenly Cloud Realm and was personally guarded by the Rain Sovereign. After pondering for a while, Ning Fan returned to the belly of the mountain to go into seclusion. 10 days later, he would go to the Rain God Palace to meet the Rain Sovereign. Before that, he planned to refine the White Tiger Gauntlet first. The White Tiger Gauntlet was filled with baleful qi. Ordinary void fragmentation realm experts would not be able to suppress the baleful qi and refine the spiritual equipment. With Ning Fan's baleful qi and the aura force of his Fu Li ancestral blood, it was a piece of cake for him to suppress the spiritual equipment. The defensive effect of the spiritual equipment was secondary. Its main function was to increase the power of his body techniques. In just 3 days, Ning Fan had refined the spiritual equipment into his right arm. For the remaining days, he sat under the steel of the Rain Ancestor to comprehend the Rain intent. On the 7th day, a message transmitting flying sword flew from the profound Heaven Realm to the Scarlet Heaven Realm. It was a message from Yun Bushu to Ning Fan. There was only one sentence in the message. Hide your sovereign qi well. Be careful of revered Ming. After receiving Yun Bushu's warning, Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He first suspected that Yun Bushu was testing him. Then, he shook his head and denied this thought. He felt that Yun Bushu might have really seen through the sovereign qi in his body. He still remembered that after he condensed the sovereign qi in the past, he was once tracked by a giant eye in the profounding world. Revered Ming was the Rain Sovereign's trusted aide and that giant eye was his heavenly eye. In the past, when Ning Fan condensed the sovereign qi, he shocked the entire Rain world. Countless people were searching for the identity of the second sovereign of the Rain world. The Rain Sovereign was even more frantic in his search. He was looking for people who had a similar backview to that person and killed all of them. Now, the Rain Sovereign was only afraid of Ning Fan because of his innate talent in cultivation. However, he was determined to kill that mysterious sovereign who had condensed the sovereign qi. No one knew that person was Ning Fan. Not even revered Ming knew about it. Ning Fan had hidden his sovereign qi very well. Even when he met Chu Chang'an, Yun Tianjue, Yun Jinghong, Yun Daoku and other void fragmentation realm experts, they did not know that Ning Fan possessed the sovereign qi. Yun Bushu was the only one who could see through Ning Fan's sovereign qi and gave him a warning. This Yun Bushu was quite capable. If Yun Bushu can really see that I possess the sovereign qi, the Rain Sovereign will certainly be able to as well. I'm going to meet the Rain Sovereign in 3 days. Just in case, I'll hide the sovereign qi for now. Ning Fan hid the sovereign qi in the Yin Yang locket. This locket was an immortal emperor treasure which could block all senses. No matter how powerful the Rain Sovereign was, he would not be able to sense the sovereign qi. He did not reply to Yun Bushu's message transmitting flying sword. If he did, it would mean admitting the fact that he possessed the sovereign qi. From the bottom of his heart, he believed that Yun Bushu was a friend who had gone through life and death with his father. Deep down, however, there was still a sense of alienation. It was not something that could be done in a short period of time if one wanted to truly trust someone. On the 10th day, a group of revered elders of the Rain God Palace came to fetch Ning Fan to meet the Rain Sovereign. All of these revered elders had divine transformation realm qi. However, their expressions were dull. Upon closer inspection, each of them was actually a puppet refined from devil cultivators. Ning Fan followed these revered elders to the 10th level of the Heavenly Cloud Realm. Along the way, he was deep in thought. Is the Rain Sovereign purposely sending these devil cultivator puppets to receive Ming Fan to give him a show of strength? Does the Rain Sovereign want to say that if I betray the Rain Palace, I will be refined into a puppet of a devil cultivator? If people don't betray me, I won't betray them. This show of strength is useless against me. The 10th level of the Heavenly Cloud Realm, the Ruling Sky Realm. The Ruling Sky Realm was located at the center of the Heavenly Cloud Country. The other 9 realms surrounded the 10th level, forming a circle around it. Along the way, there was an endless stream of traveling light heading towards the 10th level of the Heavenly Cloud Realm. All of them wanted to go there and watch the show. During the half a year that Ning Fan had been in seclusion, the news of him sweeping across the 8 palaces had spread across the entire Rain world. Today, Ning Fan had truly become a powerful figure in the Rain world. Few cultivators below the Void Fragmentation Realm dared to go against him. Even those Grand Void Realm cultivators would probably have to be polite to him. There were hundreds of cultivation cities in the central region of the Ruling Sky Realm. The one at the center was called the Ruling Sky City. The Ruling Sky City was built 90,000 zhang *3. 33 m per zhang, above the Sea of Clouds. There were divine envoys of the Rain Palace guarding the area within 1 million li * 500 m per li. Arriving at this place, the Divine Transformation Realm puppets that led the way had already completed their mission and left silently. Ning Fan left those Divine Transformation Realm puppets behind and flew 90,000 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, above the Sea of Clouds, landing outside the Ruling Sky City. The moment he landed, a group of cultivators with sharp auras immediately blocked his way. They were the city guards of the Ruling Sky City. Even though there were only 9 cultivators in this group, 8 of them were at the half-step Void Refinement Realm. The person leading them was even a Void Glimpse stage cultivator. As soon as the 9 guards saw Ning Fan's appearance, they immediately spoke respectfully. The Rain Sovereign has given an order. If Marquis White Robe is here, you can enter the Ruling Sky City to meet him. Got it. Ning Fan entered the Ruling Sky City alone. It was a turtle-shaped giant city. There were not many cultivators guarding the city. The cultivators who occasionally guarded the city were all at the Divine Transformation Realm. After entering the Ruling Sky City, Ning Fan stepped on the Sea of Clouds. He could faintly sense an extremely vast demonic chi from the ground of the clouds in the city. The soul of a first heavenly layer Void Fragmentation Realm turtle demon was residing in the entire Ruling Sky City. Most likely, this turtle demon existed as a guard of the Ruling Sky City. The Rain Sovereign sure is generous. He actually got a Void Fragmentation Realm turtle demon to guard the city. In the central area of the Ruling Sky City, there was a giant gate with 3 words written on it, Ruling Sky Gate. The person guarding the gate was an elderly man in embroidered robes. His cultivation base was at the absolute void stage. He sat on a cloud tree beside the giant gate with his eyes closed. His expression was extremely cold and arrogant. As soon as he saw Ning Fan's arrival, the elderly man immediately stood up and revealed a rare smile. I'm the Palace Lord of the Rain God Palace, Han Xianxia. Greetings to Marquis White Robe. Marquis White Robe, please wait for a moment. I will open the Ruling Sky Gate right away. Lord Rain Sovereign and the 4 Void Fragmentation Realm experts have been waiting for you in the Rain God Palace for a long time. Do I still need to go through this giant gate to enter the Rain God Palace? Ning Fan's gaze swept across the giant gate. After a few glances, he realized that it was the entrance to a small kiliacosm. The defense of the Heavenly Cloud 10 realms was impregnable. Even though the Ruling Sky City was heavily guarded, the Rain Sovereign still hid the Rain God Palace in a small kiliacosm. It was enough to show how cautious and suspicious the Rain Sovereign was. Han Xianxia just smiled in response to Ning Fan's question. He did not answer him. He activated a golden token and the giant gate immediately opened with a rumbling sound. Inside the giant gate was a vast and boundless void world. Inside the void world, there was a majestic palace that shone with dazzling golden light. It was none other than the Rain God Palace. Marquis White Robe, please follow me. Han Xianxia took the lead and went into the giant gate. After pondering for a moment, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with determination and he went into the gate. Then, the giant gate closed up. Ning Fan looked at the gate that was gradually disappearing in the void world. He fell into deep thought and secretly memorized the location of the gate. If something unexpected happens, his wind-mist fingers should be enough to tear open this void door and leave with ease. Along the way, he had been thinking about the various scenarios when he met the Rain Sovereign. Even though he was sure that he was useful to the Rain Sovereign and would not be in any danger, nothing was absolute in this world. However, nothing was absolute in this world, and there was nothing wrong with being careful. If there was really danger, he could escape into Xianxia world and no one would be able to catch him. The void in front of him was filled with a repulsive force, making it difficult for cultivators to move an inch in the void. Han Songzi laughed and took out the golden token. Suddenly, a golden bridge appeared in the void, connecting to the main gate of the Rain God Palace. He walked across the golden bridge without any hindrance. Without saying much, he followed Han Songzi across the golden bridge and entered the Rain God Palace. Inside the main hall, an old man in a silver dragon robe sat coldly on the throne. Below them stood the 4 great void fragmentation realm experts, a few princes, the palace masters and vice-palace masters of the 8 branch palaces and all the sect masters of the righteous sects in the middle state. Only those with great status would be able to enter the Rain God Temple. As soon as Ning Fan entered the Rain God Palace, countless spirit senses immediately swept past him. They wanted to see what kind of abilities this Marquis White Robe who was famous in the Rain world had. Ning Fan smiled faintly. He did not stop them nor did he reveal his aura force. Other than sensing that he was at the void inquiry stage, the people on the scene could not sense anything else. All of them were surprised. This Marquis White Robe's aura is so restrained. He can actually shield himself from our detection. Ning Fan's gaze swept across the sect masters of the various sects in the middle state. When he saw that there were no absolute void stage cultivators among them, he no longer paid any attention to them. His eyes swept across the 8 palace masters indifferently. Most of them were looking at Ning Fan with respect and fear. Ning Fan shifted his gaze away and turned to look at the few void fragmentation realm princes. Among the princes, Yun Tianjue did not come. The 7th prince Yun Jinghong's eyes carried a hint of fear that came from the bottom of his heart. As for the 6th prince Yun Youmu, he was still squinting his eyes with a smile that he did not reveal. When the 5th prince Yun Zhongyan saw Ning Fan enter, he only let out a soft snort. As for the 2nd prince Yun Xiaoxiang, his eyes were deep and his brows were slightly knitted. No one knew what he was thinking. Only the 3rd prince Yun Buxia felt slightly relieved when he saw that Ning Fan did not have any trace of royal qi in his body this time. He winked at Ning Fan and revealed a playful smile. However, he secretly transmitted his voice to Ning Fan again. Be careful of revered Ming. Thank you. Ning Fan replied to Yun Buxia using telepathy while his eyes swept across the 4 void fragmentation realm experts. Among the 4 void fragmentation realm experts, Yun Daoku's eyes carried a hint of fear and dread when he looked at Ning Fan. The dragon-determining Valley Lord Chu Chang'an, on the other hand, was frowning. His eyes were filled with hesitation when he looked at Ning Fan. No one knew what he was hesitating about. The Pill Sovereign who had just returned from his travels was also here. He slightly spread out his medicine soul. When he sensed Ning Fan's mid-6th revolution medicine soul, he revealed a satisfied smile. The last person was Yu Chong'er's master, the sect master of the Thousand Fantasy sect, Yun Qingge. This lady had a first heavenly layer void fragmentation realm magic power cultivation base. At the same time, her body refinement realm was at the first heavenly layer of the Nirvana realm. She was wearing a large green cloak that tightly wrapped her delicate body. The cloak was green in color and there were patterns of clouds and mist engraved on it. Ning Fan only needed to take a glance at the cloak and he was very sure that it was a profound divinity spiritual equipment similar to the heaven-deceiving cloak. With the cloak covering her delicate body, Ning Fan could not see Yun Qingge's specific clothes. Her black hair was tied up in a slanted bun with a green jade hairpin. Her appearance was extremely beautiful and her mist was as light as the clouds and mist. The way she looked at Ning Fan carried an inexplicable cold hostility. Have I offended this woman before? Ning Fan thought to himself. However, no matter how hard he searched through his memories, he could not remember having any relationship with Yun Qingge. It seemed a little strange for this woman to show hostility towards him. Ning Fan's gaze eventually fell on the Rain Sovereign. The Rain Sovereign was wearing a silver dragon robe embroidered with cloud patterns. His white hair was tied into a crown, making him look rather dignified. Before Ningfan arrived, the Rain Sovereign's expression had always been as cold as ice. However, at this moment, the Rain Sovereign was looking at Ningfan with an extremely gentle smile. The way he looked at Ningfan was as if he was looking at his own descendant. Behind the Rain Sovereign stood an elderly man in black robes with a cold expression. That elderly man in black robes only had a divine transformation realm cultivation base. However, his body was emitting a strong power of heavenly mystery. Obviously, he was extremely proficient in the Tao of divination. This person's left eye was as cold as a snake while his right eye was already blind. This person was revered Ming, who had used the heavenly eye technique to track Ningfan. Hee. So you are Ningfan? Not bad. Really not bad. Your bone age is just 900 years, but you have already cultivated to this level. In the future, you will certainly break through to the void fragmentation realm and become a pillar of our Rain Palace. The Rain Sovereign's smile was extremely sincere. There was not a single flaw in his words. However, Ningfan was unmoved. He just cupped his fists politely like Han Songzi. Scarlet Heaven Palace Lord Ningfan greets the Rain Sovereign. Hee. You don't have to be so courteous. To us cultivators, empty courtesy is meaningless. The Rain Sovereign suddenly changed the topic and asked. As far as I know, you were born in a low-grade cultivation country, you country. May I know who your master is? Black Devil. Ningfan's eyes turned cold and he only uttered 2 words indifferently. All of a sudden, the entire main hall was filled with the sound of people inhaling cold breaths. Initially, I didn't believe the report from Revered Snow. This young man is actually that person's disciple. Even though that person is severely injured and lives in seclusion in the lower world, he is still the lord of the Black Devil country. He is also a figure who can summon wind and rain in the upper world. If Marquis White Robe is really that person's disciple, who among us dares to provoke him? Black Devil. Black Devil. Sigh. We mustn't provoke him. We mustn't provoke him. Ningfan saw the expressions of everyone in the main hall and sighed softly. It was difficult to conceal the fact that he was the old devil's disciple. Many cultivators in Yu country knew about it. However, only a few of them knew about the old devil's background. If the Rain Sovereign wants to find out Ningfan's identity, it would not be difficult. If Ningfan wants to lie, it would be meaningless. Besides, there was no need for him to lie. This identity was a great deterrent to the cultivators of the Middle State and the Rain Sovereign. No matter how much the Rain Sovereign envies Ningfan, he would certainly be extremely fearful after knowing Ningfan's identity. Even if the Rain Sovereign wants to kill Ningfan in the future, he would definitely not dare to let others know about it. He would definitely do it secretly. The Rain Sovereign clenched his fists tightly. His heart was extremely restless. During the 10 years when Ningfan returned to Yu country and went into seclusion to seek the Void Inquiry stage, the Rain Sovereign had already sent people to Yu country to investigate Ningfan's background. This investigation was not important, but the Rain Sovereign did not dare to ignore the result. Ningfan was Old Devil Han's disciple. Moreover, he was a disciple whom Old Devil Han regarded as his own son. With this identity and background, even the Rain Sovereign would not dare to touch Ningfan recklessly. When the Rain Sovereign came out of seclusion this time, Xianxia reported the matter of Ningfan sweeping through the 8 palaces. The Rain Sovereign just nodded his head with a cold expression, indicating that he understood. Even though he was narrow-minded, he still knew what was good for him. Even if the old devil was severely injured, he was not someone whom the Rain Sovereign could afford to offend just because of his identity as the master of the Black Devil clan. Unless I find out that this young man is the one who stopped me from becoming an immortal, I can't casually make a move against him. This was exactly what the Rain Sovereign was thinking at the moment. Everything would depend on Revered Ming's investigation. If Revered Ming detects a trace of his sovereign chi from Ningfan's body, the Rain Sovereign's expression turned cold. If that's the case, he would still secretly kill Ningfan even if he has a powerful background. No one could stop him from becoming an immortal. The Rain Sovereign waved his hand and stopped the discussions in the main hall. Then, he said to Ningfan with a polite smile. I'm just asking casually. I don't mean anything else. Your master's identity is special. Today's question will become the secret of my rain palace. It will not be leaked. Marquis White Robe, don't worry. The reason why I summoned Marquis White Robe to meet me today is naturally because I have something to ask of you. I want to borrow your inextinguishable fire body. However, before that, I would like to ask you to pass the 4 tests. This is the rule of the Rain Palace. The tests will be conducted by the 4 Void Fragmentation Realm experts. I wonder if you are ready. After confirming Ning Fan's identity as his master, the Rain Sovereign began to address him respectfully. Obviously, he was very afraid of the old devil. I'm ready. Ning Fan replied indifferently. He was not worried about the 4 tests of the heaven, earth, profound and yellow stages. After he revealed his identity as the Black Devil Clan, the Rain Sovereign's hostility towards him had obviously diminished. The tests were just a formality which was dispensable. However, the Rain Sovereign seemed to attach great importance to the 4 tests this time. Could it be that he has some other purpose in these tests? Ning Fan's gaze shifted to revered Ming, who was standing behind the Rain Sovereign. When he saw a 4-sided compass hidden in his sleeve, his heart suddenly turned cold. Before this, Ning Fan had already inquired about the 4 tests. The tests of the heaven, earth, profound and yellow stages would be conducted in 4 different heavenly dwelling spaces. The outsiders would not know the specific process of the tests. The compass in revered Ming's hand was marked with the words heaven, earth, profound and yellow stage. It seemed like it could sense the entire process of the tests. After connecting the dots with Yun Bush's reminders, Ning Fan suddenly understood. The Rain Sovereign setting up the 4 tests was a lie. His real purpose was to let revered Ming examine the sovereign chi inside Ning Fan's body. There must be many dangerous tests in the 4 tests this time, which would force Ning Fan to use all of his means and have no choice but to use his sovereign chi. Unfortunately, the sovereign chi has already been hidden by me. You guys are destined to not be able to find anything. Ning Fan took a step forward. At the same time, Chu Chang'an, who was among the 4 Void Fragmentation Realm experts, also took a step forward. The first test is the heaven stage. I will personally preside over it. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Chang'an's Void Fragmentation Realm aura force swept across the place. He lifted his finger and pointed at the space in front of him. The space in front of him immediately shattered, revealing a door of light. Opening the heavenly dwelling with a palm. The eyes of many Void Refinement Realm experts in the palace burned with excitement. There were not many occasions where they could see a Void Fragmentation Realm old monster display this technique with their own eyes. Marquis White Robe, please follow me into this heavenly dwelling space to accept the first test. Ning Fan followed Chu Chang'an into the door of light. Inside the door was a world of clouds. Other than boundless clouds and mist, there was nothing else. Standing in the world of the sea of clouds, Ning Fan's eyes were filled with thoughts. All the clouds and mist in this grotto heaven were a special kind of cloud and mist known as mirage clouds. They could transform into all sorts of illusions, and they could also transform into various terrains and battlefields. The Gate of Heaven's test hadn't started yet. Once it started, Chu Chang'an would control these mirage clouds and transform them into the necessary illusions and battlefields for the test. Chu Chang'an was dressed in a hemp robe. His hair was fiery red, and his whole body was emitting a fiery aura. He stood in the sea of clouds with a hesitant look on his face. It seemed like he had something to talk to Ning Fan about. That was why he did not start the test of the heaven stage until now. There was a distance of 1000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, between Ning Fan and Chu Chang'an. Does old Chu have something to say? Ning Fan asked. Hee, this old man does have something to discuss with little friend. This old man wants to make a deal with little friend. Chu Chang'an's eyes were resolute as he spoke truthfully. A deal? Ning Fan was stunned at first. After thinking for a while, he roughly guessed what kind of deal Chu Chang was talking about. Chu Chang'an was a demon cultivator of the Blood Dragon clan. In the past, when he was in the Dragon Deciding Valley, he had once sensed a trace of Blood Dragon chi from Ning Fan's body. Thus, he guessed that Ning Fan was hiding some kind of supreme treasure of the Blood Dragon clan. Back then, with Yin Tianjua's protection, Chu Chang'an did not pursue this matter in the end. Now that Chu Chang'an came to make a deal with Ning Fan, it was obvious that he was eyeing the Blood Dragon demon sword. The blood dragon demon sword was made from the bone of a heavenly demon realm blood dragon. To Ning Fan, this blood dragon demon sword was not very useful. But to Chu Chang'an, it was a treasure. If he could devour the bone of the heavenly demon blood dragon in the sword, his cultivation would definitely increase greatly. If Chu Chang'an really wants the blood dragon demon sword, it's not impossible. He just needs to bring out something of equivalent value. If all the seals on the demonic blood dragon sword were removed, it should be able to reach the power of a celestial sword. Unfortunately, even though Ning Fan has broken through to the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm, his magic power was not enough to remove all the seals and control the immortal sword. To Ning Fan, who had many abilities, this blood sword was extremely useless. If Chu Chang'an could take out something that could interest him, he would definitely be happy to exchange for this sword. However, if Chu Chang'an wants to snatch the blood sword by force. Ning Fan was not someone who would suffer losses. The corners of Ning Fan's mouth curled upwards and he looked at Chu Chang'an meaningfully. I wonder what kind of deal old Chu wants. In other words, Ning Fan was indeed in possession of a treasure of the Blood Dragon clan. Chu Chang'an understood what Ning Fan meant. His eyes lit up with eagerness. He wished he could immediately snatch Ning Fan's storage pouch and see what kind of treasures of the Blood Dragon were inside. However, as soon as he met Ning Fan's bottomless eyes, Chu Chang'an immediately calmed down and dispelled that thought. If Ning Fan is an ordinary void refinement realm being, Chu Chang'an would definitely dare to snatch his treasures. However, Ning Fan was not an ordinary person. Not only did he have the background of the Black Devil sect, but he was also a 6th Revolution pill refinement master. Thus, he was worthy of being treated as an equal by Chu Chang'an. Chu Chang'an let out a heavy sigh. He wouldn't offend Yun Tianjue for a single treasure, and he definitely wouldn't offend the Black Demon sect for a single treasure. Since he couldn't rob Ning Fan by force, he might as well make a fair trade. After all, he happened to have an item in his hand which should be what Ning Fan needed. Old Chu, do you want to snatch the treasure? Ning Fan asked with a faint smile. Little friend, you must be joking. I've already told you that this is a trade that both parties are willing to make. I will certainly use an item of equal value to exchange for your treasure. Chu Chang'an chuckled and raised his head to look at the sky above the sea of clouds. Then, he reminded Ning Fan with a meaningful tone. Even though the 4 trials of heaven and earth are located in the heavenly dwelling, who knows that walls have no ears? It's better not to let others see our trade. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Chang'an took out a blood-red handkerchief and tossed it to the sky. The blood-red handkerchief grew in the wind. In just a few breaths' time, it became so huge that it covered the entire sky. In the outside world, revered Ming's eyes immediately turned gloomy. He could no longer sense anything that was happening in the trial of heaven. What's going on? The Rain Sovereign sensed revered Ming's expression and asked him using telepathy. Chu Chang'an has blocked his senses. Revered Ming gritted his teeth and replied. Chu Chang'an, huh? A hint of coldness flashed across the Rain Sovereign's eyes. In the heavenly dwelling, after Chu Chang'an blocked revered Ming's senses, he immediately rubbed his hands and smiled apologetically at Ning Fan. This blood-red handkerchief can block the heavenly secrets. Little friend, do you know that this trial of heaven is being investigated by someone using a secret technique? The Rain Sovereign seems to be quite suspicious of you. You have to pay more attention to the 4 trials of heaven and earth. The reason why Chu Chang'an blocked revered Ming's senses seemed to be to express his goodwill to Ning Fan. Thank you for your reminder, old Chu. However, I don't have any shameful secrets. It doesn't matter if someone checks on me. If they don't find out what they want, they will most likely dispel their hostility towards me. If I block their senses, it will seem like I'm trying to cover up something that only makes it worse. I'm afraid it will attract more suspicions. Little friend, you're very confident and you're not afraid of being checked. It seems like I've done something unnecessary. After the transaction is over, I will take back this blood-red handkerchief. However, I still want to make a deal with you now. It's better for you to block others' senses. Chu Chang'an took a deep breath. He knew that it was time to get down to business. I sensed a trace of a blood dragon's chi from your body. If I'm not mistaken, it's the chi of a blood dragon's bone. Besides, the grade of this blood dragon's bone isn't low. It seems to be the bone of a heavenly demon blood dragon. I want to exchange this bone with you. Chu Chang'an's eyes showed a look of seeking confirmation. He wanted to see if his guess was correct from Ning Fan's expression and if that blood dragon's bone was at the heavenly demon realm. However, to his disappointment, Ning Fan was still wearing a faint smile. His eyes were deep and he could not see any emotion from them. Chu Chang'an shook his head and asked with a bitter smile. Little friend, please tell me if my guess is correct? What answered Chu Chang'an was only a clear sword chime. Ning Fan flicked his sleeve and a long sword that was surrounded by blood light appeared in his hand. It was a long sword that was transparent like a fiery red crystal. There were several seals on it which concealed the power of the magic treasure. Even so, Chu Chang'an could still feel a sense of excitement that came from his bloodline from the blood sword. Heavenly demon blood dragon's bone. There's no mistake. This sword is definitely made from the bone of a heavenly demon blood dragon. Young man, give me this sword. Even with Chu Chang'an's state of mind that had been cultivated for many years, greed rose in his heart the moment he saw the blood sword. He wanted to snatch this sword away and make it his own. However, when he saw Ning Fan's calm eyes, he immediately suppressed his distracting thoughts. He let out a few dry coughs and smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry. I lost my composure. It's all right. It's human nature for a gentleman to love wealth. If you obtain it in a proper way, there's nothing wrong with it. I, Ning Fan, am willing to exchange this sword with you. However, I wonder what you want to exchange with me. Ning Fan held the blood sword upside down and stood there with a smile. He was still calm and composed. With his current abilities, it was more than enough for him to protect himself. He was not afraid of Chu Chang'an. That tranquil and calm temperament startled Chu Chang'an. He vaguely recalled his former master. That year, he was still a blood dragon with a low cultivation base. That year, his master was the demonic cloud's rain sovereign whose name shook the entire rain world. When he conquered the 9 worlds, he was still calm and composed even when facing millions of enemies. That calmness was a kind of temperament that could not be affected by danger. It had nothing to do with his cultivation base. Chu Chang'an put away his distracting thoughts. His impression of Ning Fan became even higher. Inwardly, he thought that perhaps in less than a few thousand years, Ning Fan would also become a titled rain sovereign. Since we've confirmed the grade of the blood dragon's bone, I'm willing to exchange 3 items for it. This is the first item. Chu Chang'an flicked his finger. A blood-red storage pouch immediately flew towards Ning Fan. Ning Fan reached out to catch the pouch. After scanning it with his spirit sense, he found out that there were 10 billion immortal jade inside. It's not enough. Ning Fan said indifferently without any change in his expression. Chu Chang'an praised him inwardly. If ordinary void refinement realm experts see 10 billion immortal jade, they would more or less be at a loss. Ning Fan, however, did not show any of his emotions. If it wasn't because this young man's mind was as deep as the ocean, he would not be frightened by 10 billion immortal jade because he was used to grand occasions. Little friend, don't be anxious. There's still the second item. Chu Chang'an flicked another storage pouch. Ning Fan received it and took a look. It contained 10 bottles of illusory sea pills. Each bottle contained 10 pills. There were a total of 100 pills. The illusory sea pill was a mid-grade 6th revolution pill. A single pill could increase a void inquiry stage cultivator's magic power by 5,000 units. It was extremely precious. If Ning Fan consumes all 10 bottles of illusory sea pills, his magic power would increase by 500,000 units. Even with Ning Fan's shrewdness, he could not help but twitch his eyelids. However, he quickly composed himself and said indifferently, "It's not enough." Chu Chang'an smiled bitterly. He knew that it would not be easy to get rid of Ning Fan. Fortunately, he still had the third item for exchange. Chu Chang'an was extremely confident about it. Forget it. Originally, I was reluctant to take this item out because its value is higher than the blood dragon's bone. However, this item is useless to me. Instead of leaving it in my storage, why don't I use it to make a deal with little friend? Chu Chang'an sighed and flicked out the third storage pouch with his finger. Ning Fan received the pouch. Before he could open it to take a closer look, he could already feel a vast lightning power coming from it. He could also vaguely feel that the storage pouch was beating like a heart. After opening the pouch, Ning Fan took a glance at it and immediately took a deep breath. It's enough. Ning Fan kept all 3 storage pouches and flicked his finger, tossing the blood sword to Chu Chang'an. Inwardly, he still found it hard to believe that Chu Chang'an could get his hands on such an item to trade with him. It's enough to exchange for the blood sword. Chu Chang'an caught the blood dragon demon sword. His eyes were burning with excitement. His hand trembled as he caressed the body of the blood sword. He swallowed his saliva. Currently, his cultivation base was only at the 2nd heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. However, if he has this sword, he would have a high chance of breaking through to the 3rd heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm in his lifetime. This trade could be said to be a win-win situation for both parties. The deal is done. Elder Chu, why don't you start the heavenly gate test? However, before that, please remove this blood handkerchief. I really want to let those who are interested see clearly that I'm not the enemy they are looking for. Ning Fan said with deep meaning in his words. Alright. 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 I'll remove the blood handkerchief and begin the heavenly gate test for little friend. Chu Chang'an was grinning from ear to ear after obtaining the item that he had been yearning for day and night. He raised his hand and kept the blood handkerchief magic treasure. Then, he took out a golden token and struck it with a hand seal. All of a sudden, the sea of dark clouds in the heavenly gate began to roll and change, creating many illusions. Chu Chang'an's figure gradually disappeared in the sea of clouds and could no longer be seen. The only thing that was still echoing in the sea of clouds was Chu Chang'an's reminder. Among the 4 heavenly gates, the first one is the heavenly gate. It tests a cultivator's comprehension of the Tao of Void. If you pass the test, not only will you get a great amount of merit points from the Rain Palace, but you will also get a random reward. Ning Fan stood in the midst of the illusions. He patted his storage pouch and took out the Palace Lord token of the Scarlet Heaven Palace. The front of the token was painted with a picture of a sea of clouds. On the north side, there were words that recorded the merit points of the Palace Lord of the Scarlet Heaven Palace. The previous Palace Lord of the Scarlet Heaven Palace was Mo Xiao. He died in Ning Fan's hands. Mo Xiao had a total of 120 million merit points when he was alive. Now, all of them belonged to Ning Fan. These 120 million merit points could be exchanged for treasures in the main hall of the Rain Palace. It was roughly equivalent to 120 million immortal jade. I wonder how many merit points I will get if I pass the heavenly gate and what kind of rewards I will get. The first test, the heavenly gate, tests one's comprehension of the Tao of Void. While Ning Fan was deep in thought, the illusions around him gradually became more real. He could hear the bustling sounds of the market. He was standing in a small town surrounded by a sea of bamboo. The fragrance of wine filled the air everywhere in the town. All of the men were dressed like ancient scholars, and all of them reeked of alcohol. They staggered drunkenly as they walked on the street. Each of the women was gorgeously dressed with heavy makeup. The smell of cosmetics was a little pungent. The air was filled with the strong smell of wine. Every moment he stayed in this place, he would inhale more of the smell of wine and gradually lose his mind. Fortunately, he had already comprehended the true meaning of wine. Even if his body was drunk, he would never be drunk if his heart was not drunk. Ning Fan used his magic power to protect his heart. His eyes gradually became clear. Ning Fan revealed a thoughtful expression. He lifted his head and looked at the sky. The sun, moon, and stars coexisted in the sky. It was difficult to distinguish between day and night. It was really strange. As Ning Fan walked in the bamboo city, the men and women he met along the way were all muddle-headed and drunk. He walked past each of the taverns, past each of the Chu residences and the riverside that was filled with pleasure boats. He walked amidst the music of the flute. Everyone was immersed in happiness. None of them were sober. What is the meaning of this test? Ning Fan pondered while walking alone slowly. Suddenly, he stopped in front of a tavern outside of the bamboo forest. Inside the tavern, all the customers were drunk. Even the young shopkeeper was dead drunk. Only a young man in black robes was drinking alone with a cold expression. He did not seem to be drunk at all. His face was extremely ordinary. He was not handsome at all. He wore a light silver earring on his right ear. There was an indescribable temperament around him which was as elusive as the drifting clouds. He did not reveal any trace of magic power or qi. He seemed to be immortal. However, when Ning Fan walked closer to the tavern, he slowly raised his head and gave Ning Fan a glance. Just a glance was enough to see through all of Ning Fan's secrets. Another person who wants to pass the test. The black-robed man lifted the wine jar and gulped down a mouthful of wine. He no longer looked at Ning Fan and muttered to himself. Heaven and earth are the reverse journey of all living beings. Time is the passing guest of hundreds of generations. How much joy is there in floating life like a dream? The ancients roamed at night with candlelight. As for the sunny spring, I am summoned by the misty scenery. A large piece of fake me with essays. I will meet the garden of peaches and plums and arrange the happy affairs of family. All the handsome men of the season are connected. I sing songs, I am ashamed of my happiness. Before the serene appreciation is over, the high talk becomes clear. Opening the exquisite banquet to sit on the flowers. Flying feathers and the moon are drunk. If there is no beautiful song, how can I stretch my arms? If the poem fails, the punishment will be the same as the amount of wine. Ning Fan's gaze swept across the black-robed man. He felt that this person was unfathomable and immeasurable. Perhaps this person was the key to pass the first test. While Ning Fan was thinking, the black-robed man suddenly raised his head and looked at Ning Fan with a cold smile. What is void? All of a sudden, a heavy rain swept across the entire illusory realm. Outside the tavern, it was raining heavily. The rain also fell on Ning Fan's body. Ning Fan had never been afraid of the aura force of any cultivator. However, being suppressed by this person's aura force, he actually felt like an ant on Mount Tai. Who is this person? Ning Fan was secretly shocked. In the Rain God Palace, venerated Ming Dao's expression gradually returned to normal. He transmitted his voice to the Rain Sovereign. That Chu Chang'an is quite sensible. He has already removed the bloody handkerchief. He can now sense the heaven test. Humph. At least he is sensible. The Rain Sovereign sneered inwardly, but his expression did not show it. As for the Rain God Palace, many old monsters were whispering to each other. The first test is the heaven test. It tests a cultivator's comprehension of the Tao of Void. In order to pass the test, one must at least have the comprehension of the Void Pierce stage. Marquis White Robe's cultivation base is just at the Void Inquiry stage. I'm afraid that he won't be able to find the Void exit and it will be difficult for him to pass this test. However, even if he can't pass this test, the benefits he will obtain will not be small. In this test, there is a remnant image of that person. If he can find that person in the illusory realm and have a few words with him, it will be considered as a great opportunity. Don't joke around. Even if a void-pierce stage-old monster enters the illusory realm, most of their consciousness will be drowned by the wine and they will fail in the end. Occasionally, there are void-pierce stage and absolute void stage-old monsters who pass this test. All of them manage to find the void exit of the illusory realm before they are completely drunk and forcefully break free from the illusory realm. Who would have the time to find that person? So what if they find that person? Ordinary people can't withstand that person's reign intent at all. There was once a grand void stage cultivator who wanted to pass this test. After going through a lot of hardships in the illusory realm, he finally found that person's figure. However, he was directly knocked out of the illusory realm by that person's reign intent and ended in failure. I wonder if Marquis White Robe can pass this test. With just a glance from the black-robed young man, the endless rain intent carried an unstoppable aura force that nearly pressed Ning Fan to the ground. Ning Fan's bones creaked. He gritted his teeth and refused to yield even though his internal organs were injured by the aura. Towards the black-clothed youth's question, he didn't reply at all. The black-robed young man was slightly stunned. He put down the wine jar and withdrew his aura force. Then, he looked at Ning Fan again. After a long time, he spat out 2 words, "Not bad." Although this person had dispersed his aura, the torrential rain still poured down without stopping. Ning Fan secretly activated the power of the Black Star. The injuries on his body instantly healed. Without batting an eyelid, he sat in front of the young man and asked indifferently. Who are you? I am who you say I am. Life is like rain, passers-by are like clouds, cultivation is like an illusion, and drunkenness is like reality. The black-robed young man drank alone and no longer looked at Ning Fan. The smell of alcohol in the surroundings gradually thickened, and the curtain of rain also began to intensify. The black-clothed youth put down the wine jar in midair and waved his sleeve towards the sky. The rain that filled the sky suddenly seemed to have a mind of its own and flew into the wine jar. In an instant, the rain between the heavens and the earth stopped. All the rainwater had been collected by the young man. As for the wine jar in front of the young man, there was not much wine left and it was still in the air. What I drank wasn't wine but rain. The young man muttered to himself. All of a sudden, he raised his head again and tested Ning Fan. What is void? Ning Fan did not give the same answer as before. He was also not in a hurry to answer the young man's question. In fact, he even ignored him. He seemed to have understood something, but there seemed to be a barrier that he could not see through. His comprehension of the word void had already reached the void inquiry stage and he was only half a step away from the void pure stage. At the void inquiry stage, what you see is not the void. When it came to the void pure stage, it was still a void. Ning Fan suddenly raised his hand and pointed at the outside of the tavern just like what the black-robed young man did. Immediately, a curtain of rain fell from the surroundings of the tavern. 8th grade rain intent. The black-clothed youth remained calm and continued drinking. Ning Fan did not talk to the young man. He bent his palm and waved. The rainwater condensed into a crystal-clear empty wine jar. Then, he pointed to the sky, and all the wine in the sky fell into the wine jars, and the rain stopped once more. From the beginning to the end, Ning Fan did not utter a single word. He held up the wine jar and sat opposite the black-robed young man. The young man in black had a strange look in his eyes. A moment later, he smiled with approval. Not bad. This was the second time he praised Ning Fan. The first time was because of Ning Fan's unyielding pride. The second praise was for Ning Fan's comprehension ability. I just don't know how many more days you can sit here and how much rain you can drink. Ning Fan's mind was as calm as still water. He held the wine jar by himself and drank the rainwater. The rain was light and tasteless, but there was a never-ending feeling of rain in it. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, from the beginning to the end, Ning Fan continued to drink by himself, behaving like the black-robed young man. Every year that passes, Ning Fan's rain intent would increase a little. Every year that passed, Ning Fan's face would become paler and his life force would be drained away rapidly. A year in the illusion was a day in the outside world. Ning Fan sat in the illusory realm for 60 years while only 60 days had passed in the outside world. In the Rain God Palace, all the Void Refinement Realm cultivators were shocked. The illusory realm of the Heaven Gate had an extremely strong wine qi. Even a Void Pure stage expert would not be able to stay inside for more than a day. Even the old monsters of the Absolute Void stage could only stay inside for around 3 days. Marquis White Robe actually stayed inside for 60 days. This is really unbelievable. Since the creation of the Rain World, there has never been a Void Refinement Realm cultivator who could stay inside the Heaven Gate for 60 days. Revered Ming's expression turned solemn. He had been waiting for Ning Fan to use his sovereign qi to protect his body and resist the wine qi. However, from the beginning to the end, Ning Fan did not activate any trace of his sovereign qi, making him feel somewhat at a loss. How's the situation? The Rain Sovereign asked through telepathy. There is nothing unusual in the Heaven Gate. It's just that. Revered Ming wanted to say something but hesitated. Just what? The Rain Sovereign's eyelids twitched. It's just that I can't see through him. I don't know what he is actually doing inside the Heaven Gate. No one in the outside world knew what Ning Fan was actually doing. The only ones who could understand it were the black-robed young man and Ning Fan who was drinking the rain alone. He had been sitting inside the wine shop for 60 years. On the 13th year, his 8th grade rain intent advanced to the 7th grade rain intent but his face became paler and paler. On the 41st year, his 7th grade rain intent advanced to the 6th grade rain intent but its qi became weaker and weaker. On the 60th year, his 6th grade rain intent was on the verge of breaking through to the 5th grade rain intent, but there was a barrier that prevented it from doing so. At this moment, Ning Fan's breathing was extremely weak. He was on the verge of death, as if he would die at any time. You have already reached your limit. The black-robed young man put down the wine jar and said regretfully. With your cultivation base, it is already surprising that you can stay here for 60 years. You can leave now. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed at Ning Fan. Immediately, a door of fine rain appeared behind him. Perhaps, that door is the exit of the illusory realm. Ning Fan acted as if he did not hear the young man's words and did not see the door of rain beside him. It was as if he had forgotten everything in the world. In his heart, there was only that small wine jar which contained all the rain in this world. The 61st year, the 62nd year, the 63rd year. Ning Fan was still drinking alone in the wine shop. The illusory realm around him gradually became fainter and disappeared. Each of the drunken scholars and beauties slowly disappeared in the illusory realm. The bamboo sea city disappeared, the rivers disappeared, the pleasure boats disappeared, and the music of the flute that lingered in his ears also disappeared. In the end, Ning Fan was the only one left in this world. He held the wine jar and drank alone. In front of him, there was only the black-robed young man who praised him for the 3rd time. Not bad. It was the 100th year in the illusory realm. In this year, Ning Fan's rain intent realm was just a tiny bit away from breaking through to the 5th grade. In this year, other than the black-robed young man in front of him, Ning Fan had destroyed the entire heavenly pass. The reason why he drank the rainwater was to imitate the black-robed young man and increase his rain intent realm. He remained silent and was comprehending the Tao of the Void Pure stage. At the Void Pure stage, looking at the illusory realm was still illusory. It was a kind of enlightenment that came after one had seen through all the profound mysteries of the word illusory. He did not talk to the black-robed young man because in his eyes, everything around him was illusory and he was the only real existence. The deeper his Tao enlightenment was, the fainter the illusory realm around him became. After 100 years of Tao enlightenment, the entire illusory realm finally disappeared. The correct door to leave the illusory realm was not any door of void. What Ning Fan wanted to understand was to turn the illusory realm into illusory. If the illusory realm becomes illusory, it would mean that he had never entered the illusory realm in the first place. Since he never came, why should he leave? Therefore, when the black-robed young man pointed the way to him, Ning Fan ignored him. That door was not the correct way. Amazing. After you, there is no more heavenly pass in the rain world. This pass has been destroyed. Haha. I didn't expect that there would be such a person in the future. The younger generation will really surpass us in time. I came from the rain and I shall go with the rain. Now, I will help you break through to the 5th grade rain intent and grant you another drop of rain. Asterisk bang asterisk. As the black-robed young man was laughing, his figure suddenly collapsed, turning into tiny silver raindrops that went into Ning Fan's body. All of a sudden, the heavenly pass collapsed. In an instant, the heavenly dwelling collapsed. Ning Fan and Chu Chang'an appeared in the Rain God Palace at the same time. All of a sudden, a 5th grade rain intent rose around Ning Fan's body and swept across the entire Rain God Palace. The heavenly pass has collapsed. What exactly did Marquis White Robe do inside that he actually destroyed the heavenly pass? The 4 passes of the Heaven and Earth Pass were left behind by the Rain Ancestor. The Rain Ancestor once said that only those who truly understand the mysteries of the 4 passes can destroy the heavenly pass. Could it be that Marquis White Robe has found the correct way to break the heavenly pass? 5th grade rain intent. Marquis White Robe's rain intent has actually reached the 5th grade. This is really unbelievable. Even the Rain Sovereign only has a 4th grade rain intent. If Marquis White Robe's comprehension of his rain intent improves further, wouldn't he be on the same level as the Rain Sovereign? What about the Rain Ancestor? Did he find the remnant image of the Rain Ancestor in the illusory realm? Everyone wore an astonished expression. Even the Rain Sovereign was deeply shocked. Revered Ming was even more astonished. He was the only one who witnessed Ning Fan breaking the illusory realm from the beginning to the end. He did not understand what Ning Fan was doing at all. He could not understand it at all. What he could not understand the most was that the Rain Ancestor's remnant image actually destroyed itself to help Ning Fan break through the bottleneck of his divine intent. So that person is the rain ancestor. Thank you, Ning Fan muttered to himself. Even though he had not paid attention to the rain ancestor for 100 years, it was all thanks to the rain ancestor that his rain intent could break through to the 5th grade. The rain intent that was at the 8th grade had advanced to the 5th grade after passing through the heavenly pass. According to Ning Fan's estimation, if he could cultivate his rain intent to the 1st grade, he would be able to display the technique of the rain ancestor, heaven-peaking rain. Hee. Congratulations to Marquis White Robe for breaking through the heavenly pass. Marquis White Robe has remarkable abilities and profound Tao comprehension. We are ashamed of our inferiority. Compliments could be heard from the surroundings. Ning Fan just nodded his head slightly and did not have the intention to pay attention to those people. He patted his storage pouch and took out the Scarlet Heaven Palace Lord token. The hall leader badge glowed, and the merit points marked on it increased by 10 billion. 10 billion merit points. Marquis White Robe actually obtained 10 billion merit points after breaking through the heavenly pass. In the Rain Palace, no one below the Void Fragmentation Realm has more merit points than Marquis White Robe. Look. What is that white light? It's the reward for passing the heavenly pass. That's impossible. All of a sudden, silver light shone brightly in front of Ning Fan. Then, a drop of rain emerged. It was just a drop of rain, but it contained terrifying bloodline power. It gave off an ancient aura force that made everyone's blood boil. In front of this drop of rain, even the Rain Sovereign could not remain calm. It's the natal blood rain of the Rain Ancestor. Why? Why can this young man, a mere devil cultivator, obtain such a reward? I don't understand. In just an instant, that drop of rain entered Ning Fan's body and melted in his bloodline. Ning Fan looked inside his body and his eyes widened. It was a drop of rain. It was the natal blood rain of the Rain Ancestor. If one day, Ning Fan could cultivate his rain intent realm to a certain level, he could gradually refine this blood rain and eventually turn it into a drop of ancestral god blood. At that time, Ning Fan's divine bloodline would ascend to the heavens in a single step and advance to the ancestral level. Of course, if Ning Fan's rain intent realm was not strong enough and he could not refine this rain, he would not be able to obtain any benefits. This young man has obtained the natal blood rain of the Rain Ancestor. No one can take it away from him. If this young man can refine it and bestow it to him one day, he will possess ancestral level divine blood. How can a devil cultivator have ancestral level divine blood? How is this possible? The Rain Sovereign could not hide his jealousy towards Ning Fan. His divine bloodline was just at the true blood realm. It was not even at the level of a king-level divine bloodline. However, no matter how jealous he was of Ning Fan, there was nothing he could do about it. He could not take away the gift of the Rain Ancestor. This was Ning Fan's fortune and it did not belong to him, the Rain Sovereign. Considering Ning Fan's background in the Black Devil sect, the Rain Sovereign let out a few dry coughs to stop the discussions in the Rain God Palace. Then, he forced out a smile and said, Hee. Marquis White Robe has spent 100 days to pass the first stage. It's a little too long. Even though 100 days is just one meditation session for cultivators of our generation, it's better to start the second stage as soon as possible. Just as the Rain Sovereign finished speaking, Yun Dao Ku, who was one of the 4 Void Fragmentation Realm experts, stepped forward with a cold expression. He was going to preside over the Earth stage test for Ning Fan. According to the news, King Chi Yao, who was raised by Reverend Dao Ku, was killed by Marquis White Robe. I wonder if Reverend Dao Ku will make things difficult for Marquis White Robe today? Reverend Dao Ku has always been vengeful. Perhaps he will punish Marquis White Robe in the Earth stage. Some of the old monsters secretly guessed and discussed among themselves. Yun Dao Ku's expression was extremely cold. His eyes were so terrifying that they could devour someone. No Void Refinement Realm expert dared to provoke him. Yun Dao Ku's expression was extremely cold and gloomy. His eyes were so terrifying that they could devour people. No Void Refinement Realm cultivator would dare to provoke him. His ice-cold gaze shifted to Ning Fan and he saw Ning Fan's meaningful smile. All of a sudden, Yun Dao Ku, whose eyes were cold and gloomy, actually squeezed out a smile. He opened a heavenly door of light with his palm and smiled apologetically at Ning Fan. *******. Marquis White Robe is still as elegant as ever after we parted ways in the endless sea. The earth test will be presided over by this old man. What it tests is the firmness of a cultivator's Tao heart. I hope Marquis White Robe will cooperate with this old man's assessment. Don't casually use your great divine ability. It's too dangerous. Many old monsters who knew Yun Daoku well were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Yun Daoku, who had always thought highly of himself, was actually so polite to Ning Fan. Didn't he have a personal grudge against Ning Fan? Yun Daoku actually asked Ning Fan not to use his great ability and said that it was dangerous. Is he afraid of Ning Fan? Why would a void fragmentation realm old monster be afraid of a void inquiry stage junior? These old monsters would never understand how much Yun Daoku feared Ning Fan after he was burned by the void ignition technique. That kind of fear could only be understood by those who had experienced it. Ning Fan nodded and followed Yun Daoku into the light door, entering the heavenly dwelling space of the earth test. It seemed like Yun Daoku had learned his lesson. He would not make things difficult for Ning Fan in this test. Unlike Chu Chang'an, Yun Daoku did not talk to Ning Fan. Moreover, he did not dare to stay alone with Ning Fan for too long. After entering the heavenly dwelling, Yun Daoku let out a hollow laugh and immediately activated the mirage cloud, creating the illusory realm of the second test. The scenery in front of Ning Fan changed rapidly. With a flash of light, Ning Fan already appeared at the foot of a gigantic mountain. It was unknown how tall this gigantic mountain was. He could not see its peak at all. There was only a mountain path leading to the peak of the mountain. The path was paved with jade steps. The entire illusory realm prohibited flying. Ning Fan was strong enough to break it. However, once he breaks it, he would fail the second test. In the second test, he must climb to the peak of the mountain at all costs. No matter how dangerous it is along the way, how difficult it is to climb, or how many temptations there are along the way, he must not retreat or use tricks to escape. Even if this gigantic mountain does not have a peak and the mountain path has no end, he must not stop moving forward. Only those who have such perseverance can pass the test with their Tao heart. If their Tao heart is not firm, how can they pursue the elusive great Tao? This is the Tao mountain that ancestor you built. Those jade steps are the Tao stairs. Every time you climb a step, you will age a little. There will be many dangers along the way. Marquis White Robe, you must be careful. Yun Daoku actually transmitted his voice to Ning Fan to remind him. Was he trying to ease the tension between the two of them? The corner of Ning Fan's lips curled up slightly. He took a step onto the first step of the Tao stairs. In an instant, a little of his life force disappeared. He lost 1 day of his lifespan. To be continued. End of chapter 545. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.